You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 551, Dual Realms. In the story, the character named Ta experiences a profound awakening, similar to a newborn taking its first breaths in an unfamiliar world. Everything around them seems incomprehensible, as if they've just been thrown into a reality that doesn't make sense. Their memories are fragmented, scattering like foam on the crests of turbulent ocean waves. It takes a considerable amount of time and effort for Ta to gradually piece together a cohesive sense of consciousness and understanding of the surrounding world. The world, to them, appears to be veiled in a heavy, impenetrable curtain. It's as if their senses have been repeatedly dismantled and reassembled by an invisible hand, leaving them disoriented. The chaotic sensations flooding their perception, buzzing sounds, shadows, and eerie lights, feel like they've been directly imprinted onto their nervous system, creating a cacophony that rattles their thoughts and jolts their consciousness. Despite this overwhelming confusion, Ta musters the courage to move forward. They strive to identify the objects and shapes around them, struggling to remember their own identity and make sense of the perplexing situation they find themselves in. Surrounding them are countless ambiguous figures, standing upright yet blurry, each one featuring hollows filled with swirls of psychedelic colors. These hollows seem to generate eerie currents of air that produce strange, unidentifiable sounds, howls, and hisses that fill the air with a palpable sense of dread and terror. Just when everything seems hopelessly disorienting, a gentle, warm light begins to break through Ta's distorted perception. Drawn to this inviting warmth, Ta, who had emerged from an abyss of confusion and even forgotten their own existence, begins to tentatively make their way toward it. Meanwhile, in a bustling marketplace, Nina abruptly sets down a piece of affordable jewelry she had been examining. Her brows furrow in confusion as she turns her head, scanning the crowd behind her. Sensing Nina's sudden discomfort, Shirley, who is standing beside her, immediately turns to look in the same direction. "What's the matter, Nina?" she asks curiously. "I'm not sure," Nina replies, her face still marked by a puzzled frown. "I felt a strange sensation as if someone was watching us from behind, but maybe I'm just imagining things." Shirley scans the crowd but sees nothing out of the ordinary. "It must be your imagination," she says, though her own brows furrow in a moment of doubt. She takes a moment to mentally consult her companion, Dog, who reassures her. "Nothing's there," Dog communicates telepathically. "It's simply crowded." Reassured, Shirley whispers back to Nina. Dog says it's all clear. His senses are usually spot on. Nina takes one final look around before shaking her head. "Then it must just be my imagination," she concedes. The marketplace they are in is teeming with people. The area, while spacious, feels crowded due to the influx of both locals and tourists, each dressed in a variety of clothing styles that range from ordinary to exotic. Vendors energetically shout out their offerings, adding to the already cacophonous environment. The noise level is almost overwhelming, but contributes to a lively and animated atmosphere. In such a setting, the sensation of being watched is not entirely uncommon, adding a layer of ambiguity to the entire situation. "Miss, are you going to purchase these items or not?" The vendor's impatient voice reverberates across the wooden table covered with an array of trinkets and jewelry. This breaks Nina's pensive trance, pulling her back to the present moment. "I'm so sorry," Nina says, flashing the vendor a sheepish, apologetic smile. She picks up a delicately crafted hairpin and a shimmering brooch she had set aside earlier. "Could you please wrap these 2 items for me? Shirley, have you found anything that caught your eye?" Shirley shakes her head, her eyes still scanning the offerings. "Not at this stall, but I'm optimistic about the next one." The vendor, satisfied with the sale, swiftly wraps Nina's selections in colorful paper. After exchanging money for the items, the 2 friends venture deeper into the bustling marketplace. The sun still reigns high above the city-state, casting a warm glow over the throngs of shoppers and granting Nina and Shirley plenty of time to relish their afternoon outing. In a reality far removed from the marketplace, Ta continues to wrestle with an existence punctuated by disorienting sensations and fragmented thoughts. The fog surrounding them feels like tiny needles pricking their skin and irritating their eyes. Meanwhile, a ceaseless torrent of guttural howls and screeching noises threatens to overwhelm their auditory senses. Oddly enough, the very confusion and disarray clouding their thoughts seem to blunt the edge of their acute physical discomfort. Staggering forward, Ta attempts to navigate through a world that defies description. A slew of questions flood Ta's consciousness. What exactly is skin? What function do eyes serve? What are eardrums? How am I capable of walking? How did I find myself here? These rudimentary queries are not only perplexing, but also painfully intense, as if something is actively obstructing Ta's attempts at comprehension and memory formation. Summoning the strength to lift their head, Ta attempts to locate the source of this inexplicable interference, something they perceive as a massive noise. Yet in their nebulous state of awareness, the concept of noise is typically intangible. Confusingly, this noise seems visible, a chaotic swirl of disfiguring ripples that quake and writhe above them. This enigmatic presence seems to envelop the entire sky, disturbing the dim orbs of light and shifting shadows while melding with the cacophonous shrieks and other noises that emanate from the ground below. The sight is both nauseating and terrifying. Mustering their resolve, Ta takes tentative steps forward, making their way through the oppressive noise. They skirt around the shadowy, indistinct figures that surround them, figures with hollows filled with psychedelic hues, emitting a variety of hissing sounds. Despite the obstacles, Ta persists, advancing at a slow yet determined pace. Back in the earthly realm, Nina comes to an abrupt halt for the second time. Now, she stands frozen in the middle of a busy pathway, her eyes widening as they fixate on an ostensibly empty space before her. A faint golden glimmer seems to materialize and ascend stealthily within her line of sight. Sensing Nina's sudden change in demeanor, Shirley also halts. Her eyebrows knit together in confusion as she follows Nina's gaze to the empty space. After several seconds of uneasy silence, she cautiously articulates what she herself had begun to feel. "Nina, I think I sensed it too. It feels like something, perhaps an entity, has been observing us and has now followed us here." At that moment, the golden light reflecting in Nina's eyes amplifies, as if resonating with a force far beyond the scope of their immediate, bustling surroundings. An unsettling feeling envelops both young women as they sense that they've touched the fringes of something that transcends the ordinary, something ineffable that challenges the very fabric of their reality. "Did Dog pick up on anything?" Nina inquires, her voice tinged with a subtle yet unmistakable note of apprehension. Shirley replies in an equally subdued tone, her eyes sweeping cautiously over the throng of market-goers. "Dog didn't sense anything specific, but he did note that experiencing illusions multiple times is cause for concern. There may be some unnatural element interfering with our perception of reality." Nina responds with a slight nod, her eyes darting across the various sections of the marketplace as if searching for something out of place. Positioned strategically along the edges of the busy marketplace, she spotted guardians from the local church, known as the Guardians of Knowledge from the Truth Academy. Dressed in scholarly robes and armed with heavy-caliber revolvers fastened to their waists, these truth guardians are imbued with divine alertness granted by Laham, the god of wisdom. They are trained to instantly identify and neutralize any evil entities that dare to infiltrate the physical realm. Yet at this moment, these truth guardians appear to be at ease, showing no signs of detecting any disturbances within the crowd. The sensation has faded, and the truth guardians seem completely undisturbed, Nina confides quietly to Shirley. "But I can't help but think that this wasn't a figment of my imagination." Shirley leans closer, whispering, "So what's our next move? Do we inform one of the guardians?" Nina ponders momentarily. "My uncle always advised that if we encounter anything suspicious, like heretics or other threats, we should report it immediately." The suggestion takes Shirley aback. Accustomed to dealing with threats in a more direct, even violent manner, the notion of reporting hadn't even crossed her mind. However, as she mulls it over, she remembers Captain Duncan's past acts of righteous reporting, and a confusing emotion bubbles up. She wonders momentarily if her more brutal instincts make her ill-suited to deal with this situation that seems to border on the supernatural. After grappling briefly with this internal discord, Shirley shakes her head. "Even if we were to report it, what would we say? That we felt someone's gaze upon us. The guardians might dismiss us as nuisances causing a disturbance." Simultaneously, in a parallel dimension, Ta's fragmented memory struggles to coalesce into something tangible. The figure wrestles with the sensation of a foreboding, deep red aura that haunts their recollections, like murky pools of blood converging in the recesses of their mind. This sinister, crimson hue seems to drift menacingly through their remembered skies, relentlessly pursuing both them and their companions. Companions? The word raises new questions, adding another layer of complexity to Ta's already turbulent state of mind. As the girls deliberate over their next course of action, the atmosphere grows thick with palpable tension. Oblivious to them, Ta continues to wade through their splintered memories and a steadily escalating sense of impending danger. Somewhere in the murky realm that separates these disparate realities, an invisible yet potent force begins to stitch together a complex tapestry of intersecting destinies. In a sudden burst of clarity, new memories erupt within the murky depths of Ta's consciousness, disorienting them momentarily. And then even more recollections flood in. Yes, that's right. Ta did have companions. They had all embarked on an arduous journey together. But to what end? As the fog of their memory lifts momentarily, Ta realizes they had set out on an epic quest to save their world. Guided by ancient prophecies, they had sought the location where a red light had fallen, hoping it would hold the key to their world's salvation. Along this perilous journey, they had lost many. First the hunter siblings, then the reticent magician, followed by a few valiant knights. In the bustling marketplace, Nina decides to take action and report their uneasy feelings to the nearby guardians. Although articulating their suspicions may prove challenging, Nina believes it's best to leave matters like this to the professionals. Moreover, as her uncle Duncan often advised, there's no harm in reporting something if the intent is sincere, and they might even be rewarded if their suspicions prove true. Nina grabs Shirley's arm, sensing her hesitation, and guides her toward the guardians stationed at the side of the road. In Ta's surreal reality, a warm sensation, accompanied by a faint, hazy glow, appears not too far in the distance. Ta instinctively stops contemplating and starts advancing toward it. As they proceed, it feels as though a heavy veil materializes, hindering their progress. An unsettling, droning noise intensifies around them, and grotesque, hissing entities seem to roam aimlessly, exuding an aura of palpable malice and unspeakable horror. Despite these obstacles, Ta quickens their pace, irresistibly drawn toward the one recognizable and comprehensible element in their fractured memories. As Nina and Shirley reach the guardians, the uniformed figures clad in academy-style robes look up curiously at the young women. "Can we assist you, ladies?" one guardian inquires with a friendly smile. In Ta's otherworldly reality, the warm glow is now nearing an entity so indescribable that it induces an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Choosing her words carefully, Nina begins to share her concerns with the guardians. Something feels off in the marketplace, just a few moments ago. At that exact moment, Ta's hand reaches out to make contact with the mysterious shadowy figure. As they do, all veils, mists, and barriers seem to form an impregnable boundary. But in that same instant, piercing this boundary, Ta feels a genuine sensation of pain for the first time in this surreal realm. Taking a leap of faith, Ta lunges forward. A piercing scream rips through the marketplace, causing everyone, shoppers, vendors, and guardians alike to freeze in their tracks. The scream chills the air, reverberating with an unsettling resonance that leaves an indelible impact on all present, including Nina, Shirley, and the vigilant guardians. As if led by an invisible hand of fate, it seems that these two different realities are somehow converging. Decisions made in one dimension send ripples through the fabric of the other, blurring the boundaries between what is possible and what remains yet unknown. Chapter 552, Chaos Unfolds. People in the crowd were screaming in terror, frantically running in all directions as if a bomb had gone off. The campus security guards, who were on duty at the time, immediately snapped to attention. Their hands reached instinctively for the revolvers holstered at their sides, eyes scanning for the source of the panic. Nina's conversation was abruptly cut short by this sudden and chaotic turn of events. Reacting instinctually, she tightly grasped Shirley's arm, who was standing next to her, and whipped her head around to see where the terrifying screams originated. It felt like crossing through an invisible barrier or stepping through a curtain into another realm. The noise level suddenly spiked to an unbearable crescendo, each sound wave causing sharp pain that reverberated through the senses. A blinding light filled the sky as if the day had instantly turned into an apocalyptic night, while the air was filled with a jarring cacophony that seemed to sting the eyes and skin as though the very air were evaporating. Hovering in this chaotic sky was a massive, indescribable sphere, its size and shape pulsating wildly as if alive. Shadowy figures began to emerge, forms that defied description, fluctuating wildly and moving erratically. Their bone-chilling screams were so intense that they seemed to shake the very fabric of reality itself. But in this chaotic moment, a different question occupied my mind. Where was my weapon? My armor? Where were my comrades in arms? Where was I in this cosmic mess? Suddenly, a horrifying and indefinable mass of darkness materialized out of nowhere, crashing onto the ground with an earth-shattering thud. The mass resembled flesh, but it had a strange, metallic sheen that made it look both organic and inorganic. Its constantly morphing surface occasionally shimmered with prismatic lights, and within that chaotic luminance, it appeared as if something within was screeching and pulsating. Panic took over the crowd. People screamed, pushing and shoving as they tried to escape the unknown terror. Amidst the chaos, only the two truth guardians on the scene seemed to maintain their composure. Swiftly drawing their handguns and other mystical tools, they ran towards this abomination, a reality intruder, for lack of a better term. Their urgent shouts pierced through the cacophony, reaching Nina and Shirley. "Kids, run!" Shaken by the guards' urgent calls, Nina's eyes widened in disbelief as she focused on the epicenter of the chaos. For a moment, she questioned her own sanity. Because, for a brief instant, perhaps no more than a second or two, she thought she saw something even more shocking than the nightmarish mass of darkness. For that fleeting moment, the entity seemed to take on the form of a human being. She immediately doubted her own perception, as the moment was incredibly brief. And judging from the reactions of the people around her, it seemed that no one else had caught that particular detail. The Truth Guardians were already springing into action. Unsure of how to deal with the mysterious intruder and its unpredictable nature, they refrained from opening fire immediately. Instead, they smashed several test tubes filled with volatile substances onto the ground. The chemicals quickly vaporized, forming a misty, gas wall in the air. When rays of sunlight hit this mist, it refracted into a beautiful, mesmerizing light. It was as if a barrier resembling a crystalline rainbow had materialized in the atmosphere, separating the crowd from the incomprehensible chaos unfolding before them. The two original guards, acting as the front line of defense, were the first to venture into the magical gas wall. One guard took up a defensive position, aiming his revolver with intense focus at the churning, writhing mass that lay ominously on the ground. His partner was busy with another set of tasks. He quickly but meticulously scattered an assortment of mystical liquids and enchanted dust across the nearby terrain. He then ignited a portable candelabrum with ceremonial care, filling the air with an eerie, flickering light. Following this, he assembled a makeshift barrier using chunks of crystal and metal blocks, strategically placed to further restrict the entity's range of motion. Soon after these preparations, a sharp whistle reverberated from the opposite end of the street. It was the signal for reinforcements, and additional guardians who had been patrolling other sectors of the marketplace answered the call. They arrived at a sprint, efficiently herding the remaining pedestrians away from the epicenter of the crisis. Once inside the protective gas wall, they began a coordinated series of rituals designed for sealing, restraining, and purifying malevolent forces. Standing at a safe yet observant distance, Nina and Shirley watched in awe as the highly orchestrated scene unfolded before them. Far from being anxious or fearful, they found the whole event incredibly fascinating. They had encountered various supernatural phenomena in their lives, but witnessing professional guardians handle an emergency situation, by the book, was something different altogether. It was a far cry from how Uncle Duncan, who they affectionately referred to as the captain, would typically manage crises, usually with far less ceremony and far more improvisation. Just as they were absorbing these details, the bizarre metallic life form at the center of the magical gas wall began to convulse violently. The makeshift magical seals that the Guardians had hastily erected were suddenly under extreme duress. A translucent, shell-like structure that had enveloped the entity began to crack inch by inch. Each fracture was accompanied by an ear-splitting, high-pitched screech. Two of the Guardians who were conducting the restraining rituals were forced to retreat. The crystal prism in one of their hands shattered instantly upon contact with the emanating force. However, this surge of activity appeared to be the entity's final act of resistance. Panting, the Guardians prepared to reinforce their magical barriers, but before they could act, they noticed that the creature, the living metal, had already started to weaken. The noises it emitted, which had been unsettlingly reminiscent of mechanical hissing and friction, began to fade. The entity's shape, once ever-changing, started to solidify. The once radiant metallic sheen of its skin turned a dull, lifeless gray, as if it were rapidly decaying or weathering into stone. Finally, it ceased all movement, save for the occasional faint twitch on its surface, reminiscent of the final involuntary muscle spasms that sometimes occur in animals post-mortem. Target activity is declining. It has ceased reacting to Catalyst 17, one guard announced, holding a revolver in one hand while carefully cradling several test tubes in the other. Another Guardian, who had been clutching an exceptionally thick, ancient tome, continued to observe the now-still mass. He seemed to be using other senses to evaluate the situation. Finally, he spoke in a tone of cautious relief. The target shows no signs of cognitive activity. Thus, for the moment, it seemed the immediate crisis had been averted, leaving Nina, Shirley, and everyone else present to ponder what had just transpired, and what it could possibly mean for the fabric of their reality. Central Zone still exhibits some activity, although it's on the decline also. There's no evidence suggesting that it's sending or receiving external signals. It's not reacting to Category III catalysts either. This entity doesn't match any known invader species in our database. Any word on when specialists from the Academy are due to arrive? The message has been dispatched. They're saying it will take them at least 15 minutes to get here. Very well. Everyone maintain heightened vigilance, keep close tabs on your mental states, and stay within the confines of the barrier zone at all times. Should you encounter anything unusual, visually or audibly, report it immediately. The Guardians were tackling the unfamiliar and unsettling situation with a level of professionalism and speed that was truly commendable. Despite facing an entity that was entirely novel, not fitting into any existing classifications or records, they managed to keep their composure and act without hesitation. That is, until an unexpected voice broke their concentration. Excuse me, Mr. Guardian, could you tell us what this thing actually is? Nina, her hand gripping Shirley's, walked up to the now largely inert entity, this mysterious, living metal mass. The object before them was an enigmatic shape with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Inquisitiveness getting the better of her, Nina posed her question. The Guardian nearest to them nearly jumped out of his boots. The man, who was garbed in what looked more like scholarly robes than battle armor, spun around with wide eyes and a look of utter disbelief. He had assumed that these young girls, who seemed as if they were about to report an anomaly, would have been among those already evacuated from the scene. Why on earth were they still here? And then, as he took another split second to process the situation, he found himself facing an even more confounding mystery. How did you get inside this area? He scrutinized Nina and Shirley incredulously. A quick check over their shoulders confirmed that the magical gas wall, designed to quarantine the incident site, was still completely intact a few meters behind them. This shimmering barrier, resplendent with its rainbow-like crystalline texture, had not been tampered with. Furthermore, his senses had not picked up any interaction with the barrier itself. How did these two girls, who seemed no older than middle school students, manage to so nonchalantly stroll into this restricted zone? I just walked in, Nina replied, now visibly nervous as she took in the Guardian's shocked reaction and sensed the heightened alertness emanating from the other guards around him. I just walked right in. Standing beside her, Shirley nodded in confirmation, rapidly calling upon her long-unused childhood acting skills to assume the most innocent expression she could muster. We were curious and thought we'd get a closer look, sir. You just walked in? His eyes widened in disbelief. Years of rigorous training kicked into overdrive. As his mind silently recited Laham's prayer for protection, one hand instinctively reached for the grip of his sidearm. Yet, despite these protective maneuvers, his eyes never left the two girls standing inexplicably before him. A subtle silver luminescence flickered deep within the Guardian's eyes, as if trying to pierce through the layers of reality to discern the truth. However, Nina and Shirley merely stood there, embodying the innocence of two typical kids enjoying an uneventful walk outside. They did not look like they harbored any ill intentions or secrets. Nina was genuinely clueless about the situation at hand. She had observed the misty, magical barrier encircling the area but had perceived it as a merely symbolic boundary, much like a line drawn on a playground in chalk. She had strolled right through it, feeling no more resistance than the ease with which sunlight passes through a pane of glass. Shirley had the same experience. She too felt no obstruction. It was as though she was walking in concert with the very sunlight that was passing effortlessly through the barrier. The tension in the air was palpable. The Guardians present were on maximum alert. In about half of them, a faint silvery glow emanated from their eyes, a result of invoking Laham's blessings to augment their perceptual abilities. They scrutinized Nina and Shirley, both of whom behaved and spoke in ways that were slightly unsettling, yet also inexplicably ordinary. After their scrutiny, they found nothing amiss. Only the eldest Guardian, a middle-aged man who appeared to have decades of experience, sensed an elusive dissonance. It was as though a secret was hovering just at the edge of visibility, subtly concealed within the guileless smile of one of the girls. As a result, he found his gaze lingering on Nina a moment longer, a flicker of suspicion glinting in his eyes. But then, quite unexpectedly, he was overtaken by a sense of unexplained calmness. It was as though there was no longer any need to delve deeper into his suspicions. This mysterious sensation prompted him to instinctively quell the glowing light in his eyes. Rubbing his eyes for a moment, the Guardian felt the initial unease that had momentarily seized him drift away like morning mist. "Did we interrupt your work?" Nina inquired, her tone tinged with polite regret. The Guardians exchanged fleeting glances. A few of them seemed to communicate wordlessly before huddling together to quietly confer. Finally, the eldest Guardian, still emanating a degree of wariness beneath his solemn demeanor, took a step forward. "Excuse me, young ladies," he began, choosing his words carefully. "Would you mind accompanying us for a brief discussion?" Chapter 553, Rescue X2. Nina felt a brief moment of confusion before quickly understanding the gravity of the situation. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, especially her own actions and the emergence of the bizarre object that seemed like some kind of living metal, she figured the Truth Guardians had every reason to be wary. Throughout their journey on the ship, Vanna had often discussed her role as an inquisitor, detailing the stringent guidelines and procedures followed by the Guardians. Her uncle Duncan had always argued that these rigorous rules were what allowed the city-states to survive in this perilous deep-sea era. Because of these rules, most ordinary citizens could lead relatively calm and stable lives despite the inherent dangers surrounding them. With that context in mind, Nina nodded affirmatively. As she did, she discreetly tugged on Shirley's arm, who was standing next to her, signaling her to hold her tongue and refrain from saying anything rash or ill-considered. Facing the Truth Guardian, Nina articulated her concerns. "All right, I understand. But we should head back soon. Our families will become anxious if we're away for too long." "We are merely verifying whether you've been mentally compromised or subconsciously influenced in some way," the Truth Guardian responded, looking visibly relieved as he elaborated. "It's an essential step for both investigation and safeguarding. If we find no signs of contamination, you'll be released shortly." He paused before adding, "Once you accompany us to the academy, you'll need to provide some basic information for our records. We'll ensure that someone contacts your families to update them, so you needn't worry about that." "In that case, let's proceed," Nina smiled, turning to Shirley for her opinion. "Do you have any reservations?" "What could possibly go wrong?" Shirley responded under her breath. "I'm actually kind of excited." Nina sensed a touch of playfulness in Shirley's voice, a sort of thrill-seeking expectation for forthcoming drama or tension. While she had an inkling of what Shirley might be anticipating, she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she redirected her focus back to the odd, almost dormant entity in front of them. "Do you have any idea what this object is?" she inquired curiously. "It's an entity of some sort that has made its way into our reality. I can't divulge more than that at this moment," replied the Truth Guardian, maintaining a strictly professional demeanor. "Should it be deemed appropriate to release more information after our assessment, an official announcement will be made by the Academy." "I see," Nina drew out her response as she prepared to depart with the Truth Guardians. However, before she turned to go, she cast another lingering glance at the mysterious object. It had finally stopped moving, its last quivers and spasms coming to an end. Slowly but surely, its metallic gray surface began to morph, taking on a texture that eerily resembled stone. Nina found this transformation fascinating, but knew it was time to leave. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, she followed the Truth Guardians, leaving the strange entity behind. Within the lavish confines of the mansion at 99 Crown Street, a grand structure distinguished by its imposing spires and exquisitely manicured gardens, Duncan and Lucretia were deeply absorbed in an informal yet significant conversation. They were specifically focused on recent developments that had occurred in the cold northern regions. Meanwhile, not far from them, Morris was completely engrossed in a study of Looney, a meticulously crafted clockwork doll. He seemed utterly captivated by the intricacies of her internal mechanisms. Vanna was notably absent from the living room. She was in her designated prayer room, as this was the standard time she set aside for her daytime devotional practices. Lucretia had thoughtfully prepared this sacred space for Vanna, who was a devout follower of the Storm religion. When I left the north, a semblance of order had been restored in Frost, but the environmental cleanup, especially concerning the pollution caused by those elementals, will require significant effort. Duncan updated Lucretia on the unfolding crisis in the frosty landscapes. "I've heard that Tyrion's team will likely be working extended shifts at least until the next quarter. After spending half a century as pirates in those unforgiving northern waters, it seems the bill has finally come due," Lucretia mused, her voice tinged with wistfulness. "By the way, have you ever ventured into the even colder seas located further north of Frost?" I haven't, Duncan confessed, shaking his head. I've only heard legends about the infinite ice plains that stretch out toward foggy, mysterious boundaries. While I find it intriguing, my current priorities lie more with the situations evolving in Wind Harbor. Ah, the myths do say that beyond the frosty expanses to the north lie icebound relics from the Dark Ages and remnants of ancient city-states, Lucretia elaborated. Many have tried to delve into those icy depths, only to be swallowed by the sudden, deadly drops in temperature. Personally, I find the comparatively warmer southern seas a more fitting arena for challenging the border. If the opportunity arises, I'd certainly be interested in seeing that mysterious border for myself. Don't worry, though, I'm well aware of the perils of the fog, Duncan reassured her. Just ensure that you don't plunge headlong into that ominous mist, Lucretia cautioned. This reunion of the father-daughter duo, who had been separated for an extended period, saw them sporadically converse about an array of topics. The latest news, the baffling phenomena that occurred in the seemingly boundless sea, the dangerous foggy border, and other perilous zones far removed from what could be considered civilization. Their dialogue wasn't always smooth. Lucretia had never been particularly adept at maintaining light conversation, yet almost miraculously, they had managed to keep the discussion going for quite some time. Suddenly, Duncan's demeanor changed. He seemed to have heard something, a fact betrayed by the slight frown that marred his forehead. After a moment of concentrated listening, he shifted his gaze intently in a specific direction beyond the window. Lucretia instantly picked up on her father's abrupt shift in focus. "What's going on?" she inquired. "Nina is calling out to me," Duncan revealed, his expression tinged with concern. "How do I get to the university grounds from here?" "The university grounds?" Lucretia was momentarily taken aback. "Why in the world would you need to go there?" "I have someone to pick up," he cryptically replied. Lucretia could only respond with a puzzled look. When asked for a name, Nina, she hesitated briefly, choosing not to divulge her current surname, perhaps out of a sense of caution or a desire for discretion. Smolkapar. The guardian, seated across a polished wooden table, appeared completely unbothered as he methodically jotted down details onto an official-looking form. "Age?" he inquired, not lifting his gaze from the paperwork. 17, Nina replied. "And your occupation?" "I'm still in high school," she informed him. "Do you reside in Wind Harbor?" "No, I'm from Planned. I'm just staying in Wind Harbor temporarily, visiting some relatives," Nina clarified. With meticulous attention, the guardian recorded all of this basic information onto the form. After he had noted down Nina's responses, he looked up and reassured her in a calming voice. "There's no need to worry, young lady. This is all standard operating procedure. You haven't committed any offense, you've merely become entangled in a supernatural event. The purpose of this registration is to ensure your own safety, so there's nothing to be afraid of." "I'm not afraid," Nina responded in a courteous tone while casting a somewhat coy glance at the guardian. "Just make sure you're not the one who gets scared later on." The guardian appeared puzzled at Nina's comment and waved his hand dismissively. Assuming that her remark was likely the product of nervous tension, he decided not to give it too much thought. "Ah, if only your companion were as polite and well-spoken as you," he said wistfully. At this, Nina momentarily froze, instinctively sharpening her ears to discern any sounds coming from the room next door. As she suspected, she heard phrases laced with profanity, all too characteristic of her friend Shirley. But the language wasn't filled with outright expletives. Instead, the vulgarity seemed to be woven into the conversation, what Shirley herself might refer to as sentence enhancers. A relieved smile came to Nina's face. "Actually, this is her being on her best behavior," she awkwardly explained. "Well, we've encountered all sorts of individuals in our line of work, especially those who have had interactions with supernatural elements," the guardian said, waving his hand dismissively. "Fits of emotional instability or even violent behavior are par for the course. We're well acclimated to it. I was merely surprised. She looked like such a well-mannered young lady." Nina chuckled internally, remembering how Shirley had conducted herself when they were around her Uncle Duncan. From a certain angle, the guardian's initial impression of Shirley wasn't entirely misplaced. After a brief pause, curiosity took hold of Nina. "So, when can we go home?" The guardian, who was garbed in the ceremonial robes typically worn by clerics from the Academy of Truth, tilted his head to look at an incense burner and a candle that were quietly flickering on a side table. "You'll be able to leave once the incense has fully burned away and the candle flame has naturally extinguished. If none of the catalysts in the room react during that time, you're free to go." Ah, I see, Nina nodded, choosing to remain silent for a few moments before bringing up another point of concern. What's the status of that entity that manifested itself in the marketplace? Has it been contained or captured? I apologize, but I can't share that information with you, the Guardian said, shaking his head. His tone shifted to one of caution as he added, I would also recommend that you try not to dwell on or revisit the event in your mind. Certain anomalies that break into our dimension can have a sort of parasitic influence on the consciousness of those who witness them. While we haven't found any evidence of such contamination in either you or your companion, frequently revisiting the memory and displaying excessive curiosity could still pose risks. Understood, Nina nodded, sitting back in her chair as if now content to wait for the incense to finish burning and for their inspection to be concluded. The young guardian across from her let out a quiet sigh of relief. As he neatly stacked and organized the paperwork on the table, he discreetly shifted his position, allowing him to withdraw his hand from a concealed compartment beneath the tabletop. In his hand was an object that looked much like an antique pocket watch. Hidden from view by the table's surface, he pressed a small button on the side of the object. Instead of a clock face with hands and numbers appearing when it opened, what was revealed was a pulsating liquid metal surface, almost as if it were a living entity. Carefully angling the device's liquid metal surface towards Nina, he observed it intently, looking for any signs of abnormality reflected in its shimmering facade. Nina may have seemed perfectly composed, articulate, and polite, but that didn't automatically alleviate the seasoned cleric's concerns. Often, individuals who had suffered some sort of mental intrusion could appear perfectly normal for short stretches of time. Failure to conduct a comprehensive examination could lead to undetected spread of whatever contaminant was at play. According to reports from the field, Nina and her companion had voluntarily approached the Truth Guardians who were patrolling the area just moments before the mysterious entity had materialized. Moreover, their actions during the incident had been illogical, perplexing even. Such anomalies unquestionably demanded a thorough investigation. However, the liquid metal displayed no sign of abnormalities. Puzzled, the Guardian moved the device closer to his own eyes, squinting to examine the minute pulsations in the liquid surface. Suddenly he thought he saw a brief flicker, then a pattern of golden light with converging flames. It's a power mysterious yet tremendous, ancient wisdom mingled with forgotten lore, the endless splendor of light and warmth, the very essence of existence. A cacophony erupted in his mind, a storm of insights crashing against the walls of his understanding. An insatiable thirst for knowledge took hold of him as if his soul were inexplicably drawn to the gravitational force of some celestial body. His eyes widened, his pulse quickened, and he was on the cusp of confronting something monumental. Just then, a hand abruptly obstructed his line of sight to the liquid metal. "Stop staring if something doesn't feel right," said a low, authoritative voice tinged with disapproval. "What's the matter with you guardians from the Academy of Truth? Why this reckless curiosity even when you suspect that something is amiss?" Chapter 554, The Truth Keeper. The air was filled with a noise so overwhelmingly loud that it seemed as if it could tear one's soul into shreds. This unrelenting sound reverberated through the Guardian's consciousness, leaving him in a state of turmoil and confusion. As time passed, the intense sensations began to dissipate, and it was only after what felt like an eternity that he regained awareness of his own existence. He became aware of the thumping rhythm of his own heartbeat. Gathering his wits with considerable effort, his rational mind clawed its way back from the edge of insanity to regain a foothold in the realm of human thought and understanding. Then, as if waking up from a vivid nightmare, he suddenly comprehended the strange series of events he had just experienced. Almost reflexively, he lifted his head towards a sound he couldn't quite identify. Standing before him was Duncan, whose presence was underscored by the lingering outline of a ghostly flame. Duncan appeared as if he were a dark cloud that had descended from the heavens, exuding an atmosphere so oppressive it was nearly indescribable. It was at this moment that the Guardian remembered the advice Nina, a young girl he'd spoken with earlier, had offered him. Don't be afraid whatever happens. He recognized Duncan, standing so ominously before him. To an elf like him, a century was but a short interval in memory's long span. Before he could even gasp in surprise, a calming force suddenly washed over his mind. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed not far from him, saying, "I'll take it from here." Turning his head toward the voice, he saw a middle-aged man garbed in a deep blue academic robe walk into the room. Strands of gray streaked the man's hair, and he carried a thick, ancient tome under his arm. The man's eyes were serene but touched with a glint of fatigue. "Truth Keeper," the guardian exclaimed, his spirits lifting as if he had just been saved from some perilous fate. He quickly rose from his desk and hastily moved away from both Nina and Duncan. He opened his mouth as if to report on recent events, but the man, known as the Truth Keeper, silenced him with a simple gesture. "I am already aware of the situation here. This matter has now been transferred to the jurisdiction of the university. Do not ask any more questions. Your duties for today are over. After you exit, proceed directly to the psychological counseling room for a mental evaluation. Now off you go." With a head full of unanswered questions and a sense of lingering bewilderment, the guardian left the room. Duncan then turned his attention to the middle-aged elf, studying his tired features. After a moment, Duncan asked inquisitively, "Who are you?" "Do you not recognize me?" The middle-aged elf looked puzzled for a moment, but then nodded with sudden understanding. "Ah, of course, I heard your memory was affected by subspace." As he spoke, his voice was tinged with a deep-seated fatigue that seemed to seep from his very bones. Even his expression of momentary surprise seemed flat and unchanging in its tone. Finally, letting out a weary sigh, he introduced himself. "I am Ted Lur, the Truth Keeper of Wind Harbor. I'm in charge of dealing with the supernatural safety of this city. You and I knew each other about a century ago. Back then, you often invited me for drinks, and we engaged in many a debate concerning the borderlands." Ted Lur, the Truth Keeper. Duncan's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. This name meant nothing to him, a result he found unsurprising given that he possessed the body of someone whose memory hadn't survived the transition. Yet, despite this, he couldn't shake off the feeling that meeting familiar faces in Wind Harbor was somewhat expected. He had prepared for the possibility of encountering those who might recognize him. After all, a century for elves isn't a supernatural span of time, and the Vanished had often engaged in transactions and communications with frontier states like Wind Harbor. After taking a brief moment to collect his thoughts, Duncan offered a carefully rehearsed explanation. "I must apologize, I have no recollection of you. The toll subspace has taken on my memory is significant. I hope you can understand." Ted Lur gestured dismissively with his hand. "It's fine. Forgetfulness is Lahim's greatest gift. I've grown rather accustomed to dealing with forgetfulness, as you might say." Duncan paused, sensing a layer of hidden bitterness in Ted Lur's words about forgetfulness. However, before he could delve into it, the Truth Keeper continued. "I've been briefed by Miss Lucretia and the field team leader about the current situation. I assume the young lady standing behind you is Nina." By now, Nina had risen from her chair and positioned herself protectively behind Duncan. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she studied the unfamiliar man. At the mention of her name, she stepped forward politely and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Nina." Nina then turned her gaze upward towards Duncan, her eyes tinged with guilt. "I'm sorry, Uncle Duncan. Did I get you into trouble?" Duncan smiled warmly and tousled Nina's hair affectionately. "It's a minor issue, Nina. Don't worry about it." Inside, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stumbling into a supernatural event while trying to report anomalies was a far less grievous circumstance than being apprehended by the town sheriff for causing a public disturbance with a crew of ghostly sailors, an escapade his friend Lawrence had once managed to get entangled in. Arsadilla. As he pondered this, a question surfaced in his mind. Where is Shirley? No sooner had he voiced the inquiry than the sound of footsteps resonated from the entrance. Lucretia walked into the room, followed by Shirley. "Papa, Shirley's here." Shirley's expression was marked by visible concern. She scanned Duncan's face cautiously before darting towards him. As she moved, she began to explain hurriedly. "I didn't do anything wrong. Nina and I were actually heading to the Guardians to report something when this weird event occurred, and those overly cautious Guardians just—" Ted Lur cut her off politely, turning his gaze toward her. "Allow me to apologize on their behalf. It's part of our standard safety procedures." Caught off guard, Shirley halted, her eyes widening as she turned to assess the seemingly unremarkable, middle-aged man standing before her. "Who else is here? Who are you, sir?" "He's Ted Lur, the Truth Keeper of Wind Harbor," Lucretia interjected, standing not too far from the group. The woman, known as the Sea Witch, nodded respectfully toward Ted before elaborating. "You could consider him the gatekeeper or even the inquisitor responsible for the city-state's supernatural affairs." Hearing these titles, Shirley swiftly moved to stand beside Duncan, her eyes widening with a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. Ted observed Shirley's sudden movement and turned his gaze towards Lucretia, raising an eyebrow. "Do I truly give off such a frightening aura?" Lucretia spread her hands in a noncommittal gesture, her eyes twinkling with amusement. I think their reaction has less to do with you and more to do with the titles you carry. Duncan glanced down at Shirley, who had positioned herself closely beside him. You seem perfectly comfortable around Vanna most of the time. Why the sudden fear of someone who could be described as an inquisitor? Shirley muttered almost inaudibly as she stole a sideways glance at Ted Lur. Vanna is part of our gang, so it's different. This guy's an outsider. Duncan gave her a disapproving look. Team Shirley, how many times have I told you it's a team, not a circle or a gang? Shirley merely mumbled an unconvincing in response. Sighing, Duncan lifted his eyes to meet those of Ted Lur and Lucretia, who were approaching. Nina has already filled me in on the basics of what transpired here. Can we skip the extended formalities and focus on this strange thing that Shirley mentioned? Is it stored somewhere in this building? Ted nodded, his eyes revealing a glimmer of fatigue. Yes, it's in Sample Containment Room 24. The room is located within the underground archives of the central area. I can take you there. As he spoke, Ted pulled out the thick, ancient tome that he had been carrying under his arm. He casually opened it to a particular page and tapped his finger on an illustration. Duncan watched in awe as the page lifted into the air, revealing a sketched image of a grand door adorned with an array of intricate, arcane symbols. Within moments, the flat illustration began to morph, transforming into a fully dimensional, ethereal door that hovered in the air before them. The phantom-like door then swung open, unveiling a misty corridor that appeared to lead deep into some subterranean chamber. Duncan was momentarily spellbound. This is why they're considered the most culturally advanced faction on the planet, he mused. The visual spectacle before him, conjured by a representative of the esteemed Academy of Truths, was far more extravagant than any of Vanna's teleportation abilities. His next thought was one of audacious curiosity. What would happen if he reached out and grabbed the levitating page during its magical transformation? The notion twirled in his mind for a mere second before he caught Lucretia's eye. Her glance was subtle but unmistakably cautionary. With a wry smile, she whispered, "Papa, don't mess with it." "Be cautious," Lucretia, known to some as Miss Witch, murmured so softly that her warning was barely more than a whisper. Taking the subtle hint, Duncan dismissed the daring impulse that had momentarily captured his imagination. He turned his attention back to the scene unfolding before him. Following Ted Lur's lead, the group, comprised of Duncan, Lucretia, and the visibly excited young women Shirley and Nina, stepped through the ethereal, floating doorway. A fleeting wave of disorientation washed over them. Their senses seemed to momentarily detach from their surroundings. When their perception cleared and stabilized, they found themselves standing in the subterranean vault that Ted Lur had described, the underground archives of the central area. Duncan surveyed the corridor they had landed in. It was a long, solemn hallway, dimly lit by gas lamps that cast eerie shadows on the walls. The walls themselves were impressive, adorned with ornate stone panels that bore a variety of holy symbols, iconic representations, and sacred scriptures dedicated to the god of wisdom, Laham. Periodically, the hallway was interrupted by heavy emergency isolation gates, behind which lay securely sealed rooms. "This is our containment sector," Ted Lur began, noting the curious expressions on Shirley and Nina's faces. "It's designed to house temporary items, objects or anomalies that have been deemed suspicious, but of medium to low threat level. It's also where we keep contaminated artifacts that cannot be immediately neutralized or destroyed. These rooms are organized by the level of danger posed by their contents, as well as the specific containment requirements needed to hold them. I would strongly advise against getting too close to these doors. What's inside them is not generally amicable." To accentuate his warning, a series of uncanny noises started to filter into the hallway from behind the sealed doors. The sounds were disconcerting: a metallic scrape of chains, the unsettling murmur of what sounded like a sleep talker, the repellent squelching of some liquid substance, and the ominous patter of footsteps as if something within was readying to burst out at any moment. The young women, Shirley and Nina, instinctively pulled back, their faces losing their earlier curiosity to adopt a more serious, even tense, demeanor. Duncan's eyes scanned the room numbers and safety measures attached to each door. He seemed to be mentally noting each detail, maybe even assessing the level of potential threat or interest behind them. Then, almost as if responding to an unspoken command, the unsettling sounds from the various rooms abruptly ceased. The entire hallway was swallowed in silence. "Now that's better. They've decided to be well-behaved," Duncan remarked, nodding in quiet approval. Chapter 555, 555, It's Alive. Nestled deep beneath the most prestigious university in the city-state of Wind Harbor, the underground archive had been enveloped in an uncanny, almost reverential silence. The subterranean vault was more than just a repository of knowledge. It was a sanctuary imbued with a mystical essence that set it apart from mundane places. Unlike other city-states governed by religious institutions like the Storm Church or the Death Church, this archive in Wind Harbor had a singularly supernatural importance. Only objects and beings deemed as sealed artifacts were permitted to be stored here. These were not ordinary artifacts. They were anomalies and contamination vectors ranked among the top 100 in terms of their potential danger or mysterious capabilities. It was a place reserved for entities like Alice that displayed some kind of lifelike characteristics. These entities, whether anomalies or contamination vectors, shared an unnerving commonality. They exhibited signs of life. Some demonstrated inexplicable cognitive functions, potentially capable of communicating with humans or showing tendencies to move and escape. No matter the extent of their lifelike attributes, each displayed at least a rudimentary instinct to seek pleasure and avoid harm, much like Alice, who had complied instinctively when she first encountered Duncan despite having no prior knowledge of him. In simpler terms, these entities were somewhat sentient, just enough to fear death but not fully understand it. Duncan found this level of sentience to be somewhat convenient, as it often made his work easier. As they stood in the corridor, Lucretia looked around with a palpable sense of awe. Meanwhile, Nina and Shirley momentarily widened their eyes in surprise, then inexplicably lifted their faces with an air of smug satisfaction, though it was unclear why they felt so self-satisfied at that moment. Ted Lur, known as the Truth Keeper, paused and turned to Duncan, his eyes filled with a complex set of emotions. They were not fearful, as most people's would be when meeting Duncan, but neither did they betray any signs of alertness or hostility. After pondering for several seconds, he finally spoke. "You should visit this place more often while you're in Wind Harbor." Taken aback, Duncan responded, "That's unusual. In other city-states, as soon as I make contact, they'd prefer I keep my distance. Places of such significance would immediately be fortified. Why are you encouraging me to visit?" Pointing to the now eerily quiet corridor, Ted simply said, "With you here, I can finally take a break." Though puzzled, Duncan noticed that Ted seemed unfazed by the reactions of others to his comment. Ted casually dropped this piece of information and continued to walk deeper into the hallowed halls of the archive. The group followed, but Duncan purposefully lagged a few steps behind. He pulled Lucretia aside and whispered, "I don't remember much about this Truth Keeper. Has he always carried this aura of bearing a lifetime of grievances?" Speaking softly, Lucretia replied, "Lord Ted has recently been tasked with overseeing the graduating class here at the university." Duncan couldn't hide his surprise when he heard Lucretia's explanation. "Wait, the leader of the city-state's guardians also has teaching responsibilities. I don't recall Vanna having any such additional duties when she served as an inquisitor." Lucretia took a moment to elucidate. "The divine power within our realm is intimately connected to the actions and beliefs of its devotees. For the followers of Laham, the pursuit and dissemination of knowledge are sacred activities. That's why the entire ecclesiastical structure here is built around an academy. The higher-ranking priests are obliged to serve as instructors, guiding students in their academic and spiritual journey. The more senior the cleric, the more demanding and complex their teaching obligations become. As the Truth Keeper, Ted Lur has the burdensome task of overseeing the graduating class, which is the most challenging group to manage." Duncan was momentarily silent, pondering Lucretia's words. A strange, unidentifiable emotion began to surge within him. He couldn't resist looking up to catch a glimpse of Ted Lur, who was walking a few steps ahead of him. Sensing Duncan's gaze, Ted Lur turned back. A moment of confusion crossed his features. Why was Captain Duncan, who had suffered memory loss due to some subspace incident and had been interacting with him as though they were complete strangers, now looking at him with eyes filled with a mysterious blend of understanding, nostalgia, and even sympathy? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ted Lur dismissed the oddity and stopped before a door at the end of the corridor. "Here we are, Containment Room 24, he said, gesturing at the door in front of them. The door was an imposing construct, intricately engraved with an array of sacred runes. It seemed to be made from a dark, nearly opaque steel, inlaid with glimmering streaks of silvery white metal. Shirley peered at the door and felt an inexplicable pull, as though her consciousness was being sucked into a dark void framed by shimmering flecks. Alarmed, she quickly looked away. Nina, meanwhile, surveyed the corridor they had just traversed and took stock of the area surrounding Containment Room 24. Her brow furrowed in puzzlement. It's strange that there aren't any guards here. Shouldn't a place of this importance and potential danger be heavily guarded? Ted Lur glanced at her as he casually responded. Guards are indeed posted at key strategic locations throughout the archive. However, it's often safer to minimize human presence near the individual containment rooms. You see, some of the anomalies stored here have the unnerving ability to psychologically parasitize humans and jump from mind to mind. Keeping a large number of guards in close proximity would actually increase the risk of these entities finding a way to break containment. Sealing methods for most anomalies and contaminants are often far more sophisticated than simply stationing a bunch of guards around them, Lucretia elaborated. In some cases, a single carefully placed enchanted stone or a light dusting of a particular metallic powder on the ground can effectively contain certain anomalies for extended periods. Adding extra human presence could inadvertently create a vulnerability, especially with entities that possess intangible or formless abilities. That's why the core areas of many containment facilities, like this one, are minimally staffed. Many of the containment procedures are self-activating and function perfectly well without human intervention. Ted Lur nodded approvingly at Lucretia's explanation. Exactly. The guards positioned outside these core areas serve less to contain the entities inside than to ward off external threats. Their main job is to prevent unauthorized access that could disrupt the delicate balance of the containment procedures. He then gently placed his hand on the door to the sample containment room. Following a soft, almost imperceptible clicking noise that seemed to come from nowhere in particular, the door swung open. However, the entity we're dealing with today is an outlier, even by our standards. I'm not entirely sure if it belongs in the sample containment room or should be stored elsewhere. As the door creaked open, they were greeted by a room that, although not especially large, was intensely lit. The walls and floors were emblazoned with an elaborate lattice of sacred symbols. The room was devoid of conventional furniture, but it had an unusual number of oil lamps filled with specially formulated oils, as well as gas lamps mounted on the walls. These multiple light sources seemed designed to fill the room with an even, unyielding illumination. The centerpiece was a square platform upon which a mysterious sample was displayed. Positioned next to the platform was a member of the clergy, draped in scholarly robes and donning an enigmatic dark mask. Their hands were shackled tightly, a clear sign that this individual was not a conventional guard, but rather part of the containment protocol. Upon Ted Lur and the group's entrance, the masked individual glanced up, locking eyes with Ted and nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Has there been any change in the sample's activity?" Ted inquired immediately. The shackled guard shook its head, maintaining their silence. "Any evidence to suggest that your shackles have been tampered with?" Ted pressed further. The guard lifted their shackled hands, displaying them openly to Ted before shaking their head once again. Satisfied, Ted Lur nodded back. "Very well, you've done your duty admirably. You may take your leave and rest now. But remember," Ted's tone grew stern, "before you go, make sure to personally replace the shackles onto the hands of the statue. Under no circumstances are you to switch places with the statue, nor should you respond to any vocalizations it may emit, even if they sound like cries for help." The shackled guard nodded solemnly, silently exiting the room without uttering a single word, thereby underscoring the weightiness of their responsibility and the gravity of the situation. "After the shackled guard has departed, I can elaborate further," Ted Lur began, addressing Duncan and the rest of the group with a more open demeanor. "The shackles that the guard was wearing are actually a component of Anomaly 87, often referred to as the statue. There's a specialized ritual protocol that allows us to temporarily borrow these shackles. Whoever wears them has to remain silent and gains the ability to restrain a designated entity within their field of vision. This technique is particularly useful when we're dealing with newly discovered objects whose properties are uncertain, yet potentially dangerous. Such as, perhaps, an unexplained intruder from another reality that decided to make an appearance in a local marketplace," Lucretia interjected, her eyes drifting to the mysterious substance displayed on the platform in the center of the room. This substance seemed to be a lump of what looked like metal, solidified yet eerily smooth, almost as if it had skin. It gave the unsettling impression that it had once been a fluid or perhaps gelatinous entity that had abruptly frozen into its current form. Protruding from its slick metallic surface were angular, horn-like growths. They appeared as if something, some entity or force, was trying to break out from within this puzzling mass. The angular protrusions actually began to manifest shortly after the sample was introduced to this containment room, Ted Lur went on to explain. Within mere minutes of its arrival, the sample exhibited highly erratic behavior. Its surface topology underwent a rapid transformation. We even contemplated relocating it to a more secure, higher-tier containment facility out of concern that it might compromise the integrity of this room's seals. However, just as suddenly, its activity levels plummeted, stabilizing to the point where it's now almost indistinguishable from an inert lump of metal. Duncan zeroed in on a particular word in Ted's explanation. Almost. Yes, almost, because it's not entirely inert, Ted Lur confirmed, nodding thoughtfully. Deep within the core of this lump of matter, we've detected a faint but sustained signal of some form of activity. While the outer shell has hardened into this state, something at its very core remains active. In fact, you can hear it yourself. As he spoke, Ted Lur reached for a hefty, magical tome he'd been carrying. Flipping it open to a designated page, he lightly tapped a specific inscription. Materializing from the thin air above the page was an object resembling a stethoscope. Ted picked up the conjured instrument and hung it around his neck. With the caution one might expect of a person handling high explosives, he then placed the end of the stethoscope delicately upon the lump's surface. In the ensuing moment, a rhythmic, palpable sound filled the room, echoing off the walls and reverberating in the chests of all who were present. Thump, thump, thump. There's a heartbeat, Ted Lur announced solemnly, looking up to meet the eyes of everyone in the room. Inside this mysterious lump of metal beats a heart that is, against all odds, still very much alive. Chapter 556, First Contact. Before we jump to any conclusions or carry out any potentially damaging experiments on this mysterious material, let's not forget that it has a living heartbeat within it, Ted Lur said, closing the thick book he had been referencing. He carefully tucked away the specialized stethoscope that had extended from the tome's pages. His face, usually worn from long hours and relentless challenges, now displayed an intricate mix of emotions: curiosity, disbelief, and perhaps a tinge of concern. To be completely honest, I have never come across anything as perplexing as this entity, he continued. In my career, I've encountered numerous unexplainable beings that have made their way into our world. However, a metallic mass possessing a heartbeat is extraordinary even by those standards. What's even more remarkable is its silence, its lack of activity. Silence? Lucretia questioned, her brow furrowing at the notion. Exactly, it's remarkably quiet, almost as if it's benign, Ted nodded in affirmation. You can observe for yourself that its outer shell has almost fully solidified. The team that first discovered it noted that it was momentarily active upon its initial arrival in our reality. Yet, it promptly transitioned into this dormant, solid state. Furthermore, it hasn't displayed any of the typical behaviors we associate with living anomalies, like trying to breach containment, harming the guards, or resisting investigative measures. He shook his head slowly, puzzled. In the world of living anomalies, this is highly uncharacteristic. One common feature among such entities is their persistent attempts to escape, which this one clearly lacks. Lucretia paused to absorb Ted's words, and next to her, Nina seemed lost in thought. Noticing Nina's contemplative expression, she suddenly spoke up. It almost seems like it has lost the will to live, doesn't it? That's an intriguing notion, Ted said, looking directly at Nina. However, it's unlikely that this animate hunk of metal would possess such a distinctly human emotional response. My theory leans more towards the idea that it's struggling to adapt to our world. Over time, it might slowly become acclimated and then possibly display more typical behaviors. Breaking the contemplative silence, Duncan focused his attention on Nina and Shirley. Can you both share what happened at the marketplace? Nina, when you reached out to me, you said you and Shirley felt as though someone, or something, was watching you. Right before you were about to alert a nearby guard, this entity made its appearance. Yes, that's accurate, Nina replied, reliving the unsettling episode in her mind. Both Shirley and I felt an intermittent gaze on us, and we sensed a growing aura inching closer. I'm fairly certain that it was this entity. It only revealed itself and lunged at us when we decided to seek out someone to report our unease to, and then... She let her voice trail off, leaving the room steeped in an atmosphere of mounting questions and unspoken theories. Nina suddenly went silent, her face revealing extreme hesitance. After wrestling with her thoughts for several tense seconds, she finally chose to speak, although her brow was furrowed with uncertainty. There's another aspect that doesn't seem to align with everything we know so far. I can't be certain if it was a trick of my perception or something else, but when I initially caught a glimpse of this entity out of the corner of my eye, for a split second, I thought it was a human being. The room seemed to grow heavier with Nina's words, the atmosphere dense with a newfound tension. Even Ted Lur, who was typically weary and detached, appeared to be jolted to attention, his eyes snapping wide open. Before he could react, Shirley, who was standing closest to Nina, burst out incredulously. "What did you just say? You thought it looked like a person? Why didn't you tell me this before?" "None of this was indicated in the field team's report," Ted Lur interjected, his expression turning notably stern. "Miss Nina, are you absolutely certain about this?" "That's why I was hesitant to say it," Nina responded, her voice tinged with nervousness. "The marketplace was chaotic, buzzing with people scurrying in every direction. I could easily have been mistaken, or perhaps the guards missed this detail. After all, it was just my first impression." Ted Lur shook his head. "That's highly improbable. Our guards are trained to adhere to strict contact process recording standards. Given that many anomalies possess the capability to rapidly alter their appearance or escape cognitive recognition, we mandate that personnel involved in first contact rigorously document the exact moment of initial contact and any subsequent shifts in attention to eliminate the possibility of an observation gap." He paused to elaborate briefly on the standard operating procedures of the Truth Keeper, then continued. "According to the field team's account, the moment this entity entered our realm, at least 2 guards were already monitoring the location where it materialized. Throughout the event, there was continuous observation, thereby ruling out any chance of an observation gap." As Ted Lur concluded his explanation, Duncan, who had been silently listening from the sidelines, finally broke the prevailing silence. "But I believe what Nina is saying makes sense." Ted Lur looked genuinely surprised. "You're suggesting—" "I'm suggesting that, from Nina's point of view, this anomaly momentarily appeared human when it first materialized," Duncan calmly clarified. He then turned to Shirley. "You were with Nina the entire time. Did you observe anything resembling a human form?" Shirley promptly shook her head. "No, I never saw it take on any form that would make me think it was a person." "Could it be that different observers perceive different forms of the same target?" Ted Lur's facial expression transformed into one of both astonishment and deep contemplation. "And for some reason, only Miss Nina witnessed something divergent from everyone else. What could possibly explain that?" An intense curiosity flashed across Ted Lur's face, settling his gaze squarely on Duncan. "Is there something exceptional about Miss Nina?" It was a challenging question for the Truth Keeper, who, without the assistance of any spiritual or extrasensory capabilities, had always seen Nina as an utterly ordinary 17-year-old girl. And yet, the fact that she was even present on Duncan Abnamer's ship indicated that she must possess some extraordinary attribute. "Are you familiar with the Black Sun incident in Planned?" Duncan asked, cutting to the chase. "If so, you'll know that when the Vanished departed the city, they took with them a fragment of the ancient sun. He pointed at Nina, is that fragment." Ignoring the spark of fascination that ignited on Ted Lur's face, Duncan turned his attention back to Nina. "Can you recall what that person you initially saw looked like?" Nina furrowed her brows, delving deep into her memory. After a moment of internal searching, she began, "I got the impression of someone clad in strange, archaic armor, like something you'd read about in history books or see in a museum, like a walking tin can, sort of. And there seemed to be a frayed scarf or maybe a short cape of some sort. My glimpse was so brief, it's hard to pin down specifics." She hesitated briefly before continuing. "The armor looked cumbersome and impenetrable, so I couldn't make out whether the person inside was male or female. But the armor itself felt battle-worn, as though it had survived numerous conflicts." "Ancient warrior armor," Lucretia mumbled, absorbing this new information. Her mind raced, and she quickly interjected, "So how did this ancient warrior metamorphose into a living lump of metal? Did you witness the transformation?" "No," Nina shook her head. "It seemed to happen in a split second. There wasn't any gradual change, at least not that I could notice. I might have blinked or something. I really can't remember with absolute clarity." "Don't worry, the information you've given is already invaluable," Duncan reassured Nina, noticing her slightly disheartened demeanor. He then turned and walked towards the platform where the mysterious sample, now a solid mass of living metal, lay. Standing before it, Duncan adopted a serious expression as he mentally sorted through all the data they had gathered thus far. So upon its initial appearance, it seemed to Nina to be a warrior encased in ancient, battle-scarred armor. Nina had also described feeling watched and even pursued multiple times, suggesting that this enigmatic entity might have specifically targeted her, or perhaps the fragment of the ancient sun she carried within her. The university marketplace had been a hive of activity, swarming with people engaged in their own world, seemingly oblivious to the sense of surveillance that Nina had felt. This led Duncan to consider 2 possibilities. Either the entity possessed some ability to interfere with human cognition, thereby going unnoticed, or it had infiltrated from a different, possibly metaphysical plane of existence, perhaps something akin to the spirit world, into their reality. Duncan slowly stretched out his hand to make contact with the mysterious mass of solidified metal. The sensation was chillingly hard, almost like touching a block of ice, and it seemed to resonate through his fingertips up his arm into the depths of his being. He sensed a heartbeat, a slow, rhythmic pulsing from deep within the entity. It was an enigma, its form of life utterly foreign to human understanding. He felt as though this entity had a purpose, an intent that got lost or confused in its final stages of execution. When it revealed itself, making its presence known to Nina and Shirley, it likely had no intention of becoming this immobile, solidified form. As Duncan interacted with the mass, Ted Lure observed him with a mixture of curiosity and nervous anticipation. His eyes involuntarily darted to Lucretia, the witch standing off to the side. With a subtle shake of her head, she signaled him not to interfere. Green sparks materialized at Duncan's fingertips. Gingerly, he manipulated this fragile flame, exceedingly careful not to trigger any unexpected reactions within the enigmatic entity before him. He let the flame delve deep into the mass, attempting to connect with its life force, its heartbeat, and if possible, its thoughts or intent. The return signal, however, was clouded in an immense sense of emptiness and confusion. No discernible information emerged from the depths of this metallic life form. Still, Duncan felt that within that emptiness and foggy awareness, there was something elusive, something profound he couldn't grasp, not because it wasn't there, but because he simply lacked the capability to understand it at this moment. Unconsciously, a question formed in his mind, a silent query directed toward the enigmatic being. "Who are you?" he pondered. "Where did you come from?" After what seemed an endless moment of vacuum-like emptiness, a tiny disturbance materialized in the feedback he was receiving through the flame, a minor but perceptible ripple in the vast sea of nothingness. And then Duncan sensed a voice, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say a thought, emerging within the labyrinth of his own mind. "We are marching towards the apocalypse." Chapter 557, Trekking Towards the Apocalypse. The ranger from the Evergreen Mountains had a habit of saying, "marching towards the apocalypse," almost like a personal mantra. Each day, as he set up camp before the sun dipped below the horizon, he would look out at the sky, taking in the intense red hue that filled it. To him, this fiery sight was quite the romantic notion. He viewed it as a symbol of unparalleled bravery and the utmost love one could feel, all against the backdrop of an ending world. Unfortunately, bravery and love couldn't stop the inevitable hand of death. The ranger met his demise just a kilometer away from an important crossroad. An arrow, ironically his weapon of expertise, had found its way into his chest, ending his life in an abrupt and cruel manner. Necromancer and the party acted swiftly to eliminate the attackers, who turned out to be a pair of rotting corpses that had been lying in wait along their path. These undead creatures sprang a devious ambush on the group. Their lack of breath and heartbeat made it impossible for the ranger, despite his keen senses, to detect them. Moreover, a convenient gust of wind had masked their rotting smell. This attack was yet another heartbreaking event in a journey that had already been fraught with difficult goodbyes. An armored warrior found his way to the edge of the camp and took a seat on a gnarled tree stump. He looked up at the sky, his gaze fixed on a particularly ominous, deep-red streak that stretched across it. This streak seemed to throb as if it were a vein filled with flowing blood. It was as though it contained countless malevolent spirits, all of them observing the crumbling world with a cold indifference. The necromancer joined him, sitting down next to the warrior. Together, they quietly stared at the unsettling streak in the sky. After a long period of silence, the warrior, his voice slightly muffled by his helmet, finally broke the quiet. "Those two attackers earlier today." "They were the hunter siblings, the first among us to die," the necromancer responded. His voice, emerging from beneath his dark hood, was tinged with an emotionless melancholy. "They had been following us. The dead don't require rest, which made them faster than us. We gave them a proper burial just outside the gates of the kingdom. You even performed a ritual to calm their souls. Why would they come back to life after you'd gone through those measures?" "The world is not what it used to be," the necromancer replied in a matter-of-fact tone, devoid of emotion but filled with a chilling sorrow. "Notice how that red streak in the sky has doubled in size since the prophet first warned us. It's a growing wound in the fabric of our world. Both the ground below and the sky above are deteriorating at an alarming rate due to its influence. The line between life and death has become blurred, and it's not as I once understood it to be." The necromancer's manner of speaking wasn't to everyone's taste. If the shield-bearing knight were still with them, He would undoubtedly have launched into an uplifting speech filled with advice and encouragement by this point. The warrior turned his gaze back to the camp. By the flickering light of the campfire sat the lone figure of the paladin, clad in his armor, seeming to embody stoic determination. Hidden in the shadows cast by the dancing flames, the petite and fragile form of the pyromancer could also be seen. The camp was now depressingly empty. It had once been filled with more members. Among the missing was the shield-bearing knight, who had frequently butted heads with the necromancer and was always eager to dispense advice, whether it was solicited or not. He had met his end on the desolate plains surrounding Sandstone Castle, his death shrouded in inexplicable circumstances. The necromancer, visibly ill at ease amidst the haunting silence, spoke up. "Others may catch up to us," he muttered. Pausing for a beat, he clumsily pivoted the conversation. "If it happens, they'll most likely be members from our original group." "Because of the hunter siblings from today?" the warrior inquired. "Yes, and also because they still remember their mission to march towards the apocalypse, even though they've forgotten us," the necromancer whispered, his voice tinged with regret. "We didn't give their bodies the necessary treatment before the reach of that red light in the sky expanded." Curiosity piqued, the warrior asked, "What exactly does properly dealing with them entail?" The necromancer spoke without hesitation. "Burning their bodies with soulfire until completely consumed, then crushing all the larger bones into fragments. If possible, submerge their skulls in acid and then bury them deep underground." "Understood," the warrior solemnly replied. The next day, the group found the necromancer dead, lying at the outskirts of their camp. His heart had been eerily extracted from his chest by some dark, unknown force, leaving a gaping hole. What was most unsettling was the slight, peculiar smile etched on his face in death, as if he were finally relieved to be free from the weight of their apocalyptic mission. The remaining members, warrior, paladin, and pyromancer, conducted a makeshift funeral for their fallen companion. They incinerated his body with sulfur, meticulously smashed any remaining bone fragments, and submerged pieces of his skull in a clay jar filled with acid before burying it deep within the ground of their campsite. Now only 3 were left. As the dark plumes of smoke spiraled up from the cremated remains, the warrior once more found his eyes drawn to the ominous red streak scarring the horizon, as if bisecting the world. The pyromancer, a slender woman named Groshka with fiery red hair, came to stand beside him. After a period of heavy silence, she voiced the question that had been hanging ominously in the air, but which no one had dared to ask. "Shall we continue?" The warrior looked at her, remembering how she had appeared at the start of their quest, radiant, confident, and a little arrogant. Deemed the chosen one by the kingdom's prophet, she had more faith in her own supposed destiny and powers than anyone else. Yet here she was, asking this soul-searching question. "Of course, we shall continue," the warrior finally said, his voice muffled but resolute behind his heavy faceplate. "We have a kingdom to save and an apocalypse to avert." "Is it really possible to stop the apocalypse by walking straight towards it?" asked Groshka, the red-haired pyromancer. Her emerald eyes looked intently at the warrior. "Is there actually a malevolent force at the end of that crimson streak in the sky, just waiting for us to vanquish it? Will defeating that enemy solve all of this chaos, just as the prophet promised?" "The prophet has never been wrong before," the warrior retorted, his voice resolute, though muffled by the layers of his steel faceplate. After a momentary standoff, Groshka nodded, her lips forming a thin line. "I understand." Just 3 days later, in an unnamed forest that stretched alongside a meandering river, tragedy struck. Groshka collapsed to the ground in a small clearing, her eyes wide in horror. There were no enemies lying in ambush, no traps set by malevolent forces. Instead, she was consumed by her own magic. An uncontrollable burst of magical energy erupted from within her, searing and incinerating her almost instantaneously, as though a swarm of angry spirits had torn her apart. Her scream was a brief and gut-wrenching echo in the forest. The agony seemed to last only an instant. The silver lining, if one could call it that, was that the wildfire of her own making consumed her so completely that no additional rites were necessary to dispose of her remains. Not a fragment of bone larger than a fingernail could be found amid the fine ash. Now only 2 remained, the ever-silent paladin, whose taciturn nature had intensified with each passing day, and the warrior himself, perpetually encased in his imposing armor. As they ventured further into the increasingly bizarre landscape, they moved in an unerring straight line, their path determined by the apocalyptic crimson streak that still marred the sky. How long would this haunting journey last? Where exactly was it leading? What, if anything, was lying in wait at the journey's end, lurking for those who were marching toward their possibly grim destiny? Each day, the warrior noticed the world becoming increasingly surreal beneath the red glow. The timing of sunrise and sunset had begun to drift erratically. The sun, which used to set dutifully in the west, had now deviated, inching towards the north. The sky itself seemed to change its hue, gradually shifting from its natural blue to a disturbing shade of purple-red. Occasionally, within the deep recesses of the clouds, strange forms and twinkling lights would appear as if otherworldly entities were moving within them. The distant mountain ranges seemed to be distorting in shape. What were once vertical cliffs now resembled warped wooden boards as though melting or crumbling away. The very horizon seemed to be shifting upwards, as if the ground itself was undergoing some form of slow, inexorable upheaval. Or perhaps it was the eyes of the observer that were changing. Along with these visible abnormalities were invisible shifts, the flow of magical energy that once maintained a subtle equilibrium between the heavens and the world now surged like a torrential river. Wizards of old would lament the lack of arcane energy in the air outside the realms of civilization, but now the very atmosphere seemed supercharged. The morning winds appeared to be saturated with volatile magical forces. These energies interacted with their metal armors, generating subtle glows and electrical discharges. Once accumulated to a certain threshold, the energy would discharge with an audible pop. As they moved forward, the world around them seemed increasingly alien, driven by a sky that had deepened from a mere red streak to an abyss of ominous colors. Yet the warrior and the paladin continued their trek, their destination unknown, their mission unfaltering, each step accompanied by a world that seemed less and less like the one they once knew. The warrior felt a growing sense that the many unsettling changes in the world around them might signify that the end of their journey was drawing near. They were edging closer to the spot where that haunting red light met the ground. Even though it looked like a far-off destination, the notion of hope felt tantalizingly close. Yet just before they crossed an unnamed river that lay in their path, the paladin suddenly halted. The towering woman, who had been a wellspring of silent strength throughout their quest, took off her helmet. For the first time in what felt like ages, she spoke. "This is where it ends." "Why?" the warrior asked, locking eyes with the last companion he had in this forsaken quest. "Aren't you surprised?" she questioned. "I just want to know why," the warrior retorted, his voice betraying no emotion but carrying an unyielding determination. The paladin sighed and reached into her tunic. She pulled out a fragmented red gemstone and gently placed it on the grass beside her. "The kingdom has been annihilated," she began somberly. Columns of fire and rivers of magma erupted from the world's core, enveloping and decimating the entire kingdom in a mere hour. The prophet's spirit clung on until the very end, confirming our worst fears. The warrior met her gaze but said nothing, silently absorbing the gravity of what he had just heard. "Our journey has no meaning. It was pointless from the very beginning," she continued, her voice tinged with a sorrowful resignation. "So the prophet lied to us?" the warrior said, almost whispering. "No, the prophet lied to those who stayed back in the kingdom," she corrected him softly. "He needed the people to believe that the kingdom had dispatched its most elite warriors to tackle this catastrophe. Just like a century ago when we imprisoned the resurrected Ellipsis, or 7 centuries back when we vanquished the frost giants. He needed them to believe that heroes would save the world again. If not one, then a legion." "Prophets don't make mistakes," the warrior muttered. "Exactly," she said, nodding. "He knew how the apocalypse would unfold. That's why he was the first to understand the inevitability of it all." She patted the ground next to her. "Sit, we've come a long way." The warrior stood immobile, making no move to join her. Unfazed, the paladin spoke more openly than she had ever done throughout their journey. "You, and several others among us, began suspecting the truth midway through this quest. Groshka, the pyromancer, she might have been the only one who truly believed in the destiny laid out for her. Right, until the moment her life was consumed by her own flames. It might have been kinder if she had never discovered the truth," the paladin remarked, shaking her head slightly. Just then, she watched in amazement as the warrior took a determined step forward. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I am going to continue," he declared. "Why?" she questioned. "Aren't you curious? After realizing this entire mission might be futile, don't you wonder why I still proceed?" The warrior's voice was imbued with an urgency, a fervor that had been absent before. It was as if by marching forward, even when faced with the knowledge of the expedition's meaninglessness, he was seeking to affirm something essential, not necessarily for the world or for the prophecy, but for himself. There was a defiance in his step, a tenacity that could not be shattered, not by the collapse of a kingdom, not by the end of the world, and certainly not by a discredited prophecy. There they stood, on opposite banks of a nameless river, each contemplating the roads not taken, their gazes reflecting the changing, enigmatic hues of the world around them. The paladin was ready to call an end to her journey, while the warrior was prepared to plunge even further into the abyss. Each was guided by their own unique interpretation of what it meant to be a hero, what it meant to have a destiny, and what it meant to navigate through the perplexing maze of prophecies and truths. The paladin observed him intently, choosing to remain silent. "I want to at least grasp what that," the warrior gestured toward the eerie deep red streak in the evening sky, his voice tinged with a subdued urgency, "actually is. Our kingdom has been laid to waste, and perhaps the entire civilized world has been consumed as well. But I need to know what force is causing both the sky and the earth to wither and die." The paladin studied her last surviving comrade for a moment that felt like an eternity before letting out a deep, weary sigh. "You can't reach it," she finally said. "What do you mean?" the warrior questioned, turning his head to look at her. "That red light isn't touching the ground. It's not anchored to this world," she explained. For the first time, the warrior's face betrayed an expression of genuine surprise, visible even under his faceplate. In the hour after the prophet's spirit left this earthly plane, he had an elevated view of everything. He realized that our world is spherical, floating in an infinite void. That red light, it dwarfs even the earth beneath our feet. It's much more distant, and it's not merely destroying the land. It's tearing apart the very fabric of existence itself. As she spoke, she picked up the fragmented red gemstone she had laid on the grass earlier. "He told me that the ancient astrologers were correct. The stars, the planets, they're all celestial bodies floating in boundless space. What remains a mystery is why that red light always appears to us from a specific direction. Even though our planet spins and orbits just like any other celestial body, that red light seems almost etched into our sky, arcing from east to west, as if landing somewhere on this world." She paused, a note of wistfulness entering her voice. That was the prophet's final enigma, and perhaps it will be the last mystery this world will ever know. The warrior felt as if he had been rooted to the spot. A sudden, overwhelming sense of dread unfurled within him. And so it was, long ago and far away, beneath the dying embers of a once tranquil dusk, that a man came to understand the true nature of the world he stood upon, right on the brink of apocalypse. The paladin's voice softened, contrasting sharply with her usual stoic and cold demeanor. For the first time, she displayed tenderness. "Rest your feet," she said gently. "It's all over." "It's all over? What does one do when everything is at an end?" Pausing for a moment, the warrior finally unfastened the longsword from his belt. He had intended to wield this blade to vanquish the looming enemy at the place where that ominous red light touched down, just like the great heroes of yore. But now he realized this sword was far too short. It would never reach the celestial bodies, let alone alter the course of destiny itself. The evening sky was increasingly consumed by that ever-deepening shade of red, almost as if the universe itself was acknowledging their grim realization. They stood there, engulfed by their newfound awareness of their own limitations, contemplating questions that perhaps neither they nor even the cosmos could answer. His hand tightened around the hilt of his suddenly inconsequential sword. For a fleeting moment, these two courageous souls stood bathed in the unsettling luminescence of the fading sky, each lost in their own reverie about the unfathomable expanse that confronted them, pondering the complexities of what might have been, what should have been, and what simply was. Caught off guard by fate, he and his once thriving civilization had been left utterly unprepared. The abrupt snuffing out of their metaphorical lights had left them oblivious to the tectonic shifts that were reshaping their reality. With an air of solemnity, the warrior raised his finely crafted blade high above his head. It was a weapon forged from the most exquisite materials and honed by the most skilled craftsmen his kingdom could muster. Gathering every last reserve of strength from his weary body, he hurled the sword skyward with an anguished cry. In that ephemeral moment, as the sword parted ways with his grasp, he thought he heard a voice wafting on the gentle evening breeze. It was a voice so faint and so distant that he couldn't be certain whether it was real or a figment of his imagination. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" The warrior had no clue as to the origin of the mysterious voice, or even if it had genuinely existed. Yet, in that brief, immeasurable instant, a phrase echoed in his mind, a phrase once whispered to him by a long-lost companion on a road now relegated to history. "We are marching towards the apocalypse." The sword spiraled upwards, its polished blade reflecting the last glimmers of the day's light as it appeared to defy the very heavens. It was a futile, perhaps even foolish gesture, a final act of desperation by a man feeling increasingly dwarfed and cornered by the ungraspable enormity of the universe. Yet it was all he had left to give. Finally, the shining steel was swallowed by the encroaching crimson sky, a last gasp of human defiance amid overwhelming vulnerability. His hand now empty, the warrior felt, for the first time, a strange sense of clarity wash over him. It was as if the very act of relinquishing his sword had also freed him from the weight of his own fears, anxieties, and unanswered questions. He turned to look at the paladin beside him. They were relics of a world slipping away, but in this transient moment they discovered a mutual understanding. Their swords could never reach the limits of the universe. Their journey was destined to conclude here. And yet they faced the unfathomable abyss ahead with a newfound wisdom and a humbling recognition of their own limitations. Standing amid the inexorably expanding curtain of red twilight, they were the last echoes of a perishing civilization, contemplating a future that they would never be part of. Yet, in that very instant, amidst the relentless uncertainty and the towering, impenetrable enigmas that faced them, they stumbled upon something that felt strangely akin to peace. The mysterious voice, whether real or conjured, had posed questions that maybe had no answers. But for the warrior, and perhaps for the paladin as well, it was the asking of these questions that mattered most. Who are you? Where do you come from? And perhaps the most poignant question, left unspoken but hanging palpably in the air, as vivid as the deepening red sky above them. Where are you going? They were marching towards an end, yes, but at least they were doing so with a togetherness that in itself became a kind of answer. Chapter 558, 558, All That They Left Behind. In that climactic instant, a piercing burst of cold, luminescent light surged forth from an abyss of immeasurable darkness and turmoil. This radiant flash threatened to overpower and extinguish the small, flickering flame Duncan had carefully introduced into the mysterious object they were all referring to as the sample. Duncan was temporarily lost in a brief trance, his senses muffled. From the periphery of his awareness, he heard Shirley, who was standing beside him, let out a warning cry. "Watch out!" Jarred back to his senses, Duncan's instincts kicked in and he took a hasty half-step backwards. Mere fractions of a second later, the glinting tip of a silver sword manifested before his eyes, as if emerging from the very air. Miraculously, the sword tip halted just about 10 centimeters from his nose, but it didn't stop there. It continued to extend forward, but at an excruciatingly slow pace. "Aggressive behavior," shouted Ted Lur, who had been zealously monitoring the sample's every nuance. Mumbling an incantation, Ted Lur hastily opened a large, arcane tome he had been clutching. From its aged pages, a misty, radiant light burst forth, swiftly covering the surface of the mysterious sample. This light began to harden and layer upon itself, creating a fortified shield of magical barriers around the object. Simultaneously, Duncan pulled back the small flame he had earlier infused into the sample. His thoughts snapped back into focus, and his eyes returned to the sample resting on its specialized containment platform. What had once been a lump of unresponsive, grayish metallic substance now started to change form. A portion of its seemingly inert shell began to protrude and reshape itself, taking on the appearance of a sharply pointed sword. However, the sword-like formation didn't cause any harm. It extended partway before slowing down as if constrained by some colossal, unseen force. Instead of explosively bursting out, it felt as though the sword was being painstakingly extruded from the sample's core. Seemingly out of nowhere, Lucretia produced a small device known as a conducting rod, and briskly took 2 steps toward the anomalous formation. Just as she was ready to exploit Ted Lur's magical containment of the sample, aiming her rod at the emerging sword's midsection in preparation for its destruction, Duncan interjected abruptly. "Wait." Lucretia ceased her half-formed spell and turned to look at her father in bewilderment. Ted Lur, who had been gathering energy for his next mystical intervention, and Nina, who seemed almost eager to jump into action, both halted and looked at Duncan, their faces marked by confusion. Waving them aside, Duncan cautiously maneuvered around the still-growing blade. He reached the sample, which appeared to be made of a form of living metal, and began to scrutinize its outer layer closely. Upon examination, Duncan concluded that the sample was not truly alive or animated in any conventional sense. The only movement was the sword extension that continued its slow emergence. The rest of the sample remained as stagnant and immovable as it had been before. Duncan's mind was a whirling tempest of jumbled, fragmented information. The sensation was like having someone rip apart a lifetime's worth of memories, shuffle them indiscriminately, and then dump the disarrayed pieces back into his consciousness. Laboriously, Duncan began to sift through these chaotic snippets, mentally rearranging them again and again, trying to reconstruct them into a coherent stream of useful knowledge. Within this maelstrom of his mind, he glimpsed a variety of vivid scenes, a haunting hue of deep red, streaks of scars scarring the heavens, heroes walking away into the distance, fallen friends lying in fields of battle, a reality that gradually warped and withered away, a journey that seemed aimless and futile. There were also overwhelming emotions, confusion, rage, terror, followed by deathly stillness and eerie calm. Amidst this disarray, bizarre and unsettling images floated up, haunting his psyche. Duncan considered the notion that if an average individual were subjected to even a sliver of these disjointed thoughts and memories, they'd likely be irrevocably tainted by the perilous knowledge hidden within the fragments. However, for Duncan, this corrupting knowledge existed as mere shards in the whirlwind of his mind. Through relentless focus and iterative processing, he had started piecing together these disjointed scraps into a more or less coherent narrative. Finally ready, he shifted his gaze to the sword, which had by now almost entirely emerged from the sample of living metal. With a momentary pause as if weighing the consequences, he extended a finger to touch its icy, metallic surface. An immediate sensation of cold, hard metal coursed through his finger, reverberating up his arm. Duncan closed his eyes, absorbing the touch. As he did so, the chaotic fragments of memory swirling in his mind seemed to align ever so slightly, becoming marginally clearer and more understandable. Although far from complete, they provided enough context for him to start making sense of a greater story. When he reopened his eyes, he felt a profound connection to the slender blade before him, the last vestige of a long-forgotten world. He saw the nameless warrior's final, futile swing against the encroaching apocalypse. Gently grasping the blade, he felt a bond resonate between them as he slowly pulled it free. As he did, a burst of flame imbued the sword with newfound power, enabling it to finally sever its connection to the living metal from which it had emerged. The sword was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, its blade swathed in fine linen. The hilt was adorned with a radiant, enigmatic crystal, its purpose unknown. It seemed to have traveled across unimaginable spans of time to arrive in what Duncan thought of as the deep-sea age, preserved in its original, authentic form. The room was hushed, the air thick with astonishment. Every eye, including Ted Lur's, was wide open, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Finally, Lucretia shattered the silence, her voice tinged with awe and curiosity. "Papa, what is this?" Duncan looked down at the nameless, ancient sword in his hands. After a long, contemplative pause, he finally spoke. "This is a weapon that was once intended to be wielded against the apocalypse." "To fight the apocalypse?" Shirley exclaimed, her eyes expanding in disbelief. "With a sword? Are we talking about a legendary artifact of the sort that could split the seas, blessed by the four gods, or something of that nature?" The room awaited Duncan's reply, the air thick with questions only he could begin to answer. Duncan shook his head, dispelling any notions of mythical powers associated with the sword. "It's just a sword, a very well-crafted sword, mind you. While it's incredibly sharp, its capabilities are rooted in the mundane. It was designed to kill larger beasts or human enemies in armed combat. That was the peak of their technological and magical achievements." Lucretia and Ted Lur exchanged puzzled looks, clearly perplexed by the sword's apparent simplicity in light of its dramatic unveiling. Nina, however, seemed to sense there was more to the story. "What did you see?" she pressed. Still in the process of mentally collating the chaotic fragments of ancient memories, Duncan paused to organize his thoughts before speaking. "I saw fragments, bits and pieces of a world that existed a very long time ago." As he attempted to convey what he'd glimpsed, he chose his words carefully. His narration was deliberately slow. The fragmented memories were disjointed and filled with gaps. He himself was still grappling to understand the full scope, struggling to create a cohesive narrative and explain it in terms that his companions could grasp. He decided to take a leap and explain to them the concept of a planet, encouraged by a prior conversation he had had with Alice. However, defining a foreign concept turned out to be an elaborate endeavor. Each new term or idea required the foundation of multiple simpler concepts. These, in turn, demanded yet more basic explanations. To make matters more complicated, many of these principles ran counter to the accepted wisdom of this world. Duncan soon realized that even if he managed to elucidate each and every concept, it was unlikely that anyone could fully grasp, let alone visualize, the complex web of ideas he was presenting. Ted Lur and Lucretia fired off questions one after another, their inquiries only extending the already lengthy discussion. Eventually, Duncan realized that adequately imparting the foundational knowledge he was describing would necessitate months of dedicated instruction. In the end, he resorted to a quicker approach, skimming over certain aspects and using metaphors to fill the conceptual gaps as best as he could. Despite his valiant efforts to simplify and clarify, it was evident that Nina, Lucretia, Ted Lur, and Shirley could only comprehend a fraction of his explanation. However, they at least had a rudimentary understanding of what had transpired in the ancient past. Shirley seemed lost in awe, captivated by the sprawling tale, while Nina continued to ponder the unfamiliar terminology Duncan had introduced. As for the scholars, Lucretia and Ted Lur appeared to be in deep thought, clearly contemplating the broader implications of what had been shared. Ted Lur finally broke the silence, voicing his thoughts. "The apocalypse you mentioned, if the events you've seen are indeed indicative of an apocalyptic scenario, then they must have occurred." "Before the Great Annihilation," Duncan interjected, completing Ted Lur's unspoken thought. He then lifted the sword, eyeing it thoughtfully. "Historians have long been stymied by a sort of black wall, a barrier preventing us from looking too deeply into the past. Today, that wall has cracked. This sword may be the first artifact that we can definitively say comes from an era before the Great Annihilation, a tangible link to what I call the Deep-Sea Age." The room fell silent again, as each person absorbed the magnitude of Duncan's words and what they meant for their understanding of history and their world. "Monumental moment in history has just unfolded before us," Ted Lur uttered, his face a complex tapestry of emotions. Faced with revelations that had the potential to upend the academic world, he felt his mind swimming in a sea of conflicting thoughts. Decades of meticulously constructed knowledge were now crashing against the newly introduced concepts, challenging his very understanding of the nature of reality. Instinctively, he silently prayed to Laham, the deity he followed, seeking mental strength and deployed psychological coping mechanisms to safeguard his sanity from being shattered. After several moments of introspective silence, Lucretia looked up, her eyes meeting Duncan's. "You spoke of many foreign concepts. Are those the difficult topics you've been hesitating to discuss with me?" "They are just the tip of the iceberg," Duncan replied softly. "I should have shared them with you sooner." Rather than pressing him for answers or questioning why he had chosen this moment to open up, Lucretia simply shook her head in understanding. She knew her father had his reasons and would divulge them when he was ready. What intrigued her now was the source of her father's supernatural knowledge. Could it have originated from what was known as subspace? Meanwhile, having given the matter some serious thought, Ted Lur pinpointed a critical inconsistency. "From what you claim to have seen, under the effects of this red light, you suggest that their world was consumed by lava, shattered, and all life was extinguished. How then did our current deep-sea age come into existence?" He lifted his hand and made a slicing gesture through the air, simulating the concept of a geological fault or division in time. "There seems to be a significant disconnect, Captain Duncan. There must have been a transitional phase between the destruction of that world and the onset of our deep-sea age. What you've witnessed doesn't align with any known race, geography, or myth in our present era." "Absolutely it doesn't align," Duncan nodded thoughtfully. His gaze shifted to the sample displayed on the platform before them. After a lengthy pause, he finally voiced a speculation that had been gnawing at him. "Perhaps not much of that world was passed down, unlike in our world of humans, elves, and various other races. What we see here, this sword, may be one of the few remnants of that lost world." "That world?" Ted Lur and Lucretia looked at each other, eyes widening in a mutual moment of understanding. They both realized they were finally grasping Duncan's enigmatic observations. In Duncan's mind, an image of what he considered the moon from his homeland resurfaced. Accompanying this mental picture was a sentence Alice had once playfully uttered to him. "Captain, is this all some sort of riddle?" Duncan's facial muscles twitched ever so subtly, his expression slowly morphing into a smile, an enigmatic smile that neither Nina nor Lucretia could fathom. "Yes, it truly is a riddle," he whispered so quietly that only he could hear. Chapter 559, The Homeless. For as long as they can remember, scholars in this world have speculated about the origins of the current deep-sea era and the world that existed before the cataclysmic event known as the Great Annihilation. They sought to unravel the historical inconsistencies, discontinuities in artifacts, and contradictions in traditions observed across the various city-states scattered throughout the boundless sea. This was what any civilization did when confronted with its own complex history. Where there was history, there would be those who dedicated themselves to studying it. Where people engaged in the study of history, efforts would be made to reconcile its many contradictions. Speculations were plentiful, and ideas simple enough for even a layperson to conceive had most likely already been considered, elaborated upon, and possibly integrated into comprehensive theoretical models by professional scholars. Scholars have proposed numerous theoretical models to account for the formation of the Deep Sea era, including one by Duncan. Each theory seemed logically sound within its own framework. The overarching problem, however, was that none of these theories had been supported by adequate empirical evidence. The Great Annihilation acted like an impenetrable barrier, preventing any information or artifacts from times preceding it from reaching the present day. Nevertheless, Duncan had come to believe that he had discovered a pivotal piece of evidence that could potentially validate one of these theories, a fragment of another world, distant and alien, which had survived its own apocalyptic event, along with a memory vividly portraying scenes from that cataclysm. Yet to an individual committed to rigorous examination, this solitary piece of evidence might still fall short of providing a comprehensive and irrefutable explanation for the current state of the Deep Sea era. The world aggregation theory, Ted Lur murmured softly to himself. I know my mentor has always been an advocate of this theory. He contends that the current Deep Sea era resulted from the convergence and subsequent reconfiguration of multiple worlds that were initially separate from one another. This colossal merging and reshaping could have been triggered by a cataclysmic event affecting multiple worlds simultaneously. In this view, the so-called Great Annihilation isn't a singular occurrence but a series of concurrent catastrophes. This theory could account for the contradictory historical records among various races in the boundless sea, as well as the apparent inconsistencies and gaps in ancient myths and stories. Ted Lur took a brief pause to breathe before continuing. This theory also offers an explanation for why we are unable to find any original state of the world predating the Great Annihilation, or any ancient artifacts that support any given version of historical accounts. That's because any original state would have already been altered through the process of world aggregation. From a chronological standpoint, this current world didn't even exist before the event of the Great Annihilation. He paused once more, collecting his thoughts. At the very moment of the Great Annihilation, the entire boundless sea came into existence. There was no old world before that point that could be fully and accurately described or understood. Only fragments from numerous old worlds, coming together at the time node of the Great Annihilation, served as the raw material. Of all the theories about our origins, the world aggregation theory has the greatest explanatory power, virtually addressing all the questions we are confronted with. At the same time, the world aggregation theory remains one of the most fantastical and elusive theories to prove, Ted Lur continued, his voice imbued with a sense of lament. It essentially challenges the conventional notion that history can be traced back to its roots. Instead, it attributes everything to what's already been lost and irretrievable. As compelling as the theory is, it's supported by only a small community of scholars. My mentor is among that rare group. Finishing his thoughts with a heavy sigh, Ted Lur looked up as Duncan broke the tension. Now we have evidence, Duncan declared. Ted Lur's gaze shifted to the ornate longsword displayed before him. After mulling over it seriously for an extended period, he finally shook his head. A solitary piece of evidence is insufficient. While this artifact may potentially lend credence to the world aggregation theory, it's still not a definitive piece of proof. We would need another fragment, a fragment from a completely different world than the one associated with this sword, to substantiate the theory fully. As he spoke, Ted Lur's voice wavered, torn between his personal hopes and scholarly integrity. Emotionally, he longed to validate a theory that had tantalized him for years. But as a diligent scholar, he felt compelled to maintain a strict objectivity, even when faced with what might be the first authentic piece of evidence supporting the world aggregation theory. Before he could say more, Duncan responded with resounding simplicity. We do have the second piece of evidence. Ted Lur looked stunned for a moment, and even Lucretia, who stood beside him, appeared taken aback. They both erupted simultaneously. You have more evidence. Pausing for a moment to let the revelation sink in, Duncan then turned to lock eyes with Lucretia. It's the moon, he uttered cryptically. Lucretia's eyes widened in realization. You mean to say that stone sphere is actually? It is another fragment, Duncan nodded gently, cutting her off. A fragment from a world entirely distinct from the one this sword hails from. While I cannot fully explain its transformation into the state we see it in now, I am quite convinced that it is. Here Duncan hesitated. It was as if an unseen force had seized him, preventing him from voicing his concluding thought. This force churned within him, manifesting as an intense emotional conflict that clashed with his scholarly rigor. He resisted the instinct to voice this final judgment. Sensing something was amiss, Lucretia turned her eyes towards her father, her expression a blend of concern and curiosity. Finally, the words came to Duncan, completing his earlier thoughts. It is a remnant of that world. When he spoke those words, he felt a wave of liberation wash over him, as if he had just cast off a burdensome weight he had been carrying for ages. In truth, Duncan had long started to formulate a suspicion following his initial encounter with the mysterious object similar to the moon he knew, and the subsequent conversations he'd had with Alice aboard their vessel, the Vanished. He began to think that if the moon had appeared in this world, then it was likely that this world was, in fact, his original homeland, albeit a dramatically altered and mutated version of it. However, this raised a host of perplexing questions. Duncan's original homeland had never known beings like elves or orcs, just as the legends of these races had never mentioned humans. Furthermore, the historical accounts of the numerous city-states within the boundless sea had never used the term Earth. This led Duncan to consider the complex issue of historical fragmentation, which had long puzzled scholars. Could it be that the boundless sea was a conglomeration of multiple worlds, each contributing only a fragment of its history and civilization? To verify this hypothesis, Duncan knew he would need to discover a second fragment from a different world, similar to the moon. What took him completely by surprise was how quickly and directly this second piece of evidence materialized before him. Upon observing Duncan's certainty, Ted Lure and Lucretia exchanged a look of mutual understanding. They realized that Duncan had no motive to deceive them, and his unwavering conviction seemed to substantiate the notion that their current world was a fragmented heap of what was once whole. Lucretia chose not to probe Duncan about how he came to possess his intricate knowledge concerning the moon. She sensed that the answers would inevitably trace back to the mysterious realm of subspace, where Duncan had undergone some sort of transformative experience that endowed him with his new, enigmatic knowledge and abilities. She understood that some secrets were best left undiscovered. Ted Lure, deep in contemplation, had remained silent throughout the discussion. But then, as if alerted by some sixth sense, he quickly opened a large tome he'd been holding. From its pages, he summoned a stethoscope and rushed over to the piece of living metal placed on the central platform of the room. Upon placing the stethoscope against the metallic surface, Ted Lure's face grew intensely serious. The room was filled with the sound of an extraordinarily feeble, languid heartbeat, each pulse sounding fainter and slower than the last. "It's dying," Ted Lure finally spoke, his eyes revealing a swirl of complex emotions. For the first time in his life, Ted Lure found himself emotionally conflicted in his role as the truth keeper for the city-states. He was facing an alien object that had intruded into their reality, yet he suddenly understood that this mysterious, terrifying entity which had caused widespread alarm could be a sentient being. It could have feelings, fears, and desires just like humans, elves, and forest gnomes. In that instant, Ted Lure perceived it as a homeless wanderer, a displaced entity that had found its way into their age of the deep sea following the cataclysmic event known as the Great Annihilation. Regrettably, the obliteration of its original world had been so comprehensive that the small fragment it now represented was grievously insufficient to support its life and that of its kind. In the deep sea era, there was no sanctuary for displaced entities like this one. Through some yet-to-be-understood process, the being had deteriorated into its current dying condition. Nina and Shirley, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, clung to each other's hands in a reflexive grip, unsure of any course of action. Lucretia watched the unfolding scene with a complex blend of emotions, fully aware that the entity's state had progressed beyond any hope of human intervention. As the heartbeat emanating from what barely resembled living metal grew increasingly faint and sporadic, Duncan took a step forward. He looked at the deteriorating cluster of sentient material, but another vision entered his consciousness, a vivid memory of warriors resolute in their purpose, taciturn mages, enthusiastic hunters and rangers, self-assured knights, downcast necromancers, and Groshka, a woman with striking red hair whose pride was as vibrant as her locks. They had embarked on their mission one sunny afternoon, armed with finely crafted swords and armor from their kingdom, as well as the most potent scrolls and sigils. With the king's full endorsement and faith, they had ventured into the remote wilderness. It was a journey befitting ancient epics, where bands of heroes were fabled to set out to save their worlds from impending doom. Gently, Duncan extended his hand and touched the cold, unyielding surface of what once was a form of living metal. "We are all exiles, now you are home." The languid heartbeat that had filled the room came to an ultimate final stop. The last beat was so faint and sluggish that it seemed almost like an exhalation, a dying sigh. Ted Lur turned, his face etched with a mixture of gravitas and lament. It was as if he was making a formal pronouncement to the unfathomable depths and mysteries of the deep-sea era. "It is dead." His words reverberated in the still air, a grim testament to a universe that showed little mercy for beings displaced in time and space, their original worlds either obliterated or so profoundly altered as to be unrecognizable. The declaration served as a poignant moment of reckoning for everyone in the room, forcing them to grapple with the precariousness of life across disparate worlds and dimensions. It was an instant that underscored the brittle nature of existence itself, a somber footnote in the ongoing narrative of the universe. Chapter 560, Two Questions. In a time now known as the Deep Sea Age, what was once a living entity has fully transformed into a solid mass of metallic substance. Dealing with this registered anomaly requires following a complex and meticulous set of procedures. However, Ted Lur, a truth keeper responsible for maintaining the safety and well-being of the city-state, finds such tasks to be part of his everyday duties. He promptly contacted the overseer of the underground archives, ensuring all necessary arrangements were set into motion for the safe disposal of the entity. Despite his duty-bound approach, Ted couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the history of this unique piece of living metal. It once had a noble past, perhaps even that of a hero who attempted to save the world. However, in this new age, it has evolved into a transcendent invader, posing a grave risk of releasing both corruption and pollution into the environment. To neutralize this threat, the metal mass will be subjected to a strict series of purification steps. It will be disassembled, ground into smaller parts, and then sealed, all while being exposed to the high temperatures of a steam core reactor. From another viewpoint, this rigorous treatment could also be seen as a form of burial. After all, in this world, the deceased must undergo similar processes to prevent them from posing risks to the living. As for the longsword, a unique relic originating from a world that has now disappeared, it has miraculously returned to its original form. This makes it an invaluable subject for research. Scholars can potentially gain unprecedented insights into the lost world through the study of this artifact. Even though everything from that world has vanished, the knowledge and memories it holds are still invaluable. Duncan, who was in possession of the longsword, willingly complied with Ted Lur's request to hand it over for research. "Keeping it serves me no purpose," he said, his voice tinged with a trace of nostalgia. "Let the experts unravel its many secrets. If you learn something new, I'd appreciate it if you could share that knowledge with me." "Absolutely," Ted Lur replied, accepting the sword with a sense of gravitas. After a brief pause, he added, "As for today's events and the intelligence we've gathered, I plan to arrange a scholarly discussion at the Academy of Truth. If new complications arise, we may need your expertise and assistance." Duncan nodded without reservation. "No problem. If I have any new findings or thoughts, you can reach me through Lucretia here," he said, gesturing toward the woman standing beside him. The unfolding narrative has deeper implications than it seems on the surface. Ever since a cataclysmic event referred to as the Great Annihilation, humanity's limit of vision has experienced an unexpected fissure, a crack that promises new, unsettling revelations. These developments will undoubtedly spark intense debates and investigations within academic circles, and even religious organizations like the Church of the Four Gods will be closely monitoring and discussing the situation. Whether they choose to accept it or not, the entity known as the Vanished and its master have now become an integral part of this evolving story. For Duncan, the unfolding events were less a subject of urgent concern than they were for Ted Lur and Lucretia. From his viewpoint, there were specific and crucial elements in the intelligence gathered that both of them had either missed or couldn't currently comprehend. One of the most glaring issues was related to the puzzling behavior of the deep red streak in the sky, an anomaly that seemed to defy the laws of physics and common sense. According to fragments of his own memories, and corroborated by the paladin's explanation to the warrior, the red radiance that supposedly led to the world's destruction should be situated in cosmic space. In essence, it might be a cosmic vision stretching across the galaxy, appearing as a band of light against a backdrop of countless stars. This led Duncan to ponder some key questions about planetary rotation. The warrior's homeland, as shown in the snippets of memories he had access to, experienced a typical day-night cycle, complete with a sky full of rotating celestial bodies. If that was the case, the red band located in cosmic space should also logically move, rise, and set along with other celestial entities. However, it remained fixed at a specific location in the sky, a point that was both perplexing and telling. The warrior and his allies had always been in search of the landfall of this deep red streak. They perceived this radiant light as anchored at a particular point, overlooking the possibility that it might not be grounded on the planet at all, but floating in cosmic space. The paladin also hinted at this conundrum, labeling it as their civilization's final and most impactful astronomical discovery. Duncan's speculation led him to consider that this radiance could be far more than what meets the eye. The deep red streak was its physical manifestation, but its core nature could involve the disruption or even distortion of universal laws at a foundational level. It might represent a tear in the dimensional fabric or something even more complex and profound. The immediate problem, however, was that Ted Lur and Lucretia were not equipped to even understand these complexities at the moment. They didn't even grasp the basic concept of a planet, much less the astronomical implications of the deep red streak. Even if Duncan were to explain it to them now, assimilating this knowledge would require a significant amount of time. Another question that occupied Duncan's mind was tied to the world aggregation theory. What exactly constituted the concept of a world in this theory? Could it be simply a planet, a universe, or perhaps something far more intricate involving multiple dimensions? These questions, fundamental to the understanding of their reality, were yet another layer that Ted Lur and Lucretia had not delved into, opening the door for many more discussions and investigations in the future. The definition of what constitutes each world was a question that preoccupied Duncan's mind. Were these worlds individual planets within a single universe, or could they be considered distinct universes in their own right? He looked up and saw Ted Lur, lost in contemplation, holding the longsword that could be key to understanding many of these mysteries. Although objects like the moon and the longsword could substantiate parts of the world aggregation theory, they didn't necessarily shed light on the intrinsic nature or tier of each fragment of the boundless sea. In the most expansive interpretation, each planet could be a separate world, but so could each universe in its entirety. For Duncan, this distinction was not just a matter of semantics. It was essential for understanding the fundamental reality they were dealing with. This nuanced difference was something that neither Ted Lur, the Truth Keeper, nor Lucretia, often referred to as the Sea Witch, were currently able to fathom. Even if he wanted to, Duncan realized that conveying such abstract concepts to them in a brief period would be exceedingly challenging. Additionally, the mysterious red radiant light deserved even more scrutiny. Duncan had encountered this mysterious red light on more than one occasion, once in visions of the crash of the spaceship New Hope, and another time within the Alice Mansion, where it was depicted in an oil painting. What could this red light possibly be? Noticing Duncan's deep concentration and shifting facial expressions, Lucretia grew concerned. "Father, is there something else troubling you?" she asked. "Many questions need to be answered," Duncan replied, briefly snapping out of his thoughts. "Let's head back for now. Once I've organized my thoughts, I'll consult with both of you." Sensing that her father was grappling with complexities hard to articulate, Lucretia merely nodded, not pressing him further. This was the first moment of unspoken understanding between them since they had reunited. "We should go," Duncan said, letting out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Nina and Shirley, who appeared somewhat uneasy before turning his gaze back to Ted Lur. "Lead us out, please." Obediently, Ted Lur opened his magical book to summon the gateway once more. They all stepped through the portal, which led them back to the academy situated near Crown Street. "Once we're back, I'll take care of some formalities," Ted Lur started to say, casting a glance at Nina and Shirley, who were standing beside Duncan. "Rest assured, you and your followers won't face any disruptions while moving around the city. However, in return—" "Don't worry, there won't be any issues," Duncan cut him off mid-sentence, a warm smile gracing his features. "We are all law-abiding individuals who respect the city's rules and public order." Both Ted Lur, the Truth Keeper, and Lucretia at Duncan's side momentarily hesitated, clearly skeptical of Duncan's assertion about law-abiding conduct. Yet Ted Lur was quick to regain his composure. His facial expression settled into a formal but cordial smile. "Well, that's for the best," he stated, pausing briefly to choose his next words carefully. "I'd like to catch up with you sometime. Even though you might not remember our past encounters, I'm eager to engage in discussions about that rather supernatural knowledge you possess." Duncan let out a chuckle in response. "It's rare to find someone willing to delve into knowledge with me. Your courage is refreshing. I'll look forward to our conversation." Lucretia's eyes flicked between her father and Ted Lur, her mind wandering a bit. She found it amusing that Ted Lur seemed more inclined to discuss complex subjects like hyperspace with her father than face the challenges of instructing his upcoming class of graduating students. After brief goodbyes, Duncan, escorted by Nina and Shirley, left the academy with Lucretia. They made their way back to their residence, known as the Witch Mansion, located at 99 Crown Street. "Feel free to make yourselves at home. I'm heading upstairs to rest. Please refrain from disturbing me unless it's absolutely necessary," Duncan instructed concisely. Then, showing a touch of affection, he ruffled Nina's and Shirley's hair before ascending the staircase leading to the mansion's second floor. Shirley, visibly thoughtful, eventually turned to Nina and whispered, "Captain Duncan doesn't seem to be in the best of moods, does he?" "I don't think it's a matter of mood, exactly," Nina said after a moment of hesitation. "Uncle Duncan appears to be deeply preoccupied, but he seems to be in a better state today compared to a few days ago. He's not as downcast, just burdened with thoughts." Shirley considered Nina's words, casting a discreet glance at Lucretia, who appeared equally absorbed in contemplation. "I have to admit, I couldn't make head or tail of what the captain was talking about earlier." Nina smiled sheepishly. "To be honest, I didn't grasp much either. It seems like something only high-level scholars could fully comprehend." As Nina finished her sentence, Lucretia suddenly broke her silence. "Don't fret over it. Even the greatest scholars struggle to understand these concepts fully." Caught off guard, Nina and Shirley turned to Lucretia, their faces a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Lucretia gave them a serious, almost solemn look. "What you heard are fragments of knowledge sourced from subspace. My father has modified them to make them less harmful, but they remain deeply complex, beyond the reach of ordinary understanding." Chapter 561, 561, The Man Who Walks in the Wilderness. By the time Shirley and Nina arrived back at their temporary residence on 99 Crown Street, the early evening sky had already shifted to darker hues. Dinner time was approaching, a minor relief given the peculiar culinary landscape of the so-called City of Elves. In this fantastical city, what most humans would consider normal food was a rarity. However, they were in luck. Standard, recognizable ingredients were within reach, and Lucretia's household staff had prepared a lavish meal for them. For the first time in what seemed like forever, Nina and Shirley could enjoy food that didn't make them question the very nature of edibility. Despite the seemingly comforting environment and familiar flavors on their plates, both young women found it difficult to eat without a sense of disquiet gnawing at them. The revelations they had encountered in the underground shelter continued to cast a heavy shadow on their minds. The staggering information about cataclysmic events called the Great Annihilation, the enigmatic Black Wall, said to mark the beginning of recorded history, multiple apocalypses, the ruins of ancient worlds, and the emergence of the current New World, in a time dubbed the Deep Sea Era, were profoundly disorienting. For Shirley and Nina, who were more accurately characterized as youths on the brink of adulthood rather than fully mature women, the weight of these complexities felt almost insurmountable. These were matters that defied easy understanding, even for experienced adults, let alone for them. After a rushed dinner, Shirley retreated to her room to ponder these overwhelming thoughts. She was deep in contemplation when the subtle sound of a chain jingling broke her focus. Emerging from the corner shadows was Dog, her friend from another realm, a creature as enigmatic as the world they found themselves in. As she looked down at Dog, a being who had once almost consumed her but had also cared for her since she was a child, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you make any sense of what the captain was saying today? About how fragments from multiple worlds have accumulated to form this deep sea era?" Dog lay down at her feet, nudging its massive head against her knee affectionately. "I grasped some of it," it said, "but the parts that defy common logic, those I didn't get either." Shirley sighed, her expression one of genuine puzzlement. "I could barely wrap my head around any of it. I mean, I understood the individual words, but connecting them into a coherent picture of how all these events actually unfolded is another matter. Why should we even care how this world was formed?" She posed these questions openly, with no intention to conceal her thoughts, especially not in front of Dog. "Can't we just live without delving into all these complexities? After all, we've managed to survive like that for over a decade, haven't we?" At that moment, Dog abruptly lifted its head, its vacant eye sockets glowing a menacing red as it locked its gaze onto Shirley. A grave, rumbling voice emerged from its skeletal form. "Living in ignorance is possible, but we should never underestimate the fragility of existence, neither for ourselves nor for the world at large." Taken aback by Dog's sudden solemnity, Shirley paused. Her face subtly changed, becoming more contemplative, as though she was on the cusp of grasping something profoundly important. Continued existence is never a guarantee, Dog intoned, laying its head back down after studying Shirley's face intently. Just as the Great Annihilation obliterated previous worlds, so too could some unknown force bring an end to our current era, which we've named the Deep Sea Era. Most people might live their lives in blissful ignorance until the very moment their world collapses. They might meet their end in the comfortable illusion that peace and stability are everlasting. It's much like the citizens of that warrior's homeland, who waited optimistically for their champions to return in triumph. For such people, ignorance might be their greatest blessing. They can afford to live without knowing how precariously close they are to the precipice of disaster. The creature paused before adding, "But you surely are different. We aren't confined within the safety of a walled kingdom. We are on board the ship known as the Vanished." Dog's eyes remained fixed on Shirley as it continued. "You've witnessed ominous signs yourself. The black sun during our descent on Planned, the disarray in the Creator's blueprints within the depths of frost, the boundless sea that emerged when Vision 1 was terminated, and the raving Enders we've encountered. You wouldn't have been exposed to any of this if you were living a sheltered life within the kingdom." Slightly shaking its head, Dog gently retracted its teeth and affectionately nudged its nose against Shirley's knee as if emphasizing its point. "Yes, you could opt to live without acknowledging these unsettling truths, but the reality is that you're already aware. You know the captain is deeply concerned about these signs of impending doom, and somewhere inside you, you share that concern, whether you admit it to yourself or not." For a long moment, Shirley remained silent, her eyes clouded with thought. Finally, she reached down to place her hand gently on Dog's skull, her voice filled with an uneasy mixture of doubt and realization. "Dog, are we akin to that wandering warrior? Are we too on a journey toward an inevitable apocalypse?" "In a sense, we are," Dog replied, its tone grave. "We walk towards the apocalypse, and the apocalypse walks toward us. Awareness is reciprocal. Once we acknowledge its existence, it becomes a part of us as we become a part of it. The real question that remains, which I believe is also troubling the captain, is when and how this looming end will reach us." Her eyes narrowing, Shirley asked, "Why do you understand this so well, Dog? Why do you grasp these feelings of dread and uncertainty?" The blood-red light within Dog's hollow eye sockets dimmed for a moment before brightening again. "Because I've experienced something akin to this before, back when you were a mere child." Lifting its head to make eye contact with Shirley, Dog's voice softened, becoming almost tender. It was the same tone it had used years ago when comforting a tiny, terrified Shirley during a night storm. "When I first encountered you, you were an enigma to me, an incredibly fragile, small being. Even with the demonic bond that sustained you, you seemed so vulnerable, like a delicate stem that could snap in the faintest breeze. I remember thinking how easily your life could be extinguished." Letter 10342. Dog's voice trailed off, its gaze locked into Shirley's, and for a brief moment, both of them were lost in a mutual contemplation of the intricate, perplexing reality they now found themselves a part of. A reality that was increasingly rife with both knowledge and uncertainty. Every single day, every fleeting second, I was consumed by the thought that death could find you. I had no understanding of your biological functions, your breath, your heartbeat. The intricacies of human survival were alien to me. It even took me a few days of observing your hunger pangs to realize you needed sustenance. I was still an enigmatic demon at the time, and the concept of thinking was something I hadn't fully wrapped whatever passes for my mind around. "And you were too young and not very communicative." Dog paused, gathering its thoughts before continuing. "So I was always under the impression that you could die from something that I had yet to comprehend. The act of breathing, the rhythm of your heartbeat, the flow of your blood, these were all precarious balancing acts from my perspective. I felt that if any of these functions ceased, I'd lose you. That's why when you were a small child, you'd often wake up to find me scrutinizing you. I was making sure you were still breathing, that your heart was still beating, concerned that you might have died in your sleep." Dog paused again, lifting its head briefly to look towards the house's second floor, as if searching for something or someone before lowering its gaze back to Shirley. "I'm not in a position to compare myself to the captain, nor should I presume to understand what's on his mind. But today, I saw a reflection of that same concern in his eyes. To him, this seemingly endless, expansive ocean is probably much like what you were to me back then, a fragile, inexplicable anomaly, whose survival mechanisms are unknown and precarious." Dog ceased speaking, letting the weight of its words settle in. Shirley, too, was silent, her eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and contemplation. "Why the silence?" Dog finally broke the quiet, appearing somewhat puzzled. You've never spoken about this with me before, Shirley said, still trying to absorb what she'd heard. So when I was little. Those times are behind us, Dog interjected softly. You made it through, and those early fears and challenges are in the past. A thoughtful look crossed Shirley's face, and she cast her eyes towards the second floor with a sense of apprehension. Dog, do you think we're like the heroes and their allies in the old tales? If I had any say in the matter, I'd hope we're not, Dog responded, shaking its head. A hero armed with nothing but a steel sword can't stave off an apocalypse. Their journey, however valiant, is doomed to be in vain. But we're being led by the captain, and what he brings to the table is far more substantial than just steel. So I'd like to think we have reason to be more optimistic. Shirley let out a sigh. The captain, I wonder what he's up to right now. He didn't even come downstairs for dinner. Would you consider bringing him some food? Dog inquired. Perhaps not. Alice will likely take care of it. Fair point, Dog agreed. And then both fell quiet again, lost in their respective thoughts, each pondering the murky and uncertain future that stretched out ahead of them. Gazing out of the window, Duncan watched as the last vestiges of daylight ebbed away, leaving behind a sky that was increasingly swallowed by darkness. Yet, even as dusk descended, there remained a curious golden sunlight that seeped through the gaps between the imposing skyscrapers that marked the cityscape of Wind Harbor. With a resigned sigh, Duncan turned away from the window and flicked on the room's lights. In Wind Harbor, this unusual sunlight seemed to offer a perpetual, if somewhat illusory, form of illumination. However, the reality was that this light couldn't fully penetrate the city's deeper recesses. There, in the shadows of the city's monolithic architecture, the night retained its dominion, necessitating the use of artificial lighting to keep the darkness at bay. As Duncan switched on the lights, they banished the encroaching gloom and seemed to imbue the room with a semblance of warmth. Outside his window, the pale rift in the sky known as the World Scar began to take form. It was becoming increasingly visible against the backdrop of a sky devoid of both stars and moon, a vision tied to the waning powers of Vision 1. This pallid, otherworldly light diffused across the heavens, but fragmented as it intersected with the residual sunlight streaming between the towering skyscrapers. The resultant interplay was eerie, a unique and unsettling blend of the world's scar and the city's anomalous sunlight that was unparalleled in any other city-state. Fixated on this celestial anomaly, Duncan's mind started replaying the memory illusions he had encountered earlier that day. He thought of the extensive, deep red streak that dissected the sky, almost like a gigantic laceration in the fabric of reality itself. What was this mysterious, red light that seemed to flout the laws of physics, stretching itself across the cosmic canvas? Whether seen in the vision that accompanied the crash of the New Hope, or depicted in the oil painting at Alice's mansion, or even referenced in the sagas of a warrior's homeland on the cusp of devastation, this red light was a recurring motif. Scholars had been frenziedly debating its significance, suggesting that this light was either the agent of destruction in the Great Annihilation, or at least a harbinger heralding its onset. As he gazed at the world's scar, a fissure in the sky that appeared like a tear in reality, Duncan was drawn into baseless yet haunting speculation. Did the cataclysmic ruin of each old world correspond with the manifestation of this immense red light? And in the present era, known as the Deep Sea Era, did the appearance of the pale world's scar in the sky signify some sort of connection to that fateful red light? He pondered even further. Could the world's scar be a residual echo of the apocalyptic events that shattered the old worlds? Or could it be a lingering trace of the destructive forces unleashed during the Great Annihilation? Taking his thoughts a step further into unsettling territory, Duncan wondered, what if the force behind this red light never actually dispersed? What if it had merely transitioned into a dormant state, marking the night sky night after night as the world's scar? Could Vision 1 have a role in intermittently pacifying or hypnotizing this dormant apocalyptic force? Vanished in this web of unnerving speculations, Duncan's expression turned increasingly grim. Then, a new question suddenly unfurled in his mind, one he had never thought to ask before. In the homeland he remembered, or thought he remembered, he had never seen that ominous red light. What did its absence mean, and what could it imply about the world he thought he knew? Chapter 562, another fragment of information. By this point, Duncan had figured out three important things about the mysterious red light. First, he learned from historical records that before a catastrophic event known as the Great Annihilation, a deep, blood-red light would appear in the sky. Coming from far away in space, this light behaved in a way that didn't make sense with what we know about light. It seemed to be fixed in the same position in the sky for everyone on the planet, as if it was being directly shown to each person or even imprinted in their minds. Second, the red light itself didn't actually cause any physical harm. Instead, it acted more like a warning sign, a cosmic signal that the end of the world was near. It was a forewarning of the apocalypse, not the cause of it. Third, the world's end wouldn't come suddenly. It would happen gradually. This slow decline would be marked by increasingly bizarre events, including changes in the basic laws of reality. These changes would build up until the world couldn't hold together anymore. This last point was particularly significant to Duncan. The end wasn't immediate. There would be time to see the red light before the ultimate disaster happened. However, Duncan had never seen such a light in the sky himself. Recently, Duncan found himself mysteriously stuck in what he thought was a studio apartment. Until then, he hadn't seen any supernatural red lights or experienced other strange events. And even after this odd experience, he saw nothing unusual from his apartment's window. This made him question the true nature of the studio apartment. He had assumed that beyond the mysterious door of the lost, he would find Earth his home. He thought he was just isolated, with his homeland on the other side of a simple barrier. But as he heard more about world aggregation and the confusing appearance of the moon, Duncan realized the likelihood of his apartment being connected to his homeland was almost none. It was now painfully clear to Duncan that he could never go back to the world he knew. This realization led him to wonder. If the door of the lost didn't lead back to his homeland, then what was the real nature of the studio apartment? Where was he actually ending up each time he thought he was going home? Duncan was deeply focused, with a look of intense thought on his face. Although light that mimicked sunlight shone through the window, his mind was elsewhere. He was caught up thinking about a longsword he had seen and the strange transformation of a human into something resembling living metal. "Is this another piece of the world?" he muttered to himself, his expression growing more puzzled. "What are these world fragments actually made of?" His thoughts were a whirlwind of memories, theories, and emotions. To find some mental clarity, he began pacing around the room. This movement seemed to calm his nerves and help him organize his thoughts. Eventually, he stopped at his desk and, on impulse, picked up a piece of paper from a stack. Without any specific goal, he started to doodle, his pencil randomly drawing lines and shapes on the paper. Suddenly, Duncan stopped moving. He was fixated on the doodle he had just drawn. It was a simple depiction of the moon, rough around the edges but strangely familiar. It felt like he was looking at a symbol of a home that seemed close enough to touch yet impossibly far away. Alice had once said, "If a symbol of home shows up somewhere, that place becomes home." She wasn't known for deep thoughts, but Alice had a way of making complex ideas easy to understand. In many ways, she was right. The idea of home was present, but it was incomplete. It wasn't the home Duncan remembered. It was just a piece of it, similar to the human who had turned into something like living metal, now hard to understand. As if drawn by a force, Duncan reached out and gently touched the pencil drawing of the moon. He quietly said to himself, "So what else is left?" His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a flapping noise. The chubby white dove that had been sitting on top of a wardrobe flew down to the floor and walked over to him. The bird looked curiously at the drawing, pecked at it, creating a hole in the paper, and then looked up, cooing, "Looking up at the bright moon, looking up at the bright moon, looking you." It stopped suddenly and looked at Duncan with an intense gaze. Duncan looked back, filled with disbelief. This was no ordinary dove. She had strangely transformed from his compass back then and had chosen to stay by his side, showing an unreal level of loyalty and affection. The dove flapped its wings again and made an odd sound, "AI." Without thinking, Duncan caught AI out of the air, but he quickly relaxed his hold as if he was afraid of harming this little creature. His heart raced, and he breathed quickly while AI looked at him, seemingly puzzled. Gathering his courage, Duncan softly said, "AI." The dove nodded and cooed softly in response, "Coo-coo." Feeling unsure, Duncan tried saying the name a bit differently, "IE." Again, the dove energetically nodded and cooed a clear, "Coo-coo." Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Duncan cautiously asked, "Internet Explorer." Immediately, the dove's wings spread wide, and it started flapping excitedly, as if the name filled it with energy and a strong desire to communicate. But all it could say was another "coo-coo," even though its movement suggested much more. Duncan watched the lively dove move around the desk, its movements cheerful. Every now and then it would stop to look at him curiously, its tiny eyes seeming to flicker with thoughts of glitches and frozen screens. After a while, Duncan sighed, a complex smile forming on his face. The answer had been in front of him all this time. This quirky bird was another piece of the world he had lost, another part of a past he couldn't get back. He realized he couldn't return. He truly couldn't. For a long time, Duncan sat still in his chair like a statue. His expression was blank, and he barely seemed to breathe. After what seemed like an eternity, Duncan came to, blinking as though he was awakening from a long sleep. He then pushed himself to continue his train of thought. If AI symbolized Internet Explorer, what did that reveal about its origin? Was it made from the code that formed the software? Could it be a manifestation of the vast amount of data collected over the years? Was it a representation of the countless computers that had run Internet Explorer? Or did it embody the idea or concept behind the software itself? Or maybe it symbolized something more abstract, a brief moment in the technological evolution of a civilization. Duncan pondered whether these world fragments had to be tangible entities, or could represent significant ideas or abstract concepts from a past reality. Could the opposite also be true? Could things that existed physically in the old worlds now exist only as abstract concepts in this new, post-apocalyptic world? What about the numerous anomalies he had encountered, the ethereal beings born from these anomalies, or the knowledge that was too forbidden to speak of? What were they originally? And at the heart of it all, how did these transformations work? What was the true nature of the great annihilation and the eerie red light? Each answer led to more questions, creating a seemingly endless maze of mysteries. Duncan felt as though he had reached a mental impasse, unable to move forward without more clues or insights. Lost in these thoughts, a soft knock on the door brought him back to reality, interrupting his deep contemplation. Alerted by the knock, Duncan sensed someone on the other side of the door. Taking a deep breath to calm his swirling thoughts, he invited, "Come in, Alice." The door opened slowly, and Alice entered, looking like she had come out of a storybook, delicate and magical. She brought with her a plate of the dinner Duncan had missed while lost in thought. "Captain," Alice said with concern, "I noticed you haven't eaten yet." Seeing Alice, so seemingly unaffected by the complexities around them, instantly calmed Duncan's restless mind. With a tired yet grateful smile, he responded, "Thank you, Alice. Please put it on the table." "Of course," Alice replied, placing the food on the table. She quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, it's all normal food made to suit a typical human taste. Nina mentioned that you might not appreciate the local traditional dishes." As she spoke, she looked up to catch Duncan's eye, trying to read his mood. "Are you all right?" "I am now," Duncan let out a sigh of relief, his overwhelming thoughts momentarily soothed by Alice's company. A slight smile appeared on his face. "With everything that's happening, I guess I should feel excited, right?" "Oh," Alice said. She might not have understood the full extent of Duncan's thoughts, but she felt a sense of relief seeing him more at ease. "Everyone downstairs was a bit concerned about you, so they sent me to check on you. I'm happy to see you're feeling better." Duncan acknowledged her with a nod, appreciating the moment of calm. In the vast, maze-like house, Duncan knew he wasn't lacking in people who truly cared about his welfare, even if their ways of showing it varied greatly. However, Alice, with her seemingly simple nature, offered him care that felt pure and unguarded. Nina, he considered, was probably the only other person who matched this kind of sincerity. With these thoughts, Duncan gave a slight shake of his head and a smile, his mind drifting to another matter. "Alice," he began, "I need your help with something." Of course," Alice was quick to respond, ready to assist. Duncan nodded in appreciation, then pulled a brass key from his pocket. Despite its age and wear, it still had a shine to it. "Alice, I need to use this key again." "Absolutely." Holding the key, Duncan's mind buzzed with thoughts and questions once more. But in that moment, with the calming presence of Alice and the prospect of a simple meal ahead, those worries seemed to momentarily lose their weight. The room felt brighter and more inviting than before. For the first time in a long stretch filled with endless pondering and uncertainty, Duncan experienced a real sense of relief. Chapter 563, Revisiting the Garden. As was her usual disposition, Alice demonstrated an unwavering trust in Captain Duncan's judgment. She didn't question or doubt him when he suddenly expressed the desire to use a particular key once more. With a cheerful demeanor, she instantly agreed to his request, her faith in him unshaken. Taking the opportunity to clarify his intentions, Duncan explained to Alice, "I need to re-enter the Alice mansion to test some theories I've been developing about a place or time referred to as the Old World." Alice responded with an enthusiastic nod. Although the term Old World was unclear to her, she grasped the seriousness of the matter. She was keenly aware that whatever Duncan was planning, it was of utmost importance. With a sense of familiarity bred from their previous collaborations, Alice swiftly located a stable and comfortable spot to sit down. She then turned around to expose the keyhole situated on her back. As a matter of fact, I've been talking to Nina about possibly altering my dress, maybe cutting an opening right where the keyhole is, she chatted animatedly as she waited for Duncan to wind her up with the key. But she had reservations, thinking that sand or dust might find its way in. I find her concerns a bit exaggerated. After all, it's not like I'm rolling around on the ground. How would anything get in there? Better to err on the side of caution, Duncan advised in a laid-back tone. We can't be certain how sensitive or fragile the internal mechanism might be. If it were to malfunction due to debris, I'm not equipped to repair it. Alice kept up her chatter, adding, well, Miss Lucretia might have the skills to fix it. She was able to repair Looney, remember? But yes, you have a point, Captain. Repairing Looney's head took quite a bit of time. Listening to Alice discuss subjects that would sound downright surreal to an outsider, Duncan couldn't help but break a smile. He picked up the unique brass key that had been the subject of their conversation. As he had done previously, he gently and carefully inserted it into Alice's keyhole. As the key turned automatically, a familiar clicking sound reverberated through the air. Duncan braced himself. Within a second, his sensory perception underwent a dramatic change. His focus shifted and his orientation reconfigured. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, initially enveloped in total darkness. He allowed his senses some time to adapt to this new reality. When his eyes finally adjusted, the strange garden, framed by a sky that seemed straight out of a cartoon and an abundance of verdant greenery, materialized in front of him once more. Stationed at the garden center, surrounded by entangled vines and bristling thorny bushes, was a silver-haired Gothic humanoid doll identical to Alice. The doll's sketchpad lay beside her, untouched, and in the exact same position as it had been during his last visit. Taking a moment to cautiously scan his environment and mentally compare it to his previous experiences, Duncan remained still before finally allowing himself to move. About 30 seconds later, Duncan had finished surveying the environment around him and found no irregularities. Everything appeared as he had left it, untouched and unaltered. A curious sensation washed over him, leading him to suspect that time in this so-called Alice mansion had come to a standstill in his absence, resuming only upon his re-entry. The notion was unsettling, yet it didn't feel entirely baseless. He found himself reflecting on an encounter with a rather peculiar entity in the mansion, a headless butler, who had once informed him of the Alice mansion's unique rules governing the passage of time. After mulling this over briefly, Duncan lifted his eyes to examine the sky that stretched over the bizarre garden setting. During his last visit, his senses had been overwhelmed by the mansion's myriad of surreal and unsettling phenomena. Questions had bombarded his mind so quickly that he couldn't focus on any single aspect of his surroundings. Although the sky, cartoonish and peculiar, had caught his eye back then, he had never taken the opportunity to scrutinize its details. Today, he looked up with a newfound sense of urgency and determination. Above him, clouds resembling doodles made with a child's crayon set drifted lazily across a sky, painted a light shade of blue. Exaggerated rays of sunshine extended from behind the clouds, and a sun seemingly daubed with golden yellow paint illuminated the area below, providing both warmth and light to the verdant garden. The sky had a whimsical, almost childlike allure, but it was tinged with an undercurrent of unsettling strangeness. Narrowing his eyes, Duncan turned his attention to the golden yellow sun and was struck by a realization he had previously missed. The sun had no surrounding ring of runes. No wonder something felt off last time, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was, Duncan mumbled to himself, his face betraying a subtle change in expression. The disconcerting element of the sky he had sensed during his previous visit became glaringly apparent. The sun was a depiction of what he knew a sun should be, albeit cartoonishly abstract and crudely drawn, but it was a normal sun nonetheless. His oversight now seemed almost glaring. If residents of his world, such as Morris or Vanna, had been there, they likely would have sensed the oddity immediately. Duncan's eyebrows began to knit together in deeper thought. The presence of a normal sun in this sky suggested that the Alice mansion was giving away more of its hidden truths than he had first surmised. In his native world, a world submerged in a vast ocean, the sun is an artificial celestial body surrounded by two concentric rings of runes. This has been an unquestioned truth for 10 millennia since the start of the deep sea age. No one actually knows what a true sun would look like. Even the Suntists, who claim to worship the real black sun, portray it as a fearsome and nightmarish ancient deity in their teachings. This lack of a runic circle around the sun suggested that the Alice Mansion was hinting at secrets far more profound and unsettling than Duncan had originally anticipated. It was as if he was piecing together a puzzle that called into question the very foundational truths he had always taken for granted about the reality of his world. Who could have possibly imprinted this concept of a normal sun, or even an original sun, within the surreal Alice Mansion? Duncan's mind raced with theories and connections. He knew that the puppet Alice had come into existence after the Frost Queen, Ray Nora, had plunged into the deep sea. Why then would the Alice Mansion, intimately tied to Alice and thereby to Ray Nora, feature a depiction of a sun that seemingly belonged to an epoch predating the Great Annihilation? If one were to lend credence to the world aggregation theory concerning the Great Annihilation, that the era known as the Deep Sea Age was molded from the aggregation and transmutation of several old worlds, then where did this original sun fit in? Was it a celestial body from a specific ancient world, or was it merely an abstract symbol without direct backgrounds? An odd mental image surfaced in Duncan's thoughts then, a rather chubby dove. He shook his head in mild confusion, taking a moment to sift through the flood of complex information that deluged his mind. Another puzzle piece had emerged in his thoughts, the actual birth of Alice. Yes, her appearance was modeled after the Frost Queen, Ray Nora, but her fundamental construct was also a flawed duplicate of another entity known as the Alice Guillotine. This made Duncan consider the motivations and methodologies of Anomaly 99's creators. Clearly, the original subject of duplication didn't matter to them. Be it a powerful human or a mere chunk of wood, they were all just raw materials. What mattered was the creator's intent and capability. An erroneous duplicate of someone referred to as the Nether Lord was behind the creation of Anomaly 99. Would it then be posited that this mysterious Alice Mansion was also a construct of this flawed duplication of the Nether Lord? Extrapolating from this idea, it was conceivable that this duplicate might still contain a substantial repository of knowledge from its original version. Could some elements within the Alice Mansion be clues pointing back to an ancient god, residing in what is known as the Boundless Sea? His eyes returned to the sky, scanning the childishly drawn sun, the crayon-like clouds, and the exaggerated sunbeams. Were these elements inadvertent slivers of the Nether Lord's residual memories, or were they intentionally left as cryptic fragments of some greater truth? The more he pondered these possibilities, the more plausible they seemed. One thing appeared certain. The actual nature of the original sun could only exist in a temporal point before the Great Annihilation. The mysteries concealed within the Alice Mansion must also link back to that ancient period. Given the facts and theories currently at his disposal, it appeared that only the enigmatic entities known as the Four Gods, or perhaps those even more elusive and unsettling, ancient gods from deeper layers of reality, could potentially have insights into the world prior to the Great Annihilation. An idea seized him abruptly. He glanced down at the sketchpad clutched in the puppet's hands. Could this seemingly insignificant artifact be a key to unlocking not just the puzzles of the Alice Mansion, but of ancient worlds and perhaps even the ancient gods themselves? It was becoming increasingly evident that the Alice Mansion wasn't just a localized mystery, but rather a piece in an incomprehensibly vast cosmic jigsaw puzzle that awaited completion. After hesitating for a brief moment, Duncan carefully crouched down, cautiously maneuvering around the thorny underbrush that surrounded him. With deliberate precision, he extracted the sketchpad from the puppet's unresisting hands. The cover of the sketchpad depicted an unsettling vortex, twisted stars, and a menacing red hue that seemed to ooze malevolence. On the back cover, however, was an engraved inscription that Duncan found strangely familiar. The messenger brings news from afar. The chosen clan has picked up the lost ancient star and forged it into a blessed crown. The third long night has ended. His eyes settled on these words, mulling over their weight and meaning. These lines describe the actions of the ancient Crete clan who, guided by an entity known as the King of Darkness, had constructed Vision 1 and raised it to the heavens. When Duncan first encountered this text in the garden, it was nothing but cryptic and meaningless to him. But now, after absorbing what he'd seen and experienced, he was hit with an unanticipated realization. His thoughts veered toward the fallen 10-meter diameter moon, which he understood was a fragment, a component that had detached from the rune circle of Vision 1. In Duncan's mind, the rune circle encapsulating the sun resembled an illustrious crown. and the deformed, compressed moon seemed to perfectly fit the description of a lost ancient star. Just as he was engrossed in this intricate web of thoughts, a soft, indistinct noise reverberated from somewhere deep within the garden, snapping him back to his immediate surroundings. Duncan's head shot up, his eyes darting towards the direction from which the noise had originated. Before him was nothing but dense vegetation. The shadows cast by thriving shrubs and dwarf trees gave way to a more profound darkness that lay beyond. But Duncan was certain he had not imagined the sound. According to the headless butler, this was the innermost part of the Alice mansion, a place where even the mansion's high-ranking servants weren't allowed to tread casually. Only Mistress Alice and a mysterious entity known as the gardener had access. Yet the gardener had been absent for an indeterminate amount of time. Could there be an intruder, or had the long-absent gardener finally returned? With his brows tightly knitted, Duncan carefully returned the sketchpad to the puppet's arms. With stealthy steps, he began to move cautiously towards the luxuriant, shadow-cloaked shrubbery. Rustle, swish, rustle. The faint noises manifested again, emanating from an undefined, obscured location. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. A shape resembling a sinuous, unsettling tentacle was surreptitiously wriggling and weaving its way through the inky darkness at the garden's periphery. Chapter 564, Swift and Hasty Exchange. Deep within the sprawling mansion that had belonged to Alice, at the edge of a garden that had been shrouded in mystery, tentacles could be seen slithering in the shadows between lush bushes and thick undergrowth. These tentacles weren't ordinary. They possessed a sinuous, elusive quality that suggested they were covered in shimmering, metallic scales, as if they had belonged to a creature from another realm. As Duncan navigated this mysterious garden, a rustling sound captured his attention, echoing from a different direction than before. Swiftly turning his gaze, he spotted another tentacle that appeared to be the limb of a soft-bodied creature. It wound its way through the narrow gaps between bushes, disturbing the branches and creating a friction against the soil that produced a soft, almost melodious sound. Bizarrely, the rustling noise felt like it was beckoning him, almost like a siren's call. Immediately attuned to this strange experience, Duncan heightened his senses to become acutely aware of even the tiniest movements around him. He concentrated on the direction where he had last seen a tentacle vanish and began to cautiously move toward it. As he stepped forward, ethereal green flames manifested beneath his feet, trailing behind him like faint wisps of fire. These flames gently seeped into the cracks in the ground, infusing the garden with an otherworldly glow. Duncan knew better than to carelessly start a fire in such a sacred space, since this could have very well possibly been Alice's very own soul manifesting in the form of this mansion. However, the unsettling activities he was witnessing made it clear that he must be prepared for any potential confrontations. If a malevolent entity had infiltrated this haven, he had to neutralize it without damaging the mansion or its garden. Proceeding cautiously and guided by the mysterious rustling noises, Duncan moved further away from what he had mentally dubbed the sleeping doll. Soon, he reached the outer limits of the mansion's enchanted garden. As he walked past thickets and crossed by a variety of unfamiliar small trees, he realized that the natural illumination from what he thought of as the doodle sun in the sky didn't reach this secluded corner. The overlapping shadows cast by the foliage darkened the atmosphere, creating a twilight zone within the garden. In this dim, dusky environment, he noticed a group of plants quiver momentarily before him. Seconds later, a tentacle emerged from within the flora, slowly rising and swaying in an almost hypnotic dance right in front of him. Unveiling itself without any pretense or subterfuge, the tentacle seemed to be inviting Duncan closer for some inscrutable reason. Awestruck, Duncan studied this strange and inexplicable appendage. The tentacle was dark-hued, and its surface was adorned with complex, scale-like structures that appeared metallic. Interspersed among these intricacies, he could faintly make out pale blue patterns that struck a chord of eerie familiarity in him. The patterns evoked memories or perhaps primal fears deeply embedded in him. They reminded him of something ancient, possibly from the icy depths of frost, or even from the abyssal depths of the ocean, features similar to those found on the tentacles of a god from time immemorial. Can it be? Is this mysterious tentacle a limb belonging to the mysterious being known as the Nether Lord? Duncan's mind reeled as he suddenly recognized the source of the strange familiarity emanating from the tentacle. The moment he mentally linked the tentacle to the Nether Lord, the appendage shuddered as if an enormous and distant consciousness had finally managed to channel its essence through this limb. In a slow, deliberate motion, the tentacle arched toward Duncan. Accompanying this action was a low, unique hum, almost like the resonant frequency of a distant world. The tip of the tentacle then gradually unfurled to unveil what appeared to be an eye. It flickered with an icy blue light, resembling a crystalline structure of irregular shape, its gaze locking directly onto Duncan's eyes. "Hello, fire usurper, I have words for you." A voice, murky and indistinct, devoid of any markers of emotion or gender, suddenly reverberated. It didn't come from the air around him, but seemed to originate directly within the confines of Duncan's mind. Caught off guard, Duncan squinted incredulously at the tentacle that hovered before him. "Nether Lord, King of Darkness, LH-01. All of those names are correct, but listen carefully now," the tentacle replies, vibrating intensely as if burdened with a tremendous weight it can barely sustain. The voice conveyed through it deepens and distorts, its words hurried. "Our moments to communicate are incredibly sparse. Essential information must be imparted quickly. Whether or not you understand, commit this to memory. %hash was engineered to last only 8,000 years and is currently overstressed. No external signals have been received within the expected time frame. This is the final cycle reset. Hash will not regenerate again. Safeguard the fragment. Hash and asterisk that have fallen. Should the worst come to pass, use these fragments to extend the lifespan of essential nodes. Survival is your ultimate mission. Your awakening at the end of this cycle holds importance we cannot fathom. Believe that neither you nor we are alone in this universe. This is the crucial message. If fate allows, I hope for a more stable, face-to-face communication next time." As the tentacle finished its rapid monologue, its vibrations began to subside. Its once vivid metallic scales started to fade and looked almost decayed. The voice in Duncan's mind similarly waned, quickly fading as if receding into the vast cosmic background from whence it had come. Duncan couldn't claim to understand the mechanisms or forces that had enabled this ancient and cryptic entity to establish this fleeting connection. But it was evident that whatever loophole or energy source had been exploited to do so was now closing. Given the urgency of the situation, Duncan didn't have the luxury to ponder the gravity of the arcane information that had just been imparted to him. With a surgeon's precision, he mentally catalogued each of the Nether Lord's words, allowing himself the time to analyze the overwhelming revelations only after he was certain the message had been fully and securely recorded in his mind. First thing that struck Duncan was the presence of garbled sounds, auditory anomalies that should have represented vital information or key terms, but were distorted into a jumble of incomprehensible, sharp, chaotic noises. It was as though the essence or meaning of these sounds had been deliberately filtered out, or that their weightiness had exceeded the carrying capacity of their fragile telepathic channel, leaving them indecipherable. However, with the ancient entity's message rapidly fading, and the frail tentacle showing clear signs of impending collapse, realized this was not the moment to dissect these auditory oddities. The spectral whisper of the Nether Lord was quickly diminishing, the brittle link they had managed to create fraying to its last threads. Duncan glanced at the tentacle, now visibly deteriorating and possibly capable of holding on for only a few more fleeting seconds. With an urgency fueled by the ticking clock, Duncan seized the dwindling moments to ask, "If I need to find you, how do I get to the abyssal depths?" It seemed to him that a face-to-face meeting in these mythical depths would be the most direct way to clarify the numerous uncertainties that now clouded his mind. The tentacle was already starting to stiffen, its form crumbling as fragments of its otherworldly substance began to flake off like decaying matter. The mysterious and potent will that had been channeling through it was steadily retracting, the ancient entity pulling back from this frail conduit to our world. And yet, in those final milliseconds before the connection severed entirely, it gathered what remained of its dwindling strength to issue a simple phrase directly into Duncan's consciousness. "I don't know." Duncan was dumbfounded. For once, he could empathize with those who had often been left bewildered by his own enigmatic words. He certainly hadn't anticipated this sort of answer from the Nether Lord. However, his moment of puzzlement was brief, soon replaced by another cryptic whisper that resonated within the caverns of his mind. "Try capturing some annihilators." "What?" Duncan was utterly confused. "Aren't they your disciples?" No additional words were offered in response. The whispered voice of the ancient god ceased altogether. Accompanied by a chorus of snapping and cracking noises, the beleaguered tentacle disintegrated, its matter transforming into a cloud of blue mist that dissipated into nothingness. The mysterious rustling sounds that had originally led him to the edge of the mansion's enchanted garden abruptly ceased. The heavy, unsettling shadows cast by the dense foliage lightened as if the natural order had been restored. Duncan remained stationary amidst the shrubbery, pondering deeply as he did so. Several minutes elapsed before he shook his head vigorously, as if trying to rouse himself from an entrancing daydream. The entire experience felt surreal, as if he had been swept up in some cosmic play. The entity identified as the Nether Lord had suddenly appeared, delivered an enigmatic, almost incomprehensible message, and then vanished as abruptly as it had manifested. An event like this would be considered supernatural not just in the town of Wind Harbor, but perhaps across the entire expanse of the boundless sea. However, when Duncan took a moment to contextualize these otherworldly events within the tapestry of his own complex life, they didn't strike him as entirely earth-shattering. He turned to look back at the luxuriant mansion garden that lay not far behind him, glowing in the soft daylight. Nestled in a sunny clearing at the center of this garden was a silver-haired doll, serenely dormant. This setting, connected intrinsically to an entity known as 99, a product of the Nether Lord's ability to clone, was essentially a nexus tied not only to Alice and her mansion, but also to that enigmatic deity from the abyssal depths. It was quite plausible to think of this entire sanctuary as a kind of interface, a vessel perhaps deliberately designed by the ancient god to channel messages to the terrestrial realm. Given this dense network of spiritual and existential connections, encountering an emanation of the Nether Lord within the secluded pockets of this garden was far from implausible. What truly intrigued Duncan was something else altogether. The Nether Lord's demeanor or state of being was quite divergent from what he had initially expected. The entity displayed rational thought and seemed to be operating under some sort of extreme constraint or pressure. Contrary to popular myths that painted such beings as malevolent forces of chaos, this deity appeared strangely benign, even friendly. But Duncan didn't dwell too much on these apparent deviations. After all, only a very small number of individuals in this world had ever had direct experiences with so-called ancient gods. Popular narratives could hardly be considered reliable data. Moreover, perceptions of such beings were highly subjective. What manifested as a benign force in Duncan's eyes could easily strike terror or awe in the hearts of average folks. He was acutely aware that his long adaptation to this mystical world had endowed him with a unique lens through which to interpret such phenomena. What weighed heaviest on Duncan's mind were the shards of information imparted to him by the ancient god. He found himself replaying the mysterious phrases over and over in his mind, trying to distill meaning from the overload of cryptic hints. Something had been engineered with a lifespan limited to 8,000 years, and was now functioning beyond its intended operational span. The we that the Nether Lord alluded to was waiting for some kind of signal, presumably from an external source, but had not received any feedback yet. The term cycle reset was invoked. What could that possibly imply? He himself was designated as the usurper of fire, awakening at the end of this mysterious cycle. Finally, there was the perplexing directive about preserving fallen fragments to prolong the existence of something called the node. As Duncan continued to ruminate on these fragments of unearthly wisdom, his facial expression turned increasingly solemn. The gravity of the situation began to dawn on him as he grappled with the layers of ambiguity and significance wrapped around each piece of information. Chapter 565, Anomalous Object. For Duncan, amidst the whirlwind of cryptic messages he received from the mysterious being known as the Nether Lord, the clearest piece of information was the first one. It said that something initially engineered to function for just 8,000 years was now overburdened and running beyond its capacity. Immediately, Duncan thought of the artificial sun called Vision 1, which currently shone over a vast oceanic expanse. This fabricated celestial body, which had recently begun malfunctioning and shedding components, was created by the Crete clan under the leadership of the Nether Lord during the time of the ancient Crete kingdom. Intriguingly, Vision 1 has been in operation for 10,000 years. So if it was designed with an 8,000-year lifespan in mind, its present instability starts to make logical sense. Adding another layer of complexity, the Nether Lord hinted that they have been waiting for a signal from somewhere within that time frame but have yet to receive it. Duncan found himself wrestling with two immediate questions. Who are they? And what specific location is denoted by the word somewhere? We have not received the signal from %, beyond the deadline. Duncan recollected the exact wording from the mysterious figure, likely an ancient deity. Drawing from his understanding of a prior text known as the Book of Blasphemy, Duncan ventured to guess that they could refer to the ancient kings. This group would comprise not just the current 4 true gods, but also a variety of other ancient and forgotten deities. This singular clue could radically upend the understanding of the entire world. What was even more shocking was the implication that the 4 true gods and the universally recognized evil ancient gods might be waiting for the same event or signal, thereby sharing a unified purpose. If Vanna, an old friend of Duncan's, had heard this revelation, she would likely have been stunned and did a jump chop out of reflex. Yet what gnawed at Duncan even more was the latter part of the Nether Lord's statement. The signal from *%. What could that garbled noise signify? If it is linked to Vision 1, the artificial sun, which the Nether Lord also described as a brief burst of noise, could it mean that this unintelligible signal is of a similar nature or status to Vision 1? Could there be a substantial similarity between the two? And what attributes define Vision 1? Is it an ancient construct? Was it created by long-forgotten gods? Is it of such a grand scale that its malfunction could have global consequences? Is there a relationship between it and the mythical Black Sun? Or could it even contain structural elements from the old world, such as mysterious artifacts like long-lost stars? Might the cryptic signal also have roots in the old world, as hinted at by the burst of noise? Mulling over these questions, Duncan raised his hand to lightly massage his forehead, which had begun to ache from the intellectual exertion. He paused, his eyes settling on his own hands, contemplating his identity. Usurper of Fire. It wasn't the first time he had been called that, and he wondered what that title would come to mean in the unfolding chaos. Both the enigmatic figure known as the Black Sun and the equally mysterious Nether Lord refer to themselves using these grand titles. What they primarily have in common is their membership in the august circle of ancient kings, a cadre of powerful and ancient deities. However, from Duncan's interaction with the Nether Lord, it became apparent that the latter only has a vague awareness of the title or concept, Usurper of Fire. He seemed ignorant of the specific powers and the true nature associated with being the usurper, offering only a cryptic clue, that the usurper would come into full awakening at the end of the cycle. This led Duncan to ponder about the other ancient kings, like the goddess of storms, the eternal flame, and the god of wisdom. These deities, who still seem to maintain some level of influence or connection with the human realm, might have more insights into this mystery. With a soft sigh, Duncan shook his head, his face tinged with a sense of helplessness. It was frustrating enough that the world was enshrouded in so many uncertainties and enigmas, but what compounded his annoyance was the fact that these so-called ancient gods and true gods appeared to know more about him than he did about himself. And as if to add insult to injury, these gods were notoriously hard to reach, as though they had inconsistent and unreliable lines of celestial communication. Duncan was also thoroughly perplexed about what the end of the cycle might signify, and found himself too drained to ponder this further. He walked along the edge of the garden and stopped before a stone pillar that seemed to be abruptly placed there. At its base, nestled amid thorn bushes, lay a silver-haired doll in repose. Whether it was the Nether Lord who had conjured this ethereal place, referred to as the Alice Mansion, or whether the mansion predated him and he had merely utilized it as a conduit to the real world, one fact was indisputable. This sleeping doll was intimately connected to the real-world individual named Alice. Duncan carefully took out a wind-up key that he had been carrying with him. To return to the real world, all he needed to do was insert this key into the doll and wind it up. However, just as he was about to do so, a fresh thought arrested him. Quietly stowing away the key, he turned and made his way towards the garden's exit. Navigating through the dark and luxuriant foliage, he eventually arrived back at the mansion's grand garden gate. This gate was embellished with intricate stained glass and ornate ironwork that seemed to narrate an ancient tale. The gate was slightly ajar, allowing snatches of conversation, footsteps, and intermittent strains of music to waft out from what appeared to be a grand hall inside the mansion, almost as if an eternal ball were in full swing. Pushing the gate open, Duncan entered into a long, shadowy corridor that seemed empty. But as he took his first step into the hallway, an eerie figure materialized. A headless butler abruptly appeared from the shadows a few meters away, as though he had been lurking there all along. "Ah, the guest with the key," the butler greeted him warmly, his voice low and muffled as it emanated strangely from his torso. "Have you greeted the mistress?" Caught off guard but intrigued, Duncan was left to ponder his next moves and their larger implications. Duncan regarded the unsettling, headless figure before him with a measured gaze. "Have you been watching me?" "I have merely been awaiting the summon of a guest. You've only been gone a short while, so I have remained here," the headless butler replied, bowing slightly. his tone was as polite and formal as ever. "May I ask what your next instructions are?" "Only gone a short while." Duncan's eyebrows furrowed in thought, recalling the butler's earlier comments about the mansion's peculiar sense of time. Could it be that no matter how much time he spends here in the mansion, only an infinitesimal moment elapses in the real world? Conversely, regardless of how long he exists in the real world after departing from this mansion, would it equate to just a fraction of a moment for its inhabitants? Is the mansion operating on an entirely separate temporal scale, distinct from the real world? Is it more than just a pause in time, but a completely different dimension of time itself? What could possibly be the mechanism behind this phenomenon? These questions swirled in Duncan's mind in rapid succession, but outwardly, his expression remained placid. He offered a slight nod to the butler and asked casually, "Has there been any change in the mansion during the short while I was gone?" "Everything is as usual, sir," the butler answered promptly. "The mansion seldom undergoes change. As far as my memory serves, it has always maintained this appearance." Duncan hummed in acknowledgement before casually tossing another question into the conversation. "Before me, have there been other guests who have ventured into that garden?" "Other guests?" The butler seemed momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered. "Certainly not. As you might be aware, only the mistress and the gardener have permission to enter the garden area. Beyond them, access is granted only to guests possessing the key. Why do you inquire?" Ignoring the butler's question, Duncan pressed on. "This gardener you mention, what is his appearance?" "The gardener? Well, nobody really knows what he looks like," the butler replied, appearing increasingly uneasy as if he had never faced such a probing line of inquiry. "The gardener has been absent for quite some time. Once the garden no longer required his attention, he returned to his place of origin. His duties diverge from those of us, ordinary servants. His primary task is to ensure that the environment remains tranquil and undisturbed when the mistress is at rest. Beyond that, he has no additional responsibilities within the mansion, and furthermore, he does not communicate with me." "It's interesting to note that even you, as the butler, seem to have limited knowledge about this mansion," Duncan remarked, studying the headless figure before him with an air of detachment. "Have you ever heard of a certain name?" "A name, please do elaborate." Duncan listed the titles. "The Nether Lord, King of Darkness, LH01, he could go by any of these three names. Have you heard of him?" The butler hesitated for a moment as if sifting through vast volumes of memory within his headless frame. Finally, he spoke, the sound emerging eerily from his hollow chest. "I apologize, sir. I have no recollection of such a name." The butler's tone was genuine, leaving Duncan in a unique position. With no face to read or eyes to scrutinize, all Duncan had were the intangible cues of the butler's posture and tone, which remained impeccably formal and devoid of emotional nuance. Given the circumstances, Duncan had little choice but to provisionally accept the butler's word as truthful. "Very well, thank you for your response." The headless butler inclined his upper body in a slight bow. "I hope I have been of assist." Abruptly, he cut himself off, his body stiffening as though jolted by an invisible electrical charge. He pivoted sharply, facing away from Duncan. Simultaneously, Duncan sensed a tangible shift in the mansion's atmosphere. The air grew taut, pulsing with an urgency that hadn't been there a moment ago. The silence of the hallway was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps and hushed conversations. "What's going on?" Duncan demanded, his voice tinged with alarm. "Intruder alert, sir. I must excuse myself," the butler replied tersely. Then, without another word, he whirled around and strode swiftly down the hallway. "Intruder alert." The words hung in the air, jolting Duncan from his thoughts. Before he could fully process the situation, the butler had already disappeared down the corridor. Hesitating only for a fraction of a second, Duncan sprinted after him. As the butler navigated the labyrinthine halls, he subtly angled his torso to acknowledge Duncan trailing behind him, but he didn't stop or slow down. Encouraged, Duncan quickened his pace, following the butler up a staircase and into a long corridor on the second floor that led to a row of bedrooms. Here, a collection of shadowy figures, headless maids and butlers like the one he had been speaking to, congregated in anxious huddles, their whispers a discordant murmur of restless energy. Duncan recognized this stretch of hallway. He recalled that it led to a bedroom where the soul of the Frost Queen Rhaenora had once been imprisoned. But that room had since been erased from the mansion's framework, replaced by what should be an endless void. Move aside, do not touch the intruding object." The butler's voice resonated with an authority that belied his disembodied state. He wove through the crowd of servants, emanating the decorum and gravity befitting a chief butler. Where is the intruder? As if heeding an unspoken command, the assembled servants parted, creating a path in the corridor. Peering over the butler's headless shoulders, Duncan finally saw what, or rather, who, had set off the mansion's intrusion alarm. His expression momentarily froze. A small bag of garbage was lying inconspicuously on the plush corridor carpet. The sight was bewildering, ludicrous, and oddly unsettling all at the same time. Why would a bag of everyday trash cause such a commotion, and why did it feel so eerily familiar? Chapter 566, 566, Foreign Object and the Cleaner. Duncan found himself staring intently at a small bag of trash that lay before him. It was securely wrapped in a black plastic bag, its opening sealed with a tight knot. Through a tiny tear in the plastic, Duncan could glimpse the remnants of a crushed paper cup inside the bag. His thoughts churned in a whirlpool of bewilderment and endless questions. When the bizarre phenomenon known as the Great Void had first manifested within the Alice mansion, he had wondered if it would eventually evolve or change in some way. Upon hearing the mansion's headless butler refer to an invasion of foreign objects, Duncan had braced himself for something truly inexplicable to have intruded upon this already mysterious space. Yet he had never, in his wildest dreams, imagined this scenario. The trash bag before him was oddly familiar. It was the very bag of waste he had disposed of himself. Just a short time ago, after coming to terms with what seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between him and his homeland, he had undertaken a thorough cleaning of his single-bedroom apartment. He had then thrown this bag into the strange black mist that lingered outside his front door. And now, almost inexplicably, that same bag had materialized within the mysterious, great void of the Alice mansion, and was being labeled as an invading foreign object. As he grappled with a complex tapestry of emotions, Duncan cautiously took a step forward, moving closer to this object that was so incongruously identified as an invader. The corridor where he stood opened up into an enormous empty space, a void that seemed to have devoured whole rooms and left nothing but a gaping abyss in its wake. The edges of this emptiness looked as if they had been shattered, leaving the floor and walls jagged, almost like broken teeth jutting out from the gums. The trash bag was situated at the very end of this fractured, unsettling landscape. Truth be told, Duncan found the entire situation to be bordering on the absurd. Yet the atmosphere among the mansion's servants was one of palpable tension. The headless butler seemed particularly alarmed, even letting out a cautionary shout as Duncan continued to advance. "Guest, do not approach, it's dangerous." Dangerous? Duncan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He looked back at the butler, a quizzical expression taking over his face. "It's simply a harmless pile of garbage." Nevertheless, the butler and other servants remained noticeably distant, standing at least 10 meters away from the bag. Their low, buzzing chatter seemed to be laced with both fear and panic. Although they were devoid of heads, Duncan could sense that their invisible gazes were filled with a disorienting blend of curiosity and apprehension. To them, it seemed that this ordinary-looking bag of trash was transformed into something infinitely more terrifying and unfathomable. "Gu guest," the headless butler finally managed to speak again, his voice shaky and subdued. "Do not be deceived by appearances. I urge you to maintain a safe distance and come back toward me. Exercise caution so as not to awaken this growing shadow." Growing shadow? For a fleeting moment, Duncan's eyebrows twitched as if he were on the cusp of a revelation. Could it be that these servants were perceiving something entirely different from what he was seeing? Duncan shifted his gaze back to the black garbage bag that lay precariously on the edge of the fractured ground. In that brief instant, something astonishing happened. The black plastic bag seemed to flicker. It was akin to the stuttering of a malfunctioning computer screen, or as though a gossamer veil had momentarily drifted across the surface of the bag. During this quick oscillation between light and shadow, the bag appeared to metamorphose into something completely different. Duncan's eyes narrowed as he intently observed the bag, almost as if he were expecting it to change form again, and sure enough, it flickered once more. This time, Duncan caught a fleeting glimpse of what the bag seemed to be transforming into. What he saw was a pulsating shadow sprawled across the floor not too far away from the bag. The edges of this shadow were fringed with countless, quivering, razor-like tendrils. Emerging from the core of this shadow was a dark, undulating mass that seemed to conceal an innumerable multitude of eyes, as well as appendages that looked like a nightmarish combination of tongues and tentacles. But the moment he zeroed in on this surreal vision, it reverted back into what looked like an ordinary pile of garbage. The disturbing images he thought he'd seen felt like illusions, barely skimming the surface of his consciousness. Quietly contemplating what he'd just witnessed, Duncan found his thoughts slowly coalescing into coherent theories. After what felt like an indeterminate period of time, he finally turned toward the butler and asked in a voice that was unexpectedly raspy, "Has there been any foreign object invasion here before?" The butler replied hastily, "Occasionally. The mansion is sealed off, but for some inexplicable reason, external objects do find their way in here, and they usually cause considerable disruption." Considerable disruption? Duncan furrowed his eyebrows. "Yes," the butler elaborated. "These foreign objects act like pathogens to the mansion, often leading to decay or warping of its various parts. Recovery typically takes an extended period of time." Listening intently, Duncan mulled over this information before asking his next question. "How are these foreign objects dealt with?" "The mansion will digest them," the butler explained. "You may wish to stand aside. The cleaner should be arriving shortly to deal appropriately with the foreign object." "The cleaner?" Duncan echoed, his tone brimming with skepticism. "Yes, the cleaner is an integral part of the mansion, its oldest component, in fact. It is tasked with eliminating any destructive entities that have intruded. Once it completes its work, the mansion will gradually revert to its original state prior to the invasion." "Ah, there it is. Look." The butler suddenly raised his arm, pointing toward a spot not far from where they stood. A substance that resembled mud had begun to materialize there. It was dark yet glimmered with a metallic sheen. Its surface was interspersed with countless tiny, crystalline particles, which refracted pinpricks of star-like light as the substance rippled. This mud seemed to possess a form of sentience as it slowly crawled and expanded, inching closer to the offending, foreign object, as if it knew exactly what it needed to do. The outer layer of the mysterious entity known as the cleaner began to undergo a fascinating transformation. Portions of its edge elongated into tendrils that functioned like tentacles. With calculated deliberation, these extensions reached out to probe the immediate area before wrapping themselves around the pulsating shadow. Captivated, Duncan observed the process with unwavering focus. For him, the bag of trash was inconsequential. It was the underlying mysteries that counted. Why had it appeared in the mansion? What was the meaning behind the surreal phenomena he had witnessed? The true significance had manifested the moment that unassuming black garbage bag materialized within the confines of Alice Mansion. The act of consumption occurred in profound silence. The cleaner, this soft-bodied, blob-like entity tinged with a metallic sheen and dotted with tiny specks of refractive light, enveloped the bag entirely. Duncan could feel a subtle, unspoken shift occurring within the cleaner's form, as if something within it had been neutralized or digested. Around him, the mansion's attendants seemed to collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Their tense bodies relaxed, but only for an instant. For in the next heartbeat, Duncan noticed the cleaner, having completed its task, pivot in his direction. Its outer layer oscillated, and it almost looked as if a protrusion similar to a head had aligned itself to face him. A palpable silence pervaded the corridor, ratcheting up the tension to near unbearable levels. Every attendant froze as if bracing for something monumental. The cleaner advanced. It moved toward Duncan, but its intentions were inscrutable, neither malicious nor benign. Duncan's nerves tightened reflexively. Between his fingers, wisps of pale green flame began to manifest. He eyed the cleaner warily, his thoughts racing as he pondered the best course of action for neutralizing this enigmatic entity, should it turn out to be a threat, without causing undue harm to Alice's mansion. Then, unexpectedly, the cleaner came to a halt about 2 meters in front of him. The mass of mud-like substance appeared to be retracting its earlier expansion as if reconsidering. In a surreal moment, Duncan could swear that the cleaner displayed a sense of hesitancy, even confusion. It was sentient, trying to make sense of the human in front of it, yet evidently puzzled as if Duncan's very presence broke some internal logic that governed the mansion. Moments later, as if snapping out of an infinite loop of confusion, the cleaner shifted its focus. It turned away from Duncan, as if deciding he was of no consequence, and began slithering toward a dark corner of the room. Blinking in sheer bewilderment, Duncan observed the cleaner's odd departure. After a lengthy pause, he shifted his gaze to the butler and finally broke the silence. "What does this signify? Is the cleaner not receptive to my presence here?" "This is unprecedented for me as well," the butler responded, his voice laced with a discernible note of perplexity. "Typically, once the cleaner has completed its function, it recedes into the background, melding back into the mansion's structure. It's never loitered or displayed additional activities as it did just now. Duncan's brow furrowed in contemplation, but he chose not to pry any further. Instead, he pivoted and walked over to the edge of the disintegrating corridor, approaching the exact location where the cleaner had conducted its mysterious cleaning operation. The bag of trash he had thrown out was now utterly eradicated. Following a baffling series of transformations, it had been assimilated and digested by an equally puzzling force within the cleaner, leaving no remnants whatsoever. Yet the central question remained: how had his own trash ended up here in the first place? Positioning himself atop a cracked floor tile, Duncan leaned over cautiously, peering into the infinite black abyss that lay beyond the fractured corridor. For a fleeting instant, he harbored the notion that he might find his own apartment, suspended within that obsidian void, and maybe veiled in a shroud of mist akin to the myriad fragments of other worlds that might be suspended in similar abysses elsewhere. But there was only unyielding darkness. The corridor led to nothing but an impenetrable void, as if the yawning chasm within the Alice mansion were a portal to a realm of sheer nothingness. An almost irresistible urge welled up within him, compelling him to step into that mysterious darkness, to perhaps discover the elusive answers he sought. Yet at the crucial moment, caution gripped him. Something deep within, his innate instincts, warned him of the inherent perils in that infinite abyss. He knew that now was not the opportune time. He was not yet equipped to navigate that darkness and safely return. "Guest," the voice of the headless butler broke his introspective trance, emanating softly from behind him. Taking a deep breath as if to expel his thoughts and hesitations, Duncan retreated a step, repositioning himself within the boundaries of the decaying corridor. "I should leave now," he murmured almost to himself. "Take me back to the garden, please." In the world beyond the mansion, Duncan blinked as if emerging from a trance. His senses sharply refocused, snapping him back to full consciousness in a matter of mere seconds. Before him sat Alice, still attentively present. Remarkably, in the tangible world, only a minuscule fraction of a second had elapsed. Chapter 567, Phenomenon Under the Night Sky. Duncan rubbed his forehead, feeling a dull ache settle in as he placed the key on the table. His mind was awash with memories from his recent time at the mysterious place known as the Alice Mansion. He was particularly fixated on his encounter in the garden with an entity claiming to be an ancient deity. That divine being had imparted cryptic messages that had left him pondering. Additionally, he couldn't shake the haunting image of a mysterious object that seemed to materialize next to what appeared to be an empty void within the mansion's walls. As he stood there deep in thought, Alice noticed his return. Lifting the hem of her shirt slightly, she turned her head toward him with a curious look and cheerfully inquired, "Captain, you're back. Were you able to find the answers you've been searching for?" Duncan let out a soft sigh. "I did gather more information, but it's led me to even more questions that need answering." Catching sight of Alice's perpetually upbeat expression, he briefly pushed aside the maelstrom of thoughts that had been overwhelming him and managed to smile. "However, I've made some significant progress. I have a new immediate goal in mind." "A new goal?" Alice cocked her head, slightly confused by the statement. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Duncan finally declared, "Our next step is to capture some members of the cult of annihilation." Many questions still weighed heavily on Duncan's mind. Why had the random items he discarded from his bachelor apartment somehow ended up in Alice's mansion? Why had these items mysteriously morphed into shadow-like figures, visible only to the mansion's servants? What had become of the mansion's missing gardener? And who, or what, were the mysterious entities known as the Cleaners? Though these questions seemed impossible to resolve at the moment, Duncan felt that pursuing another lead offered by the entity he referred to as the Nether Lord was worth a try. Concerning other mysterious topics like the status of Vision 1, the cryptic sounds he'd heard, ancient kings, the great annihilation, and the truths of endless, dark nights, it was clear that the ancient deity knew much. This deity seemed amenable to sharing this privileged knowledge with Duncan, whom it called a usurper of fire. Therefore, Duncan concluded that for now, his primary focus should be on establishing a connection with the Abyss, just as the Nether Lord had suggested. The first step toward this goal, capturing some followers of the cult of annihilation. Yet every time Duncan pondered over this newfound directive, he couldn't help but feel an odd sense of disquiet gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. Alice, however, didn't dwell on the complexities. She was simply ecstatic that Duncan had formulated a new plan. Her face beamed with anticipation, though she didn't completely understand the reason behind the mission. That's wonderful. When do we start this capture, and where should we go to accomplish it? Cultists aren't like jellyfish you can just sweep up from the sea, Duncan said, rubbing his aching forehead once more. We'll rest today, and tomorrow I'll have an in-depth discussion about the specifics with Vanna and Morris. Alice nodded in agreement, but another question immediately sprang to mind. What's a jellyfish? It's a marine creature, Duncan replied, his face twitching awkwardly as he sought the right words. They're mostly found in the ocean and are semi-transparent. Some species are poisonous, while others can be eaten. Eatable? Duncan had mentioned jellyfish being edible as an offhand comment, but Alice's eyes sparkled immediately. Is it delicious? Duncan made a puzzled expression, clearly caught off guard by her enthusiasm. Why are you so interested? You don't even possess a digestive system to consume food. I could prepare it for you to eat, Alice exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement. Captain, when we find some free time in the future, let's go catch some jellyfish. The conversation had taken a surreal turn, and Duncan struggled to maintain a straight face. He quickly waved his hand as if to shoo away the oddity of the topic. Okay, I promise. When we get the opportunity, we'll catch some to eat, he assured her. Content and cheerful, Alice took her leave. Duncan let out a light sigh and shook his head in mild resignation. He then walked over to the window to take in the view. Night had already fallen. Vision 1, a puzzling celestial object, had dipped below the ocean's horizon hours ago, its influence vanishing from the world. The rift of the world's creation now manifested in the sky, casting a chilly, almost sentient scrutiny over the entire cityscape. Despite the night, a form of sunlight still illuminated the sky. This light originated from luminous geometric bodies floating on the ocean surface near the city-state. The glow from these bodies was partly blocked by the city's buildings, breaking up into scattered beams of light that swept across the sky over the urban center. These beams of light carved out a surreal, almost alien landscape that resembled the twilight sky dissected by curtain blinds. In this fragmented lighting, the rift of the world's creation appeared intermittently, as if sliced into segments by the rays. It was no longer a cohesive arc that spanned the sky from one end to the other. Whenever these beams of light crossed its path, the rift became momentarily invisible, only to reveal itself in sections untouched by the light, like jagged, pale crevices in the darkness. A thought suddenly crossed Duncan's mind, pulling his brows together in a frown. He had overlooked an important detail and now began to scrutinize the unusual phenomenon in the sky with renewed curiosity. The luminous geometric bodies floating on the ocean's surface had a limited range of illumination. Scholars from the academies of harbor had already determined their reach, which extended only over the city-state and a portion of the nearby waters. There was no way their light could reach as far up as the sky to impact the rift of the world's creation. What he observed was puzzling. In areas where these fragmented sunbeams traversed the sky, the rift disappeared. Could it be that the light wasn't actually affecting the rift directly, but instead was altering the perception of those observing it from the ground? This led him to ponder the true role of Vision 1, referred to commonly as the sun. Was its function not to suppress or contain the rift of the world's creation, but rather to render it unobservable to sentient beings, perhaps by overlaying or filtering it out through some unknown mechanism? It was a revelation that added another layer of complexity to the ever-growing list of enigmas he sought to unravel. For a fleeting moment, Duncan felt as though he had stumbled upon a vital clue concerning Vision 1, the sun, as it was commonly referred to. It was as if he had pulled a thread in the fabric of a complex tapestry, unveiling a crucial mechanism behind its mysterious functions. But just as he was about to plunge deeper into this intriguing revelation, a flicker of something bizarre in the corner of his eye yanked him out of his contemplation. He immediately sensed that something was terribly amiss. Compelled to investigate, Duncan strode briskly to the window and pushed it open to focus on a specific direction. He looked out onto a street that intersected with Crown Street. His memory of this locale was vivid. He remembered the array of rooftops, the heights of various buildings, and a particularly distinctive spire that rose conspicuously amid the concrete jungle. However, what greeted his eyes now was completely outlandish. The streetscape had been overtaken by an impenetrable forest bathed in twilight. Towering trees had inexplicably erupted through the asphalt and the concrete foundations, transforming familiar buildings and that signature spire into ancient-looking groves. The metamorphosis was even more jarring due to the extensive, vine-like structures that had unfurled from this new forest, with some tendrils creeping into Crown Street itself. Caught between the eerie lighting from the fragmented sunlight and the rift of the world's creation, These dark, rapidly growing vines seemed to be sprouting along the streets, wrapping around buildings and scaling walls and lampposts as if possessed. They appeared like nightmarish tentacles breaching the boundaries of reality, spreading their influence incrementally. Blinking to confirm he wasn't hallucinating, Duncan found the visual anomaly persisted. If anything, under the strange duality of sunlight and rift, the vines appeared even more palpable than before. Despite the extraordinary transformations happening, the city was shrouded in an unsettling silence. Whether it was the distant areas or those buildings already entangled by the malevolent vines, not a peep could be heard. It was as if the city was under a spell, entranced in some kind of collective, eerie hibernation. Glancing around, Duncan noticed lights still on in several nearby homes, suggesting people had been awake and active just moments ago. It was perplexing that no one seemed aware of the grotesque transformation taking place outside their windows. Snapping his gaze away from the unnatural tableau, Duncan pivoted and headed briskly for the door. But before his hand could reach the knob, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway and the door was thrust open. Alice, who had left only a short while earlier, burst back into the room. Her face was flushed, eyes wide in apparent panic. "Captain, have you seen what's happening outside?" "I've seen it," Duncan interrupted, steadying the agitated automaton with his words. "This could be some kind of grand-scale illusion or even a shift into an alternate reality, but it hasn't touched our residence yet. Calm yourself, Alice. Gather everyone in the house. We need to make sense of this situation." Upon hearing Duncan's directives, Alice seemed to find some semblance of calm. She nodded her head vigorously and blurted out, "Oh, yes, Captain. I'll go find the others right away." With that, Alice turned and scampered down the hall, her feet clattering against the floor as she disappeared from sight. Duncan glanced one more time at the bewildering landscape that had overtaken the streets, bracing himself for the enigma that now demanded to be unraveled. The eerie forest that had inexplicably materialized in the heart of the neighborhood remained intact, its lush and verdant foliage casting dark silhouettes against the night sky. It was as if the very shadows had merged, taking on corporeal form to create this densely packed thicket. Interestingly, the vines, those insidious tendrils that had branched out in all directions, seemed to have halted their menacing crawl. A multitude of these vine-like extensions, ranging from thin wisps to robust ropes, had come to a standstill at the very boundaries of Crown Street, almost as if respecting some unseen border. But this observation only pertained to what Duncan could see from his limited vantage point. The unnerving fact remained that he could not know the extent of this anomaly, or if other parts of the city had been similarly transformed into grotesque landscapes. Just as he began to grapple with the wider implications, the familiar sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway outside his room. Alice's voice, tinged with an unmistakable note of urgent concern, reached him. "Captain, the others are all missing." For the first time, Duncan felt genuine surprise that shook him out of his analytical mode. "The others are missing." "Yes, vanished without a trace." Alice quickly sprinted into the room, her nod so vigorous it seemed she might detach her own head. She cupped her hands around her face in a dramatic gesture of concern. "I just went to check on Nina and Shirley's rooms. Both are empty. Miss Lucretia is also nowhere to be found. I knocked on several other rooms and there was no answer. The clockwork servants are in the living room, standing completely still like statues. It's downright creepy." A sense of foreboding tightened around Duncan's heart. His eyes narrowed and his face adopted a grave expression. However, before diving into further action, he took a moment to soothe Alice, whose mechanical nerves seemed frazzled by the escalating weirdness. He then closed his eyes for a moment, extending his senses to search for the unique markers he had placed on individuals in his circle like Vanna and Morris. These markers served as a sort of psychic radar, allowing him to gauge their status and approximate locations. The markers still existed, but something was awry. Their status readings were garbled and unknowable, as if distorted by some external force. "We need to go downstairs and conduct a thorough search." Duncan finally opened his eyes and gestured toward a small cabinet next to him. From atop the cabinet, the tiny creature named AI, who had been taking a nap, fluttered her wings and landed gently on Duncan's shoulder. "Alice, stay close to me. Whatever happens, do not stray." Alice, her doll frame almost trembling with anxious energy, nodded emphatically. All right, Captain." And so, armed with a resolve as thick as the inexplicable forest outside, Duncan led Alice down the staircase and into the depths of the house that now seemed more like a vessel sailing on uncharted waters. With every step they took, the air seemed to grow thicker with the weight of uncertainty and impending revelations. Chapter 568, A Widespread Anomaly. A palpable, unsettling silence hung in the living room on the ground floor of the house. This strange quiet seemed to be a reflection of the eeriness that had enveloped the entire street outside, as if the world had collectively held its breath. Inside, the room maintained its nighttime ambience. Mechanical dolls and automated tin men, which were usually set in motion by an intricate blend of springs and magical mechanisms, now stood perfectly still. They looked as though they had been in the middle of performing their programmed cleaning tasks, until they were suddenly interrupted by some mysterious event. Guiding Alice cautiously down the staircase, Duncan was both anxious and on high alert. As they reached the bottom step, their eyes scanned the dimly lit room. Each step they took seemed to echo unnaturally in the silent 34, amplifying the room's already eerie atmosphere. Alice's fingers tightly gripped Duncan's clothing as she cast a sidelong glance. Near them stood a wooden puppet designed to look like a maid. One of its hands clung to the stair railing as if it had been in the process of wiping it clean just moments before. The puppet was now frozen in a slightly hunched position with a cleaning bucket at its feet. Like all the other mechanical servants in the room, it had abruptly stopped moving. The usual ticking sounds and the noise of gears grinding, which would normally emanate from these automatons, had also gone silent. The stillness seemed so unnatural that Alice couldn't shake the fear that the puppet's eyes might suddenly turn to look directly at her, just like in the many horror stories she had read. The very thought sent a cold shiver racing down her spine. "This is so unnerving," she whispered to Duncan, who was a few steps ahead of her. "These puppets seemed so benign during the daytime, but seeing them all frozen like this is just terrifying. Strangely, I think it would be even scarier if they suddenly sprang back to life right now." Duncan slightly turned his head and gave the motionless maid puppet a quizzical glance. Alice remained unaware that her comments might be seen as odd in this situation. Shifting his focus, Duncan began to mentally track the magical marks he had placed on people like Morris and Vanna for the purpose of keeping tabs on them. Although these marks were still flickering within his senses, they were behaving unpredictably erratic. One moment, it felt like these marks were right inside the house or close. The next, they would seem to have teleported to a distant location, as if they had instantly been transported to the opposite side of the city. Duncan found this erratic behavior deeply unsettling. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Despite his best efforts to mentally reach out to these distant marks in an attempt to communicate with Nina and the others, he was met with failure. Because he couldn't accurately pinpoint the exact locations or statuses of these magical markers, his calls either went unanswered or elicited only a weak and meaningless response for a brief instant, a situation that was entirely new to him. However, Duncan took some solace in the fact that he was beginning to understand the unpredictable behavior of these magical marks. Although he was still unable to determine their exact locations, he felt that with some adjustments and learning, he'd eventually be able to establish precise contact. Moreover, the continued activity of these marks suggested that those who bore them were not in immediate danger, offering him a sliver of comfort amid all the uncertainty. As Duncan moved further into the room, his senses keenly alert to the fluctuating nature of the magical marks he'd placed on his friends, he was abruptly jolted out of his focus by a subtle yet distinct clicking sound. Both he and Alice stopped dead in their tracks, as if they had simultaneously sensed the break in the room's previously eerie stillness. Quickly turning around, Duncan zeroed in on the source of the noise with laser-like focus. To his astonishment, the wooden puppet maid, which had been completely motionless next to the staircase railing just moments before, was now showing signs of life. Its head turned in a jerky, mechanical manner, similar to how a rusted machine might move. Its glassy, vacant eyes seemed to scan the room as though looking for something, or someone. Alice, already on edge, nearly lost all semblance of self-control. "Oh my God, it's actually moving." Exasperated, Duncan shot back. "Why are you scared? You're a living doll yourself, aren't you?" A light bulb seemed to go off in Alice's head. "Ah, right, why should I be afraid?" Disregarding Alice's momentary lapse in reasoning, Duncan refocused his complete attention on the gradually animating wooden puppet. A wave of realization washed over him as he sensed a familiar magical aura emanating from the puppet. "Lucy, is that you?" Duncan cautiously inquired. The puppet's eyes seemed to sharpen their focus on Duncan. Its wooden jaw moved awkwardly, and a slightly off-key voice emanated from it. "Ah, I suspected you were around, but my vision is terrible in this temporary medium. I should never have compromised on the quality of my household help. So what's the situation on your end? I felt your magical calls, but the connection was severed each time before I could respond." "Things are strange here. The house is empty, and everyone else seems to have disappeared," Duncan quickly responded, summarizing the anomalies he and Alice had witnessed inside the home and along the street. "In essence, it looks like the problem is with you folks. Alice and I are still in our reality." After a few seconds of silence, the puppet replied, "It would seem so. We appear to be inside the heart of this anomaly while you're still anchored in the real world, merely observing its effects." "Are others with you?" Duncan inquired urgently. "No, it's just me. We appear to have been separated," Lucretia said from within the puppet. "What does your environment look like?" Duncan asked, pressing for more details. "I'm surrounded by a forest, trees, vines, and endless greenery," she explained. "It's remarkably similar to the forest we encountered in Master Taranel's dream realm, but the atmosphere feels different, almost as if it's been altered in some way." Duncan's mind raced as he processed this new information, piecing together the strange happenings of the evening with the mysterious forest that Lucretia now described. The situation was growing more complicated by the second, but at least he now had a connection, however unstable, to someone else who was experiencing this baffling event. The forest was bathed in an otherworldly twilight hue, casting the whole environment in an unsettling light that seemed both mournful and chaotic. Flecks of sunlight managed to pierce through the dense canopy above, but these rays were dim and nebulous, doing little to lift the forest's brooding atmosphere. In the far-off distance, the sporadic sounds of birds calling or unseen animals rustling through the underbrush could be heard. Occasionally, the snap of a tree branch would break the near silence. Though outwardly nothing seemed out of place, Lucretia, who found herself at the center of this enigmatic landscape, felt a tangible tension hanging thick in the air. It was as though the very atmosphere was imbued with a sense of foreboding, as if it were anticipating something yet to occur. She clutched a short magical wand in her hand, akin to a conductor's baton, which allowed her to maintain a magical link with a puppet she had crafted herself. Through this puppet, she was communicating with her father in the reality far removed from her current situation. "Papa, the forest here is thick with a tension that's almost suffocating, accompanied by a sense of dread that's almost palpable. It's an emotional undercurrent that I can sense with my magical perception. This place is eerily similar to the dream realm we saw in Master Taranel's vision, but without the celestial intruders we saw there. Also, I can feel something deep within the forest calling to me. I'm moving towards it now. As for any other landscape or buildings, there are none. All I see are towering trees and thick foliage. Although my line of sight is limited by the density of the vegetation, I'm convinced that this forested otherworld stretches far beyond just a few city blocks. What you're witnessing in your reality is likely just a fragment, a small portion that has somehow bled into our world." Lucretia paused, attentively listening to her father's distant words. After a moment, she gave a thoughtful nod. "I'm inclined to agree, Papa. This may well still be the same dream of the Nameless One that the annihilation cultists talk about. But this time the circumstances are very different. When we previously entered that dream, we used Master Taranel's consciousness as a kind of gateway. According to the information you obtain from those cultists, an elf's consciousness is usually required as a bridge to access this dream realm. However, what's unfolding now is entirely unprecedented and strange." Breaking her contemplation, she raised her wand and gently tapped a nearby vine. Reacting as though infused with life, the vine began to writhe and stretch, forming itself into a makeshift bridge that spanned a deep ravine in front of her. As she stepped carefully onto this newly formed vine bridge, she continued her conversation. "I haven't yet located this dream's dreamer, but if the laws that govern dream realms hold true, I should be very near them now." Abruptly, she stopped in her tracks. Footsteps crunched suddenly through the underbrush, so abruptly, in fact, that it felt as though one moment there was utter solitude and the next, a figure had appeared, breaking the silence by stepping on dry twigs and rustling leaves as they approached her. Lucretia's senses sharpened in an instant, her magical instincts automatically triggering a series of defensive spells around her before she even pivoted to face the source of the noise. Her grip on her wand tightened as she turned her gaze toward the direction of the footsteps. To her surprise, what confronted her was neither a malevolent cultist infiltrating this dreamscape, nor a nightmarish creature born of the dream's own fabric. Instead, a mysterious elven woman stood at a short distance from her under the dappled shade of a sprawling tree. She looked both startled and defensive. Lucretia's initial thought was that this newcomer might be the dreamer, the conscious entity serving as the gateway between this dreamscape and reality. However, she quickly noticed something unsettlingly incongruent about this stranger. She was dressed in a suit of lightweight armor that didn't correspond to any specific city-state or historical period that Lucretia was familiar with. Her pale golden hair was woven with strands that emitted a soft, bluish glow, and the weapon she clutched, a hybrid between a spear and a long axe, was unlike anything Lucretia had seen, either in the multicultural port city of Wind Harbor or anywhere else. As Lucretia hesitated, taking in these details, the mysterious elven woman finally broke the silence, her voice laced with caution and seriousness. "Didn't you receive the order to evacuate? Why are you still outside the silent wall?" Lucretia's eyes narrowed. The situation had just grown exponentially more complicated. Back in the real world, under the interplay of daylight and the distinct, eerie glow unique to Wind Harbor, Duncan and Alice navigated the city's streets at a brisk pace. In Alice's arms, a puppet head chattered incessantly. The voice of Lucretia emanated from this talking puppet head, providing live updates from her perplexing journey on the other side. "Currently, I'm in the company of a mysterious elf who just appeared out of nowhere. She seems unaware that I am not of her kind and has let down her guard quite easily. We are en route to a location she refers to as the Silent Wall." The sight was downright surreal, a living puppet dashing through the semi-darkened streets, cradling another puppet's head that wouldn't stop talking. Its voice was oddly distorted, a result of the limitations of the material from which it was crafted. Any sane observer stumbling upon this bizarre tableau would likely question their own grip on reality. Alice, however, seemed unfazed. Keeping pace with Duncan, she even wore an expression that could be described as slightly cheerful. Perhaps, after all, she had grown accustomed to the peculiarity of carrying heads, be they her own or those of others. Chapter 569, Another Place in the Forest. In a forest bathed in the soft, fading glow of twilight, Lucretia found herself walking several steps behind a mysterious elven woman. The elf was armed with an unusual weapon that featured a long handle and a complex, intricate design. Together, they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine wilderness that lay before them. The elven woman navigated the forest with astonishing speed, seemingly unfazed by the rough, uneven ground or the maze of tangled vines and undergrowth that blocked their path. Unlike someone trudging through a difficult terrain, her movements were fluid and swift, as if she were running along a smooth, unobstructed highway. Lucretia was struck by this, as it echoed ancient tales she had heard about elves, mythical beings who were once inextricably linked to the wild expanses of mythical realms. These legends spoke of elves who moved through their forested homelands as effortlessly as the wind blows through the trees, a far cry from the elves of modern times who have largely abandoned their woodland skills in favor of building and living in towering urban centers. As for Lucretia, she knew without even attempting it that keeping pace with this woodland sprite was beyond her abilities. After all, she was more accustomed to the comforts of indoor activities and relied on magical spells for transportation when travel was unavoidable. So she quickly invoked her illusionary wind spell when she found herself lagging behind for the first time. This incantation enabled her to momentarily transform herself into fluttering sheets of paper that whisked through the trees, rapidly closing the distance between her and the elf. She felt a sense of relief that her father was not around this time to interfere with the maneuver. What concerned her slightly, however, was how the elf, whom she met in this dreamlike realm she called a dreamscape, would react to her use of such unconventional magic. Surprisingly, the elf did not react at all, just as she hadn't reacted when she first realized that Lucretia was human and not another elf. Instead, she seemed intent on leading her to a location referred to as the Silent Wall. Curious and speculative, Lucretia decided to conduct a series of tests to understand the nature of this dreamscape and its inhabitants. She deliberately performed actions that were out of place and disruptive, like pausing to cast spells that produced loud noises, summoned enormous, creaking vines, or even resulted in small, fiery explosions in the air. The elf's demeanor remained unchanged. She would only pause if Lucretia fell too far behind, patiently waiting for her to catch up before proceeding. Deciding to put her experiments on hold for the moment, Lucretia returned to following the elf. Simultaneously, she used a remote magical medium through her puppets to share her findings with her father. "Based on my initial tests, I am fairly certain that this elven woman is not the creator or dreamer of this dreamscape. Rather, she seems to function more like a part or element within this dream world. Her reactions are extremely limited, as if a normalization filter is applied to her perception. This filter appears to make any unusual actions by outsiders like me seem normal to her, likely to maintain the structural integrity and stability of this dream reality. I haven't yet tried any high-impact experiments, so the boundaries of this normalization are still unknown. If I were to take actions that are too disruptive or extreme, it could potentially cause the elf's cognitive functions to restart, or even result in me being forcibly ejected from this dreamscape. For now, my focus will be on cautiously continuing my investigation. Ah, you've managed to penetrate the area where the irregularity is taking place. Excellent. Finding the dreamer from your end in the real world should provide us with the means to intervene and possibly manipulate the dream realm from this side. Just as Lucretia was engrossed in her telepathic communication with an external entity, a voice unexpectedly interrupted her thoughts. Startled, she came to an abrupt stop and focused her attention on the path ahead. The elven maiden, who was wielding a long-handled axe of exquisite craftsmanship, turned to face her. Her golden hair was intricately braided and interwoven with threads of a mystical blue hue, giving her an ethereal appearance. Her eyes met Lucretia's, full of a unique blend of curiosity and earnestness. "My name is Lucretia," she answered straightforwardly. "Why do you ask? What's the significance of my name all of a sudden?" "The more individuals who know your name, the greater the likelihood that you'll be remembered," responded the elf, who identified herself as Shireen. Lucretia couldn't help but notice a tangible undercurrent of concern, even worry, reflected in Shireen's eyes. Throughout their journey, Lucretia had been peripherally aware of a certain level of tension surrounding the mysterious elf. In fact, this feeling seemed to permeate the very atmosphere of the forest, as if it was woven into the very fabric of the dream world in which they found themselves. Sensing that something deeper was at play, Lucretia hesitated briefly before asking, "What's going on here? What's really happening?" Shireen appeared to be caught in an internal debate, unsure whether to offer an explanation or maintain her reticence. It seemed as if she believed that certain truths were too delicate to be shared. Ultimately, she opted to shake her head and stated, "No need for concern. The silent wall will shield us. All shall be well. Let's hurry. We are vulnerable to corruption outside the protection of the silent wall. You're fortunate to have encountered a forest protector like me." Corruption, this was a term that instantly piqued Lucretia's interest. She mentally catalogued the word for later analysis. Without further ado, she quickened her steps to match Shireen's brisk pace as they plunged deeper into the seemingly endless expanse of thick forest. "Dog, have you detected any unusual activity?" In the vast, dark wilderness that stretched endlessly around her, a young lady named Shirley crouched behind a bush, keeping her eyes peeled for any movement while she telepathically communicated with Dog, her demonic hound companion lurking somewhere in the shadows. "I hear the wind rustling through the leaves, various bird calls, and the typical sounds of a forest. However, something feels off," Dog's voice echoed directly into her mind. "It's difficult to articulate, but it's as if the very environment is shifting. The trees surrounding us no longer seem inert. It's like they're gradually gaining a malevolent sentience." A shiver of dread cascaded down Shirley's spine as she heard this, and her eyes became wide with apprehension. As she looked around at the colossal trees that surrounded her, her arm began to morph, taking on distinct demonic characteristics. "Your observations are quite unsettling, Dog, especially considering we're enveloped by trees here." "I only spoke the truth of what I sense," Dog responded tersely. "You might want to take my impressions seriously. The sensory abilities of a dark hound are notoriously acute. Something's not right. This forest is becoming increasingly disquieting." "It's pretty obvious that something's very wrong here," Shirley whispered to herself as she cautiously emerged from her hiding spot behind a bush. While she couldn't identify exactly what felt different in her surroundings, her instincts screamed at her that staying put was not an option. As she scanned her environment, all she saw was an impenetrable wall of vegetation, trees so dense and darkness so absolute that they were unfathomable to her, a young woman raised in the slums of her homeland. She had only recently even heard of such wild places through conversations with her ship's captain and others. Yet somehow, she found herself in this uncanny forest after a brief doze. If her speculations were accurate, this might be the dream of the nameless one, the captain and Miss Lucretia mentioned. An unsettling chill gripped her as she contemplated her situation, causing her to grimace slightly. Maybe falling asleep while doing my homework wasn't the best idea. Napping while doing homework probably didn't land you in this bizarre alternate reality. Dog's voice resonated in her mind as he materialized beside her, his form cloaked in shadow. "But you're correct about one aspect. Sleeping through homework is a bad habit." "Math just makes my head spin," Shirley retorted, her tone tinged with a kind of relief, as if discussing mundane matters offered a momentary escape from the ominous aura enveloping them. I can read and write well enough. Why do I have to slog through numbers? Dog paused, considering her words, before finally responding. Life is not just about reading and writing. Basic arithmetic skills are crucial too, even for your survival. Shirley quirked her lips in mild annoyance. Why do you care so much about my education? Sometimes you're more gung-ho about it than the captain himself. Dog fell silent, so silent in fact that Shirley almost thought he'd chosen to avoid the conversation. But eventually he spoke. Remember the incident with the 72 pesos? Shirley's eyes widened, as if sifting through layers of long-buried memories, finally landing on an episode she'd rather forget. Her expression became a complex tapestry of emotions. You still remember that? That was ages ago. Of course I remember, Dog started, his tone tinged with regret. You were scammed out of several days' worth of earnings from chimney sweeping by some scoundrel who tricked you with counterfeit money. If I had been able to read back then, perhaps you wouldn't have had to go hungry for days. And if you could have read, maybe you wouldn't have had to endure the dangers of sweeping chimneys. Even a safer apprenticeship in a boiler room recording numbers would have been an upgrade. Shirley found herself unable to reply for a moment. After a significant pause, she finally said softly, But you can read now, Dog. You're not just literate, you're even neck-and-neck with Nina in your studies. Dog's reply was more of a hushed murmur than a vocalization. But what if I can't always be there with you? Shirley hesitated, her mouth opening and closing as she searched for the right words. Finally, she blurted out, What about the captain? Isn't he supposed to be there? The captain is reliable, yes, but even he can't guarantee your safety at all times, especially with the unpredictable nature of subspace, Dog said, his tone unusually grave. In the end, Shirley, you have to be your own safeguard. Her eyes lowered, fixed on the forest floor littered with leaves and detritus. She remained silent for several moments, her hand idly fingering the chain that connected her to Dog. When you say you might not always be with me, what exactly do you mean by that? I don't want you to dwell on it. I was merely stating a hypothetical situation, Dog sighed, a low sound that seemed to resonate from the depths of his shadowy form. I have no plans to leave you, but it's also hard for me to predict what the future holds. I'm an anomaly, a shadow demon with a heart, something that's never existed in this world before. Who's to say what transformations might occur within me over time? It's possible that having a heart could bestow a finite lifespan upon me, akin to your human limitations. Alternatively, my ability to reason might deteriorate as time passes, or my heart could vanish altogether. Dog, stop, Shirley abruptly cut in, pulling sharply on the chain that tethered them together. Her eyes were wide, filled with a mix of emotions she couldn't immediately name. Just stop talking like that, okay? Fine, I'll stop, Dog said, his tone tinged with relief, as if he too was uncomfortable with the road their conversation had started to take. Chapter 570, Corruption and Unexpected Guests. Ever since they set foot into this peculiar and disorienting landscape that they called a forest, Dog had seemed to grow increasingly wistful and introspective. He appeared to be lost in deep contemplation, reflecting on a multitude of experiences from their shared past, events that Shirley had long since forgotten, but that remained vivid in Dog's memory. Feeling uneasy about his change in demeanor, Shirley hesitated for a moment before deciding to express her concerns. Is everything all right? You seem different. Am I? Dog responded, initially looking confused, then intrigued. You're saying I've become more reflective and nostalgic recently. Yes, Shirley confirmed, nodding her head firmly. I mean, you do have a habit of reminiscing or engaging in philosophical conversations occasionally, like some wise elder, but I've never seen you this emotionally invested before. It's kind of unsettling, to be honest. Dog slowed down as he walked, visibly digesting Shirley's words. He took a moment to analyze his feelings, then tilted his head slightly, letting his vacant, hollow eye sockets scan the shadowy forest surrounding them. A faint, eerie red light flickered deep within those eye sockets. This environment, it's affecting how we feel, Dog said with a gravitas that left no room for doubt. A suffocating, heavy air is hanging over this entire forest, compelling me to dwell on random and emotionally charged thoughts. It feels as if we're enveloped by a colossal consciousness that continuously disrupts our own. Shirley's eyes widened, filled with immediate concern. Wait a minute, are you saying that this forest is alive, that it has a mind of its own, and it's affecting you? How bad is it? Dog shook his head slowly. It's not exactly the forest itself that's affecting us, but rather the nature of this realm we find ourselves in. Remember its name, the dream of the nameless one. Dreams are expressions of mental and emotional states. But don't worry, this influence isn't specifically targeting us. It's a form of passive environmental interference. How are you feeling, Shirley? Are you all right? I'm doing fine, Shirley replied, gesturing towards herself. Her expression carried a note of bewilderment. It's strange. You're being affected, but I don't feel any different. Could it be because I'm generally more easygoing? If it were only that simple, Dog murmured, his voice tinged with caution. Don't become complacent. The most treacherous influences are often the ones that operate subtly. The moment you think you're impervious is the moment you're most vulnerable. If you begin to feel sudden shifts in your mood, like depression or anxiety, tell me immediately. All right, I will, Shirley agreed quickly, her eyes narrowing as she looked around the shadowy forest that stretched out infinitely before them. When do you think the captain will be able to locate us? Surely we won't be stuck in this eerie place indefinitely, right? Don't worry about that, Dog reassured her, sensing her anxiety. Didn't you feel a subtle calling, like a tug in your heart earlier? That indicates the captain is aware of our situation and is likely working on a way to extract us. For now, our primary responsibility is to stay safe and look out for each other. Shirley nodded, still somewhat uneasy but visibly comforted by Dog's words. Okay. Shirley gave a nod of assent, but just as she did, an unsettling noise ruptured the silence around them. It sounded like a mixture of something both melting and flowing, emanating from a relatively short distance away. The conversation between her and Dog was abruptly cut off by the haunting sound. The spine-chilling noise caused the hairs on Shirley's arms and neck to stand at attention. Startled, she quickly gripped the black chain beside her and turned to Dog, urgently asking, "Did you hear that? Was it just me?" "No, it wasn't just you," Dog responded immediately, already pivoting his head toward the direction from which the ungodly sound had originated. What they saw next defied comprehension. A small cluster of bushes and shrubs began to undergo a rapid and grotesque transformation. From the midst of their dense foliage, geyser-like eruptions of pitch-black matter shot upwards. These masses coalesced into thrashing, tentacle-like limbs within mere moments. At the ends of these wriggling tentacles, slits opened up that unsettlingly resembled eyes. Meanwhile, the towering trees nearby seemed to lose their solidity. Their sturdy trunks began to ooze downward like liquid sludge, while their once expansive canopies started to stretch upwards towards the sky. As they did, they disintegrated into countless pale, floating particles under a flickering, flame-like illumination. The ground itself appeared to pulsate and shift, as if turning into a pliable, fleshy layer, giving the disturbing impression that something monstrous was tunneling underneath, ready to burst forth at any moment. And all at once, a dissonant symphony of spine-chilling noises engulfed them. The air filled with illusory sounds resembling a mixture of burning, slithering, and hissing static that seemed to come from all directions. The rapidly mutating foliage expanded further and further until it filled their entire field of vision. The very world before them seemed to writhe and transform, assaulting every boundary of what they understood to be possible or rational. Finally, dark and malevolent entities started to emerge from the ground. They were oozing, shadowy figures that seemed to encapsulate forms so alien and twisted they defied any attempts at description. They looked as though they were composed of countless eyes and serrated teeth embedded in a shifting mass of chaotic darkness. One glance was enough for Shirley to make a decision. Run! He barely had time to shout the word before spinning around and sprinting in a direction that seemed, by comparison, slightly less chaotic. As she ran, the ground beneath her feet took on the consistency of something between cotton and the flesh of a soft-bodied creature. Each step she took made her feel like she was sending ripples through this nauseating substance, amplifying her feelings of revulsion and terror. Just then, her bond with Dog she was symbiotically connected to activated, unlocking her body's hidden capabilities. Adrenaline surging through her veins, she felt as though she was running faster than she ever had in her entire life, propelled by an urgent, primal need for escape. The chain that Shirley held, a formidable strand of pitch-black metal imbued with an air of menace, snapped taut as she ran at full tilt through the forest. As the chain pulled tight, Dog was suddenly yanked into the air, his body suspended and oscillating in tune with Shirley's frantic pace. With a look of resolute determination on her face, Shirley weaved and dodged through the labyrinthine forest, the chain extending behind her, pulling Dog along. After covering a significant distance, she risked a fleeting glance over her shoulder. To her horror, the monstrous aberrations, the living nightmares birthed from the forest, were still in relentless pursuit. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, she screamed, "Switch!" No sooner had the word left her lips than she exerted a Herculean effort to swing the chain forward with astonishing force. Propelled by this motion, Dog was catapulted ahead of her. Demonstrating incredible agility, Dog managed to adjust his posture in midair. When he landed, all four paws struck the ground with pinpoint accuracy, and the canine used the residual momentum to take the lead, running even faster than before. Now it was Shirley's turn to be carried aloft by the chain's momentum, lifted into the air in a dizzying roll reversal. Yet despite their tag-team efforts to elude capture by switching back and forth, the forest seemed to close in on them as if animated by some malevolent force. It was as though the entire woodland had come alive, transformed into an entity consumed by vindictive rage, and was hell-bent on ensnaring them. They were being hunted, not just from behind, but from all sides. Just when Shirley was on the verge of believing that she could not possibly move any longer, the grotesque forest that had been doggedly pursuing them began to slow. Its horrific advance ceased as suddenly as it had begun, its malevolent energy inexplicably sapped. Oblivious to this abrupt change, Shirley continued to sprint a few dozen meters ahead before coming to a jarring halt beside a toppled giant tree, gasping for air. Dog, it stopped back there. Still propelled by the momentum, Dog flew past her and collided with a large pile of boulders with a resounding crash. Scrambling out from the debris, Dog shook its head as if trying to clear its senses and exclaimed, "What?" Shirley looked somewhat sheepishly at Dog and gestured toward the distant boundary where the sinister spread of darkness and deformity had abruptly halted. It just stopped advancing. "Hold on," Dog grumbled, making his way to the side of the boulder pile. Opening his mouth wide, he heaved, emitting a guttural blarg. The sound of corrosive material sizzling as it struck the earth and rocks filled the air. Having finally expelled whatever had unsettled him, Dog shook his head once more and ambled back to Shirley's side. Together they looked at the place where the forest's malignant spread had come to a sudden stop. What lay before them now was a stark border within the forest, a clear demarcation between two worlds. On one side they saw lush, vibrant plant life as if untouched by malevolence. On the other, an abhorrent wasteland of distorted foliage, writhing shadows, and unidentifiable organic matter stretched out before them. Though the creeping vines and slithering shadows within this darkened zone were no longer advancing toward them, their mere presence was horrifying enough to strike a chord of primal fear deep within their hearts. Shirley found it difficult to keep her gaze fixed on the warped landscape ahead of them. The sheer abnormality of it churned her stomach and tightened her chest. Attempting to regain her composure, her voice quivered as she posed a shaky question. "What in the world is that abomination?" "I wish I could say, but dream realms are not exactly my area of expertise," Dog admitted, still standing beside Shirley and cautiously peering into the nightmarish distance. "However, this might very well be the true malignant heart of the dream of the Nameless One. Some malevolent entity appears to be festering deep within this dreamscape. It's so massive and far-reaching that even the captain must have missed it on his last venture here. And now, unfortunately, we're stuck in the middle of it." "Why does misfortune always seem to gravitate toward me?" Shirley muttered, her forehead creasing in exasperation. But before she could continue to ponder her streak of bad luck, her expression suddenly sharpened. She could sense something, some shift in the atmosphere. Dog also picked up on the change. Abruptly halting his vigilance over the twisted terrain, the dark hound emitted a low, almost inaudible growl and focused intently on an open patch of land a few meters away from them. They both felt it. A foreign, yet somehow familiar, presence was inching its way into their current reality. Whether it was a friend or enemy remained uncertain, but the aura it brought with it stirred a sense of caution, bordering on revulsion within them. In the next second, their eyes locked onto the open patch of ground as it became a stage for the inexplicable. A figure materialized out of thin air, emerging through a foggy veil as if condensing from the very mist of the dreamscape itself. Slowly, the vague outline took on a more human shape. What appeared was a tall, slender young man dressed in a dark blue jacket, his features suffused with an ominous air. His presence seemed to contaminate the otherwise pure ground upon which he stood. As he materialized, both Shirley and Dog caught sight of an unsettling detail. A shadowy black chain seemed to shimmer near his shoulder blades, almost ethereal. At the end of that chain dangled an eerie, bird-like silhouette, an omen that sent a shiver down their spines. In response, Shirley's eyes subtly narrowed, and she involuntarily tightened her grip on the chain that linked her to Dog. Almost simultaneously, the young man, who until now had been seemingly oblivious to their presence, suddenly turned his gaze sharply toward them. His eyes fell upon a girl in a black skirt and a dark hound that stood beside her. A flicker of surprise crossed his face before it settled into a frown. "So there are already people in this area," he mumbled to himself, his eyebrows knitting together as he processed this unexpected development. Chapter 571, 571, In the Depths of the Miasma. Quickly reacting, Shirley relied on her years of experience reading people and mastering disguises. These skills had sharpened her ability to maintain an unflappable poker face. She loosened her grip slightly on Dog's chain and looked at the man with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "Is something the matter?" she inquired. Man, whose aura had felt overwhelmingly dark, seemed to relax his tense facial muscles at her question. "Don't worry, fellow brethren. The rules of navigating the dream of the Nameless One are still not completely understood. Experiencing some discrepancies as you enter this dream is normal." He paused, looking at her with renewed skepticism. "However, it's unusual to see someone of your youth here. Are you certain you should be venturing into the dream of the Nameless One?" "Age is irrelevant when it comes to one's connection with the abyss," Shirley snapped back, shaking her sturdy black chain for emphasis. Dog let out a soft but menacing growl in agreement. "Don't let my youthful appearance deceive you. I am an experienced summoner." The man, who appeared to be a member of the shadowy cult of annihilation, dispelled his initial doubts with a strained smile. "I apologize for my skepticism." His gaze then shifted, landing on a line in the distance that seemed to demarcate some unseen boundary. The erosion boundary, we're fortunate. It appears we're not far from the wall." Feeling a sense of relief that his focus had shifted, Shirley took mental note of the unfamiliar terms he'd used: erosion boundary and the wall. Keeping her face expressionless, she filed away this new information for later consideration. "I noticed the boundary was expanding quite erratically earlier. Truthfully, it was quite unsettling." "The erosion zone was expanding, you say?" The man lifted an eyebrow. "That sounds quite unfortunate. However, as the dream of the Nameless One continues to evolve, such occurrences will likely increase in frequency. According to those Enders, the degradation and eventual collapse of this dream are inevitable. That's why it's imperative to locate the silent wall as quickly as possible. We shouldn't delay any further." As he spoke, the man lifted his right hand slightly. An ethereal dark chain materialized beside him, suspended in the air. The chain's end coalesced into a terrifying entity, a death crow, appearing half-decayed, a grotesque mixture of bones and swirling shadows. As the creature known as the death crow materialized, it immediately unleashed a piercing, discordant cry that seemed to echo ominously within the dream. Its wings, a macabre construct of skeletal bones and tattered membrane, beating vigorously as it soared briefly into the air. It seemed to sense some form of energy or current within this surreal world before landing deftly on its master's shoulder. Despite its apparently limited cognitive abilities, the demon somehow conveyed information to the man, who promptly determined a general direction to move in. "We should head this way," he said, gazing towards the dark, foreboding depths of the nearby forest. In silence, Shirley followed the tall man, whose aura dripped with an unsettling darkness. She guided Dog and carefully ventured deeper into the labyrinthine forest. Beneath her seemingly calm demeanor, Shirley's thoughts were racing at breakneck speed. She was scrutinizing the man's motives, contemplating how she might subtly pry information from him without arousing his suspicions, strategizing about how to emulate a credible member of the cult of annihilation, and also formulating a quick-act plan to incapacitate him should her cover be blown. Shirley felt her mind invigorated, functioning at peak efficiency, liberated from the routine drudgery of numbers and text that had once dulled her cognitive abilities. Walking cautiously, she maintained a precise distance from the cultist. A distance too close might raise alarms, but staying too far away would place him out of the range of Dog's reach. It was crucial for her that he remained within striking distance of her loyal canine companion. Breaking a few moments of tense silence, Shirley adopted a false name as she cautiously inquired, "I'm Sarah. What's your name?" Her upbringing in a rough neighborhood, where deceit was often a survival skill, gave her the confidence to tell this small lie effortlessly. The cultist responded without turning, "Richard. Names are of little importance, young comrade. Our nether lord offers us direct pathways to the essence." "Ah, you're right, I was just curious," Shirley agreed hastily. She then added, as if an afterthought, "Were there many others who entered the dream this time?" "A dozen or so brothers and sisters from our church are here," Richard revealed. "They hail from various city-states, but I'm not privy to the details. The higher-ranking annihilators handle the planning. I'm much like you, simply following orders passed down from the emissaries." Feigning a touch of frustration, Shirley mumbled, They don't give me much information because of my age. They just sent me in to gather intel. And then, to make things worse, I immediately ran into the expanding erosion zone upon entry. I've really had a streak of bad luck today. Thank the Nether Lord for watching over me." Richard glanced back at her, his eyes devoid of suspicion since dog served as her strongest credential. After all, only members of the cult of annihilation could cohabit peacefully with such demonic entities. That much was clear, and as long as it was, they were undeniably brethren in this twisted fellowship. In her mind, Shirley assessed that Richard, the cultist, likely viewed her as nothing more than a naive and perhaps somewhat problematic recruit. Recognizing this, she felt a slight surge of confidence. She began to carefully play up her role as an inexperienced member, peppering their conversation with subtle, probing questions. In her mind, she heard Dog's voice tinged with confusion. "Shirley, why do I sense that you're unusually animated?" "Are you kidding? I'm on the cusp of doing something incredibly useful." While maintaining a neutral facial expression, she continued conversing with the cultist ahead of her. In her inner dialogue with Dog, she added, "If I can successfully extract useful information from this guy, the captain will undoubtedly reward me. I might even get to skip memorizing vocabulary lists for a few days. What do you think, Dog? Could I perhaps negotiate my way out of math homework if I managed to capture one of them alive?" Dog mentally retorted, "How do you plan to bring someone back from a dream?" "All right, I overlooked that detail," she mentally conceded. Meanwhile, deep within the urban area, the dream world seemed to have spilled its essence into reality, suffusing every visible inch. Vines twisted and trees erupted as if sprouted by the stuff of dreams, engulfing buildings and transforming the block into a haunting forest. Sinister, dark vines crawled up towering walls while small, sharp thorns wrapped themselves around lampposts. Imposing trees obstructed the entrances to alleys. The canopy of the trees spread over rooftops, their branches intermingling with dormant buildings, assimilating into the concrete walls as if part of the same organism. It was as though the very architecture of the city had entered into a grotesque symbiosis with this unnatural forest. Within this eerie, almost suffocating silence, the footsteps of Duncan and Alice sounded garishly out of place, a jarring dissonance disrupting the otherwise seamless dream, echoing down deserted streets. Duncan's brow furrowed as his eyes scanned the shadow-shrouded avenue before him. The sprawling canopy of trees above seemed to swallow any source of light, whether it was the ethereal, sunlight, that seemed to filter in from a distant ocean, or the otherworldly, faint luminescence that could be compared to starlight. The result was an ambience of unsettling dimness. Both Duncan and Alice found it increasingly disturbing that they hadn't encountered a single soul during their trek. Even if the city was under some sort of curfew, they should have at least spotted church guardians patrolling. Yet the streets were eerily empty, as were the houses they passed. Despite the lights being on, indicating that these homes had been occupied until very recently, there was no visible sign of life. Every aspect of this environment deviated from what they would have considered normal, heightening their sense of foreboding as they ventured deeper into this unnerving dream. In this neighborhood swallowed up by this twisted forest, there's an unsettling absence of life. The streets are barren, the homes vacant, Duncan noted, his eyes shifting towards the puppet head that Alice cradled in her arms. It's like everyone has simply vanished, almost as if they've become like you. Like us, the voice that emanated from the puppet's mouth was Lucretia's, tinged with a slight warble that made it sound eerie. Are you suggesting that everyone in this city might have been pulled into this strange dream? Duncan shook his head, uncertainty creasing his brow. It's hard to say for sure, but the areas that Alice and I have traversed are devoid of any human presence. Have you come across anyone else from the real world who has been transported into this dream? Not at all, Lucretia answered quickly. Right now, I'm journeying with an elf who goes by the name Shireen, and neither of us has encountered anyone else from our world. Absorbing this information, Duncan turned to Alice. Have you noticed any threads around us? Alice shook her head, her expression equally serious. No, not a single one throughout our entire journey here. Heavy gravity overtook Duncan's face. Soul threads were never invisible to Alice's unique sight. Regardless of how adept the hiding techniques employed were, she could always see the threads that linked people to the real world, floating in the air like ethereal strands of connection. The absence of these threads, combined with Lucretia's corroborative report, pointed toward a chilling conclusion. Within the range of this metamorphosed landscape, people were indeed missing. This phenomenon deviated from their prior experiences, such as their encounters with Taryn L. or the elf girl from Planned. although there seemed to be a connection to the so-called dream of the Nameless One. The magnitude and influence of this specific dream seemed to have escalated to an unprecedented, even incomprehensible level. Lifting his gaze, Duncan surveyed the dark core of this aberrant neighborhood. Amid the inky blackness, a certain shadow captured his attention. What he saw was a massive structure that weaved through the buildings. It bore the appearance of a colossal vine, or, alternatively, seemed like an exposed part of some underground root system. The structure lay in the darkness, as silent and immobile as everything else in this eerie environment. However, for some reason he couldn't quite articulate, Duncan sensed that this gigantic vine was markedly different from the surrounding foliage and architecture. It radiated an inexplicable sense of menace or import, setting it apart from the twisted forest and vacant buildings. It felt as though this immense structure harbored some secret, some clue to the mysteries they were grappling with. Chapter 572, Losing Balance. As Duncan and Alice walked quickly toward the colossal vine hidden in the shadows of the adjacent buildings, Duncan was gripped by an indefinable sense of unease. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something felt off. When they arrived at their destination, the sheer size of the vine took Duncan's breath away. Far from being just an overgrown plant, its massive tendrils had a diameter that exceeded the height of an average adult. It seemed to emerge from the slope of the street itself, almost as if it were a creature of the night, blending into the surrounding darkness. What made it even more perplexing was how its sinuous body appeared to weave in and out of the building shadows. This gave Duncan the eerie feeling that what they were looking at was merely a fragment of an even larger, perhaps sentient, being lurking somewhere in the depths of the dark. This mysterious entity was shrouded in a thick, inscrutable mist that made it difficult to see any details. Strangely enough, even the fragments of sunlight that managed to penetrate the dense canopy of trees above could not dispel the foggy veil surrounding it. Alice stood there absolutely stunned by the sight while she tried to make sense of the origins of this incredible, creeping vine. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally spoke. "Captain, is this thing actually a plant?" Duncan didn't answer right away. His eyes were still fixed on the vine, which was so massive it almost obstructed the entire street. After a moment of silent observation, he cautiously approached the tip of the vine and lightly touched its rough, hardened surface with the tips of his fingers. From the wooden doll's head that Alice was holding, Lucretia's voice chimed in. "Papa, what have you discovered? Have you found the dreamer?" "No, we haven't located the dreamer," Duncan responded without taking his eyes off the vine. "But we have stumbled upon an unusually large and unique vine. It's far different from the other vegetation around here, immense in size, yet it feels like it's merely a part of a larger, perhaps living entity. Something about this vine gives me the impression that it's not just a plant, but something animated." Duncan then looked around at the tall trees lining the block. Despite their lush appearance, they seemed hollow, as if devoid of life, almost like mere illusions. Only this monumental vine in the middle of the street seemed alive to him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Duncan decided to take a bold step. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he channeled a wisp of green flame through his fingers, allowing it to silently seep into the vine. The faint light flickered momentarily in the darkness before vanishing. With expertise, Duncan guided this magical flame to spread through the vine, which he now considered a foreign object of some sort. He then told Alice to remain vigilant and keep an eye on their surroundings. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, tuning into the feedback he received from the magical flame to comprehend, and hopefully, establish communication with this mysterious vine that seemed to originate from some otherworldly realm. As he focused, Duncan sensed subtle movements in the darkness, as if something was shifting, gathering, and dispersing in response to his magical connection. It was as if the vine, or whatever it was a part of, was beginning to communicate back. As Duncan opened his eyes within the encompassing darkness, he strained to make out the elusive shapes that seemed to briefly materialize, only to dissolve back into the pitch-black void. His eyes focused intently, attempting to decipher the mysterious shadows as if they were words written in invisible ink. A mist began to emerge from this unending blackness, and within its enigmatic depths, Duncan sensed something taking form. His pulse quickened. Something is definitely here. An exhilarating rush of adrenaline surged through him as he felt himself drawn toward the indistinct figure that was slowly coming into view. It was as if his very essence had turned into a gust of wind or a fleeting wraith, gliding effortlessly through the thickening fog. The closer he got, the clearer the object before him became. What was once a nebulous outline started revealing intricacies and details. Feeling a pull that he couldn't resist, Duncan increased his speed, venturing deeper into this strange dimension. As he moved forward, the blurred figure before him crystallized with striking clarity. He started making out features that left him spellbound. An imposing prow, a hull shrouded in dark colors, gun port covers aligned under the ship's sides, intricate masts and rigging, and sails that seemed almost translucent, billowing high up in a spectral wind. Duncan stopped suddenly, rooted in place by disbelief and awe. He tilted his head back, eyes widening as they adjusted to the darkness. He was staring at his own ship, the Vanished, materializing at the end of the misty corridor as if beckoning him. Meanwhile, miles away and in a completely different setting, Nina was carefully maneuvering her way through a rugged, forested path. She paused abruptly, her eyebrows furrowing as she strained her ears to catch the sounds coming from the deeper recesses of the forest. Turning toward Morris, she asked, "Mr. Morris, did you hear that?" Morris listened intently before answering, his expression growing solemn. "The wind has changed. It's getting stronger and the direction keeps shifting. This is not natural." He looked at Nina, his eyes filled with concern. "Could you fly and take a look at what's happening in the distance? But be quick and cautious. Don't stay up there too long." Nina nodded, saying, "Okay." With those words, she transformed into a streak of arcing flame that shot up into the sky. Her fiery trail spiraled rapidly above the forest, eliciting an immediate response from the dreamlike landscape. Trees below her began to grow at an accelerated pace, their trunks creaking and groaning as they reached skyward. Clouds at higher altitudes started to converge toward her, forming a menacing ring. But Nina's flight was short-lived. Sensing the environment becoming increasingly unstable, she quickly descended back to Morris's side, her heart pounding. "That was scary. This place really doesn't seem to like me," she said, patting her chest as if trying to steady her heartbeat. Morris nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Your energy might be too intense for this unfamiliar place. Such realms often have natural defenses against intruding forces that could pose a threat." Then he looked at her curiously. "So, what did you see up there?" "In the far recesses of the forest, there's a particular zone shrouded in absolute darkness. It's as though both the ground and the trees in that area have disintegrated or rotted into nothingness. A good distance away in another direction, I spotted these expansive, translucent shadows that almost seemed like some kind of luminous barrier or screen," Nina reported hurriedly, her hands gesturing to emphasize the directions in which she had observed these anomalies. "But that was about all I could discern within the limited time frame." However, she was cut off midway through her explanation by a sudden howling gust of wind that seemed to erupt from the bowels of the forest. The wind carried with it a discordant mixture of distant, indistinct roars as it violently shook the trees around them. A palpable tension enveloped Nina and Morris, a sense of foreboding and aversion that was hard to ignore. It felt as though the forest, a surreal tapestry woven from dreams, was undergoing some sort of monumental external disturbance. The very fabric of this dream world appeared on the brink of unraveling. Their eyes met instinctively, just in time to see towering trees in the distance begin to sway unnaturally, as if haunted, before toppling over one by one. The sky itself seemed to fracture, fine cracks appearing and widening as if reality was seeping through, creating a feeling akin to being yanked abruptly from a vivid dream. At a different location within the same forest, Shirley also heard the dissonant howl growing louder and nearer. Richard, the cultist who had been leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. Shirley's heart momentarily clenched with anxiety, but she quickly mastered her emotions and her facial expression. What's going on?" "The stability of this dream is compromised. The operation is terminated. We all need to evacuate from the Nameless One's dream world immediately," Richard announced, a tinge of suspicion finally coloring his previously impassive face as he turned towards her. "Didn't you receive the warning?" Shirley momentarily faltered but quickly recovered, feigning ignorance. "No, I must have missed that message somehow." "Missed it?" Richard, the self-styled cultist, looked at her more closely, his eyes narrowing. For the first time, he seemed to sense the discordant vibrations that Shirley had subtly been emitting all along. A trace of heightened alertness flickered across his features. "Sister, it occurs to me that I never inquired. What city-state do you hail from in the real world?" Cognizant of the subtle yet definitive shift in Richard's demeanor, Shirley knew she had to tread carefully. Her innate skill for detecting malice in others had made her instantly aware of his mounting suspicion. Yet she maintained her facade of innocence. "I operate out of the city-state of Mach. It has a high elf population, you see." Both scenes were charged with an escalating sense of urgency, like tightly wound threads suddenly pulled taut, each signaling the imminence of some great, unknown event. Whether it was the foreboding areas deep within the forest, the abrupt destabilization of the dream realm, or the mounting suspicions among the characters, it felt as though some unseen force was agitating the elements, setting the stage for a cascade of unforeseen outcomes. "Brethren," Richard abruptly cut off Shirley, and the quality of his voice altered significantly. It was as though he layered his words with additional, concealed syllables that vibrated at a different frequency. His eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul as his lips moved, emitting a nearly hypnotic force. "We are strictly prohibited from divulging our real-world affiliations during these operations, even among our own kind. How regrettable that you've done so." As he spoke, malevolent magic subtly infused his words, a spell imbued with the essence of a death crow, a mystical creature he was psychically connected to through a complex metaphysical chain. He sensed his spell tightly grip Shirley's mental faculties. Yet she seemed to be utterly oblivious to the magic he had cast, standing there with a blank look on her face. Seeing this, Richard felt his suspicions solidify. This girl, who appeared so naive about the deadly potency of the magic he had unleashed, couldn't possibly be a genuine disciple of the Nether Lord. While he couldn't pinpoint her origins or how she had managed such a convincingly deceptive masquerade, he was convinced she was an impostor. Fortunately for him, he thought, he had uncovered her deceit in time, and she appeared to lack any real combat savvy. It was time for her to meet her fate. Nobody could escape the curse woven by his death crow. Yet all of this transpired within the mere blink of an eye. Richard's rapid internal assessment, his mental self-assurance, and then the sudden, incandescent smile that blossomed across Shirley's face. Caught utterly off guard, Richard had only a fleeting moment of surprise as the woman, who had introduced herself as Sarah, grinned warmly, her eyes lighting up. Before he could react or process what was unfolding, her arm snapped upward, and a monstrous black shadow rocketed into his face. In one fluid motion, Shirley unleashed her chained hound, which hurtled through the air like a missile and collided squarely with Richard's head. "So long, you piece of garbage." Shirley's unexpected and impeccably timed counteraction shattered every assumption Richard had harbored. He didn't even have a split second to contemplate the magnitude of his miscalculation, much less mount any kind of defense against the incoming assault. It was a harsh lesson that appearances can be not just misleading, but dangerously so. Chapter 573, Sailing Through Darkness and Fog. With a thunderous crash that echoed through the woods, the cultist belonging to the Cult of Annihilation was hurled a staggering 10 meters through the air. As he soared, blood gushed from his mouth like a macabre fountain. His airborne journey ended abruptly when he smashed into the trunk of a towering, ancient oak tree. After the collision, he slid down the tree's massive trunk, collapsing onto the ground as if he were nothing more than a sack of potatoes casually discarded. His face was etched in an expression of profound disbelief and bewilderment. He had encountered formidable enemies and deadly traps throughout his life, but never in his wildest imaginings had he thought he would be propelled through the air by someone who wielded a dark hound as a blunt weapon. Shirley, her hand tightly clutching the chain leash connected to her otherworldly friend named Dog, approached the incapacitated cultist with measured steps. She stopped a few yards away, ensuring she remained at a safe distance. The cultist was still clinging to life. However, it should be clarified that this dream world had its own set of rules. Under normal circumstances, in the waking world, the injuries he sustained would have been fatal. Here, despite having a head that seemed to be sinking into his neck and joints contorted in gruesome, unnatural angles, he was still breathing. His eyes locked onto Shirley, filled with a cocktail of loathing and just a hint of fear. Shirley disregarded his hostile gaze. Lifting the chain slightly, she signaled for Dog to step closer. The skeletal hound obediently moved forward until its face was inches away from the wounded cultist. Who are you?" rasped the cultist, his voice strained and filled with pain. As he saw Dog's fearsome visage draw closer, uncontrollable terror finally erupted in his eyes. Not far from this unsettling scene, his mystical companion, the Death Crow, squirmed as if intending to intervene, but it seemed to lose its resolve due to its master's debilitating weakness. This only made the cultist's voice sound more frail. "What are you planning to do?" Shirley smiled slowly, her eyes twinkling with a mysterious light. "You see, this place is a dream. In the real world, capturing you might prove challenging," she explained. She lifted her arm, the one holding the chain leash, and softly rubbed the cold, dark metal links against her cheek. Her expression remained disarmingly calm. "So I need to leave a lasting impression, a mark if you will." "A mark?" The cultist lay there, momentarily paralyzed by confusion. But before he could contemplate the meaning of her words, he saw Dog open its cavernous maw to reveal an array of skeletal fangs. With merciless precision, Dog bit down on the cultist's arm, tearing through flesh and bone. The cultist had just enough time to emit a blood-curdling scream before the unbearable agony almost shattered his mind. His arm was instantly reduced to chunks of flesh, now held in Dog's mouth. Dog then lifted his head, its eyes glowing a malevolent red, and stared intently at the cultist, who was now wailing uncontrollably. "I have committed your scent to memory. We'll find you in the waking world," Dog spoke, its voice emanating from the skeletal framework that comprised its chest. The voice was low and growling, dripping with menace. "We'll capture you alive. He will reward us handsomely for your capture." The cultist's wails of agony abruptly halted, and his eyes expanded in sheer terror. He gazed at Dog with his mouth hanging wide open. It was difficult to discern whether his astonishment stemmed from the realization that this demonic canine was capable of human speech, or from the unsettling implication of Dog's words, that there was a he who would reward them for the cultist's capture. Who could this mysterious girl and her equally mysterious demon dog be in league with? And who was this ominously referenced he? Almost as quickly as these questions surfaced in his mind, the cultist's form started to blur and distort. In the space of a mere 1 or 2 breaths, he vanished entirely from Shirley and Dog's sight. "He got away, it seems," Dog remarked, his head swiveling back and forth as it scanned the area, a hint of disappointment coloring its gravelly voice. "His associates in the physical world must have sensed something amiss and forcibly extracted him. We have no means to counteract such a spiritual transfer." "It's not an issue. You've logged his scent, correct?" Shirley responded nonchalantly before fixing her gaze intently on Dog. "You can track him in the real world, can't you?" "As long as he's within a reasonable distance, within the radius of my sensory abilities, I'll be able to locate him," Dog assured, his voice tinged with grim determination. "I'm a dark hound, a demon breed specialized in tracking prey. He won't be able to remove the metaphysical mark I've placed on him." "Excellent," Shirley exhaled a sigh of relief. "Capturing him alive would be the best outcome. Even a couple of magical scrolls as a reward would be quite helpful." Dog didn't react to Shirley's muttering about potential rewards. Instead, he lifted his head, sensing the turbulent winds and the cacophony of natural sounds emanating from the surrounding forest. He noted that the distant trees were becoming increasingly translucent, their forms fading into a kind of ethereal haze. The signs that the dream realm was dissolving became ever more conspicuous. Something was having a powerful impact on this dream dimension. The end of this artificial reality was clearly approaching. Deep within the shadows, there were auditory disturbances akin to chaotic winds that seemed to howl through the forest, snapping branches off towering trees as they surged past. However, upon closer inspection, these sounds felt more like illusions than actual phenomena. Duncan had no bandwidth to focus on these vague auditory disturbances. He was wholly engrossed by the inexplicable vision before him. This was the Vanished, an elusive ghost ship. As he projected his consciousness deeper into the tendrils of vines at the very heart of this enshrouded realm, he found himself staring at this eerily familiar apparition. Why would the Vanished manifest here? As he drew closer, he noticed that the ship appeared to be floating on an inky, pitch-black body of water. The darkness beneath was so impenetrable it seemed to consume the lower half of the ship. The deck above was unsettlingly silent, devoid of even the faintest sound. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan projected himself onto the deck of the Vanished. Within this shrouded domain, he functioned solely as a form of conscious viewpoint, granting him a certain ease in navigation, but leaving him disconcerted by the ship's unexplained presence. The deck was utterly desolate, devoid of any sign of life or movement. As Duncan's eyes roamed across its expanse, the sights that met him were both weather-beaten and eerily recognizable. He felt as though he were walking through a time-worn, yet hauntingly accurate, diorama of a place he once knew intimately. Carefully navigating the ship's deck, he took time to examine the fixtures and adjoining cabins that lined the area. Each detail was impeccably replicated, down to the finest minutiae. It was a surreal experience. Everything was exactly as he remembered it from the real Vanished. Yet Duncan felt a discord. This wasn't the actual Vanished, nor was it some ethereal projection. The usual affinity he felt with the ship, the feedback loop of energy that emanated from its spiritual flames, was conspicuously absent here. This facsimile of the Vanished had been manifested by some unknown external force. Just then, the nebulous sounds he had previously noted, akin to wind and distant murmurs, echoed again, this time with a sharper, more pronounced clarity. For a brief moment, Duncan's attention shifted towards the source of these disconcerting sounds. Shaking off the distraction, he moved towards the rear of the deck until he reached the captain's cabin. His eyes lifted to the lintel of the door, and his gaze abruptly froze. Inscribed into the wood were words that read, "May he linger in the dreams." Why not Door of the Lost? This puzzled Duncan. He vividly remembered that the inscription over the captain's cabin on the reel, "Vanished, read Door of the Lost." This room served as his private sanctuary aboard the ship. Why was this vessel, appearing deep in the foggy abyss, an almost perfect replica except for the words etched above this particular door? He redirected his focus to the door itself, and at that instant, as if beckoning him to enter, it swung open without a sound. The captain's cabin materialized before him, bathed in a dim yellow light. All the furnishings were exactly as he remembered them, right down to the curious goat head positioned at the corner of the navigation table. Wait, a goat head. An epiphany flashed through Duncan's consciousness. He recalled that when he had initially found himself in subspace, neither the ruined Vanished nor the model Vanished in his private space had featured a goat head. This seemed to be a subtle but crucial divergence, a distinct variable that separated the various iterations of the Vanished. Engulfed by a surge of conjecture and memories, Duncan crossed the threshold into the captain's cabin. With cautious steps, he approached the navigation table, casting his gaze upon the black, carved goat head at its corner. The sculpture sat inanimate, as inert as a mere piece of wood, offering no response to the approach of its so-called captain. Duncan reasoned that this might be due to his non-material existence in this realm. He was merely a form of conscious perception here, not a corporeal entity. Choosing not to disturb the mysterious goat head, Duncan remained vigilant, his eyes darting around the room as he continued his cautious exploration. Soon, Duncan came across another detail that set him further on edge. Normally, the nautical chart spread across the table would document the various paths that the Vanished had navigated. It should have depicted well-known city-states, significant landmarks, and sea routes that crisscrossed the expansive ocean. Yet, what Duncan found himself staring at was anything but familiar, a map unlike any he'd ever seen. This perplexing projection displayed a topographical view of a sprawling forest interspersed with towering mountain ranges and vast expanses of flora. Strikingly, various anomalies peppered the terrain, looking like bizarre architectural formations or perhaps sacred sites. Hovering above this dense labyrinth of greenery was a semi-transparent icon representing the Vanished, which moved at a glacial pace through the simulated forest. Duncan gaped at the alien chart before him, completely bewildered. Though he could glean no actionable information from this enigmatic display, it did stir up memories of another peculiar nautical chart he'd observed on the ruined Vanished in subspace. That version of the ship had also featured an inexplicable map of a disorienting, chaotic, unknown sea filled with odd navigation markers. And now here he was, confronted by another confounding map, this one on a Vanished that seemed to have manifested from the midst of an eerie, fog-shrouded gloom. A map that bizarrely suggested the ship was navigating, of all things, a forest. A strange and almost ludicrous thought unbiddenly arose in his mind. Just how many alternate Vanisheds could be sailing through divergent dimensions at this very moment, each documenting its own unique, bewildering journey? While he was grappling with this uncanny notion, a faint squeaking and creaking sound abruptly broke into his train of thought. His attention immediately darted toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, the black goat head, perched at the edge of the navigation table, was slowly rotating its neck, its eyes swiveling to meet his gaze. And in those eyes, chiseled from jet-black obsidian, a glint of what seemed like emerging consciousness began to materialize. In the following instant, a low, raspy voice vibrated through the room, reaching Duncan's ears and chilling him to the bone. "Who is there?" it inquired, turning an already perplexing situation into one that bordered on the surreal. Chapter 574, Awakening from the Dream. Duncan felt an immediate sense of shock when the intricately carved black wooden figure of the goat head on the table unexpectedly animated, coming to life. He had never expected to witness such a chilling transformation aboard the Vanished, a ship that itself felt like an inexplicable illusion in this case. His eyes were riveted to the slowly twisting wooden figure as a wave of caution bubbled up within him. Then it dawned on him, the figure couldn't actually see him. The reason was unique. Duncan was observing the mysterious scene via a supernatural method. He was connected to this dimension through his own ethereal ghost flames, which meant that only his thoughts and senses were projected into this reality. He hadn't physically manifested himself here. So the goat head carving seemed to sense his spiritual aura, but was confused about its source. The black carving started to rotate slowly on its wooden stand, producing soft, haunting creaking sounds. These noises felt particularly unsettling in the otherwise eerie silence that permeated the captain's quarters aboard this vanished. Made of obsidian, the figure's pitch-black eyes swiveled aimlessly, passing over the spot where Duncan's consciousness was projected multiple times. Finally, it stopped moving and murmured in a low, groggy voice, as though caught in a state of half-sleep. "Who is there?" Duncan felt uneasy about the figure's response. It had clearly sensed something, but why didn't it recognize the aura as belonging to the ship's captain? Deep in thought for a moment, Duncan finally came to a decision. The ethereal link, established by his ghost flames, suddenly intensified. Using the flames as a conduit, Duncan poured his will into this shadowy, fog-laden space. In a swift action, he manifested his physical form, determined to uncover the mystery surrounding this mysterious ship sailing through the dense mist and the peculiar goat head that had captured his attention. As the vanished sailed through the dark, foggy expanse, ghostly green flames sporadically flickered into existence around the ship's deck. A thin tendril of ghost fire eventually materialized out of thin air inside the dimly lit captain's quarters. It crackled and sizzled as it rapidly expanded, outlining the tall figure of Duncan. The moment Duncan physically manifested, his connection to this mysterious and dark realm became incredibly strong. Almost at the same instant, however, he sensed a shift in the environment. Both the foggy atmosphere and the very structure of the ship seemed to respond to some unknown stimulus. Everything around him suddenly blurred, becoming surreal and distorted. A sense of being unwelcome, as if the dark mist was actively resisting his ethereal flames, emanated from all directions. It felt like the strange realm he had stepped into was on the brink of rapid disintegration. Duncan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him as he encountered an unprecedented sense of active rejection from the mysterious space. Throughout his past investigations, whether examining Alice's spirit coffin, tinkering with an enigmatic brass wind-up key, or scrutinizing various occult artifacts confiscated from nefarious cultists, his ethereal ghost flames had never elicited such a hostile response. He began to wonder if this unusual realm possessed some sort of active, powerful consciousness. These staggering thoughts raced through his mind, but he knew now was not the time for deep analysis. The stability of his connection to this place felt tenuous at best, so he shifted his focus towards stabilizing his ethereal presence while cautiously approaching the goat head perched on the navigation table. Seemingly roused from its dreamy stupor, the black wooden carving abruptly lifted its head and locked eyes with Duncan. To the animated figure, Duncan's sudden manifestation, his tall form and ghostly green flames, must have felt like an intrusive burst of illumination piercing the tranquility of a dark, secluded dream. "Who are you?" it demanded in a voice tinged with confusion. "It seems you don't recognize me," Duncan observed aloud, not particularly surprised considering the earlier irregularities he'd sensed. Fighting to maintain his tenuous link to this enigmatic locale, he swiftly assessed the situation aboard the Vanished and regarding the curious goat head before him. "I am Duncan of Namur. What is your name?" "Duncan, the name rings a bell," the goat head mumbled, its voice slurred and dreamy as if it were half awake. It failed to directly answer Duncan's inquiry. "But I can't recall why you're here, why any of us are here." A frown creased Duncan's forehead. He could feel the already tenuous connection to this fog-shrouded dark space beginning to deteriorate. It was as if the area itself were trying to repel him, or more specifically, to extinguish his ethereal flames. Adding to his concerns, the goat head seemed to be trapped in a semi-conscious state, unable to offer any useful information. Pausing only briefly to collect his thoughts, Duncan took another deliberate step forward and gestured toward the sea chart next to the perplexing goat head. "Where is the Vanished sailing?" A few moments passed before the goat head sluggishly processed Duncan's question. Laboriously turning its carved neck, it glanced at the navigation map, which intriguingly displayed a forested landscape rather than nautical charts. After a lengthy pause, it mumbled almost incoherently, "Oh, good, they are still there." "Who?" Duncan shot back instantly, his urgency increasing. "Who are?" Before he could complete his question, the entire space was rocked by a violent, quaking tremor, and a low, ominous howl that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the realm itself. The sensation of rejection intensified exponentially, as if the very fabric of space-time in this mysterious realm was rallying against the invasion of his ghost flames. Duncan could hear faint, crackling sounds echoing around him, like his ethereal flames were coming into contact with an invisible yet impenetrable barrier. All the sensations he was receiving through these flames became muddled, as if filtered through a layer of fog. Lowering his gaze, Duncan noticed that his own projected form was becoming increasingly blurred, almost translucent. It felt as though the ethereal cord that tethered him to this enigmatic world was fraying, about to snap at any moment. He pondered using stronger forces to overpower this resistance and maintain his connection, but hesitated. Now knowing that the massive vine, and perhaps the realm itself, could be sentient or even alive, he questioned the ethics and wisdom of forcefully imposing his presence. At that moment, the goat head on the navigation table seemed to finally become aware of the disturbance surrounding Duncan. Its eyes narrowed on the wavering green flames, and after a momentary pause, it spoke in a murmur so faint it was almost unintelligible. "Ah, you frightened her." "Who have I frightened?" Duncan immediately questioned, seizing onto the new piece of information. "Atlantis," responded the goat head, its voice growing languid as if about to re-enter its dreamlike state. "Atlantis doesn't know you, and your presence has frightened her." Atlantis, the name sent a surge of associations and questions through Duncan's mind. Was this the world tree that ancient elven lore spoke of? Just as he was gearing up to delve deeper with more questions, a powerful sensation of being disconnected overwhelmed him. It was like being violently pulled away from this alternate reality. The surroundings, the captain's cabin, the navigation table, the sea chart, all dissolved into an impenetrable darkness. Only the goat head's faint muttering lingered, echoing in the void. "Ah, it's time. She's waking up." In the next instant, Duncan felt a jolting sensation that snapped him back to his physical reality. He instinctively took a deep breath and opened his eyes, only to find Alice's doll-like face hovering just a few inches away from his own. Startled by her unsettling proximity, Duncan stepped back abruptly. Alice responded with a brilliant smile, leaning in excitedly as she exclaimed, "Captain, Captain, the dawn is approaching, and it seems everything has returned to normal outside." Before he could chastise Alice for startling him, her words arrested his attention. Looking around, Duncan saw that she was right. The dense forest that had invaded and fused with the city's architecture had inexplicably vanished. Even the street fixtures, once grotesquely entangled with giant plant life, were back to their original form. Softly glowing gas lamps lined the roads, illuminating the area with a reassuring light. In the distance, rays of sunlight appeared to emanate from the distant coastline, casting their warm glow over the city-state. High above, the scarred fissure of the world's creation was becoming faintly visible through the light, and on the horizon, a glimmer of dawn seemed to break through the clouds, presaging the rise of the celestial anomaly labeled One. Although the world appeared to be returning to its original state, Duncan was left with a mind full of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of foreboding. It was as if he'd touched the edge of something far larger, something that he couldn't yet fully understand. Duncan blinked, his eyes instinctively drawn toward the incline deep within the city block where a colossal vine had once erupted from the earth. The vivid memory of his ghost flames penetrating the vine's depths was still fresh in his mind. Now, however, the incline was empty, just an ordinary slope devoid of any supernatural elements. Much like the slope, the rest of the city block had reverted to its normal state. As the sun began its ascent over the horizon, the night's bizarre occurrences seemed to dissipate, like a dream evaporating in the first light of dawn. For a fleeting moment, Duncan felt as though he were straddling the line between reality and an uncanny dream. His surroundings bore the disconcerting quality of a familiar space suddenly rendered strange by some invisible alteration. Yet, this disorienting sense of unreality was short-lived. Shaking off the feeling, Duncan's focus sharpened as he turned his gaze toward Crown Street. Stretching his supernatural perception in that direction, familiar life essences or imprints began to appear in his metaphysical field of vision. Nina, Shirley, Morris, all the energies that had been missing were now manifesting back into the material world. Just then the puppet head that Alice was cradling in her arms sprang to life. Its mouth flapped open and closed, and from it emanated the voice of Lucretia. "Daddy, it looks like we—" "I'm aware, you've all returned, and so has the neighborhood," Duncan interjected, not wasting a moment. Catching movement in his peripheral vision, he noticed people gradually appearing on the streets. Locals, seemingly oblivious to the night's supernatural events, ventured into the growing light of the morning. They engaged in mundane activities, sweeping the pavements, chatting in front of their homes, rushing off to their jobs, and discussing yesterday's headlines and today's weather forecast. It was as if the entire community was resuming its everyday life, unaware that they had all vanished only a few hours earlier, swallowed by the mysterious dark of the night. As the street scene grew increasingly animated, Duncan felt an eerie layer of strangeness settle over this burgeoning normality. It was as though the world had momentarily slipped into an alternate, inexplicable dimension before snapping back into its regular, familiar rhythm. This left Duncan not only puzzled but deeply intrigued, contemplating the boundary between the ordinary and the supernatural, and how quickly and disconcertingly that boundary could shift. Chapter 575, Different Experiences for Each. Rushing through the cityscape, Duncan and Alice made their way back to their headquarters situated at 99 Crown Street, a place colloquially known as the Witch's Mansion. The urban environment around them had regained its typical rhythm and vigor. The streets and squares that had once been consumed by the magical, enchanted forest, as well as the roads where crawling vines had previously disrupted daily life, were now bustling with people going about their regular routines. The number of pedestrians seemed to be growing steadily with each passing minute, and the first bus of the morning had already completed its inaugural pass on the main thoroughfare. They noticed a smooth transition of power taking place at a major intersection. Intellectuals who had been serving as temporary guards were relinquishing their duties to the regular city security force. It was as if the uncanny events from earlier had been nothing but an elaborate illusion, a secret knowledge that only Duncan, Alice, and their associates were privy to. Once they entered the mansion, they found their teammates already congregated in the spacious living room. Lucretia, seemingly the group's unofficial leader, was the first to approach them. "Are you all right?" she inquired, her eyes reflecting both concern and relief. Waving away her worries with a casual flick of his hand, Duncan swiftly replied, "The challenges Alice and I faced were unique compared to what the rest of you encountered. It's crucial that we bring all our pieces of information together." Alice, who had followed Duncan into the room, handed over a wooden puppet head to Lucretia. "Here, this is for you. It survived our ordeal without a scratch." Accepting the puppet head, Lucretia wore an expression of complex emotion. Her gaze briefly darted toward a maid puppet that stood motionless near the staircase. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a robust, armored manservant. "Place this in the preparation room. I'll attend to it later," she commanded. Once everyone had settled down, Duncan occupied the central seat on the living room sofa, scanning the familiar faces around him. Even though he had earlier been assured of their safety, a profound sense of relief washed over him as he confirmed that they were all indeed unscathed. Breaking the thoughtful silence that had enveloped the room, Duncan began to share his observations. "First, it's apparent that the colossal disturbance that rattled the city last night bears a significant resemblance to the dream that Terran L was ensnared in. While there are nuanced differences and several new elements have come into play, it appears that the root cause is what's referred to as the dream of the Nameless One. Alarmingly, this dream is showing indications of expanding its influence and risks leaking into our reality." He paused briefly, glancing at Alice, who was seated next to him. "Secondly, following the onset of the vision, each of us had diverging experiences. While Alice and I remained in the physical world and witnessed its transformation due to the overflowing dream energies, I also encountered a colossal entity that had seeped out from this alternate dream realm. On the other hand, the rest of you were involuntarily transported into the other side of this dream. During this time, we lost all forms of communication with one another. The only exception was Lucretia, who was able to maintain a tenuous link to our world through her specially crafted puppet servants." "Let's begin with Lucretia, then," Duncan suggested, directing his attention towards the Sea Witch. His proposal sparked a wave of anticipation among the group. Each member was eager to recount their own experiences within the mysterious realm they had come to know as the dream world. Ever the poised storyteller, Lucretia immediately nodded and adjusted her posture, preparing to unravel the intricate tapestry of her dream adventure. "All right, allow me to commence with my experience," she began. "My journey within the dream commenced in a desolate corner of a sprawling forest. It was there that I crossed paths with an elf who introduced herself as Shireen." Nina, an attentive listener seated beside Lucretia, couldn't contain her astonishment. "Wait, you encountered someone, perhaps another dreamer?" Her interruption was swift but quickly followed by a remorseful apology, her tongue poking out in a sheepish manner. "I'm sorry I couldn't resist. Please continue. I promise not to interrupt again." Lucretia maintained her composure, offering a gracious nod to Nina before proceeding. "No offense taken. Now to continue. From my perspective, it seemed that Shireen wasn't the one who had initiated the dream. Instead, she appeared to be a resident, a denizen of this expansive dream. It's as incredible as it sounds." She elaborated further. She spoke of a place known as the Silent Wall, a defensive line of sorts. Shireen identified herself as a ranger and explained that an order had been issued for everyone to retreat behind this silent wall. Throughout my time within the dream, I remained by her side as we journeyed towards this elusive, silent wall, but we never quite reached our destination. Lucretia's detailed narrative captivated her audience. Apart from Duncan, who had some prior insight into the events, everyone else listened with rapt attention and a growing sense of wonder. The reason was simple. Lucretia was the sole member of the group who had established contact with a native resident of the dream world. The existence of entities like Shireen, seemingly indigenous to the dream of the Nameless One, had caught them entirely off guard. The implications were staggering. If Shireen spoke the truth, could there be more sentient entities dwelling within the depths of the dream of the Nameless One, concealed behind that mysterious silent wall within the vast forest? Once Lucretia had concluded her account, the room fell into a brief silence, the weight of her revelations sinking in. Finally, Morris broke the stillness. Nina and I experienced our dreams together. This revelation surprised Duncan. Both of you together. Yes, Morris affirmed with a nod. It appears that the process of entering the dreamscape had an element of randomness. Not everyone was separated. We also found ourselves in a deserted area, surrounded by an endless expanse of unrecognizable flora. At one point, Nina took flight to gain a broader perspective. Together, we stumbled upon regions within the forest that appeared tainted, a kind of dark corruption. The room remained focused, the gravity of these accounts hanging in the air. As Morris and Nina prepared to share their unsettling experiences, it became increasingly evident that the dreamscape was not a mere reflection of someone's imagination, but a complex, autonomous world with its own laws and inhabitants. This revelation instilled a sense of awe and trepidation in those hearing it for the first time. In addition, Morris began, his voice methodical as he recounted their experiences in the dream of the Nameless One. We noticed that the entire dreamscape reacts quite intensely when Nina harnesses her power. This revelation held a note of intrigue for Duncan, who leaned in, a faint frown creasing his brow. He was particularly intrigued by the vigorous responses exhibited by the dream when Nina unleashed her sun-like abilities. The reactions seemed almost akin to a vehement repulsion. This newfound information led Duncan to reflect on his own encounter within the dark, mist-filled expanse. According to the enigmatic, suspicious Goathead, he had been expelled from that realm due to Atlantis's fear. Could Nina's repulsion be of a similar nature? Could her sunlight have posed a threat to the dream of the Nameless One? Are acute. Lost in thought, Duncan raised his gaze, fixing it on Shirley. I crossed paths with a cultist, a member of the cult of annihilation, Shirley interjected quickly, her expression radiating unapologetic pride and her tone tinged with an element of boastfulness. I managed to extract a significant amount of information from him, and to cap it off I gave him quite a beating. I even had Dog leave a lasting mark on him. Oh, and there was this bizarre phenomenon where the entire forest seemed to descend into chaos. It truly terrified me. Could that erosion zone, that Lucretia mentioned, be related to the polluted area Morris and Nina encountered? Duncan's eyes widened ever so slightly. While each person's experience in the dream of the Nameless One had been distinct, Shirley's account appeared to be particularly explosive. Duncan's demeanor turned instantly serious. Leaning forward, he fixed his penetrating gaze on Shirley. Slow down, don't skip around. What exactly transpired? All right, let me gather my thoughts, Shirley replied, noting the captain's grave expression. She straightened up and made an effort to organize her thoughts, her cheeks scratched in contemplation. Actually, Dog, why don't you explain it? I'm worried I might not be as clear. All eyes in the room shifted to Dog. Dog sighed with a hint of resignation, facing Duncan's intense scrutiny. He began methodically. First, we encountered rapid decay in the forest, which, according to the information we later pieced together, corresponds to what's known as the erosion vision. With clarity, Dog proceeded to detail their experiences in the forest. This encompassed the sudden decay and contortion of the once vibrant forest, the subsequent encounter with the cultist, and the wealth of information extracted by Shirley during their confrontation. As Duncan absorbed Dog's narrative, he began to connect the dots, fitting the puzzle pieces of information together. The room buzzed with tension as everyone present came to grasp just how intricate and unpredictable the dream of the Nameless One truly was. From the reactions to Nina's powers, the presence of sentient beings like Shireen, the mysterious silent wall, the unsettling erosion zones, and now a member of the cult of annihilation, it became evident that the dreamscape was more than a passive backdrop. It was a dynamic world with its own responses, possibly even its own agenda. This realization elicited a potent blend of wonder, curiosity, and apprehension among the group. The phenomenon of decay, the enigmatic silent wall, the ethereal presence named Shireen, the ominous cult of annihilation members, and then the abrupt conclusion of that surreal dream, Lucretia began, her voice tinged with thoughtful reflection. It appears that the erosion mentioned by that Shireen corresponds closely to the unsettling experience Shirley and Dog encountered, Lucretia continued. The once vibrant forest twisted into nightmarish shapes, the very ground decayed and assumed a malevolent character. Those affiliated with the cult of annihilation seem to possess significant knowledge regarding these phenomena. Regrettably, the cultist managed to elude capture, Morris interjected, a deep furrow etching his brow. If he has found refuge in another city-state in the waking world, tracking him down will prove to be a formidable challenge. The more immediate concern is how these cultists have gained ingress and egress to the dream of the Nameless One, Vanna, who had remained silent until this moment, suddenly interjected. They seem to possess a specialized method, granting them the ability to enter and exit the dreamscape at will, even conducting coordinated operations within it. This method holds the key. Duncan nodded slowly in agreement with Vanna's assessment, then turned his attentive gaze to her. "What did you encounter on the other side? Were you also within a forest?" he inquired with curiosity. Vanna cast a quick glance at her fellow companions, contemplating her response for a brief moment before she began to recount her own experience. "That's precisely what I wanted to bring to your attention. My encounter differed greatly from all of yours, distinctly so. As you described the forest, I found myself feeling rather perplexed because I was situated in a desert." A profound hush enveloped the living room. Baffled expressions were exchanged among those present. Several seconds elapsed before Duncan finally spoke, a trace of disbelief coloring his voice. "You're saying you were in a desert. You didn't witness a forest in your dream." "Yes, no forest at all," Vanna affirmed with solemnity, her head nodding in affirmation. "Only sand dunes, some withered and sparse vegetation, and colossal rock formations. I ascended the tallest of those rocks and surveyed the expanse before me. Not a single trace of a forest was to be seen." The revelation rippled through the room, leaving its inhabitants in a state of sheer astonishment. The fact that the dreamscape appeared to react differently to each individual was already perplexing, but the discrepancy in the environments they had encountered introduced an additional layer of complexity and enigma. It hinted that the dream of the Nameless One was not merely a static backdrop for their experiences, but conceivably a dynamic, responsive world governed by its own set of rules, if not its own intentions. In the midst of this puzzlement, one question loomed large. Were these diverse landscapes some form of trial or perhaps fragments of a much grander, inscrutable realm? The questions continued to accumulate, deepening the sense of urgency and wonder that surrounded their inexplicable encounters. Chapter 576, 576, Individual Actions. Vanna's disclosure sent shockwaves through everyone present, leaving them visibly stunned. Her account discredited many of Duncan's recent theories concerning the dream of the Nameless One. Contrary to the general expectation, Vanna revealed she had never ventured into the forest that had been the focal point of their conversation. Astonishingly, she hadn't even encountered a forest in her dream experience. Instead, she described being ensnared in a mysterious desert. This unexpected twist left everyone wondering, what could this desert symbolize or represent? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Duncan was the first to recover his composure. He probed, "Were there any indications of human presence in this desert? Did you notice any distinct landmarks or unusual features that stood out?" Taking a deep breath, Vanna began detailing her experience in the dream's desert landscape. The desert was dotted with bizarrely shaped boulders, towering and contorted, as if some force had petrified them in the midst of motion. Far off in the distance, I could discern what appeared to be fluctuating shadows. I couldn't determine if they were natural formations like rocky outcroppings or perhaps even a cluster of buildings. They were simply too far away to identify. What was most striking, however, was a faint red fissure that marred the sky, colossal in its dimensions. Duncan's eyes briefly glinted and his focus seemed to intensify. "A red rift. Could you elaborate on its appearance? Were there other noteworthy elements in the sky?" Vanna got up from her seat and retrieved a pen and paper from a small table nearby. As she sketched, she continued describing the mysterious rift. The rift had a dark red hue, its edges blurred as if enveloped in some form of mist. It emanated a subdued glow from deep within, though the specific features inside the rift remained indistinct and enigmatic. Everyone watched, captivated by Vanna's pen as it moved across the paper. Meanwhile, Duncan leaned in as if being pulled by a magnetic force to get a better view of the sketch. The lines she was drawing seemed to resonate with his own memories of the red light, causing his expression to take on a grave seriousness. After a brief pause, Vanna ceased her sketching and pushed the paper toward the center of the table. "This is a rough approximation. I'm no artist, but I've done my best to capture it. Aside from this rift, the sky was devoid of other features." Duncan appeared perplexed as he instinctively asked, "No other features? What about the sun? Could you describe what it looked like?" This question was of paramount importance to Duncan. If Vanna had observed a sun in that mysterious desert, then the sun's physical characteristics would hold significant implications. Vanna, however, shook her head. There was no sun to speak of. Oddly enough, despite this absence, it still seemed as if it were daytime. The sky was filled with a radiant, albeit sourceless, light, except for the area around the red rift. A mixture of surprise and puzzlement floated across everyone's faces. Even Duncan seemed momentarily confounded until Vanna's voice pulled everyone back to the present moment. "That's all the information I can offer from my experience," she concluded. All eyes then shifted to Duncan, as if awaiting the next revelation. Nina, appearing increasingly intrigued, inquired, "Uncle Duncan, what did you see in your dream experience?" After a brief moment of thoughtful contemplation, Duncan began to share his own surreal experiences. "Alice and I witnessed something quite unnerving in the real world. City blocks had transformed into nightmarish distortions of themselves. Towering trees and a maze of vines had overtaken the streets, as if the forest from the dream of the Nameless One had somehow bled into our own reality. Interestingly, we saw no elements of the desert that you described, Vanna. But what truly captured our attention was an extraordinarily large vine we discovered deeper within this altered neighborhood." He went on to detail his unnerving exploration of that vine, how it led to a different, vanished, sailing through an impenetrable fog. Mounted on the ship was another goat head that was both strangely familiar and deeply unsettling. The head spoke to him, revealing a constantly changing sea map and offering a plethora of cryptic information while enveloping Duncan in a dreamlike state of awareness. The room descended into an even more profound silence than after Vanna had spoken, as if the gravity of Duncan's revelation weighted down the air itself. "Your experience is even more perplexing and unsettling than the desert landscape I found myself in," Vanna murmured, almost to herself. Beside her, Dog mumbled, "Well, he is the captain, isn't he?" Ignoring Dog's solemn aside, Duncan continued, "What deeply concerns me is that the goat head mentioned Atlantis near the end of our interaction." Vanna nodded thoughtfully, adding historical context. "If my memory serves me right, Atlantis is synonymous with the world tree in ancient elven lore. Known alternatively as the Tree of Life or the Origin Tree, it was said to be the first life form created by the demon god, Saslaka, according to elven beliefs. Letter 1E5b. The room fell into a state of collective introspection. Even Alice, who usually struggled to keep up with such complex conversations, displayed signs of intense contemplation. Finally, breaking the thoughtful silence, Lucretia looked up at Duncan, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Papa, you've never really elaborated on this first mate on the Vanished. What exactly is that goat head?" Duncan replied cautiously, "It originates from subspace. That's about all I can disclose at this moment." He then pivoted quickly, adding, "However, I think it may be time for me to have another, more serious conversation with it." With everyone's accounts and observations laid bare, it seemed as if the pieces of an incredibly complex puzzle had been put on the table. Everyone who had navigated between reality and various dreamscapes the previous night had now shared their information, providing Duncan with a plethora of clues to ponder over. After a moment to organize his swirling thoughts, Duncan took a deep breath and addressed everyone in the living room, temporarily setting aside the myriad questions racing through his mind. "Based on what we've all shared, there are several conclusions we can begin to draw," he began. "Firstly, the realm of the dream of the Nameless One is clearly expanding its scope and increasing its influence, so much so that it's starting to manifest in the real world. While we don't yet understand the catalyst for these dramatic changes, they are likely connected to the upcoming fourth long night and possible alterations in the celestial body we know as the sun. Secondly," Duncan continued, elaborating on his earlier points, "it seems that the general populace within our city-state is largely oblivious to the far-reaching effects of the dream of the Nameless One. When these transformations or mutations occur within the dream's boundaries, the individuals in those affected areas seem to disappear. Yet when the dream recedes, these people reappear in the real world and resume their daily activities as if nothing has happened. We haven't yet been able to determine where these individuals go during their time in the dream, nor can we conclusively say whether this vision is limited solely to elves. This city, Wind Harbor, is a bustling hub for various races, including traders and adventurers. Our next step should be to investigate the state of these other communities based on last night's happenings. Thirdly, he added, when these dream-induced mutations take place, we find ourselves scattered across different locations. Some of us remain in the real world, while others are either thrust into the dense forest within the dream or transported to a mysterious desert. As of now, we're uncertain whether our dispersion is haphazard or follows a particular pattern that we haven't yet discerned. Fourthly, Duncan concluded, there are groups, specifically the disciples of annihilation, the followers of the Black Sun, and the shadowy Enders who seem to be working behind the scenes, who are clearly more informed about this vision than we are. They are well coordinated and appear to be driven by a shared, though as yet undetermined, purpose. After summarizing, Duncan looked around at the attentive faces. Is there anything anyone would like to add or clarify? Lucretia shook her head thoughtfully. Not at the moment. My main concern now is whether we can expect more of these dream-induced mutations to occur. If so, how should we prepare ourselves for them? Morris, the elder scholar in the room, sighed deeply. The likelihood of experiencing more mutations seems high, given the escalating influence of the dream of the Nameless One. The silver lining here is that the more frequently these anomalies occur, the better our chances are of discerning their underlying patterns. Right now, our understanding is riddled with speculations and unanswered questions. These gaps in our knowledge could potentially be filled if another large-scale mutation transpires. Nodding in agreement with Morris's assessment, Duncan added, Your point is well taken, Morris. This isn't merely wishful thinking. We actually require additional instances of these mutations to better understand the mechanics of the dream of the Nameless One. But, Vanna interjected, we must also consider the dream's ability to separate us and disconnect our lines of communication, especially with you, Captain. That presents a significant logistical challenge. Duncan nodded gravely. I've already started formulating some preliminary strategies based on my experience last night, especially after my encounter with the massive vine and the mysterious vanished. If the dream's influence expands again, we should have an opportunity to put these ideas to the test. Finally, Shirley, who had been quietly listening, looked up and posed a question that was undoubtedly on everyone's minds. So, while we're gathering all this information and awaiting another occurrence, what are our immediate actions? The tension in the room was palpable. Each person was acutely aware that they were operating against a ticking clock, the nature and timing of which were as yet unknown. Clearly, the next steps, whatever they might be, needed to be executed with both speed and extreme caution. The dream of the Nameless One is a volatile element that could shift and evolve without warning, Duncan stressed, maintaining focused eye contact with Lucretia. Our immediate task is to check if other districts in the city-state were similarly affected last night. The most efficient way to do that is to liaise directly with Wind Harbor's governing officials. Lucretia didn't hesitate. I'll take care of it. I'll go speak with Sarah Mell, the city governor, to see if he has any insights or has observed any anomalies from last night. Acknowledging her with a nod, Duncan shifted his focus to Morris and Vanna. We should also extend our inquiries to the surrounding communities, especially around Crown Street. We need to determine whether residents of other racial backgrounds, apart from elves, have experienced any peculiar events as a result of the dream. This could give us a broader understanding of the scope of its impact. Vanna nodded energetically. That's right up my alley. I can canvass the area and speak with the locals. Morris chimed in. I still have some academic contacts at the Academy of Truth. They might have information that could aid our investigation. Finally, Duncan looked over at Nina and Shirley. For now, it's best if both of you stay at home, he advised after giving it some thought. Your skills could be essential if we unearth any significant leads about the followers of the Black Sun or the disciples of annihilation, but until we do, it's safer for you to stay put. Nina sighed, visibly disappointed but obedient. All right, I understand. Shirley's eyes met Duncan's. And what will you be doing? I have to return to the ship, and I need to do it immediately, Duncan declared as he stood up from his chair. Alice, sensing the urgency, rose to her feet as well. Then I'm coming with you. A look of confusion flashed across Duncan's face. Why would you want to accompany me? Alice hesitated, scanning the faces of everyone in the living room. She scratched her head, finally declaring with an air of inexplicable certainty, I really don't know. Duncan looked at her for a moment, contemplating her unorthodox enthusiasm, and then finally broke into a resigned yet endearing smile. "Very well, if you're keen on joining, you're welcome to come. To be honest, I'd be uneasy leaving you alone in the city, given the circumstances." Alice's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Hee, great. With their roles and missions clearly defined, each person left to carry out their respective tasks. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of gravity and urgency. Everyone understood the potential dangers lurking ahead. Duncan headed for his ship, taking the silly Alice along for the ride. Meanwhile, Lucretia, Vanna, and Morris dispersed across various sectors of Wind Harbor, each carrying out their individual missions to gather more information about the perplexing dream that seemed to hold their world in its increasingly unsettling grasp. Chapter 577, The Memory of Goathead. In a remote area off the coast of Wind Harbor, a radiant glow emanated from an enigmatic object, described as a luminous geometric figure, that hovered mysteriously over the ocean. Within the boundaries of this ethereal illumination, a thick mist enveloped the surface of the sea, concealing a colossal ghost ship known as the Vanished. This spectral vessel moved slowly but deliberately through the open waters, its presence shrouded by the fog. Suddenly, an uncanny flash of green fire pierced the dense mist, momentarily illuminating the immediate vicinity. A fiery portal burst open on the wooden deck of the Vanished. Stepping out from this magical gateway were Duncan and Alice, instantly engulfed by the ship's surroundings. Duncan felt immediate comfort as he set foot on the ship's familiar wooden deck. The towering mast and otherworldly sails seemed to greet him like old friends. Even though he had only been away briefly, returning to the Vanished was like a balm to his soul. As he looked around and inhaled the salty aroma that the sea breeze wafted across the deck, he let out a slow, calming breath. His previously turbulent emotions seemed to steady and stabilize. However, as Duncan savored this moment of peace, his thoughts inadvertently wandered back to the previous night's adventure. He had been exploring a colossal vine and had seen illusionary scenes of another Vanished navigating through a similarly mysterious fog. Strangely, the scenes in his memory merged seamlessly with the reality before him, making it difficult to tell one from the other. "They really are identical," Duncan mumbled to himself. "What's identical?" Alice inquired, breaking his reverie. Duncan turned and looked at her. He saw in Alice a cheerful and naive companion who seemed happy to tag along on his various escapades. A small, warm smile graced his lips. "I'm heading to the captain's quarters to speak with the first mate," he informed her. "Feel free to do as you please." "All right," Alice chirped, full of enthusiasm. "I'm off to the kitchen to whip up some marinated fish and dried meat. Shirley and Nina mentioned they're hungry." Alice waved cheerfully at Duncan as she dashed towards the ship's kitchen. Her mood seemed to brighten further upon her return to the Vanished, although Alice was generally an upbeat person, joyful aboard the ship and just as happy on land. It seemed her emotional range consisted of just two states, happy and even happier. As Duncan watched Alice's light-hearted figure disappear into the distance, the corners of his mouth twitched upwards. Shaking his head to regain focus, he composed his expression and continued walking toward the stern of the ship. Upon reaching the door to the captain's quarters, he paused. Etched into the wooden doorframe were the words, "The Door of the Lost." The ancient, potent characters seemed as though they had weathered the test of time, deeply embedded into the wood. Duncan contemplated the inscription intently. The only visible difference he could find between this Vanished and the one he had glimpsed in the foggy illusion was this very phrase. Of course, there could be other, subtler differences offering more clues, but because of the brevity of his previous encounter, he had not had the chance to delve deeper. For now, the variation in the carved words on the captain's door was the only definite clue he had about the two seemingly identical ships. Door of the Lost stands as an enigmatic feature that is extraordinary even when compared to the myriad oddities and secrets that the Vanished harbors. This isn't just any door. It serves as Duncan's sole portal back to his bachelor apartment in a realm altogether different from the ship's current location. Moreover, the door functions as a verification mechanism for the captain's authority on board. Remarkably, the inscription etched into the door's frame doesn't correspond to any known language. Yet its meaning becomes immediately clear to anyone who looks at it, from Alice, who was initially illiterate, to natives from remote city-states who might only be familiar with their own esoteric scripts. The door also exhibits different characteristics depending on the version of the Vanished one finds themselves aboard. In the reality Duncan is most familiar with, it leads to his bachelor apartment. However, within subspace, it opens into a strange, dark void. When the ship is enveloped in fog, the inscription changes to "May he linger in dreams," and a bizarre, seemingly slumbering goat head. So what exactly is this Door of the Lost? Duncan pondered these questions as he reached out and pushed open the door to the captain's quarters. The room was dimly lit by flickering lamps, revealing a navigation desk cluttered with maritime charts and nautical instruments. Shelves lined the walls, filled with various trinkets and artifacts. As he entered, the goat head, which was attached to the edge of the navigation desk, came to life with a series of creaks and squeaks. It rotated to face Duncan, and its eyes, meticulously carved from obsidian, seemed to brighten for an instant. A cheerful voice erupted in Duncan's mind. "Ah, the esteemed captain has returned to his beloved Vanished. You're loyal." "I have something important to discuss with you," Duncan interjected, his tone severe and businesslike as he approached the desk. The goat head's incessant chatter ceased abruptly, replaced by a sense of palpable tension. It straightened its neck with a creaking sound, almost as if it were a human soldier snapping to attention. "Captain, what's the matter? Has something gone awry in Wind Harbor as well?" Duncan sat down in front of the navigation desk, his eyes briefly scanning over the sea chart that displayed familiar fog patterns and shipping lanes. Hearing the goat head's phrasing, he frowned. "Why did you use the phrase, as well?" "Events have transpired in Planned and Frost as well," the goat head elucidated. Duncan locked eyes with the carved obsidian of the creature's gaze and retorted, "Your choice of words makes it sound as though I am some sort of calamity in human form." Caught off guard, the goat head seemed momentarily stunned before replying, "Aren't you? I've spent considerable effort in cultivating the reputation of the Vanished throughout the boundless sea. Both in Planned and Frost, we've built strong diplomatic relations. Their leaders hold us in high regard. In fact, I've yet to receive a single complaint from any port we've visited," Duncan began, sweeping his hand across the room as if tracing an invisible map. "As my first mate, you're aware that I view our journey not just as a voyage, but as an ongoing mission with limitless possibilities for growth. However, today's discussion isn't about that. I need to know what you were doing last night." The goat head seemed initially disoriented by Duncan's sudden shift in topic. Nonetheless, it quickly recovered its poise and responded, "Last night, I was strictly adhering to your instructions, ensuring the safety of the ship. We steered clear of recognized shipping lanes and veiled ourselves in mist to avoid causing concern among any potentially jumpy sailors nearby." Duncan nodded, unsurprised. His encounter with the other goat head last night had confirmed that although both entities were similar, they were not the same. Yet a link must bind them, and he was determined to uncover it. Pausing briefly to gather his thoughts, Duncan leaned in slightly, the weight of his inquiry filling the room with an almost palpable tension. "What I really want to know is who, or what, you are. I want to understand your origins, your history, and the essence of your very nature." Gone were any traces of lightheartedness or joviality. His words carried a gravity that felt almost oppressive, a stern solemnity that left no room for evasion. It was a direct confrontation, intentionally devoid of any guile or subterfuge. Over the years, Duncan had come to comprehend the rules that governed the Vanished, the rules he himself had helped establish. He knew that so long as certain boundaries weren't crossed, both the ship and the mysterious goat head would maintain a fragile but stable equilibrium. In a world teeming with inexplicable phenomena and anomalies, containment was a precarious affair. Yet, in many ways, the Vanished was already a contained anomaly, with Duncan himself acting as the linchpin that held it all together. The goat head looked distinctly uneasy, a stark contrast to its usual animated disposition. Accustomed to Duncan's typically mild-mannered and compassionate leadership, this new tone and line of questioning caught it off guard. "Why this sudden curiosity?" it asked, a quiver of apprehension coloring its voice. "Up until now, there was no need to delve into these matters," Duncan replied evenly, maintaining his intense gaze. "But recent incidents in Wind Harbor have changed that equation. Unusual occurrences linked to you have emerged, and I can no longer afford to leave these questions unanswered. I need your explanation, now more than ever." The neck of the wooden sculpture undulated gently from side to side, as though trying to ease a hidden strain or anxiety. Duncan's gaze remained unbroken, though, his eyes locking with the obsidian carvings that served as the goat head's own. Slowly, deliberately, he rested his hand on the worn surface of the navigation table before him. As his hand touched the table, tendrils of eerie green flame started to unfurl from his palm, extending like spectral fingers across the wooden surface. They reached outward, permeating the walls and floor of the captain's quarters, then winding their way through the labyrinthine corridors of the ship. A low, haunting creak arose from the bowels of the Vanished, as though the ship itself were moaning under the influence of this strange energy. The very aura of the ship seemed to be undergoing a nuanced, yet profound transformation. Taking a deep breath, Duncan spoke with a tone of solemn authority. "I am Duncan of Namur, captain of this vessel, and I steer her through the boundless sea." He wasn't just addressing the goat head. He was speaking to the ship itself, reaffirming his dominion over it. "I ask you, my first mate, this question not as an interrogation, but as a matter of casual discourse. The Vanished will not plunge into subspace or undergo any drastic alterations during this conversation." "Why?" "Because I am Duncan of Namur, captain of this ship." With his declaration, surges of ethereal green fire burst forth from Duncan's form. His physical presence transformed into an otherworldly apparition, both horrifying and awe-inspiring. His words reverberated throughout the ship as if carried by some unseen force. "So, tell me, my first mate, where exactly are you from?" With an air of newfound tranquility, the goat head finally responded, "I come from subspace." "Subspace is a term too vague and expansive to provide any real answers," Duncan pressed, his spectral form flickering like a ghostly lantern. "You know that's not what I'm asking." The goat head's demeanor shifted, losing its previous timidity. "Subspace is both expansive and the only accurate term to describe my origin. It knows no past or future, no specific location within its boundaries. I cannot tell you about my past because I do not know it. I cannot describe my essence, for even I am unsure what that truly means." "So what do you remember?" Duncan's voice became sharper like a blade, honing its edge. A long, uncomfortable silence filled the room, stretching the tension to its breaking point. The goat head became unnaturally still, almost appearing like a mere decoration in the captain's quarters. Finally, after what felt like an interminable pause, it stirred, and a voice, darker and raspier than before, seeped out. "Remember them." Duncan's brow furrowed in confusion. "Remember them? What does that even mean?" Shaking its wooden head with a sense of helpless sorrow, the goat head replied, "I don't know, but it's a directive and imperative I cannot ignore. Remember them, yet I don't know who they are. The truth is, Captain, I don't remember any more." Chapter 578, Agatha's Intelligence. Duncan was well aware that the goat head had no reason to lie to him. To put it another way, if the goat head had any intention of deceiving him, it certainly would not resort to such subpar acting skills to do so. Seated behind a desk covered in navigational instruments, Duncan leaned his arms on the table's surface and looked directly into the goat head's eyes. These eyes had a quality that reminded him of obsidian stone, dark, yet as if they were hiding something. He felt as if he could unravel hidden truths by delving deep into them. "So a very long time ago there were people who meant a great deal to you. You made a conscious effort to remember them, fully aware that your memory would degrade over time. The idea of preserving their memory was a compelling desire for you. Yet, despite this powerful intent, all you managed to hold on to was that one cryptic sentence," Duncan articulated. The goat head seemed uncertain, its voice laced with a note of confusion. "Perhaps, that might be the case. I don't experience regret, just occasional confusion." It trailed off momentarily before looking up at Duncan. "Captain, could you please clarify what is happening? How am I involved in all of this?" Duncan reclined in his chair, letting his fingers gently tap the desktop. As he did so, ethereal flames emanated from his fingertips, forming ripple patterns that expanded across the table with each touch. "The dream of the Nameless One has extended its reach," Duncan began to explain. "Last night, its influence crossed the boundary into our reality. I came into contact with a vine that stretched from that dream world into this one. If I'm not mistaken, that vine is known in ancient elven lore as Atlantis." As he spoke, there was a sudden, jarring snap from the goat head's neck, causing its head to freeze in place on its stand. Duncan looked at it casually, remarking, "I believe you snapped your neck a bit prematurely." The goat head stammered, What do you mean by that?" Duncan continued, unfazed by the goat head's reaction. "After making contact with Atlantis, I found myself in a dimension that was neither a dream nor our reality. Another version of our ship, the Vanished, was sailing through that realm, and interestingly, that ship had another version of you aboard." Once again, there was a snapping noise, as the goat head's neck seemed to lock up. Ignoring these bizarre occurrences, Duncan provided a detailed account of his experiences from the night before. He talked about the eerie atmosphere on the spectral version of their ship, the transformations that took place at the Door of the Lost, and the unusual actions exhibited by the alternate version of the goat head in that dimension. Throughout his storytelling, Duncan paid close attention to the goat head's reactions. Despite its usually stoic, wooden facial features, the entity appeared utterly shocked. There was no sign of subterfuge, only genuine astonishment. "So you seem quite taken aback," Duncan concluded, looking across the table at his enigmatic first mate. "Now you see why I consider this issue to be of the utmost importance, don't you?" Yes, I now understand why you're so concerned," the goat head finally said after hesitating for a moment. "However, I'm also in the dark here. My memory is incomplete." Duncan sighed. "I should have shared this with you earlier. In subspace, I came across another version of the Vanished. It was a wreck, a grim reflection of what our ship could become after years of decay and disintegration. Oddly enough, you were conspicuously absent from that ship." He paused to let the words sink in. "And now I've encountered yet another Vanished, this one sailing through an impenetrable darkness and fog with another version of you aboard. What's next? Will there be a fourth, a fifth? Do you have any clue what state our actual ship is in right now?" The goat head took a lengthy pause this time, as if carefully weighing its words or perhaps seeking a diplomatic way to discuss this delicate subject. Finally, it spoke. "I can't predict if you'll encounter a fourth or a fifth Vanished, nor can I fathom how many unusual states our ship might manifest. But I can offer you this perspective. Our ship wasn't always like this." Duncan's brow furrowed in confusion. "By this, I assume you're not talking about transformations induced by entering subspace." The goat head slowly shook its head. "No, the changes I'm referring to are far more fundamental and absolute. From my disjointed and chaotic recollections, I can tell you that the ship has assumed a multitude of forms, sometimes appearing as a solid block of iron, at other times like a mass of contracting flesh, or even as dark, cold stones or abstract, terrifying shadows. In the depths of subspace, it could morph into something entirely different at any given moment. This fluctuating state has endured for prescription." Suddenly, the goat head stopped speaking. Duncan felt a low creaking sound resonate through the ship's hull, followed by a disquieting, dull echo that seemed to emanate from the very core of the vessel. The floor beneath him began to quiver, and an atmosphere of tension and disquiet pervaded the ship, as though the entire structure was trembling, losing its anchor to reality. "Let's stop right there. I think I get the picture," Duncan interjected softly. The goat head nodded cautiously, and as it did, the disconcerting vibrations and tension that had engulfed the ship gradually dissipated. Stability in their reality seemed to be restored. Duncan sat in contemplation, his brow furrowed. For a moment there, it had seemed as though the Vanished was about to collapse into a different form, spurred by the goat head's unsettling description. However, under his vigilant supervision as the captain, the ship had regained its equilibrium. Did this near transformation reveal some fundamental essence of the Vanished, or did it suggest something even more perplexing? After a period of silent reflection, Duncan shook off his thoughts and refocused his attention on the goat head. "Regarding that alternate version of you on the other, Vanished, what are your thoughts? Do you have any insight into what that might mean?" "I'm sorry, Captain, but I really don't know," the goat head mumbled, its tone tinged with disappointment and resignation. It appeared that these were the phrases it had been uttering most frequently, closely followed by admissions of not remembering anything. Duncan, however, didn't seem taken aback by this lack of insight. Swiftly, he steered the conversation in another direction. "Tell me, do you ever dream?" The question appeared to surprise the goat head for a moment. "Dream?" it said, quickly regaining composure. "No, I don't dream. As your devoted first mate, I am responsible for keeping a constant watch over this ship." Duncan pondered the goat head's response, ignoring the self-flattering undertone. "So, no dreams, huh?" he said, half to himself. The goat head began to speak, its voice tinged with nervousness. "Captain, may I?" "Go ahead," Duncan encouraged. It took a noticeable effort for the goat head to continue. "Earlier, you mentioned that on the mysterious version of the other Vanished, the entrance to the captain's quarters was inscribed with 'May he linger in dreams.' And you also noted that the version of me in that alternate ship referred to Atlantis. Are you suggesting?" Duncan cut it off. "Yes," he said, nodding calmly but decisively. For a moment, the goat head appeared at a loss for words. "My suspicion will remain as such unless you somehow recover your memories and tell me that you do have a name, and that your name is Saslaka," Duncan added. A heavy silence descended upon the captain's quarters. After an extended pause, the goat head finally broke the silence. "Elven myths are often filled with oddities and contradictions. They can't be completely trusted," it muttered. Duncan spoke with a tone of seriousness. "But the more convoluted and puzzling these ancient tales are, the more they warrant our attention, especially when they seem to connect to our current circumstances. You, for instance, have no memory of your own past, correct? That's true, but this is all getting too mystical for my taste, the goat head grumbled, clearly uneasy. Getting involved in epic legends of this scale is beyond me. I mean, look at me. I'm nothing more than a carved sculpture attached to this ship. Duncan didn't argue. He simply shook his head and let out a sigh. He stood up and moved to the window, taking in the view of their vessel as it sailed through a blend of sunlight, mist, and the ever-changing sea. Suddenly, a soft tapping sound caught his attention. He spun around to find Agatha's ghostly visage materializing on the window glass, pointing in a specific direction. Duncan frowned slightly, then glanced back at the goat head, who was still mumbling near the edge of the navigation table. The presence of Agatha's ghost, combined with the goat head's evasiveness, suggested that something much larger was at play. With so many interconnected puzzles and no clear solutions, Duncan knew that he had his work cut out for him. After briefly pondering the tangled web of mysteries that surrounded him, Duncan took a decisive step forward. "Listen," he said, addressing the goat head, "don't stress too much about all of this mysticism and lore. Your primary responsibility remains as the first mate of the Vanished. Your main task is to assist me in ensuring the safety of this ship. I'll handle the complexities and uncertainties." The goat head seemed momentarily stunned by this, staring up at Duncan as if taken by surprise. Gathering its composure quickly, it replied, "Of course, Captain, I understand my duty." Duncan gave a brief nod of approval. "Very well," he said, moving toward a door leading deeper into his quarters. "I'll be in my personal room for a while to rest and collect my thoughts." "Aye, Captain," the goat head responded, its tone imbued with a sense of formality and deference. Without a backward glance, Duncan casually waved his hand in a dismissive gesture as he entered his private chamber, shutting the door quietly behind him. However, rather than taking a moment to relax as he had implied, he walked over to a mirror situated in the corner of the room. After confirming there was no activity detectable through the door, he approached the mirror and rapped his knuckles against its glass surface. Almost immediately, the mirror seemed to come to life. Shadows and mists swirled within its reflective plane, coalescing into the figure of Agatha. Once the gatekeeper of Frost, this shadow now existed within the mirrors spread throughout the ship. She offered Duncan a nod, acknowledging his presence. "You wanted to communicate something to me, something you didn't want the first mate to hear," Duncan said, his expression turning grave. "What's the matter?" Agatha's transparent form seemed to solidify a bit as she prepared to speak. "Captain, I listened to your conversation with the first mate," she said, her tone serious. "I have something important to disclose. Last night, a peculiar incident happened aboard the Vanished. For a brief moment, the ship's shadow, its very essence or soul, if you will, disappeared." Duncan's eyes narrowed, the weight of her words not lost on him. Agatha's revelation added another layer of urgency and complexity to their situation in a world already brimming with enigmas. Chapter 579, The Spreading Impact. When Agatha began to share her observations, Duncan's initial response was a fleeting yet deliberate sideways glance towards the bedroom door a short distance away from him. It was as if he was half expecting to see some manifestation of what they were talking about or perhaps looking for a sign. He then redirected his focus to the ornate mirror hanging on the wall before him. In the mirror, he saw the reflection of Agatha, this former gatekeeper, who now served as a trusted advisor. His face hardened into a solemn expression as he questioned, "So you're telling me that the ship's reflection isn't merely limited to appearing on the ocean's surface?" Agatha responded with an intense sincerity. "Exactly. It's not just a simple physical reflection shimmering on the sea. The ship also casts a metaphysical shadow that extends into the spirit realm. These two manifestations are typically deeply entwined, influencing one another. Late last night, as part of my standard duties monitoring the well-being of the ship and its crew, I was phasing through a network of mirrors scattered throughout the ship. During this surveillance, I stumbled upon an unanticipated situation. Initially, I considered that it might be some unique attribute of the Vanished, given that I don't have a comprehensive understanding of its capabilities or characteristics." Shaking his head dismissively, Duncan interjected, "No, that can't be it. From what I know, the Vanished doesn't exhibit such characteristics. A metaphysical shadow of the ship wouldn't simply dissipate without any discernible cause. When did you first notice this anomaly, and for how long did it last?" Agatha quickly nodded her agreement. "Based on my internal sense of timing, it appears to have occurred during the same period you were speaking of, the dream of the Nameless One. The disappearance of the shadow persisted until the earliest rays of the dawn broke over the horizon." Duncan went quiet, seemingly lost in a sea of contemplation. His eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed as he processed Agatha's revelations. His face seemed to darken as he sunk deeper into his thoughts. Breaking the silence, Agatha elaborated further. When the shadow of the vanished disappeared, I was actively navigating the mirrors in the material world. Normally, these mirrors serve as conduits, allowing me to effortlessly transition into either the spirit realm or view the ship's oceanic reflection. However, these pathways abruptly ceased to exist last night, and the ship's shadow disappeared. Oddly enough, it didn't feel as though the realm beyond the mirror had disappeared. Rather, it felt as if an inexplicable, impenetrable barrier had suddenly manifested, blocking my access. This barrier prevented me from visualizing any paths within the mirror and also obstructed my sense of what lay beyond. Duncan's eyes lit up as if a complex puzzle had suddenly become clear to him. So you're positing that the shadow of the vanished didn't actually disappear, but transformed into a state that was beyond your realm of comprehension or observation, like some sort of perceptual barrier had been erected, locking you out and restricting you to the corporeal world. Agatha seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Exactly, you've captured it perfectly. I was concerned that my description was too abstract, requiring a lot of effort to make you understand. Duncan shrugged it off. I've had my fair share of experiences with different kinds of metaphysical veils in both the lands of Planned and Frost. Then, pausing to weigh his next words, he cast another thoughtful glance towards the nearby bedroom door. What intrigues me is that you only began to suspect that something was amiss after overhearing my discussion with Goathead. It seems that my first mate neglected to inform me of any such unusual events occurring last night. Agatha spoke cautiously, her voice filled with a hint of uncertainty and hesitation. I can't say exactly why things are developing in this manner, but theoretically, Goathead should be able to detect changes or shifts in the spiritual realm. Although Goathead's perceptual abilities may not be as precise as my own, it should still have some level of awareness of spiritual fluctuations. This is particularly important to consider given the new information you've shared with me. The existence of another entity also referred to as Goathead, and its puzzling and suspicious activities. Duncan sighed softly, as if releasing a burden before responding. So, what you're suggesting is that Goathead might not be a trustworthy source of information any longer, because it could be deliberately keeping information from me. Selecting her words carefully and filled with genuine worry, Agatha replied, I understand that it may not be my place to question the wisdom or observations of someone as senior as the first mate. However, in my prior role as a gatekeeper to the spiritual realm, I've honed a specific skill set, becoming highly sensitive or alert to irregularities in situations like this. Often, disastrous events have started with subtle signs that something was off, something wasn't as it should be. Duncan listened closely, neither rashly agreeing nor immediately dismissing her viewpoints. After some thoughtful reflection, Duncan finally spoke up. I see two possible explanations for what's happening here. The first is that Goathead is aware of the mysterious events aboard the Vanished last night, but has chosen not to share that information with me. For whatever reason, that would be intentional deception. The second possibility is that even Goathead is not aware of these recent changes. Agatha quickly grasped the implications and was about to speak when Duncan interrupted her, his voice laden with concern. If the latter scenario is true, it means that an unknown force is affecting this ship, a force that has influenced Goathead as well. You, on the other hand, were unaffected, which is why you were able to perceive the strange occurrences on the ship last night. Alice was bustling about in the ship's kitchen, humming a tune, the name of which she couldn't recall. Despite the turbulence and chaos that often defined life at sea, she found these days aboard the ship to be some of her happiest. Everything she was familiar with was right here. The comforting feel of the wooden deck under her feet, the rustic kitchen filled with well-used pots, pans, utensils, and other everyday tools like buckets, knives, and spatulas. She found solace in these inanimate objects, often finding their company more enjoyable than navigating the complexities of human interactions from diverse city-states. For Alice, understanding social norms and expectations among humans was mentally draining. It required her to learn a multitude of subtle cues, remember a vast amount of information, and adhere to an array of unspoken rules that made socializing a strenuous affair. She often felt that human beings were like delicate glass sculptures held together by fragile threads that extended out from the physical body. A single misstep could result in devastating consequences. However, the ship's captain took the intricacies of human interaction very seriously. He was concerned that Alice, with her straightforward and uncomplicated nature, might unintentionally cause serious harm by mishandling these delicate threads. For Alice, Balancing her innate tendencies with the captain's expectations proved to be a minor yet genuine challenge. On the ship, Alice usually navigated her daily challenges with ease and grace. She knew how to move about carefully among her onboard friends, the various utensils and objects, being cautious not to interact with them in a way that would disrupt their individual quirks and complexities. This was a source of comfort for her. She relished the tangible, predictable environment that the ship offered her. The consistency and routine were reassuring and familiar like a warm blanket on a cold night. Alice removed the lid from a barrel filled with pickled fish and leaned over to take a deep sniff. A contented smile spread across her face as the familiar, briny aroma wafted up. No one aboard the Vanished, not even the captain, could fathom why a puppet like her possessed the ability to smell. Alice herself didn't fully understand this sensory gift she had, but she saw no need to ponder the mystery. Feeling delighted with what she considered to be another culinary victory, Alice reached for a wooden basin to begin scooping out some of the preserved fish. However, just as her hand approached the contents, a long-handled spoon that had been lying idle on a nearby counter suddenly animated itself and whacked her arm with a quick flick. Emitting a small, startled yelp, Alice swiftly retracted her hand. "I washed my hands, I just washed them," she defended herself, her voice tinged with incredulity. The spoon seemed to waggle in the air at the rim of the barrel, as if expressing its skepticism or disapproval. Exasperated, Alice rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're incredibly stubborn, you know that." The spoon paused in midair, as if inviting her to continue her complaint. Sighing in resignation, Alice said, "All right, fine," as she reached for the spoon's handle. She mumbled to herself, "All this fuss over that one time I accidentally dropped my head into the barrel while leaning in. I mean, really." With the spoon now obediently in her hand, she scooped some pickled fish into her basin, casually chatting with her kitchen friends as she went about her tasks. Sometimes she'd spill the latest gossip or share tidbits from the various city-states they visited. Other times, she would relay anecdotes or concerns about the captain. Alice then moved to check the remaining food storage containers. Thanks to AI, the Vanished was regularly stocked with fresh provisions, much of which was prepared and preserved for long journeys at sea. Pickled fish happened to be a particular favorite among the crew, and normally it was stored in 12 separate barrels. Starting her count at the doorway, Alice began numbering the barrels as she walked along the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13. She paused, her eyes widening as confusion set in. Regaining her composure, Alice recounted, but the tally remained the same, 13 barrels. Standing before the row of barrels, she found herself bewildered, contemplating if she had somehow made a counting error. Math had never been her forte. Indeed, she sometimes scored lower than Shirley, a fellow crew member in that area. But she quickly pushed that self-doubt aside. Counting up to 12 should be straightforward, even for her. Something was undeniably wrong. This mysterious extra barrel was an anomaly that tugged at her instincts, urging her to delve deeper and investigate the matter. Certain of her basic arithmetic skills, Alice was confident that she hadn't made a counting error. She shook her head as if trying to clear her vision and counted the barrels once again, paying extra attention to each one. 12. The odd extra barrel that had appeared just moments ago was now nowhere to be found. Although the barrel count now matched what it should be, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort still lingered in the pit of her stomach. She recounted the barrels multiple times, always reaching the same number, 12. While this consistent result brought her some measure of reassurance, it didn't entirely dispel her feeling of unease. She turned to her collection of kitchen friends, utensils and tools that seemed to possess a rudimentary form of life due to the unique energies permeating the ship. "Did anyone else see that?" she asked them. "It felt like there was an extra barrel here just a second ago." Alice was fully aware that her kitchen companions weren't capable of verbal communication. They were animated objects, not creatures with high-level cognitive functions. Still, she couldn't shake off the need to consult them. As she anticipated, there was no reply. Frustrated and growing more uneasy, she turned back to the row of barrels, patting them one by one as if expecting some kind of reaction. "Was there one of you that was extra for a moment?" she queried, feeling a mix of curiosity and absurdity as she talked to inanimate objects. As before, the barrels remained silent, leaving Alice pondering the enigmatic occurrence, puzzled and more perplexed than ever. Sarah Mell sat at his dining table, completely agog, as he listened to Lucretia, known far and wide as the Sea Witch, unfold her narrative. So riveted was he by her account that he didn't even notice a piece of food slipping from his grasp and plopping onto the table. At this point, he was far less concerned about the untimely invasion of the witch into his domestic sphere during breakfast time than he was about the disturbing events she described. So all of these inexplicable events transpired just last night. Sarah Mel finally found his voice, breaking the silence. The elven governor was struggling to absorb the avalanche of information. His initial inclination was to ask, "Are you joking?" However, given Lucretia's reputation for being stern and unyielding, he reconsidered and decided to hold back the question. Lucretia let out a sigh, filling the room with an atmosphere heavy with worry and significance. Before their conversation had delved into the matters of great import, the visibly anxious servants had been dismissed. Now, only Sarah Mel and Lucretia remained in the room. "Your reaction merely confirms my deepest concerns," Lucretia intoned gravely, her eyes meeting Sarah Mel's. "It seems that the far-reaching consequences of that mysterious dream are broader and more affecting than I had originally anticipated." Chapter 580, Touching the Edge. Sarah Mel, once a renowned adventurer celebrated for exploring the uncharted mysteries of the boundless seas, was now sitting uncomfortably in his dining room chair, his breakfast plate untouched and forgotten. This was a man who had confronted unimaginable perils, battled the forces of decay and death, and had even founded a city-state at the edge of the world's most tempestuous storms. Yet today, he wore an expression of apprehension rarely seen on his face. Deep within him, a shadowy sense of unease began to grow. It was a form of intuition he'd come to trust, a silent alarm that rang inside him whenever colossal, incomprehensible threats loomed on the horizon, forces so powerful they defied human understanding. Sarah Mel found himself gravely concerned about Lucretia's report. He had encountered the Sea Witch before. While many sea captains and pioneers viewed her as a menacing enigma, a shadow lurking in the vast ocean, Sarah Mel was convinced that despite her volatile nature and dangerous powers, she was ultimately an ally of mankind. The room was heavy with silence before Sarah Mel shook off his ruminations. Looking up, he began to speak. "Up to this point, there have been no reports of unusual incidents from last night, neither from the local elven populace nor from any visiting foreigners. They haven't mentioned experiencing the dream you described." Lucretia responded, "According to my father's account, the anomalies manifested themselves in a highly visible and widespread manner. If any areas of the city were unaffected, it would be impossible for their inhabitants to remain ignorant of the strange occurrences happening around them. The only reasonable explanation is that last night, the entirety of Wind Harbor was engulfed in this mysterious dream." Her words sent an inexplicable shiver down Sarah Mel's spine, but his analytical mind kicked in, pushing him to probe for inconsistencies. "You said that in the real world, buildings were engulfed or even infested by foreign entities originating from the dream world, massive invasive plants that intruded into buildings and across roads, and yet there was no trace of this when dawn broke." "Exactly," said Lucretia. "By morning, the world had returned to its original state." Sarah Mel's face tightened as he fell back into deep contemplation. "What's on your mind?" Lucretia inquired. Sarah Mel shared his thoughts aloud. Perhaps it would be prudent to send someone to check the city's gas and electricity meters, as well as the operational status of factories that run throughout the night. Our city is far from dormant when the sun sets. It relies on a complex network of utilities like gas, electricity, and steam, what I consider the three vital pillars that keep it functioning. These systems are monitored by night patrols and dedicated staff. This raises several questions. What happened to these workers when the dream enveloped the city? What condition were the machines they were responsible for in? There are also night shift scholars from various research institutes, many of whom are required to keep periodic logs of their work. Sarah Mel paused, seemingly lost in deep thought about the potential impact of the mysterious dream on the city's infrastructure. The unsettling feeling within him persisted, but he knew that he must find logical explanations for the illogical events that had transpired. Sarah Mel briefly halted his discourse, deep in reflection. Then, shaking off his reverie, he resumed, "We must also determine the geographical extent of this peculiar dreamlike state. Was it limited to just the primary landmass of Wind Harbor, or did it also affect our naval patrols in the surrounding seas? Could it have reached as far as the fallen object and even further?" The governor, restless in his introspection, stood up from behind his grand desk. He began to pace alongside the dining table, pausing now and then to deeply contemplate the multi-layered conundrums before him. He seemed utterly unaware that the Sea Witch was also in attendance. Lucretia, however, was unbothered by his apparent lapse. She understood that prior to becoming a governor, Sarah Mel had been an extraordinary adventurer, though in her eyes not quite as extraordinary as her father. Such individuals were seasoned in dealing with an array of supernatural occurrences. After all, Sarah Mel had been instrumental in the growth and prosperity of Wind Harbor, a city-state perched on the edge of dangerous frontier waters. His abilities were, therefore, beyond question. Convinced that she had adequately delivered her father's message, Lucretia rose to leave, careful not to disturb the governor's deep thought. Her eyes scanned the table, and in a passing moment, she picked up an unopened bottle of spiced wine. Suddenly, her body disintegrated into a whirlwind of vibrant, fluttering confetti that spiraled towards the ceiling and disappeared. A moment later, Sarah Mel snapped back to awareness. Spinning around, he stammered, I apologize for my distraction, Miss Lucretia. Would you care to stay for some?" His words trailed off as he found himself staring at an empty chair and an equally vacant spot where his cherished bottle of spiced wine had been. Again? What? Has the barrel count changed? Inside his captain's quarters, Duncan looked astonished as he scanned the report Alice had hastily brought him. "Yes, absolutely," Alice nodded vigorously. "I double and triple-checked, and I can't be mistaken because I was the one who moved those barrels." Knowing Alice, Duncan was certain she wouldn't lie, and the possibility of her miscounting was practically non-existent. After a moment's reflection, Duncan stood up from behind his navigation table. "Show me," he ordered. "Right away," Alice replied, unhesitant. The goat head ornament positioned at the edge of the navigation table stirred to life. Its eyes locked onto Duncan, its voice tinged with a modicum of uncertainty. "Captain, should I?" "Continue steering the ship," Duncan cut in. Pausing briefly, he added, "Don't concern yourself with anything else. As I said before, leave this matter to me." "Aye, Captain," the goat head acknowledged. Guided by Alice, Duncan made his way briskly to the storage area designated for the pickled fish, prepared to delve into another layer of mysterious happenings that now seemed to be unfolding at an alarming rate. Indeed, at first glance, everything seemed to have returned to its proper state inside the storage room. A total of 12 wooden barrels were methodically aligned against the wall, not one more or less than expected. Yet Duncan's face remained stern as he scrutinized the cabin. With every movement of his eyes, ephemeral green flames appeared and disappeared like spectral entities dancing in the air. These wisp-like flames floated and hovered in the narrow gaps between the floorboards and the walls. It was as if the room were shrouded in an otherworldly mist of ghostly fire that flickered at the boundary between the material world and some spiritual realm. Duncan was acutely aware that he was searching for residual traces, evidence that something foreign had entered this part of the ship. Although Alice's report of an extra barrel might sound trivial, particularly on a ghost ship replete with oddities and enigmas, Duncan took no chances. In the treacherous waters of the boundless sea, even minor abnormalities warrant cautious scrutiny, especially on board the Vanished, and especially given the peculiar events that had unfolded recently. Recent incidents, along with conversations with the goat head and the reports he had received from Agatha, only heightened his sense of alertness. Something about the ship didn't feel quite right. Though he maintained operational control over the Vanished, Duncan felt increasingly uneasy about certain details that he did not recognize and could not fully comprehend. Either some long-buried secrets of the ship were slowly revealing themselves, or portions of the vessel were beginning to elude his authoritative grasp as captain. Engulfed in the ghostly flames that served as his ethereal sensor net, Duncan intensified his affinity with the Vanished. Minute elements of the ship began to unfold in his mind's eye. The decks, masts, sails, intricate systems of winches and ropes, the cabins beneath the deck, and even the murky, chaotic parts submerged in the boundless sea. Though this wasn't his first time performing such a spiritual reconnaissance, he took a moment to acclimatize his senses. He then allowed his awareness to meld with the ship and delved deeper into the mysterious depths of the Vanished. As he probed, Duncan found that the ship's kitchen, adjacent compartments, and deeper recesses showed no abnormalities. The ethereal glows spread through the Vanished like neural impulses, coursing through its labyrinthine structure. They ultimately converged at the captain's quarters, centering on a distinct focal point. This was the location of where Goat had sat, which currently acted as the nerve center for controlling the ship. Duncan's ethereal gaze lingered there, probing intently, and yet everything appeared to be in order. Gradually, Duncan retracted his psychic view but left behind a wisp of the ghostly flame tucked away in the darkest corners of the ship as a sentinel. As he pulled his awareness back, he also strategically deposited embers, markers of his spiritual presence, in various strategic locations throughout the Vanished. This was his fail-safe, a network of ethereal monitors, ever vigilant for future anomalies. Alice observed the captain closely, her eyes tinged with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The seconds stretched on, feeling like an eternity as she waited for him to complete his otherworldly inspection. Finally, she noticed a subtle change in the expression on Duncan's face, a sign that he had concluded his investigation. Anxiously, she rushed towards him. "Captain, Captain, what did you discover? Is everything as it should be?" Duncan let a small, reassuring smile touch the corners of his lips as he gently patted Alice's head. "The ship appears to be free of any anomalies. There's no need to worry. It could simply be minor spatial distortions or perhaps some optical irregularities. Rest assured, I'll handle it." Alice looked puzzled but decided to trust the captain's judgment. She nodded her head, albeit somewhat confused. "Ah, all right, if you say so." Having offered a brief word of comfort to Alice, Duncan's attention seemed to drift to a point in the vicinity. Hanging from a column about 2 meters away was an oil lamp enclosed in a glass shade. Mysterious shadows and mist seemed to swirl on the glass surface of the lampshade, coalescing to reveal the form of Agatha. "Stay vigilant on the reflections in the spirit realm," Duncan instructed her, locking eyes with the figure in the glass. "If anything crosses the boundary between worlds, don't attempt to manage it on your own. Alert me immediately, and I'll return at once." Agatha nodded in acknowledgement, her ethereal form rippling in the glass as she said, "I understand, Captain." Alice's gaze shifted between Duncan and Agatha's spectral image, her expression reflecting her bewilderment. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke up. "So, are we still planning to go into the city?" Duncan looked at Alice thoughtfully before answering. "The reach of the dream of the Nameless One seems to be expanding across Wind Harbor. To get to the bottom of this, we may need to seek clues within the city-state itself." He paused, looking at her keenly. "Besides, I have several questions that I want to investigate while we're there. Would you prefer to stay aboard the ship or accompany me?" Alice hesitated briefly, her gaze drifting back to the kitchen where her familiar friends awaited. Then, with a newfound sense of determination, she turned back to face Duncan. Her expression blossomed into a bright, radiant smile. "Let's go explore the city-state together," she declared enthusiastically. Chapter 581. On the eve of entering the dream. After leaving the lavish mansion of Sarah Mel's estate, Lucretia chose not to head directly back to her home in the city-state. Instead, she made her way to her ship, the Bright Star, which was moored at the bustling port. As she entered the ship, a whirlwind of vibrant confetti filled the air, carried along by a magical gust. The confetti danced across the deck, spiraled through the ship's narrow corridors, and fluttered into the captain's private quarters. Setting down a bottle of spiced wine on a small wooden cabinet beside her, Lucretia moved toward her vanity table. At the table's center, a crystal ball was prominently displayed, capturing whatever ambient light found its way into the room. From one corner of the quarters, a large rabbit plush toy which had been lying dormant on her bed suddenly came to life. It twitched momentarily before springing up and hopping energetically towards her. "Mistress, you're finally back. Rabbi was getting so bored without you," the rabbit exclaimed. "I'm only here for a short while. I'll be going back to the city shortly," Lucretia responded, casting a skeptical glance at the peculiar-looking rabbit plushie named Rabbi. "Has everything been all right on the ship while I've been gone?" "Everything's been great, splendid even," chirped a young girl's voice from within the plushie, the tone eager to please. "Rabbi has been watching over everything, just as if you were here yourself." "What about last night? While we were anchored here, did anything out of the ordinary happen on shore?" Lucretia probed further. "Ashore?" Rabbi hesitated, apparently grasping the seriousness in Lucretia's expression for the first time. The rabbit's previously upbeat tone quickly became more subdued. "Well, to be honest, I wasn't really focused on what was happening on land, so I can't say for certain." A small crease appeared between Lucretia's eyebrows as she grilled the plushie with a few more pointed questions. Eventually, she waved her hand dismissively. "All right, that's enough for now. Go wait over there. I'll have you and Looney accompany me back to the city later." "Going to the city," Rabbi exclaimed, its voice a blend of surprise and thrill. "You're taking Rabbi into the city? Are we going to have fun?" Lucretia moved her hand toward the crystal ball on her vanity table. Pausing to consider Rabbi's question, she finally broke her silence as her fingers made contact with the crystal surface. "For you, the city adventure may well be quite enjoyable." Energized by this prospect, Rabbi gleefully hopped back to the bed, landing with a soft plop, as it resumed its previous resting position, eagerly awaiting whatever adventures were to come next. As Lucretia touched the crystal ball, it began to glow and emit a low humming sound. After waiting briefly, a figure started to materialize within the luminescent sphere. Tyrion's outline gradually sharpened and became more distinct. "Lucy," a voice emanated from the glowing orb. I was engrossed in a meeting with merchant representatives and didn't notice the activity on the crystal ball. How are things on your end?" "I'm doing well," Lucretia responded, her eyes meeting those of her brother Tyrion in the luminous glow of the crystal ball. She couldn't help but notice the unmistakable signs of fatigue etched onto his face. Suppressing her own impatience, which had been simmering during her wait, she changed her tone to one of concern. "You look quite busy. Have you managed to find time for rest?" Tyrion gave a wry shrug. "Honestly, things are better now than they've been in some time. At least these days I get to eat my lunch sitting at an actual table." His eyes quickly darted around the space visible behind Lucretia as if scanning for another presence. Gathering his courage, he hesitantly asked, "Is father with you right now?" "No, he's not here. He's tied up with other responsibilities," Lucretia answered, reading the tension in her brother's voice. "Don't worry so much. Papa's schedule is crammed these days." Tyrion let out a subdued "oh" before cautiously continuing. "So, how are things between you and him? Any issues I should know about? Do you need my help with anything?" Lucretia answered casually, "Everything's perfectly fine." After pausing for a moment, she subtly angled her head so that a glimmering hair ornament, crafted with an intricate blend of silver waves and feathers, caught the light and appeared within the crystal ball's frame. "He finally gave me this hairpin, which he's been owing me for a century, and it looks remarkably well preserved, don't you think?" For a moment, Tyrion's visage in the crystal ball seemed frozen. The underlying woes that had only just been evident now appeared to crystallize. He was speechless, staring at his sister for what felt like an eternity before finally stammering, What?" "So he didn't bring you a gift?" Lucretia asked, her face now fully back within the screen, a sincere curiosity lacing her words. After pausing to collect his thoughts, Tyrion pressed his hand against his forehead and replied with a tone of sheer resignation. 24 16-pound cannons, 3 32-pounders, and an incalculable amount of 12-pounders. Lucretia observed her brother silently for a moment before gently saying, "Well, you were the one who initiated the artillery bombardment." "Did you contact me just to make that point?" Tyrion's voice was tinged with disbelief. "Absolutely not," Lucretia replied, her demeanor shifting back to a more somber tone. "There are certain matters I'd like you to keep an eye on, and I want to be notified immediately if anything noteworthy occurs." That got Tyrion's full attention. "What sort of matters are we talking about?" "Elves," Lucretia elaborated, her voice steady. "If I'm not mistaken, Frost should also be home to a sizable population of long-term elf residents. The new monitoring system coordinated between the Church, the Explorers Association, and various city-states is still in its infancy. It hasn't become fully operational, so I felt it necessary to reach out to you directly about this." Nestled behind 99 Crown Street, within a hidden, almost magical backyard framed by dense bushes and lush green plants, was a fence that gave the secluded space an aura of mysterious tranquility. This peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered as a burst of flame expanded outward, morphing into a roaring, fiery portal. Duncan and Alice stepped through the gateway as if emerging from another world altogether. Shirley, who had been peacefully soaking up the sun's rays in the yard, sprang to her feet in alarm. Then out of the blue, she bolted towards the house but got only 2 steps before Duncan's voice rang out. "Where are you going?" Freezing mid-step, Shirley stood there puzzled for a second. She turned around, scratching her head sheepishly. "Oh, right, where was I going? Sorry, Captain, it was just an automatic reaction, I suppose." Duncan frowned as he looked her over. "You're rather on edge today. Has Lucretia returned?" "Not yet," Shirley shook her head. "But Vanna and Morris are back. They're in the living room." Duncan gave a nod of approval. "Good, let's go inside and see what intel they've collected." Alice, who had been holding a large wooden basin brimming with various ingredients, interjected. "I'll head to the kitchen to put all of this away first. We're having fish soup for dinner." Duncan cast a subtle, knowing glance at Alice. He marveled at her steadiness. Her world was a fortress of logical routines. As long as their ship, the Vanished, wasn't in immediate danger of exploding, she could go about her daily activities, such as fetching ingredients or cooking, with an undisturbed calm. He pondered, half-jokingly, that even if the Vanished were to blow up, Alice would probably shake off the shock and calmly ask him what he'd like for dinner that evening. Oddly enough, he found the thought reassuring. In a world filled with uncertainty and chaos, Alice's single-minded focus on simple, homey tasks was a comforting constant. Shortly afterward, Duncan found himself in the living room. Vanna and Morris, who had returned from a full day of reconnaissance in the city, were already there, eager to brief him on the situation. Vanna, seated elegantly on the couch, began her report through the lens of her professional experience as an inquisitor. From our observations, the anomaly that occurred last night appears to have had a broad impact, affecting not only the local elf population but other racial communities in the city-state as well. The strangest part is, no one seems aware of anything unusual happening. She continued, "This morning, I interviewed some mechanics who had just come off their night shift at the steam pump station. They were unable to recall the details of their work last night, which is peculiar. However, they felt convinced that the night had been completely uneventful. It was like they were fully awake but stuck in a state of cognitive dissonance. They were oblivious to the glaring contradictions in their own statements, almost as if." Vanna hesitated for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she sifted through her thoughts to find the perfect phrase to encapsulate what she'd observed. Finally, she said, "It's as though they're ensnared in a sort of lucid dream, aware yet unaware, a twilight state that blurs reality and illusion." "Interesting," Duncan said, leaning forward in his chair. "So, to clarify, those who were asleep last night appear to have experienced an unusually dreamless slumber, while those who were awake have misplaced chunks of time but still feel as though everything was perfectly routine." He paused before adding, "And what about signs of psychic influence? Have you explored that angle?" "Using some discreet divining techniques sanctioned by the Storm Church, I've done some preliminary probing," Vanna confirmed, nodding. "Surprisingly, I found no evidence of psychic contamination or external manipulation. It's more like they've organically developed these incongruent perceptions and memories, or so it would seem." Duncan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, letting Vanna's words marinate in his mind. His eyes then flicked towards Morris, who sat in an armchair across from them. "Morris, what have you discovered?" Morris straightened up. "I've reached out to some contacts at the Academy. They've initiated an internal investigation and are currently developing response protocols. If all aligns well with what Lucretia is doing, we could see the entire emergency response mechanism of Wind Harbor spring into action." He paused, sighing deeply. "However, based on what we've gathered so far, when this dream of the Nameless One escalates, the effect could be citywide. Our contingency measures might not be as effective as we hope. Only those under your protection seem to be able to function clearly, whether within this so-called dream or outside of it." He continued, "I've also consulted various scholars well-versed in traditional elven mythology, specifically focusing on the great demon god Saslaka, the world tree Atlantis, and this mysterious dream of creation. During this research, I stumbled upon some rather esoteric texts." Duncan leaned forward, his interest now fully piqued. "Go on, what did you find that so intriguing?" Morris drew a deep breath before reciting the lines. "Saslaka crafted the universe's inaugural dream, yet comprehended not the nature of dreams. Mortals gave it the name, leaving him in perplexity. Born from his befuddlement, the dreamless one came forth." As Morris spoke, the atmosphere in the room seemed to tighten, the air growing thick with intrigue. The concept of a dreamless one, spawned from the confounding labyrinth of a divine entity's own mind, was a revelation that rippled through their understanding of the unfolding situation. Duncan, Vanna, and Morris sat in a momentary silence, each absorbed in their own labyrinthine thoughts, contemplating what these newly uncovered poetic lines could mean for the reality they knew or thought they knew. Chapter 582, Gathering Intelligence Gradually. As Duncan listened with rapt attention to Morris, who was reciting a translation of words from an ancient elven epic, his expression gradually morphed into one of profound thought and reflection. Morris added some context. "We must remember that these lines originate from an era well before the establishment of modern city-states. Over centuries, the text may have undergone alterations through scholarly revisions and additions, possibly leading to deviations from its original intent. Despite this, I am convinced of the enduring significance of these verses. They offer insights not only into the ancient elves' dream of creation, but also relate to a more modern concept known as the dream of the nameless." Feeling intrigued, Duncan stroked his chin and mused aloud. "One line in particular strikes me. Saslaka creates everything in a dream, yet he himself is unaware of what a dream is. How do we interpret this apparent contradiction?" Morris paused, carefully considering his response. "To me, this line suggests a contrast between the divine and mortal perceptions of existence. It also uniquely positions Saslaka, the first dreamer in elven lore, as being distinct. For a being who dwells in the realm of dreams, the line between dreaming and waking life might not exist. From his perspective, our reality could be just another mutable dream, and what we perceive as dreams might be as real as our waking world. Thus, for Saslaka existing in this state, the concept of a dream might indeed be elusive. Duncan nodded slowly, absorbing this. That's an intriguing interpretation. What do the subsequent verses reveal? Morris elaborated. The interpretations of the lines that follow have been the subject of debate among elven scholars. A widely accepted view is that the great demon god Saslaka eventually realized that the elves he created experienced dreams differently from him. This led to a pivotal moment of introspection, where he began to ponder, perhaps for the first time, the distinction between dream and reality. It was amidst this uncertainty that he brought forth the dreamless elves. Duncan considered this. Ah, the dreamless. I recall that within elven lore, being unable to dream is viewed as a genetic anomaly. Correct, Morris confirmed. The legend suggests that the dreamless were born out of Saslaka's moment of emotional and existential crisis. They are depicted as imperfect beings because they lack access to the heaven of dreams, which is a core aspect of elven spiritual belief. However, Morris paused, seemingly immersed in thought for a brief moment, before continuing. Interestingly, there are a handful of obscure legends that depict Saslaka not as a figure of indifference, but as the protector god of the dreamless. This interpretation is largely disregarded by mainstream elven society. In ancient times, voicing such a belief might have been outright blasphemous, though it's somewhat more tolerated in modern discussions. Vanna, intrigued by the conversation, added her thoughts. The notion of Saslaka serving as a guardian deity for the dreamless is fascinating. It seems to me that this idea likely emerged among the dreamless themselves, a group historically marginalized and ostracized. This belief could have provided them with a sense of solace and communal identity in the face of their isolation. You've hit the nail on the head, Morris responded, visibly impressed. This belief indeed surfaced during what historians refer to as the Elven Dark Ages. During this period, the elven city-states exiled the dreamless to remote islands, branding them as cursed. Their inability to connect with the dream world was believed to attract malevolent forces and entities, leading to their societal banishment. Morris went on to detail, in these isolated enclaves, far from the elven societal core, the concept of Saslaka as the protector of the dreamless began to gain traction. For those exiled, embracing this belief provided a measure of comfort and resilience against the harrowing isolation and dangers they faced nightly. Over time, as societal norms shifted and the rigid practices of exile relaxed with the spread of the four-deity faith, the dreamless started to reintegrate into broader society. Although they were no longer outcasts, the once deemed heretical beliefs about Saslaka remained largely unrecognized and unaccepted by the mainstream. As Duncan listened to Morris's explanation, his mind raced, linking this historical narrative to the peculiar occurrences in Wind Harbor. The information seemed to piece together, hinting at a larger, more complex theory. However, Duncan felt he was still missing critical pieces of the puzzle, needing just a bit more information to fully connect the dots. Suddenly, Duncan was pulled back to the present by the familiar sensation of someone entering the room. The sound of the front door opening, followed by a servant's muffled greetings and footsteps approaching, signaled a new arrival. Lucretia made her way into the living room, followed closely by Looney, a clockwork doll dressed as a maid. Looney held an unsettlingly designed, oversized stuffed rabbit, adding an eerie yet intriguing element to the gathering. As soon as Lucretia and the clockwork doll entered, the eerie rabbit toy in the doll's arms made a sudden, twitching motion. In one fluid leap, it escaped from the doll's embrace and landed on the floor. Filled with a wild zest, it started bouncing around the room, emitting a high-pitched squeal. At last, at last! Rabbi has entered the city. Rabbi is going to cause a grand commotion, Tilda. Duncan, along with everyone else in the room, was captivated by the bizarre performance of the rabbit doll. They watched in a mixture of astonishment and unease as the toy made its unpredictable antics. After a short display of its frenzied behavior, the rabbit toy came to an abrupt stop. It slowly raised its head, its button eyes scanning the room methodically. Seemingly coming to a decision, it quietly moved to a secluded corner far from Duncan. There it settled down with a soft plop, assuming the guise of an ordinary, lifeless plush toy once more. The swift and strange turn of events left Nina and Shirley, who were seated across from Duncan, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed, their minds racing to catch up. Breaking the silence that had settled over the group, Lucretia apologized. Please excuse the interruption. Rabbi tends to be quite the troublemaker, which is why I rarely bring her into the city. Turning towards Duncan, she shared a subtle, meaningful smile. Yet, I suspect Rabbi will maintain her best behavior in your presence. Then Looney, the mechanical maid doll, approached Duncan with a dignified bow. "Good day, esteemed master," she greeted warmly. After her greeting, Looney looked around as though she was searching for someone or awaiting further instructions. "Alice is in the kitchen," Duncan informed her, his expression brightening with a smile. "You're welcome to join her." Looney glanced back at Lucretia, seeking her consent. With an affirmative nod from her mistress, Looney cheerfully made her way out of the living room. Duncan's attention returned to Lucretia. "Have things been progressing smoothly?" he asked, his tone conveying genuine interest. Lucretia succinctly replied, "All is well managed. I've conferred with Saramel, revisited the Bright Star, and updated Tyrion on the situation here. Letter 1E59A tilde." Listening to Lucretia recap her recent activities, Duncan nodded thoughtfully, a sense of relief washing over him. "All right, I've got a clear picture now. With everyone gathered, it's time we discuss my findings," he declared, signaling the beginning of an important conversation. Upon hearing Duncan's preamble, everyone in the gathering instinctively sat up straighter, their postures adjusting in anticipation. Shirley, who until that point had appeared somewhat detached and on the verge of dozing, snapped to full alertness. Duncan's shift in tone had subtly communicated the importance of the information he was about to unveil. Without delay, Duncan began sharing his findings, focusing particularly on his theories surrounding Goathead. He deliberately steered clear of the more troubling details related to the plight of the vanished, reasoning that dwelling on such aspects would only heighten the existing tension in the room and do little to shed light on the peculiar occurrences in Wind Harbor. The suggestion that Goathead might have connections to the elven mythos, specifically the great demon god Saslaka, cast a palpable chill over the room, enveloping everyone in a deep, contemplative silence. For an extended period, no one uttered a word. The room was filled with exchanged glances of bewilderment as each person seemed to grapple with the implications of Duncan's theory. It was Nina who eventually pierced the silence, her voice carrying a mix of skepticism and concern. "Are you really suggesting that Goathead, this incessantly chattering sculpture, could have ties to Saslaka, the legendary great demon god from elven mythology? Doesn't that stretch credibility a bit?" Her voice trailed off, leaving her question hanging in the air, but her skepticism was evident. The atmosphere in the room became charged with a blend of disbelief and worry, reflecting the group's shared sense of uncertainty and apprehension. "Although it may seem like a stretch, the evidence we've pieced together points toward a potential connection," Duncan responded, his tone imbued with a sense of serious consideration. "Let's look at the facts. Goathead, a mysterious entity with no known origin, emerges on the Vanished, a ship enshrouded in a peculiar mist and marked by an eerie presence. The timing of the ship's appearance aligns with the heightened activity of the dream of the Nameless One at midnight. Additionally, the phrase, 'May he linger in dreams,' inscribed on the captain's quarters, clearly alludes to ancient elven traditions. When we also consider Goathead's distinctive behaviors and reactions, particularly regarding discussions of Atlantis, dismissing these connections as mere coincidences becomes challenging." Visibly unsettled yet intrigued, Lucretia turned towards Duncan with a look that conveyed concern and deep thought. After several contemplative glances, she cautiously shared her perspective. "You've mentioned before that Goathead is believed to have originated from subspace. Setting aside for a moment the perplexing idea that an elven, god of creation, could take on such a form, we're still left with the puzzling question of how the Vanished fits into this complex puzzle we're trying to solve." Lucretia paused, clearly struggling to find the right words to convey her concerns more clearly. After a short moment of reflection, she pressed on, "And what significance does the Vanished have in this scenario?" Duncan could sense the deep-seated worry behind Lucretia's questions. Although focused on the Vanished, her inquiries seemed to be driven by a deeper, more personal anxiety. "Rest easy, Lucy," Duncan offered her reassurance, his tone imbued with a comforting strength. "The realm of subspace is filled with mysteries that even I don't completely understand. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly how it's influencing the Vanished. What I can promise you is that as long as I retain my human essence, I'll ensure that the ship remains within our grasp. And right now, I am fully in possession of my faculties." This declaration seemed to alleviate Shirley's evident concern over the conversation's revelations. Precisely," she chimed in, a bit too quickly echoing Duncan's sentiment. "With the captain here, there's no chance the ship will deviate from its course. After all, the captain's grasp on humanity." Duncan gave her a puzzled look. At that moment, all attention abruptly shifted to Shirley, who appeared completely oblivious to the sudden focus on her. Unfazed, she proceeded, "Despite its peculiarities and mysteries, the Vanished." It was then that dog, having silently emerged from his hiding spot near the sofa, assertively placed a paw on Shirley's head as if attempting to silence her. His gesture seemed to convey a stern, "Enough talking," effectively halting her mid-sentence. Chapter 583, The Necessity of a Capture Operation. No matter how you looked at it, Shirley's thoughtless interruption had unexpectedly eased the tense atmosphere in the living room, though it nearly veered off in another direction. Duncan managed to compose his expression with difficulty, then, ignoring Shirley, who had practically curled into a ball on the couch after snapping back to reality, cleared his throat and said, "All things considered, the intelligence we've gathered is all we have. The fog remains thick, but it's clear that the vanished has become a part of this whirlpool, a situation quite different from the previous incidents with Pland and Frost. No matter how things develop from here, I intend to understand what this so-called dream of the Nameless One truly is, and what these cultists are aiming for, especially the latter point. Annihilators, Suntists, and the hidden Enders behind them, no matter which type if possible, capture them alive. If not, gather as much intelligence as we can upon contact. The dream of the Nameless One won't just settle down. It's bound to reappear. As long as this vortex continues, we inevitably have to deal with these cultists." At this point, Duncan suddenly stopped, then thoughtfully looked at Shirley, who was sitting on the couch with her head bowed, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible, and Dog lying next to her. Shirley immediately felt the gaze upon her and jerkily raised her head. "Sorry, Captain. I shouldn't have said you understand human nature." "Did you and Dog sense the aura of that fleeing annihilator today?" Duncan waved his hand, interrupting her conditioned muttering. "I remember you mentioned that Dog had left a mark on that cultist during an encounter in the dream of the Nameless One." "No," Shirley didn't even start speaking when Dog immediately shook its head. "I've been paying attention to this today, but as far as I can tell, that cultist doesn't seem to be in Wind Harbor. These heretics hide in dens across various city-states, coordinating their actions only through entering the dream of the Nameless One, making it difficult for us to catch them in the real world." Vanna also chimed in. "And what's worse is that they seem to have mastered some patterns of the dream of the Nameless One, allowing them free entry and exit from that dreamscape, making them even more difficult to deal with." Vanna's words made Duncan frown. This situation, in which the cultists were actively moving around but couldn't be tackled due to insufficient intelligence and the cunning nature of the opponent, was indeed frustrating. And for Duncan, his frustration was not just limited to this. He had once caught an annihilator who had entered the dream, and even managed to find a cult gathering through the eyes of that annihilator, but he couldn't leverage that success. The keen perception of the shadow demons and the fragile symbiotic ecosystem of the annihilators meant that the cultists couldn't withstand his power. Before he could gather much intelligence, they had all died neatly. Each time he recalled this, he regretted it. He dwelled on this regret for a while, his gaze finally settling on Dog. "Is my power very noticeable to you?" he asked. Dog was startled by the captain's sudden question, its head drooping immediately. "You're asking if it's noticeable or not?" "I want to know how to avoid other shadow demons sensing my power." Duncan didn't mind Dog's cowardly reaction, but continued seriously. "Sometimes I can successfully leave my mark on an annihilator, but those symbiotic shadow demons soon sense my power, which has caused me trouble more than once." Dog's tone suddenly became a bit weird. "That's a bit difficult to manage. The perception of shadow demons is exceptionally sharp, and other than me, shadow demons lack rationality, acting only on instinct, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, their biggest instinct. Faced with great danger, abandoning their symbiote to flee back to the abyss is their inevitable choice, unless—" Duncan raised an eyebrow. Unless you completely sever their symbiotic relationship, or control them before they can react," Dog thought aloud. "The first method is almost impossible, as this symbiosis is irreversible and gradually alters the physiological structure of the symbiote with the demon. After the initial phase, cutting the bond is enough to kill the symbiote. The second method has some feasibility, but the difficulty of execution is not low, mainly due to the need for advanced preparation. However, different shadow demons have different characteristics, making it hard to prepare a truly comprehensive and targeted control scheme in advance." Dog rambled on, then paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and looked up at Duncan. "But we don't necessarily have to catch annihilators, do we? There are other cultists in action, too. Enders are hard to catch, but Suntists are much easier." Unconsciously, Dog had already started thinking of these elusive cultists as catch-on-demand prey. as if as long as the captain wanted to catch them, no matter how well those cultists hid, they would eventually fall into the captain's hands. However, Duncan shook his head. It's still best if we can catch some annihilators. Shirley was taken aback. Why? Duncan thought for a moment seriously. I have a use for them. Everyone looked puzzled. Seeing this, Duncan hesitated for a moment, then lightly waved his hand through the air. Etheric fire like water rippled beside him, quickly filling the entire living room. In the flames, a layer of invisible power soaked reality, blurring the boundaries between the real world and the spirit realm, with Duncan's body also rapidly transforming into a ghostly form. Invoke the name of Laham? Morris, seeing this, didn't hesitate to pray quickly, then applied a whole bunch of haphazard mental protections to himself. Vanna, well practiced, pulled out a storm amulet and portable prayer beads from her bosom, chanting Gamona's name while blessing herself. Nina's eyes glowed faintly with sunlight, looking expectantly at her Uncle Duncan, while Dog exclaimed, "Shit!" and instantly disappeared into the shadows. Reacting a bit slower, Shirley managed to cover her ears. Can I not listen later? I intend to establish contact with the Nether Lord, using the power of those annihilators. Duncan's voice was accompanied by the crackling of flames as he said lightly, then looked somewhat helplessly at the people around him. Is all this really necessary? Shirley lowered her hands from her ears. My head is buzzing. You're nervous, Duncan glanced at him. I've taken precautions. There's no need for you to be so tense. Caution never hurts, Morris said calmly from the couch across. Of course we trust in your power, but after all we are all fragile mortals. Please understand. Vanna nodded in agreement with Morris's words, but then she looked puzzledly at Duncan. But if that's the case, you could have just told us directly. This reason itself isn't dangerous. For us, mentioning the Nether Lord every now and then isn't really a big deal. Because this suggestion was given to me personally by the Nether Lord, Duncan said casually. He established contact with me deep within Alice Mansion, and this suggestion itself is the power he wishes to transmit to the real world. He had barely started speaking when Shirley quickly covered her ears, and after a crisp snap sound, she lowered her arms with a sorrowful face. I was careless. My head is really buzzing. Duncan looked at her expressionlessly, too lazy to open his mouth. Meanwhile, Lucretia, who had been sitting not too far away, hadn't reacted until now. This witch was staring dumbfounded at the rapidly unfolding scene before her, her eyes keeping up with every segment, but her brain hadn't caught up with any. It took her a few seconds to belatedly grasp the situation, and then she looked bewilderedly at Vanna and Morris. You seem very practiced at this. The captain often shares profound truths with us, Morris said with a modest nod. We have our standard procedures when discussing these matters. Lucretia's expression was somewhat dazed. Her gaze swept across the living room, which under the illumination of the spirit fire appeared eerie and shadowy, and finally realizing what her father had just said, she looked at Duncan, her eyes widening slightly. Wait, you just said. The Nether Lord has established contact with you and even suggested you capture his followers. Duncan nodded. I was surprised as well, but that's the fact. Lucretia thought for a moment, unable to comprehend. The sea witch, experienced and knowledgeable as she was, had never seen such a thing. However, someone on the scene was thinking about this matter rationally. After the initial shock, Morris quickly grasped the astonishing amount of information behind this suggestion. He quickly checked the blessings and protections on himself, then confirmed with Duncan the details behind this suggestion, clarifying the various details revealed during the exchange between the Nether Lord and Duncan. Finally, Duncan had the opportunity to share this incredible event with his followers. He had wanted to talk about it sooner, but the sudden onset of the dream of the Nameless One had delayed his plans. After a long while, Duncan finished recounting his experience deep within Alice Mansion, and Morris sitting across from him sank into deep thought. Unbelievable, one of the most dangerous ancient gods of this world still possesses reason, and even made such an astonishing suggestion to you, the old gentleman murmured thoughtfully. If we can really establish a stable and safe contact with this ancient god, then perhaps we really can unravel some of the biggest mysteries of this world, maybe even truly understand the origins of the deep-sea era. Shirley scratched her head. So what now? Morris suddenly turned his head, looking into Shirley's eyes. The usually genteel and gentle scholar's gaze now bursting with an awe-inspiring fervor. Let's do as the captain said about capturing a few annihilators, he said with the eagerness of a scholar peering into the truth, his eyes shining. Now, this matter has ascended to an academic perspective. Chapter 584, Preparations Before Nightfall. Morris was visibly consumed by an intense desire to uncover the truth. For him, the cult members that the average person viewed with fear and trepidation seemed more like an abundant source of data and potential research subjects. The real challenge, Vanna articulated, edging away from Morris, whose enthusiasm was palpable, is figuring out how to extract those annihilators who delve into the dream of the nameless from the tangible world. I plan to reach out to the church tomorrow. We need to see if we can enhance our surveillance and capture efforts against the annihilators across different city-states. Given their increased activities within the dream of the nameless, coupled with their coordinated command and shared intelligence, it's imperative. Morris, showing his agreement with a nod, added, I'll make sure to remind those at the academy as well, though it's likely they're already well aware. As they were strategizing about how to effectively eliminate the cultists from the real world, Lucretia, who had been lost in thought, suddenly addressed Shirley and Dog. In the dream of the nameless, do you think it's possible to encounter that cultist we came across before? Dog responded with a shake of his head. That depends on us being in the vicinity and whether the individual is brave enough to venture into the dream of the nameless once more. Moreover, Shirley and I inflicted significant injuries on that annihilation cultist during our last encounter. While the wounds didn't affect his physical form in the real world, his spirit suffered considerable damage and is unlikely to recover quickly. Absorbing Dog's words, Lucretia appeared to be deep in thought, possibly considering their next steps. As this conversation unfolded, the day was drawing to a close outside. The sun dipped below the skyline, casting a reddish hue over the city that blended with the golden light reflecting off the distant ocean, creating a picturesque twilight scene. Nina's attention was drawn to the changing light outside the window, prompting her to remark softly, "It's getting dark again." Her observation momentarily pulled Duncan from his contemplations. He stood and walked towards the window, gazing out at the street in silence. Outside, the Truth Guardians from the Truth Academy were gearing up for their shift change. At a nearby security post, a group of guards engaged in conversation with a peace officer, marking the transition between day and night in the city. Today, the presence of security personnel in the streets was noticeably greater, with the number of guards having doubled. Among them were members of the clergy, distinguishable by their higher rank and markedly superior equipment, suggesting they were elite forces possibly dispatched from the central university of the city-state. As the day waned, a propaganda vehicle made its way through the streets, broadcasting a message that urged residents to conclude their outdoor activities and return to their homes before the gas lamps across the city were ignited. This was in light of the curfew being enforced an hour earlier than usual tonight. The broadcasts were persistent, advising that anyone unable to reach their home in time should seek assistance at the nearest guard post without delay. There, personnel from the academy and vehicles stood ready to escort them home at the earliest opportunity. Elsewhere in the district, the grand spire of the clock tower, caught in the mingling lights of the setting sun and the early twilight, shone with a golden-red brilliance. This illumination lent the tower a shimmering, crystalline appearance. Massive steam pipes extended from its structure, releasing gentle puffs of steam as they preheated in anticipation of sounding the evening bell. Despite the lack of any official emergency declaration from the city-state authorities or the academy, several subtle indicators pointed to a palpable shift in the atmosphere for those attuned to such nuances. As Duncan stared out the window, Vanna joined him, her voice low. They're bracing for whatever tonight might bring. Yet, there's no concrete reason to believe the dream of the nameless will manifest again tonight. Shaking his head, Duncan expressed his concerns. It's unclear what measures they've put in place, or even if such measures will prove effective. Our understanding of how that dream functions remains virtually non-existent, save for the suspicion it's somehow connected to a trait inherent to the elven race. We're powerless to assist in this matter. Vanna responded with a hint of gravity in her voice. We, too, face numerous challenges. Should the dream of the nameless occur again, its consequences are unpredictable. We may find ourselves scattered throughout the dream once more, possibly emerging in locations different from before, facing adversaries, or even directly entering regions known as erosion zones. In the silence that followed, Duncan turned to face the room, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. The room was filled with people, many of whom were looking expectantly at him. After a brief pause, Duncan raised his hand, palm facing upward. A spectral, ghostly green flame enveloped him, transforming his figure into a fiery, ethereal silhouette. All eyes were on his palm, where the spirit fire gathered, intensifying into the most vibrant and animated flame present. Holding this ethereal flame, which emitted a soft crackling sound, Duncan invited, "Come touch this flame." The reaction among those in the living room was mixed, with many displaying a mixture of shock and hesitation at his request. The crew was no stranger to the captain's unique flame, having interacted with his spirit fire on numerous occasions, each time experiencing its warmth to varying extents. Yet, there's an inherent instinct that makes one wary of fire, a primal caution that's hard to shake off, especially when faced with a flame that's more vibrant and intense than the gentle, soothing fires they were accustomed to on the Vanished. This particular liveliness of the flame instilled a subconscious apprehension in them. Letter 1E5F. Nina, however, was the first to overcome this hesitance. Her expression was one of eager anticipation as she looked up at Duncan, whom she affectionately referred to as Uncle Duncan. Her usual radiant smile lit up her face as she bravely stepped forward. With a delicate gesture, she reached out and lightly touched the flame resting in Duncan's palm with her fingertip. The flame danced around her finger like liquid, gently enveloping it before receding without causing harm. "It's warm," Nina exclaimed with a laugh, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then turned to Shirley, waving her over with a grin, "Your turn." Shirley, with a hint of reluctance in her step and a murmur under her breath, made her way forward. Got it," she muttered, extending her hand toward the flame while reassuring herself. "The captain won't harm me anyway." Duncan gave Shirley a reassuring nod, his gentle demeanor encouraging her. Then he turned his attention to Dog, reminding him, Dog needs to as well. Dog, who had initially seemed ready to distance himself from the situation, suddenly looked back at the flame. His eyes betrayed a genuine fear, a rare emotion for him to display openly. Do I really have to?" he asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Yes," Duncan affirmed, locking eyes with the shadow demon. His tone was serious yet reassuring. "Don't worry, it's just a harmless temporary mark. Unless I command it, this flame won't harm you." Despite Duncan's reassurance, Dog appeared to remain uneasy. He started, his hesitation palpable. Before Dog could express any further doubts, Duncan acted swiftly. He flipped his hand and placed it atop Dog's head, rubbing it vigorously against the rough texture of his skull. The spectral green flame cascaded down, enveloping Dog in its ghostly glow as it flickered and flowed around his skeletal form. Dog's reaction was instantaneous. He shivered, emitting a surprised yelp. "Hey, shit!" a reaction that spoke volumes of his surprise and discomfort. Unfazed by Dog's expletive, Duncan simply continued, his attention now turning to the others in the room, ready to see their reactions and possibly invite them to experience the flame. Vanna and Morris joined the group as well, each of them offering a prayer to their respective gods. With solemn faces, they approached and lightly touched the flame that the captain held in his hand. Now all eyes turned to the last participant. "Lucy," Duncan said, his voice steady as he looked at the woman known as the Sea Witch who stood a short distance away. "There's no need to worry. This flame is a unique mark. Should the dream sent by the Nameless once more visit you, the energy within this mark could offer you protection." "I understand," Lucretia replied quietly. Her gaze was laden with a mixture of emotions as she lifted her eyes to meet those of her father, who appeared to her within the ethereal blaze of the flame, and then to the vibrant, leaping fire itself. After a brief moment of hesitation, she moved closer, gradually reaching out her hand towards Duncan. "Is this the essence of subspace?" "It's my own power," Duncan responded, his gaze unwavering. Taking a deep breath for courage, Lucretia then bravely moved her hand to touch the flame. Contrary to what she might have feared, there was no sensation of pain or burning, nor did she experience any corrosive effect or psychological disturbance. Instead, she was enveloped in a gentle warmth that brought her comfort and a sense of safety. A transient gleam of ghostly green light flickered through Lucretia's eyes. After this moment, the Sea Witch quickly turned and strode to a corner of the room where she picked up a large rabbit doll that had been lying there. She returned to Duncan, holding the doll, which until now had seemed lifeless. As it began to squirm in Lucretia's grasp, the doll, stuffed with cotton and now seemingly imbued with the frightened voice of a young girl, cried out, "Mistress, what are you doing? Rabbi is just a rabbit, Rabbi is just a—" "Be quiet," Lucretia commanded, applying pressure to the back of the rabbit doll with a firm grip. This action abruptly silenced the eerie and peculiar toy. She then extended it towards her father. "Papa, please mark Rabbi as well." Initially, Duncan was taken aback, unsure of why Lucretia was presenting the stuffed rabbit to him, only forming a rough idea of her intentions. "Do you wish to include this toy in the nameless one's dream?" he inquired, intrigued by her unusual request. "Rabbi has the ability to navigate dreams. It experiences them," Lucretia explained. "I'm curious to see if it gets drawn into the dream when the influence of the nameless expands." While the bright star was moored at the harbor, Rabbi mentioned it didn't detect anything odd in the city. This could be because the harbor is too distant from where the dream phenomena originated, or it might be that Rabbi is minimally affected by your abilities. Once more the rabbit doll began to squirm, its small voice breaking the silence. Rabbi knew she shouldn't have come. With a decisive motion, Lucretia pressed the doll against Duncan's hand, transferring responsibility to him. Duncan was momentarily speechless. He couldn't help feeling as though he'd been turned into a tool for blessing, certainly not what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had finished setting everything up for their foray into the dream world. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if the dream sent by the Nameless would manifest tonight, and to test his numerous theories and strategies within the dream state. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from the direction of the living room door, and Alice and Looney came into Duncan's line of sight, pushing a dinner cart. "Dinner time," Alice announced with a bright smile, seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere that had filled the room just moments before. "Should we have dinner in the dining room, or would you prefer to eat here?" Chapter 585, A Trance Without Dreams. In the end, Looney was also convinced by Alice to accept the flame mark bestowed by the captain. From that moment, every inhabitant of the witch's mansion, aside from the simpler, less sentient iron and wooden puppets, bore the captain's ghost flame mark as a rite of passage before entering their dream states. As dinner approached, the large dining room was bathed in the combined glow of bright electric lights and gas lamps affixed to the walls. The members of the vanished fleet congregated around a lengthy dining table, partaking in a communal meal of fish, bread, and wine. This ritual meal was their way of bracing for the night ahead, known for its depth and unpredictability. The subtle presence of green flames in their eyes lent an otherworldly quality to their gazes, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Their discussions were briefly infused with a trace of the captain's mystical energy, manifesting as a low, humming vibration that filled the room. This same eerie green light also tinged the gas lamps, casting a spectral glow on the walls and floors, giving them an ethereal, almost haunted appearance as though the room were under the spell of phantoms. To an outsider unknowing of these peculiarities, stumbling upon this scene would be overwhelming. The atmosphere, charged with power and mystery, could easily unsettle the mind, challenging one's grasp on sanity and self-awareness. Looney, the automaton, took it upon herself to light the decorative candelabras, adding a flickering, warm light that danced over the silverware and ceramic tableware, creating a cozy yet mystic ambience. The conversation at the table veered into the realm of the arcane and the ancient. Morris and Lucretia engaged in a deep discussion about elf society lore, their conversation laden with complex jargon that would baffle the uninitiated. Shirley, ever the pragmatic one, focused on her meal, always the first to satisfy her hunger. Vanna, the group's spiritual anchor, paused to offer a prayer before eating, demonstrating her unwavering devotion by observing sacred rituals at any given opportunity. Nina, after sampling a bit of her meal, quietly eyed the grape wine a short distance away, expressing a desire. "I wish to taste fermented grape juice," she said, voicing her request to her uncle. Duncan cast a glance at her, a hint of amusement in his raised eyebrows. "Or perhaps you meant to ask for wheat berry juice." Nina's face brightened at the suggestion, her hand reaching for the beer on the other side. "Really?" Duncan returned her enthusiasm with a stoic look. "What do you think?" Realizing the jest, Nina let out a soft "oh," and accepting the reality, opted for the lemon water instead, a tinge of disappointment in her demeanor. As the mechanical clock echoed in the distance, its hands steadily advancing, dinner was drawing to a close. It was then that Duncan shattered the prevailing silence with a contemplative statement. "Actually, I've been mulling over something." Vanna, intrigued, looked up from her meal, placing her utensils down gently. "What's been on your mind?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Duncan, adopting a grave tone, shared his thoughts. "I've been wondering about the Nether Lord's perspective towards his followers. He advised me to seize a few annihilators to forge a bond with the abyssal deep sea. It seems as though he's indifferent, yet he retains his sanity and appears deeply concerned about our world. Don't you find that paradoxical?" Morris, who had been quietly listening, dabbed at his mouth before responding thoughtfully. To me, it seems perfectly logical. Given the Nether Lord's rational nature, his advice appears even more sound. Duncan looked intrigued by this perspective. Oh. Morris continued. Prior to your successful outreach to that ancient deity, there was no real communication between the Nether Lord and our realm. Essentially, the so-called annihilators were engaging in a one-sided faith, drawing power through this unreciprocated belief. He paused for emphasis before adding, "Imagine, if you will, you're the Nether Lord. Suddenly, a group of mortals appears claiming to be your descendants. They invade your domain, pilfer your fruits, uproot your trees, attempt to deceive your followers, and eventually try to force their way into your home." Upon visualizing this scenario, Duncan could feel a sense of frustration building. "I see your point," he conceded, a tone of realization in his voice. "That does make sense." At that moment, the mechanical clock in the corner began to chime loudly, the sound cutting through the air and interrupting their conversation. The chimes reverberated through the grand mansion, marking the passage of time distinctly. Duncan listened to each chime, counting silently to himself, then noted, "It's 9 o'clock." The room fell silent, with no response to his observation. Glancing around, he noticed several empty chairs on both sides of the table. It was as if, from the very beginning, they had been alone in their conversation. As Duncan observed the dining room, now eerily empty, a sense of confusion crept over him. Despite witnessing the transformation firsthand, the mechanics of how the room's occupants vanished remained a mystery to him. It was as if reality itself had flipped in the blink of an eye, akin to a card turning over to reveal its back, leaving Duncan at the metaphorical card table, while Nina and Morris seemed to have transitioned to another realm with the flip. "The dream of the Nameless One's influence has manifested once more," Duncan remarked, rising from his chair with a sense of resignation. "Even the rabbit doll has vanished from our sight." As he spoke, a voice tinged with anxiety broke the silence. "Old Master, I'm still here." Turning towards the source of the voice, Duncan and Alice noticed Looney standing a short distance away, in the same spot she had occupied during dinner, now seemingly stranded in the realm of the waking. Alice's surprise was evident. "Looney, how did you end up staying here with us?" "I don't know," Looney responded, her mechanical arms outstretched in a shrug, her gaze turning towards the deserted side of the table, her voice filled with worry. "Is the mistress okay?" "They've crossed over to the other side of the dream," Duncan assured her, his gaze analyzing Looney with a thoughtful frown. Why was Looney left behind in the tangible world alongside him and Alice, especially in a conscious state, when the dream of the Nameless One swept through? Duncan pondered the circumstances, wondering if the distinction of being a puppet might play a role in this anomaly. As he mulled over these thoughts, a question surfaced in his mind directed at Looney. "Looney, do you dream?" The inquiry, laden with curiosity, sought to unravel the mystery of their current predicament. "I don't know," Looney replied, visibly puzzled by her own response. "Sometimes when the mistress is servicing my mechanics, I experience flashes of what seem like past events. But the mistress clarifies those aren't dreams, just memories leaking into my consciousness. So maybe I don't dream? I'm not sure how human dreams feel." Duncan, intrigued by this insight into Looney's experiences, then posed another question. "And what about Rabbi? Does that rabbit named Rabbi actually experience dreams?" Looney's answer shed light on a remarkable tale. "Yes, Rabbi dreams, and its dreams are quite potent. Many years ago, the mistress was plagued by nightmares so severe they disrupted her research. To combat this, she bravely ventured into her own dreams to face the invasive shadows. She emerged victorious, capturing one of these shadows, a fearsome entity from the realm of spirits born from fear itself. After repeatedly defeating it, she encased the shadow within a cloth doll. That doll is Rabbi." Listening to Looney's recounting of these supernatural events, Duncan couldn't help but react with a mix of amusement and awe. "It seems Lucretia has encountered her fair share of wonders over the years. I think I'm starting to understand." Alice, puzzled, chimed in with a huh. Duncan shared his realization. "It appears that the dream of the Nameless One selectively affects beings that are capable of dreaming. You, being puppets, don't dream in the conventional sense, or rather, your experiences during sleep don't align with what humans typically define as dreams." He carefully added this clarification, recalling Alice's earlier accounts of her own dreamlike states, which, though reminiscent of dreams, were markedly different from human experiences. These puppet dreams, or trances, evidently do not qualify for the vision known as the dream of the Nameless One. Alice, processing Duncan's explanation, seemed to have a moment of clarity. Her eyes widened as a thought struck her. Then, Captain, why are you also remaining here with us? Don't you dream either? Duncan began to answer reflexively, I, of course. But then he hesitated, his expression turning contemplative. Do I truly dream in this world? The question lingered, challenging his understanding of dreams as the intertwining of reality and memory, the very essence of what it means to dream in the human sense. As though activating a long-neglected function within his psyche, Duncan suddenly became acutely aware of a part of his subconscious that he had previously overlooked. For the first time, he confronted a question he hadn't considered before. His mind raced, replaying every instance of slumber in this world, delving into the nature of his dreams. He realized he had indeed dreamed. He had navigated through dreamt subspaces, witnessed apocalyptic foresights, observed the extinguishing of the sun, and seen voids and luminous entities descend from the heavens in his dreams. Yet beyond these supernatural visions, he struggled to recall any mundane dreams. His physical form in this realm seldom required rest, and the act of laying in bed had become more a ritual to preserve his connection to humanity than a necessity. Yes, he had experienced dreams, albeit infrequently. However, Duncan abruptly clasped his forehead, a gesture of intense contemplation. No, dreams should encompass more than these experiences. Where were the ordinary dreams? The daily reflections that manifested in sleep? The beautiful, the mundane, the amusing, the nostalgic, all those quintessentially human dreams. He tried to summon any memory of such dreams, but found that all his nocturnal visions were either gateways to other dimensions or prophetic glimpses beyond the ordinary fabric of time and space. Beyond these, his nights were void of content. And it wasn't just in this world. His thoughts traced back further. He thought back to Zhou Ming, to the days before the fog, before the isolation of his bachelor apartment, back to a time that now felt like another life entirely, a time when everything was still normal, before the world had succumbed to an enveloping mist. Confused Zhou Ming, Duncan pondered. Had he ever truly dreamed like an ordinary person? Chapter 586, The Desert. The clockwork marionette known as Looney cast a worried glance at Duncan. He had become distant, lost in his own thoughts so suddenly that it was hard not to notice. Concern etched into her features, and after a brief hesitation she felt compelled to seek understanding from Alice, who was right beside her. "What seems to be troubling the old master?" she inquired, her voice tinged with unease. Alice, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Duncan's distant gaze. She offered a comforting response to Looney. "Don't worry, he's merely caught up in his thoughts. It's not uncommon for the captain to become preoccupied this way." Looney found this surprising. "Really?" she asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Their exchange of words managed to pierce the bubble of Duncan's reverie, pulling him back to the present. He blinked, his focus gradually shifting from the depths of his memories to the reality that surrounded him. Heavy silence fell upon the group before Duncan, attempting to regain his composure, lifted his hand to the bridge of his nose, pressing gently. His eyes, partially closed, concealed the storm of emotions raging within him. He was overwhelmed by a desire to sift through every memory from his childhood, to lay out each moment of his past before his eyes, yet he realized the necessity of leaving these chaotic thoughts behind to face the present. Awareness of the parts of his past he had always chosen to ignore slowly crept into his consciousness. Yet, he understood the importance of escaping these ensnaring memories to address the immediate reality. Raising his head, Duncan's eyes met Alice's steady gaze and Looney's still concerned expression. "I'm fine," he reassured them softly, "just caught up in some memories." After a pause, his gaze still locked with Alice's, he ventured a question. "Where did we leave off?" Alice responded promptly, detailing their prior discussion about how Looney and herself might have been excluded from the Nameless One's dream because puppets don't dream, and pondering why Duncan was also left in the real world. "It's not just about not dreaming," Duncan mused aloud, his thoughts turning intricate. "The workings of the Nameless One's dream are far from simple, and they're probably evolving." As Duncan spoke, his mind wandered back to a memory of the scholar Taran L., who had once found himself ensnared in the very same dream. It was clear to Duncan that Taran L. had been caught within the Nameless One's dream, but this experience belonged to the dream's initial layer when the Nameless One's dream was still in its budding stages. Back then, Duncan could enter the dream with relative ease, thanks to a mark he had left on Heidi. This was no longer the case. Now he found himself barred from entry, stranded in reality. This realization led Duncan to contemplate the evolving rules of the Nameless One's dream. Over time, its reach and influence had widened, and it had developed mechanisms to filter who could enter the dream, acting as a form of self-preservation. What future developments lay in store for this expansive dream? Would its influence continue to grow? And how would its mechanisms of self-protection evolve? As Duncan was lost in thought, Alice's voice cut through his reverie with a question that brought him back to the present. "Captain, how are the others doing? Can you feel them?" Shifting his focus from the maze of his thoughts, Duncan took a moment to inhale deeply, then concentrated on the spiritual connections he had established with others, a network of ethereal marks he had left on his comrades. He envisioned the marks as flames dancing across the boundary between the tangible world and the intangible realm of dreams, traversing an ancient and mystical divide. In this remote dimension where the concepts of time and space meld in indescribable ways, Duncan could perceive the faint glimmer of those he had marked. The connections, symbolized by these flame marks, had been successful to a degree. Although not all connections were equally strengthened, Duncan found himself now able to sense Vanna and the others' conditions with much clearer insight. He even possessed the capacity to communicate with them should the need arise. Reassuringly, he responded to Alice and Looney, "They're not in danger." Upon hearing this, Alice's tension visibly dissipated. "Ah, that's good. What should we do next?" Duncan's gaze drifted to the window, observing the streets caught in the tumultuous embrace of the night. Outside, the fabric of reality seemed to meld with the encroaching Nameless One's dream, transforming the urban landscape back into a dense, forest-covered city-state. Underneath the canopy of giant trees that blotted out the sky, the city lay shrouded in shadows, an amalgamation of reality and illusion. The port of Wind Harbor had fallen silent, overtaken by the dream world, precisely as Duncan had predicted. Despite the city-state authorities and Academy Guardians' efforts, their preparations had proven ineffective. Now, in this dream-laden city, the only ones awake seemed to be Duncan, Alice, and now, an additional clockwork companion. "We should head to the location of the previous Vine encounter," Duncan suggested with a calm demeanor, moving toward the mansion's main entrance. "Let's see if it manifests in the same place again." "Okay," Alice eagerly agreed, then took Looney's hand, who appeared somewhat bewildered. "Come on, let's go on an adventure with the captain." "Adventure?" Looney echoed, trailing behind Alice and Duncan, clearly feeling a bit out of her element. "What are we setting out to do?" "We're going in search of another vanished," Duncan explained, slowing his pace slightly to address the question. He was intent on exploring the Nameless One's dream resurgence in the real world, eager to test various hypotheses he had formed. The enhanced temporary marks he had placed on Vanna and Morris, among others, were designed to solidify his connection to his allies. However, Duncan was more intrigued by the possibility of encountering the mysterious Vanished that navigated through the shadows and mist. Regardless of how the Nameless One's dream might evolve, Duncan was determined to find a way around its self-protection mechanism to more effectively influence this expansive dream. He had a strong hunch that the Vanished could offer the most likely avenue to circumvent the safeguards. As the makeshift map etched upon the vessel suggested, it was traversing the treetops of the dream forest, floating above an imaginary landscape. Under a night sky that seemed to be stitched together from strands of sunlight and the very essence of creation itself, the city's once bustling streets lay in an unsettling silence. Duncan, accompanied by the two mechanical figures, ventured out from the quietude of the witch's abandoned abode, stepping into a world where the urban sprawl fused seamlessly with the encroaching wilderness. Venturing into the night, Duncan also initiated a tentative outreach through the spiritual connections he had established, those temporary marks that had found their way into the dream's other realm. He aimed to make contact with his followers, treading with caution this time. He was determined to learn from his previous encounter in that shadowy, mist-enshrouded space, to use the elemental power of fire judiciously and avoid inadvertently stirring the slumbering leviathan of the dream, Atlantis. A menacing rift of dark red tore through the sky, its edges bleeding into the surrounding clouds, painting them in swirls of distortion. Below this celestial anomaly stretched a landscape dominated by sand and monolithic stones. Endless dunes dominated the horizon, interspersed with jagged stones that stood as if they were the petrified remains of colossal beasts, their bones twisted in eternal struggle. The sand seemed to claw at the bases of these stone monoliths, their sharp protrusions reaching skyward like swords. In the vastness of this desert, the scale of human presence dwindled to insignificance. Vanna stood against the backdrop of this desolate expanse, her silver-white hair whipped by the relentless wind. The dry breeze, laden with sand, grazed her skin, prompting her to narrow her eyes against the abrasive assault. She had found herself once again in this vast, lifeless desert. Her gaze swept across the distant, indistinct silhouettes of what seemed like colossal stones or perhaps the ruins of an ancient city. Drawing a deep breath, Vanna extended her hand into the wind. Defying the arid logic of the desert, a mist of water vapor coalesced from the sandy gusts, crystallizing in her grasp into a sword shimmering with cold. The weight of the newly formed blade was a reassuring presence in her hand. Despite the harsh, dry conditions of this dream-induced desert, Vanna's allegiance to the storm goddess ensured her divine powers remained unaffected. The dream could not dampen her sacred abilities, granting her a measure of ease as she traversed this unwelcoming terrain. Coolness emanated from the blade, offering Vanna a sliver of comfort as she set off, her steps measured against the wind-driven sands. She was not wandering without purpose. Her eyes were fixed on a distant objective, the vague forms that could be either natural formations or the remnants of a forgotten civilization. Mid-stride, a sudden intuition caused Vanna to halt. She focused, tuning into a faint voice that resonated within the depths of her consciousness. Within moments the voice grew clearer. It was unmistakably that of the captain. "Vanna, can you hear me?" Duncan's reassuring and authoritative voice resonated within Vanna's mind, breaking through the silence. Without hesitation, Vanna responded inwardly, a wave of relief washing over her as she exhaled. "Yes," she thought back, her relief palpable. "That's wonderful. It appears your plan was successful." Duncan's voice, steady and thoughtful, came through once again. "Indeed, as I anticipated. I'm proceeding with caution in making contact with you, ensuring not to channel too much energy at once. Given what happened previously, it seems the entity residing deep within the Nameless One's dream, Atlantis, is not particularly welcoming of my fiery essence." "I understand," Vanna acknowledged, resuming her trek across the desolate landscape as she conversed. "How are the rest faring?" Duncan provided an update on their companion's whereabouts. "The others are dispersed throughout the forest, maintaining similar group dynamics as before. Shirley and Dog are together, while Nina and Morris have paired up," he shared, adding, "After entering the dream, Lucy was able to reunite with Rabbi. Their points of arrival were nearly identical." Vanna paused, processing this information. Lucretia ended up with that unique rabbit. Their arrival points were the same, and the others' groupings have remained consistent as previously observed. She stopped in her tracks, mulling over these revelations. This indicates there might indeed be a pattern to how we enter this dream. "It appears so. Their entry points into the forest seem consistent with our last experience," Duncan noted, then inquired about Vanna's own situation. "What's happening on your end?" Vanna came to a standstill, her eyes scanning the vast expanse of desert that stretched before her. After a brief moment of reflection, she let out a sigh. "Sand, stones, and the sweltering heat. It seems the locations where we enter the Nameless One's dream remain largely unchanged. I'm still stranded in this desert. Frankly, this place doesn't exactly endear itself to me." Chapter 587, Sand and Forest. Vanna determinedly approached a distant silhouette on the horizon to pursue her initial objective. She felt eerily alone and out of place while navigating this sandstorm. "I still don't understand why I was sent to this mysterious desert by myself. The vivid tales from Nina and Miss Lucretia spoke of a lush forest, not this desolate stretch," she pondered internally. "The only reference point in this vast sandy expanse is that distant structure, reminiscent of ancient city ruins. So far, it's devoid of life." Duncan's voice echoed in her mind, advising, "Regardless, stay vigilant. Look out for anomalies or sudden changes. The erosion effect mentioned by Shirley might manifest unexpectedly. Tread carefully while you're alone." Acknowledging, she whispered, "Understood, Captain," and with a determined glance at the far-off scene, she trudged forward, thinking, "I must keep moving." "What? This place feels so alien," Rabbi's voice lamented nearby. "Rabbi missed the lively setting of populated places. This dream is so unfamiliar. There's no one around." The plush rabbit trudged through patches of withered flora and tangled weeds, expressing her discontent since arriving in this strange dimension. But Lucretia tuned out Rabbi's complaints, pausing occasionally to study her surroundings intently. During this second venture into the dream world, Shireen, the elfin girl who had greeted her before, was nowhere to be found. Additionally, there were no traces of the markers she had left during her last forest visit. The overwhelming forest, characterized by its massive trees and vast canopies, seemed almost labyrinthine. Lucretia reluctantly realized she was lost amidst the towering timber. Turning to Rabbi, who was entangled in some shrubs, she inquired, "Rabbi, can you sense any sentient beings nearby?" Ceasing her murmurs, Rabbi approached with focused intent. Her lengthy cloth ears drooped, their edges slightly worn. After a moment's pause, Rabbi replied, shaking her head, "I sense no one, it's silent." With intense determination, Lucretia meticulously examined her environment, seeking a path or clue that might lead her forward in this mysterious place. As she looked around, a sudden, unexpected gleam caught the corner of her eye. Curiosity piqued. She walked closer, only to find that this shimmering light was originating from the base of a majestic, ancient tree. The tree stood tall and imposing amidst a sea of withering plants and leaves, marking its significance in the area. Suddenly, in a spectacle of vibrant colors and light, Lucretia's physical form began to dissolve, breaking apart into countless multicolored shards. These fragments took on a life of their own, whirling and twirling midair in a beautiful dance, only to eventually gravitate back together at the very base of the monumental tree. In just a few heartbeats, Lucretia was reformed, standing complete and unchanged. Not too far from her, partially buried under a blanket of fallen leaves, was an artifact. This object seemed oddly familiar to her, vibrating with echoes from her past. With a voice filled with surprise and wonder, she whispered, "Could this possibly be?" Right there in front of her was an exquisitely designed weapon. It combined the elegance of a spear with the brute force of an axe. The weapon seemed to hum with tales from bygone eras. Its handle was riddled with cracks and fractures, testament to its storied past and the countless battles it had seen. The blade, although sharp, was marred with numerous scars and dark stains, suggesting the blood it had spilled over time. Given the worn state of the weapon, it was evident that it had been lying dormant for what might have been centuries, perhaps forgotten after some great war or upheaval. As Lucretia's gaze remained fixed on this ancient armament, the soft, gentle sounds of Rabbi's footsteps could be heard. The endearing plush rabbit came into view and looked up, his innocent eyes filled with curiosity. "Mistress, what ancient relic have you found?" However, before Lucretia could provide an answer, she felt an inexplicable pull towards the weapon. With cautious yet compelled movements, she stretched out her hand, her fingers inching closer and closer to the cold, time-worn metal. The moment her skin touched the weapon, a wave of intense energy cascaded over her, blurring the lines between reality and the ethereal. But this otherworldly connection was abruptly and violently interrupted. Suddenly, the serene forest atmosphere was thrust into turmoil. Trees spontaneously burst into raging flames, their fiery tongues licking the skies. The very ground beneath them shook and quaked, and oppressive waves of heat pulsated outward. The heavens above were alight with unpredictable patterns of lights and shadows, painting an eerie tapestry. Amidst this chaos, the heart-wrenching cries of animals, the desperate shouts of humans, and the sorrowful moans of the forest itself merged, creating a nightmarish symphony of destruction and despair. In an escalating surge of horror, Lucretia witnessed the world around her spiraling into chaos. Mighty trees, which had once proudly reached for the sky, now seemed to be melting away, their sturdy trunks liquefying and flowing like streams of molten metal. Far in the distance, vast ground sections began to float eerily, as if pulled upwards by an otherworldly force. The air was filled with the cacophony of splitting ground and bubbling magma, and as she watched, the very contours of the landscape began to warp in ways that defied reason. Above her, immense and foreboding shapes emerged, radiating with a blinding intensity. Together, they painted a catastrophic scene, as if the boundaries between the cosmos and the ground had blurred. As Lucretia tried to comprehend the scene, a chilling, dark-red radiance burst forth, cutting through the sky. It painted the clouds with streaks that looked eerily like freshly shed blood. This ominous light quickly consumed the entirety of the heavens, bathing everything in its wicked glow. The red light danced on the trees and seemed to stretch infinitely, even causing the horizons to react and shift. The land affected by this baleful illumination began to crack open, and from those crevices emerged horrifying figures. These entities first looked like the very animals who had recently scattered in terror from forest fires. However, within mere seconds, they mutated into terrifying specters with gnarled faces and lethal appendages. Boulders took on demonic shapes, woodlands contorted in disturbing patterns, and the very world around her began to assume terrifying, dreamlike configurations. From every direction, hordes of these monstrous entities swarmed, and the air was filled with the sounds of their violent confrontations, each abomination turning on the other. Frozen in terror by the apocalyptic scene playing out before her, Lucretia quickly snapped back to reality, preparing herself for whatever might come next. But just as quickly as it had started, the dreadful vision disappeared as if a curtain had been drawn. She instinctively looked down, expecting to see the shattered handle of the axe she had been holding, but instead found only a pile of ordinary leaves and twigs. Lost in her thoughts, she tried to process the terrifying images that had just played out in her mind. But her contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a faint rustling sound. Her head snapped up, and there, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere, stood a young elf maiden known as Shireen. She wore beautifully crafted armor decorated with intricate designs and symbols, and in her hand was a battle axe that looked strikingly familiar. Lucretia's gaze shifted to Rabbi, her plush rabbit companion. The rabbit met her eyes, and though it was just a toy, she could sense a mix of surprise and remorse emanating from her. It was clear that even the observant Rabbi had been caught off guard by Shireen's sudden arrival. Collecting herself, Lucretia gestured to Rabbi, silently telling her to stay calm. With a mixture of curiosity and caution in her voice, she asked, "Shireen." The young elven lady named Shireen greeted Lucretia with a subdued yet warm smile, emanating an aura of serenity. When their gazes intertwined, there was an immediate and indescribable connection between them. It felt like eons had passed with changing eras and civilizations, but their bond seemed to have stood the test of time, ever potent and undying. As a mark of respect, Shireen tipped her head slightly towards Lucretia, her voice gentle and deliberate. "It seems we've given ourselves quite the break. We must proceed now. Our destination, the Silent Wall, is still quite far from here." Shireen's captivating emerald eyes then moved to Rabbi, a plush toy rabbit resting close by. Rabbi seemed to be in patient expectation of what was to come next. Surprisingly, Shireen's face revealed no hint of bewilderment upon seeing such an unusual companion. Her tone held a playful note as she said, "Is this your chosen companion? Let's have her join our journey. Together, we'll move forward as a trio." What? For Vanna, the duration of her voyage across the vast, dry desert seemed immeasurable. The infinite horizon of ever-shifting sand dunes, combined with persistent gusts that threw up grains of sand, played with her senses, making her lose grasp of the passage of time. On occasions, she felt as though she had been trapped in this desolate landscape forever, maybe even since the dawn of existence itself. But she knew that such thoughts were just illusions, born from her fatigued mind. The desert's harsh environment constantly tested her limits and willpower. However, her unwavering faith in the goddess gave her strength and kept her going, while regular communications with the captain gave her comfort and kept her grounded. In addition, the icy greatsword she created from the air exuded a comforting coldness. Its cooling aura not only shielded her, but also provided a much-needed relief from the unyielding desert sun. Suddenly, a gust laden with sand approached, indicating a change in the wind's direction. Acting on instinct, Vanna lifted her greatsword to protect her face, trying to avoid the gritty wind. But in that moment, a peculiar feeling surged through her, causing her to halt her actions. Almost instantly, Vanna, with her battle-honed senses, got into a defensive position, wielding her greatsword, her concentration fixed on a particular spot in the midst of the swirling sands. Reacting to her preparedness, the fierce winds mysteriously eased off. As the sand slowly settled, revealing what lay beyond, a towering figure became clearer. In front of Vanna stood an immense being, a mighty giant. Chapter 588, The Giant. The very instant Vanna's eyes landed on the scene before her, a rush of tension surged throughout her body. Every nerve was electrified, every muscle primed, as she locked her gaze onto a vast silhouette gradually taking form amidst the curling whirls of dust and mist. She was set, ready to spring into action should the situation demand it. However, slicing through the sandy haze that billowed around her, a serene and measured voice reached out. It remarked, "Ah, a traveler. It's been an age since I've met someone unfamiliar in these parts." A wave of surprise briefly washed over Vanna. In the succeeding moments, as the swirling curtains of dust began to settle, the figure fully revealed itself. Towering before her was a being akin to the giants of lore. This entity dwarfed her, standing an astounding 4 to 5 meters tall. Vanna had to tilt her head considerably upward just to glimpse its face. Covering its formidable frame was a cloak of the darkest shades, bearing a resemblance to frayed fabric. This garment, which perhaps once showcased grandeur, now bore the scars of wear and tear, a testament to countless battles against the elements. The physique of the giant itself seemed gaunt, as if long journeys had sapped its strength, but its thin fingers held an enormous staff with surprising firmness. The staff, even in the colossal grip of the giant, looked unyieldingly heavy. Its main shaft had the likeness of a rigid tree trunk, segmented in parts, while its top bulged out like an immense, uneven stone. Its entire surface was decorated with a plethora of delicate yet cryptic designs. Almost involuntarily, Vanna's eyes were drawn to the staff. It wasn't just a simple walking aid. It felt more like a formidable weapon or possibly a sacred relic that commanded deep respect, a reverence that she felt stirring in her own heart. Her attention, however, was soon recaptured by the giant. Leaning slightly toward her, the massive entity studied Vanna with an air of gentleness. His facial features, though defined, held a stark, almost sculpted quality, as if carved from the hardest rock. The eyes that peered down at her were a deep shade of hazel, and deep within, they seemed to flicker and dance like candle flames, bestowing upon Vanna a sensation of immense gravity. "Traveler, whence do you hail?" the giant's voice rumbled. The very act of him speaking seemed to influence the desert itself. The winds, picking up in fervor, twisted and turned around Vanna. Miraculously, she remained untouched by even the tiniest grain of sand. Struggling internally to remain steady and to regulate her racing heart, Vanna swiftly communicated the bewildering developments to her captain using their deep-rooted mental bond. Collecting herself and marshaling her thoughts, she responded, "I hail from lands that lie beyond this vast desert, from places distant and unknown. I am perplexed as to my presence here. Pray tell, who might you be?" "Oh, from regions beyond this barren wasteland," the giant mused, his voice echoing softly as he acknowledged her words. His gaze was deep, reflecting an eternity of memories as he continued. "This world is transformed into a seemingly boundless desert over the ages." While he took in Vanna's words, he skillfully evaded her direct question. Instead, his tone, laden with reminiscence, conveyed more than his words did. "You are a fascinating being, traveler. There's an essence about you that feels unlike the mortals of my memories. Yet, perhaps my recollections betray me, for it has been eons since I last interacted with an outsider." Unlike the mortals of his past. A rush of anxiety gripped Vanna's chest. She pondered what could set her apart from regular mortals in the giant's eyes. Could he somehow perceive the rare gift she had been granted from the depths of subspace, the miraculous ability to resurrect due to her uncle's pleading? Before she could delve deeper into this mystery, the giant resumed his inquiry. "You spoke of originating from a distant realm. Just how distant is it? Did your journey span across the vastness of space, or perhaps did it cut through the fabric of time?" Caught off guard, Vanna hesitated, her brows knitting in perplexity. What could he possibly infer from such a query? Seeking clarity, she looked straight into the giant's hazy, profound eyes. "Your question is rather obscure. I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at." The giant sighed, his voice taking on a note of resignation. "Forget I ever posed the question then, traveler. Maybe the beginning of a journey is as inconsequential as its ending." But just as quickly, his demeanor shifted, and with a glint of intrigue, he asked, "Are you, by any chance, conversing with someone else right now?" Stunned and in the middle of mentally updating her captain, Vanna momentarily lost her composure. Although she strived to maintain an inscrutable facade, she worried that her flicker of hesitation might have betrayed her to the keen-eyed behemoth. Nevertheless, the giant's query appeared casual, even nonchalant, as though he didn't expect a truthful response. He offered a dismissive shrug. "If you opt to remain silent, I understand. Every being holds their own secrets." Regaining her footing, Vanna studied the giant's every gesture and nuance. With renewed determination, she ventured to ask once more, "Can you tell me who you are?" "You're seeking my name?" The giant paused, genuinely contemplating her question. After a momentary silence, he replied with a hint of melancholy, "Time has eroded so much, I can't seem to recall. It's truly been ages." His piercing gaze met Vanna's, and the lines on his time-worn face deepened, resembling age-old carvings on a monument. "You see, traveler, in a world devoid of other voices, the significance of a name dwindles. When no soul remembers or calls out to you, and you no longer need to present yourself, your own name begins to fade. It becomes another casualty, forgotten, as the world slowly relinquishes its hold on you." He stood still for a moment, a distant look in his eyes as if the sands of time were flowing backward, enveloping him in ancient recollections. The weight of countless eras seemed to press upon his massive frame, and his countenance took on an introspective hue. Returning from the depths of his memories, his voice rolled out, rich and full-bodied. "Though my name has become a fleeting whisper, there are still fragments of my past that remain crystal clear. Long ago, the inhabitants of this land revered me as one of their gods. This realm you now behold as an arid desert once thrived in an entirely different form." Vanna's eyes were wide and her pulse quickened. Among the myriad theories she had conjured regarding this mysterious giant, the idea of him being a god was far from her considerations. She grappled with her emotions, a whirlwind of disbelief, awe, and skepticism. The irony of the situation was palpable. As a devout disciple of the storm goddess Gamona and an esteemed priestess of the storm church, one of the renowned divine orders, she was now ensconced in the mysterious aura of an unfamiliar being, confronting a figure who announced himself as a deity. By the tenets of her faith and her position as a spiritual adjudicator, she would be expected to stand in judgment against this self-professed god. Yet the experiences aboard the Vanished had taught her to navigate the unfathomable with a tempered disposition, balancing curiosity with caution. "You present yourself as a god?" Vanna queried, her voice imbued with a mix of caution and intrigue. "Who were they you spoke of earlier, and where exactly do we stand now?" The giant's reply was layered with melancholy. "They were the denizens of this realm," he began, gently gesturing with his monumental staff towards the endless desert. "But those times, they either seem distant as if lost in the annals of time, or paradoxically, as though they occurred just a blink ago." A momentary confusion seemed to cloud the giant's thoughts. He stared intently at the staff he held as if it held the keys to his elusive memories. After what seemed like an eternity, he sighed deeply. "Time has played a perplexing game with me. It elongated, stretching endlessly, only to coil back suddenly. The precise chronology eludes me. However, I vividly recall this region being the epicenter of a mighty empire. What you perceive as an ocean of sand was once a tapestry of dense woods and verdant meadows. Majestic aqueducts crisscrossed the terrain, directing waters from elevated sources cascading down the undulating hillsides. These very grounds bore witness to the rise of magnificent white citadels, interconnected by great walls, spires emerging from the foliage, and luminous beacons piercing the nocturnal expanse. The splendor, I can assure you, was unparalleled." The behemoth's manner of speaking was deliberate and drawn out. His extended solitude seemed to have dulled his facility for seamless conversation. His utterances, at times, felt like a jigsaw puzzle with pieces awry, akin to the ramblings of one deep within a trance. Vanna had to diligently piece together his fractured narrative, striving to decode the intended messages. As he spun tales of a bygone era, she endeavored to visualize an erstwhile verdant world, drastically distinct from the current barren desert. Abruptly, the giant's discourse ceased. He angled his massive head down, regarding Vanna with an unmistakable spark of intrigue. "And you, traveler of this world, who might you be? Do you possess a name?" A fleeting pause. Vanna's mouth tightened instinctively. A reflexive retort loomed on the tip of her tongue, but she withheld. In this unfamiliar territory, divulging one's true identity to an unknown being, particularly one asserting divine status, could be fraught with risk. The notion that entities of immense might could inadvertently alter a mortal's destiny, regardless of their benevolence or malevolence, had deeply resonated with Vanna ever since she had allied with the captain. After a contemplative pause, she replied guardedly, "I'm Vanessa. I don't belong to any distinguished lineage or hold significant titles, merely a wayfarer lost in this vastness." "Vanessa," the giant echoed, rolling the name gently over his tongue before shaking his head in subtle contradiction. "No, that's not the essence of your true identity." A jolt of anxiety coursed through Vanna. Nevertheless, the giant dismissed it with a gracious wave. "It's inconsequential. As previously mentioned, all beings harbor their own concealed truths. If you prefer to shroud your real name, I'll continue addressing you as Traveler. Given that we're the sole occupants of this desolate world, there's little risk of a mistaken identity." With a fleeting glance of chagrin, Vanna signaled her assent with a slight nod. "Traveler," the giant proceeded, "to which place do you set your sights upon?" Vanna's eyes inadvertently strayed to a distant outline, bearing semblance to ancient city ruins. Observing her line of sight, the giant extended a friendly proposition. "Why not accompany me on this expedition? Though my memory of this realm's intricate tapestry has eroded, vestiges of its grandeur persist." Vanna remained contemplative, as if awaiting an external cue. Shortly thereafter, a familiar voice reverberated within her psyche, emanating from her profound bond with the captain. "Trust his guidance." Affirming the directive, Vanna raised her gaze to meet the colossal deity's eyes. "It would indeed be a privilege to journey alongside you." Chapter 589, Gathering in the Shadows. During the disarray of twilight, a peculiar moment where the world seemed to be woven from both sunlight and the essence of the world's creation, Duncan and his companions made swift progress through the abandoned, hushed streets. Their journey took them to a crossroad that was overrun and choked by a profusion of vegetation. Imposing trees, with their vast branches, stood tall as if they were sentinels of the skies, leaving little room for the sky to be seen. Bizarrely contorted vines had entangled themselves around the skyscrapers nearby. The roots of these plants appeared to burst forth from beneath the earth, weaving across the street resembling the angry veins of some gigantic creature. Midst the almost ghostly quietude of this urban jungle, occasional bird calls and rustling of leaves punctuated the silence, giving an impression that they straddled the line between the realms of dreams and waking life. "It remains just as we left it," Duncan mused aloud, his gaze fixed on the sprawling vine which seemed to emerge from an unknown abyss, his voice laden with introspection. Straining her neck to gain a clearer perspective, Alice noted how the vine seemed to dominate the landscape even more now. She cautiously asked, "Captain, doesn't this growth appear bigger than before? I recall it wasn't this widespread during our last visit." "You're right," replied Duncan, a weight to his sigh. "It's expanding." Alice blinked, processing the magnitude of what was before them, and uttered an astonished, "Incredible." Duncan's thoughts swiftly shifted, taking a mental roll call of his companions, particularly concerned about Vanna's current circumstances. Besides Duncan and a couple of his close allies, the rest of the group had found themselves in the dream of the Nameless One, just as they had before. Strangely, their entry points in this dream were consistent with their past experiences, hinting at a peculiar consistency within this dream dimension. Vanna's situation, however, was particularly puzzling. Once more, she was trapped in a desolate, never-ending desert. Yet this experience was different. She met a colossal figure who introduced himself as a god. Now she walked beside this seemingly kind-hearted giant, traversing the endless dunes. From their communications, the giant had regaled her with numerous tales tied to the desert's lore. But these stories significantly deviated from the age-old legends Duncan heard from others' accounts, legends that were universally recognized in their world. What was the secret behind this desert? Who exactly was this self-proclaimed deity-like figure? How did forgotten ages and the tales of the elves intertwine? And most importantly, why was such a bizarre locale embedded deep within the dream of the Nameless One? Duncan had always maintained a profound mental bond with his companions, allowing him to feel their emotions and thoughts. To gain clarity, he took a moment to inhale deeply, drawing the air into his lungs, and then releasing it as if letting go of any lingering distractions. Once centered, he shifted his focus back to the immediate issue. Seeing the massive vine once more in their physical realm was surprisingly comforting. Duncan had harbored concerns that the traumatic events of their last meeting might have triggered unforeseen alterations within the mysterious dream of the Nameless One. He feared this could have led to the vine vanishing or shifting elsewhere. Such a twist would have greatly hampered his investigative progress. Fortunately, this pivotal hint in their quest was still present, albeit with a concerning modification. It had grown substantially. Duncan pondered the implications. What if the vine kept growing unchecked? Could it eventually entwine and consume the entirety of the city? Pushing away the rising panic from such a grim possibility, Duncan regained his composure. He gently approached the vine and outstretched his hand, letting his fingers lightly graze its surface. "Stay vigilant and monitor our environment," he commanded the dew accompanying him. "Should anything out of the ordinary transpire, rouse me at once." Alice, her posture exuding readiness, affirmed with a quick, "Understood." Looney, in a humble and deferential manner, acknowledged, "As you wish, old master." Reassured by their responses, Duncan took a moment to quiet his racing mind. He then invoked the mystical energy of the flame. This power surged through him, enhancing his senses, enabling him to merge his consciousness with the vast vine and strengthening their bond. Given the lessons from their prior interaction, Duncan was extra vigilant to ensure he did not unintentionally agitate the entity known as Atlantis. After what felt like mere moments, he was jolted back into consciousness, enveloped by inky blackness. The omnipresent haze returned, obscuring his vision. Guided by his intuition, he strained his eyes, trying to pierce through the dense fog. Gradually, a hulking, vague outline began to solidify. The mist danced and twirled, revealing the majestic form of a ship he had come to recognize. The ship, awe-inspiring in its splendor, seemed to hover ethereally in the abyss, almost as though beckoning Duncan closer. Without hesitation, he heeded the call. Summoning a spiritual manifestation of himself in the void, Duncan adeptly harnessed the surrounding flames to propel him towards the mysterious ship, nestled deep within the fog. With a graceful descent, he alighted on its deck. Echoing his prior visit, the ship was eerily devoid of any life. Wisps of mist floated lazily, the ship's architecture casting long, shifting shadows on the fog-blanketed deck. However, Duncan had a different agenda this time. Instead of making a beeline for the captain's quarters located at the ship's stern, he surveyed his surroundings and chose a new path. With every step he took on the deck, the sounds echoed hauntingly in the vast, silent void. He adeptly maneuvered around piles of ropes and miscellaneous ship equipment strewn about, making his way to the entrance of the ship's main cabin. On the ship's deck, Duncan observed stacks of ropes and an assortment of other maritime items, all lying motionless in an unsettling stillness, just as any non-living object would in any ordinary scenario. However, Duncan discerned a striking difference between this uncanny incarnation of the Vanished and the one he was familiar with. In his memories aboard the authentic Vanished, objects on the deck possessed an almost sentient nature. As he approached them, they would animate in response to his presence, either cheerfully acknowledging their captain or producing peculiar sounds in playful attempts to draw his gaze. But here, despite the two ships being nearly indistinguishable in design and appearance, everything aboard this vessel seemed void of life, eerily lifeless. With a hint of confusion etching his brow, Duncan's eyes roamed over the quiet coils of ropes, half-filled buckets of water, and rusted iron hooks. In the midst of these, he abruptly paused, his gaze settling intently on a mop casually propped against a wooden partition. After a beat, comprehension dawned on him. That mop had been positioned there by Alice when she had been on the ship earlier. Could it be that this haunting replica of the Vanished not only mirrored its tangible twin, but also dynamically updated based on the real-time happenings aboard the genuine ship? His mind swirled with burgeoning theories. Duncan felt tantalizingly close to unraveling some intrinsic truth about this mysterious Vanished. But just as he was lost in thought, a subtle, whispery noise from a nearby corner jolted him back to the present. In the profound silence that shrouded this spectral ship, such an unexpected noise was incredibly jarring. Without hesitation, Duncan pinpointed the sound's origin and approached it. He found himself facing a window. On the pane, a nebulous, smog-like shadow began to materialize. This apparition, seemingly constructed from particles of shadowy dust amalgamated with the dense fog, appeared to be trying to assume a recognizable form. Duncan intently observed the ever-evolving shadow for a tense few moments. Recognition slowly dawned on him, and he softly murmured, "Agatha." Hearing her name, the previously morphing shadow swiftly stabilized, crystallizing into a vivid image on the window within mere seconds. Agatha's familiar figure was now clearly depicted on the glass. Exhaling with relief, the reflected Agatha responded, "Finally, you've noticed me. I've been attempting to reach out from these shadows, desperately searching for a suitable reflective surface to manifest through." Still absorbing the startling revelation, Duncan responded, "How did you manage to be here?" Then, piecing together clues, he speculated, "Did you enter via the reflected image of the Vanished?" Nodding in affirmation, Agatha replied, "Indeed, I remained within the Vanished's reflection as night descended. It seemed a gamble, but it bore fruit. With the modifications within the reflection, I found my way here and consequently to you. My hypothesis seems to have been validated. At nightfall, the shadow of our missing Vanished transmutes into this alternate Vanished you've encountered. The precise mechanics remain elusive, but we've unmistakably established a link between the two manifestations of the Vanished." Duncan's brows furrowed, and he remained silent momentarily as he processed what he had heard, leaving Agatha slightly anxious. "Did I overstep by taking this action without consulting you first?" "Indeed, you should have consulted me beforehand. However, that's not what I'm contemplating right now," Duncan gestured dismissively. "While you stayed on the reflection side, did you observe how this transformation specifically occurred? Was there any distinct activity or shift within the Vanished at that time?" Agatha shook her head. "There was no process." "No process?" "Everything changed in an instant with no transitional phase," Agatha reiterated. "1 second I was inside the reflection of the Vanished, observing and waiting for any potential shifts in the mirrored world. The very next moment, the atmosphere within this mirrored realm altered. I could sense the shadow of the Vanished metamorphosing into something unfamiliar to me. My ability to hop between mirrors was suppressed, making me unable to discern the boundaries between the spiritual realm and the real world. I couldn't return to the regular mirrors in the real world either. It felt as if the entire world was becoming unusually viscous, gradually solidifying." Duncan listened intently to Agatha's description, then slowly turned his gaze towards the direction of the aft deck. That was the location of the captain's quarters, where the other goat head was situated. "Can you move freely now?" Duncan suddenly inquired. "It seems I'm no longer affected," Agatha quickly responded, a hint of astonishment in her voice. "After you became aware of my presence, that peculiar oppressive feeling magically disappeared." "Good," Duncan nodded approvingly. "Then come with me. We need to have another encounter with that first mate who seems a bit off." Chapter 590, Already Dead. As Duncan gently pushed the door leading into the captain's quarters, his eyes immediately landed on the peculiar statue of a goat head perched at the corner of the navigation table. The sculpture, with its intricate details and almost lifelike appearance, began to stir. The head of the sculpture moved up gradually, reminiscent of someone slowly awakening from a deep slumber. As it tilted its head, the eyes of the carving turned towards the entrance, locking onto the newcomer. "Ah, Duncan, we cross paths once again," the statue, made of dark polished wood, uttered in a tone much slower than its usually brisk and unending chatter. "Your departure last time was quite abrupt." Recognizing the voice, Duncan responded while shutting the door firmly behind him. He took a few confident strides towards the navigation table, inquiring, "Do you remember our last encounter?" While making his way, Duncan's eyes briefly glimpsed a worn-out oval mirror adjacent to the door. Within its frame, a fleeting misty reflection came alive. It was the ghostly image of a woman, Agatha, whose transparent form shimmered momentarily before disappearing. However, the goat head, so engrossed in Duncan, seemed unaware of Agatha's transient appearance. The statue's eyes never left Duncan. They followed his every move, with the head adjusting its angle as if tracking him. "Your presence is one of the few memories that stand out in my vast sea of forgotten moments," the statue admitted in its peculiarly slow speech. "It's stimulating and intriguing." Reaching the navigation table, Duncan's gaze descended upon the sea map spread out. The map showcased a dense, verdant forest, and above it a spectral image of the vanished floated. The ship seemed to be navigating through the clouds, casting its shadow over the forest beneath as if it were on a reconnaissance mission. Duncan's eyes darted over the details, making a quick mental note. The layout of the forest sea remained consistent with his recollection. But the position of the ship had noticeably shifted from its original location. Acknowledging the sculpture's previous comment, Duncan said, "Indeed, I had to make a hasty exit previously." Leaning back in a chair, his gaze flitted back to the oval mirror for a second, then returned to the goat head. "Tell me, how fares Atlantis now?" "Atlantis rests in a tranquil slumber," came the slow response from the goat head. "Her alarm last time was fleeting. I hope that didn't inconvenience you." Shaking his head, Duncan replied, "Not at all," as he gently placed his hand on the table's surface, subtly channeling a mysterious fiery power. Out of the periphery of his vision, he saw faint tendrils of ghostly green flames start to manifest around the captain's quarters. Acting quickly, Duncan kept the flames in check, ensuring they did not grow too wild and perhaps awaken or disturb the entity named Atlantis, the goat head referred to. He hadn't just conjured these flames. They were, in fact, remnants or embers he had purposefully left behind on the vanished in the tangible world earlier that day. For his predictions, the embers he strategically positioned on the actual vanished had the power to transcend the boundary separating dreams from reality, allowing them to manifest on this dreamlike rendition of the vanished. This act of transferring flames was akin to covertly introducing them into the dream world. Duncan knew that as long as he moderated these flames, they wouldn't pose any threat or overstimulate Atlantis. Viewing from a distinct angle, the flames that had materialized on this ship weren't mere random disturbances. Instead, they had integrated seamlessly with the ghostly ambience of the vanished. Unlike the flames Duncan conjured during his previous visit, which had stood out jarringly as intruders within the dream realm, these flames now felt native and harmonious with the ship's structure. Duncan released a soft, thoughtful exhale. With a silent command, he willed the flames to draw back, letting them lie dormant once again. They obediently ebbed away, seeping back into the cracks and recesses of the ship's walls, floor, and ceiling. Through meticulous experimentation, Duncan had discovered a method to safely introduce and incorporate these flames into this spectral environment. If he were to replicate this technique a couple more times, he might have enough smuggled flames amassed to eventually consume, and thus dominate the entirety of this shadowy version of the vanished. Interestingly, the goat head seemed utterly indifferent to Duncan's flame manipulations. It showed no sign of acknowledgement or alarm, acting as if these flames were non-existent. Its demeanor was as if it was just a regular wooden statue, inanimate and insensate, only coming to life when Duncan interacted with it. Curiosity building and sensing the subtle flow of the dormant embers within the ship, Duncan initiated a conversation with the goat head as though it was a casual chat. Is Atlantis in a perpetual state of dreaming? Is the vast forest outside merely a projection, a manifestation of her dreams? The goat head paused, its wooden features contorting slowly. Outside, it replied, its voice dragging. Your concept of outside eludes me, but yes, Atlantis dreams. She has been ensnared in this dreamscape for an immeasurable span of time. Within her dream lies the verdant forest, and within that the presence of them. Duncan, intrigued, pressed on. Who are them you speak of? For a moment the goat head's posture sagged, giving the impression of being lost in a liminal state between wakefulness and slumber. But soon it responded, they are beings birthed from the forest's depths. Ages ago they named themselves elves. Duncan's gaze intensified upon hearing this. Though not entirely unexpected, this disclosure resonated with a past exchange Duncan had with the goat head aboard the real world, Vanished. During that dialogue it had cryptically advised him, remember them. Both references, from then and now, likely alluded to these elven entities. Why had the goat head stressed the importance of remembering? And paradoxically, why did it now seem to have forgotten these beings? What triggered this lapse in memory? As Duncan sifted through the layers of this enigma, connecting dots and seeking patterns, an audacious hypothesis about the goat head's true identity began to crystallize in his mind. His demeanor grew somber, and with profound intent, he fixed his gaze on the wooden figure. Acute. What are you truly called? He demanded. Instead of a clear answer, the goat head responded with vague, murmured whispers reminiscent of a person talking in their sleep. Unfazed and more determined, Duncan leaned in closer, his voice firm and insistent. Are you Saslaka, the legendary creator in elven lore? The visionary who crafted the primal dream, the guardian and preserver of Atlantis? Are you known as Saslaka? The goat head's previously incoherent murmurs ceased instantly. Its wooden frame began a rhythmic rocking, oscillating left to right, almost as if the utterance of the name, Saslaka, had resonated deep within its core. After a brief period laden with suspense and reflection, it raised its head to reveal a face shadowed by sorrow and gravitas. Saslaka, it declared in a somber tone, has been lost to the annals of time. He met his end eons ago. The day the world met its doom, every being, mighty or meek, perished. The vast expanse of a desert sprawled before them, with its swirling sands mimicking the relentless currents of time. Nestled among eerily contorted rock formations sat a colossal figure enrobed in garments weathered by time and the elements. This behemoth seemed to exert an almost mystical influence over the very sands around him, controlling the tumultuous desert winds, ensuring they didn't dare desecrate the one referred to as the traveler with their gritty embrace. Listening intently to the tales of bygone eras from the giant, Vanna sat across from him, seizing this moment of respite and engrossing herself in his narratives. From where they sat, the skeletal remnants of what once might have been a bustling urban center loomed on the horizon. A peculiar sensation washed over Vanna. The distance they had covered seemed to contradict the short duration of their travel. By mere mortal calculations, even with their steady pace, they couldn't possibly have approached the ruins in such a brief time frame. This curious phenomenon clearly bore the mark of her colossal companion. It dawned on her that journeying alongside this giant had an uncanny ability to warp the very fabric of distance. Feeling compelled to share her realization, Vanna voiced her thoughts. Without any pretense or obscurity, the giant responded, I possess the unique gift to traverse any part of this realm within a day's time. Such a skill allows me to monitor and chronicle the myriad transformations that shape our world every moment. To witness and to record, that's my eternal charge. He hesitated briefly, his voice tinged with sadness. Yet of late there's scarcely anything left worthy of observation or recording. Vanna's attention was inexorably drawn to the looming ruins. Indeed, her initial instinct had been correct. These remnants were all that was left of a once vibrant city. However, at first glance, the connection between these stark stone formations and a city was not immediately evident. In front of her lay an expansive field of colossal, oddly contoured, gray-black stones, standing like silent sentinels amid the desert backdrop. Any recognizable semblances of urban life or architectural hallmarks had been obliterated. Vanna grappled with comprehending the sheer scale of disaster required to transmute a grand metropolis into this desolation. It appeared as though the city had been subject to a cataclysmic meltdown. A significant portion of the city's essence must have evaporated instantaneously. The remnants then seemed to have liquefied and flowed, only to freeze swiftly in a biting cold snap, culminating in the bizarre rocky landscape before her. As Vanna pondered the condition of the city, a conundrum arose in her mind. If, hypothetically, an instantaneous blast of immense heat had indeed struck the city, why then did the vast lands encompassing it still remain as an expansive desert? Elementary knowledge told her that extreme heat would cause sand to undergo a melting transition, converting it into a substance akin to glass. If such a phenomenon had indeed transpired, the terrain surrounding the city shouldn't resemble a desert. Rather, it should look like a vast plain of hardened, glassy ground, akin to vast sheets of obsidian. While Vanna admittedly hadn't been the most diligent student in her history and cultural lessons, she was still well-versed in basic geological phenomena. Turning to her colossal companion, she sought clarity. What monumental event occurred to reduce this once magnificent city to its current desolate state? Earlier, you made mention of the world meeting its end. What force, what calamity brought about its downfall? The giant, with a visage resembling a time-worn, intricate statue, turned his piercing gaze upon her. His eyes, deep-set and alight with an inner fire of suppressed anguish, appeared to search her soul. The cataclysm that befell this world is beyond the grasp of mortal understanding, perhaps even eluding the wisdom of ancient deities, he began, his voice heavy with gravity. On that fateful day, many who looked up to me, who regarded me with reverence, sought my protection and guidance. But when I bore witness to the devastation, the sheer magnitude of the calamity, it consumed my very essence, reducing my spirit to cinders. It's a horror that defies mere linguistic expression. With deliberate motion, he extended a massive hand, pointing towards a stark, crimson tear in the firmament above. The closest I can come to an explanation, he continued somberly, is that when the end days dawned, abominations and corruptions alien to our realm emerged from that very rift. In mere moments, they tore asunder the land beneath our feet, twisting and contorting it into grotesque forms. All that we cherished, all that we held sacred, was mercilessly obliterated, consumed by this all-encompassing corruption. Chapter 591, Venturing Deeper. Shirley stopped suddenly in a secluded path within the dense forest, her demeanor showing unease and suspicion. "Did you hear anything?" In response, Dog whispered with an evident distaste. "No audible noises caught my attention, but I did pick up on a peculiar and strong odor. It's a complex mix, a dull and grimy stench combined with a piercing, almost chaotic urge to obliterate everything in its path." Shirley softly responded, reflecting on their past encounters. "I think our old foes are back in action. It's baffling how persistent they are. I keep wondering what could possibly draw them to this place so powerfully in the dream of the Nameless One. Is this so-called original blueprint truly worth all this trouble to them?" Dog, rather than answering, crouched down, trying to tap into any residual mystical energy or aura lingering in the area. This aura was a signature left by the followers of the Annihilation cult and their shadow demons. Detecting a familiar presence from the remnants, Dog's voice conveyed urgency as he said, "I recognize a presence. That member of the Annihilators, the one named Richard, he's with them." Shirley, clearly taken aback, exclaimed, "He's actually returned. After the last beating we delivered to him, I would have thought he'd retreat to the real world for a longer recovery period." Dog responded gravely, "It appears they've made adequate preparations before delving into this dream. Their mental defenses are robust, so any harm they suffer here doesn't heavily affect their real-world selves. It's logical, really. If they've assembled such a sizable group to explore the dream of the Nameless One, they must be well-versed with its mechanics." Pensively, Shirley inquired, "Do you think they are still close?" "They've moved on from this spot," Dog replied, his voice filled with caution. "The demonic aura they left behind is dissipating rapidly. It's tricky to determine their exact distance from us now, but we need to be on our guard, especially because Richard is aware of you and our previous strategy won't work on him again." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shirley glanced around, quickly assessing the environment. With a sense of urgency, she said to Dog, "Maybe we should consider finding a secure place to hide in this expansive forest. We can wait until it's daybreak in the real world. It's unlikely that those cultists would retrace their steps." However, Dog was not convinced. "I wouldn't bet on that. Do you recall the unpredictable and dangerous erosion that sprung up without warning and expanded at an alarming rate?" he advised, shaking his head. "Nowhere here is truly safe. Our best shot at safety might be behind the so-called silent wall. We need to discover that barrier." As he shared this thought, he pointed deeper into the woods, adding, "The Annihilators are on the hunt for the silent wall, too. Our best approach might be to shadow them discreetly, staying far enough to remain undetected. This way, the element of surprise stays with us." Exasperated, Shirley rolled her eyes and remarked sarcastically, "Well, excuse me for brainstorming." She let out a small huff, her voice dripping with mild frustration. "All right then, let's press on, but we need to ensure we don't accidentally stumble upon those cultists." Dog, ever the supportive companion, bobbed his head in understanding. He closed his eyes momentarily, focusing on sensing the faint mystical auras permeating the air. Once he determined the safest direction, he confidently took a stride forward. But just as he planted his foot, his entire demeanor changed. His voice a hushed urgency, he whispered, "Shirley, be on your guard, someone's drawing near." Almost as if on cue with Dog's words, Shirley's sharp ears picked up the rustling of footsteps, stealthy yet rapidly approaching. They seemed to materialize out of thin air, giving her little time to react. Her instincts kicked in. She clenched her chain weapon, her grip firm and ready, as she pivoted toward the sound. Emerging from the forest's dense foliage was a striking elven woman. Her attire was an intricately designed armor that seemed lightweight but durable, perfect for navigating dense woodlands and providing ample protection. Sunlight pierced through the treetops, illuminating her cascading golden hair, which was adorned with glowing azure threads. Clutched in her grip was a hybrid weapon, a melding of a spear and a long axe, showcasing the artistry and craftsmanship of elven design. Shirley was momentarily captivated by the mesmerizing appearance of this elven figure. But before she could process the sudden appearance, the elf gracefully advanced, closing the distance. "Why haven't you heeded the call to retreat? What business do you have being outside the protective barriers?" For a split second, Shirley felt like a deer caught in the headlights. But years of training and experiences taught her to improvise. With a hint of embarrassment, she explained, "I seem to have lost my way. I intended to head toward the silent wall." Seemingly unfazed by Shirley's initial flustered state and apparently undeterred by Dog's distinct and formidable appearance, the elf responded in a measured tone. "Both of you are wandering an area known for sudden and dangerous erosions. It's dangerous out here. Lucky for you, you've encountered me. I'm a guardian of these woods." With a graceful motion of her hybrid weapon, she indicated a direction deep within the forest. "I can guide you to the silent wall." Shirley hesitated just a beat before replying, "That'd be much appreciated." As they began their journey, Shirley covertly attempted to contact her captain telepathically. With Dog close by her side, she kept stride with the elven guide. As they ventured further into the forest, navigating the labyrinth of nature marked by foliage and the uneven terrain, the trio moved in a harmonious rhythm. The elven guardian led with confidence, her presence dominating the path, yet she seldom uttered a word. Feeling the pressing silence and sensing an opportunity to glean more about their guide and their current situation, Shirley decided to initiate a conversation. After pondering for a moment, she ventured, "By the way, might I ask about your name?" The elven maiden, with her graceful and fluid movements, suddenly came to an abrupt stop, her long golden locks swaying gently with the momentum. She slowly pivoted her body to face Shirley, her piercing blue eyes locking onto Shirley's with a deep intensity. The ambient forest sounds seemed to fade away during this intense eye contact. With a melodious yet assertive tone, she introduced herself. "I am known as Shireen among my kin. It would be wise to remember that." Shirley blinked in astonishment, taken aback by the sudden revelation. What? In the midst of an engulfing darkness, shrouded by an eerie fog that seemed almost tangible, the almost supernaturally quiet ship known as the Vanished floated. Inside its bowels at the heart of the ship, Duncan was perched at the navigation desk. He was in mid-conversation with the bizarre entity known only as the Goat Head. However, in the middle of their discourse, Duncan abruptly halted. He tilted his head slightly as if straining to hear a distant echo or recall a forgotten memory. His eyebrows knitted together, and his gaze became introspective, lost in a sea of thoughts. The Goat Head, an entity of few words and even fewer emotions here in this dream, remained unmoved by Duncan's sudden distraction. It simply waited, its eyes impassive, exuding an aura of cold indifference. This peculiar creature, an ever-present entity aboard the Vanished, functioned almost like a semi-sentient oracle. Its responses were seemingly limited and typically spurred by Duncan's questions or comments. Eventually, Duncan's gaze settled on the Goat Head after coming back to attention. Despite numerous interactions and queries, this other Goat Head remained cryptic about its statement. "Saslaka died a long time ago." This phrase echoed repeatedly during their interactions, like a broken record endlessly looping the same track. A blend of curiosity and concern drove Duncan to rise from his chair. He strode over to a beautifully crafted oval mirror that was mounted on a nearby wall. As he moved, the Goat Head rotated its neck, silently observing Duncan's every step. The sheer silence accompanying its watchful gaze sent shivers down the spine. While Duncan had over time grown somewhat indifferent to the strange and disconcerting presence of this enigma, he now focused on the mirror. He gingerly touched its ornate frame, and almost instantaneously, the image of Agatha shimmered into view. Always alert, Duncan could sense the continuous watchfulness of the goat head from behind him. However, as Agatha's reflection appeared, the goat head remained utterly still, as if blind to her existence. Agatha, visible through the mirror, cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Once she deduced that the goat head posed no immediate threat, she exhaled a subtle sigh of relief and acknowledged Duncan with a nod. "We've come across an unexpected development," Duncan began, his tone measured. "Shirley and Dog have stumbled upon another individual named Shireen in the forest." A look of surprise flashed across Agatha's features. She quickly recomposed herself and asked, "And what of Miss Lucretia?" With a confirming nod, Duncan replied, "She remains in Shireen's company." A heavy silence ensued, the weight of the revelations causing both to momentarily lose their words. The mirror, their sole means of communication, seemed to amplify the distance between them. Finally, after gathering her composure, Agatha took a deep, steadying breath before breaking the stillness. "Captain," she began, her voice firm yet tinged with urgency, "I've also unearthed some significant information on this end as well." Duncan, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively hushed his voice to a whisper. "What have you uncovered, Agatha?" Within the reflective surface of the mirror, Agatha's image seemed momentarily hesitant. She raised a slender hand and gently gestured towards a prominent wooden door nestled deep within the captain's cabin, a door that guarded the secrets of the captain's private chambers. "While you were engrossed in your exchange with the goat head, I embarked on a journey, navigating through the reflections of every single mirror aboard the Vanished," she began, her tone laden with urgency. "Each of these mirrors accurately portrayed their respective locations within the ship. Yet when I reached this particular one," she paused, her eyes narrowing, "I was confronted with an uncanny barrier, something preventing my passage." Duncan's eyes darted immediately to the captain's bedroom door. His usually calm demeanor was replaced by an unmistakable edge, the weight of Agatha's revelations etching furrows into his brow. He took a brief moment to process the information, and then decisively moved towards the door, his boots echoing softly against the wooden floor. The goat head, resting upon the navigation desk, began to stir. It creaked and contorted as if coming alive, its bottomless, enigmatic eyes unwaveringly tracking Duncan's every move. Approaching the door, Duncan paused. He laid his hand on the ornate doorknob but hesitated to turn it immediately. Instead, he pivoted, leveling a searching gaze upon the inscrutable goat head. "What lies beyond this point?" he inquired, his voice resonating with authority. "I don't know," the goat head replied, its voice monotonous, devoid of emotion. Duncan pressed further. "Is it safe for me to venture inside?" "I don't know," it echoed, seemingly caught in a repetitive trance. Growing frustrated, Duncan pressed, "What fate awaits me within that room?" "I don't know." The mysterious entity persisted in its cryptic chorus, offering no further clarity. However, it made no move to hinder him either. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Duncan refocused on the door before him. With a resolute grip, he turned the handle and pushed it open. He was immediately greeted by a jarring and surreal vista. The room appeared to be an intricate mesh of multiple dimensions, as if countless realities had collided and fused together. The space was awash with a chaotic mix of lines, patterns, and colors, swirling and converging unpredictably. Midst this tumultuous labyrinth, Duncan could discern traces of familiar objects, remnants of a bed, fragments of a table, shards of windows, and segments of walls. Yet their forms were grotesquely twisted, distorted as if seen through a shattered glass or dreamt up in the delirium of fever. The once orderly chamber now resembled an artist's chaotic canvas, where logic and reason had been dismissed and imagination ran wild. Chapter 592, The Stone. Duncan paused for several minutes, studying a room that looked as though a painter had thrown different colors and shapes at random onto a canvas. This space was a mishmash of erratic lines, puzzling blocks of colors, and seemingly no order. As he took in this bewildering scene, Duncan's gaze shifted to the side, landing on an unexpected object, the lifeless goat head perched on a table. If the sculpture possessed any capacity to perceive its surroundings, Duncan wondered what it might make of this confounding room. Yet, the goat's lifeless obsidian eyes betrayed no emotion, nor did it exhibit any sign of comprehension. In its stillness, The goat head resembled a meticulously carved wooden artifact rather than anything living. Gathering his courage, Duncan hesitated for only a moment longer before taking the first step into the labyrinthine chamber. Even as he moved forward, he mentally readied himself to signal Atlantis with a burst of flame, preparing to make a hasty retreat from this dreamscape if things took a turn for the worse. However, the dangers he feared did not manifest. The moment Duncan crossed the threshold, the room responded. Gentle, wave-like ripples, reminiscent of disturbed water, spread across its chaotic floor, yet this was the room's sole reaction. The surroundings retained their structure, and Duncan himself felt no ill effect from the room's strange ambience. Growing more confident, Duncan ventured further in. As he closed the door behind him, he felt a sense of relief. The unnerving and unblinking stare of the goat head was now obscured. Duncan looked down to see a mixture of intertwined lines underfoot. The shapes around him suggested furniture, though distorted by the peculiar lines of the room. Eventually, Duncan's exploration brought his attention to one particular corner. In that area, he observed an interplay of semi-transparent lines weaving together into a geometric configuration. The center of this pattern bore a tranquil surface, resembling still water, which faintly mirrored the room's abstract designs. Curiosity piqued, Duncan approached this geometric wonder. He lightly touched the placid water feature, causing tendrils of green fire to skitter across. Within moments, the surface clarified, morphing into a perfect mirror. Suddenly, a silhouette began to emerge from within the mirror, crystallizing into the familiar visage of Agatha. At first, Agatha appeared stunned inside the mirror, her eyes darting about, trying to make sense of the strange environment outside her reflected realm. "Is this the reality behind that door?" Agatha asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Duncan offered a slight nod, confirming, "Indeed. This is the essence of what the door conceals, its very core." Agatha's brows knitted in confusion. "It's so disconcerting. Why is it fashioned this way?" Connecting the dots, Duncan responded with a steady voice. "It's a reflection of the outside world. Aboard the Vanished, the goat head never dares to glance into the captain's quarters, leaving it ignorant of the room's actual appearance." Duncan didn't voice all of his thoughts out loud. He left out an essential detail. The goat head might have seen the room before the captain took residence, but any changes afterward remained a mystery to it. Agatha, quick to piece together information, understood the implication behind Duncan's statement. She questioned him, her voice increasing in speed. "Are you implying that this Vanished we're on was crafted by the real-world goat head? That it molded the memory or shadow of the Vanished into this floating enigma shrouded in darkness and mist? And the reason some parts of the ship are indistinct is because the goat head had no knowledge of them?" As the weight of her realization dawned on her, Agatha's expression became perplexed. She continued, "However, in our world, Goathead always appeared oblivious to these intricacies. I can't fathom how it could engineer such a vast transformation." Duncan gazed contemplatively around them, then responded with measured calmness. "It's possible that in its conscious state, the Goathead is genuinely ignorant. Here's a daring theory. What if this entire ship is a manifestation of its subconscious dreams?" Agatha was taken aback. "Its dreams?" She recalled a past observation, her brows furrowed in thought, but Goathead consistently claimed it never experienced dreams, even emphasizing its lack of need for rest. "I've witnessed it firsthand, the first mate, as we call it, perpetually alert, even during the dream of the Nameless One. It remained vigilant, steering the ship as it always did." Duncan pondered on her words, then posited. "Maybe it's unaware of its own capacity to dream, oblivious to the fact that it's dreaming right now. And just maybe." He hesitated momentarily, letting a more profound idea take shape in his mind before sharing it in a hushed, almost introspective tone. "Our first mate has been in a perpetual state of slumber, never having truly woken up." Grasping the gravity of what Duncan proposed, Agatha's eyes grew wide in astonishment. Duncan resumed speaking after a brief silence. "There's still one lingering question we need to address." Lost in thought, Agatha murmured in response, "The final question." Duncan slowly directed his gaze toward the room's door, seemingly looking past it to the stoic Goathead sitting outside. After a long and thoughtful pause, he whispered, "Saslaka, he's been gone, departed from this world for ages." What? Suddenly, nightfall descended upon the expansive desert. The previously bright and radiant sky darkened abruptly as though its light had been drained away. This swift transition left the immense stretches of sand dunes and the vast ancient ruins it housed cloaked in a serene, moonlit night. A retroflex. A dominant feature disrupted the serenity overhead, an eerie, expansive crimson fissure. This split in the sky looked like it bled, its edges shrouded in a haunting mist. The presence of the fissure was overpowering with that menacing and overwhelming aura. Even someone as resolute and strong-willed as Vanna, the Inquisitor, found herself instinctively avoiding direct gaze at this terrifying scar in the heavens. The hulking giant accompanying Vanna, despite the unsettling landscape and the ominous tear in the sky, appeared unperturbed. He carried an air of familiarity, suggesting he had long grown accustomed to such sights. At the edge of the decayed city ruins, the duo discovered a secluded recess shielded from the harsh desert gusts. This alcove was once part of a magnificent building, but ages had reduced it to a mere fragment. What remained were the remnants of dark walls, which had melted and twisted under the test of time. From the nearby debris, the giant collected numerous light gray rocks, meticulously placing them in a wind-shielded corner. Without pause, he took 2 stones and started striking them against each other with purpose. The looming vastness of the desert and the unsettling crimson scar overhead seemed inconsequential to him. The only reality at that moment was the rhythmic clinking of the stones, a sound that resonated in the desolation around them. Vanna, seeking shade under a remaining wall fragment, observed the giant with growing intrigue. After an extended silence, she finally voiced her curiosity. "What are you trying to achieve?" "I'm trying to ignite a fire," he responded in a hushed tone. "The desert nights can be freezing." Vanna, her brow furrowed in confusion, pointed at the gray rock pile. "But those seem to be ordinary stones. How can they produce fire?" The giant, still engrossed in his task, responded, "They're all we have in this barren land, just these stones and endless sand." Before Vanna could counter, a surprising burst of sparks emanated from the giant's repeated striking. These sparks settled amidst the stones and swiftly turned into a fledgling fire. Within seconds, the pile was illuminated by the growing radiance of the flames. Vanna stared, completely astounded. With a contemplative expression, the giant spoke, directing his words towards Vanna, or maybe just musing aloud. "Fire and stone are primal elements. A newly kindled flame represents a vision in obscurity. Crushed stones can sometimes surpass the power of sharp fangs or talons. When our ancestors discovered the magic of fire and learned to mold stones, the course of their lives changed." His eyes now held a distant, reflective look. "Young traveler, the birth of civilizations is rooted in fire and stone." Vanna, processing his words, nodded in partial comprehension. Her school history lessons hadn't been her strongest suit, but she wasn't ignorant of the significance of fire and stone. What puzzled her was the sudden philosophical detour in their conversation. Was the phenomenon of stones producing fire the catalyst for this discourse? The giant didn't expand on his thoughts, though. He delved back into his task, plunging his hand into the fiery heap without a hint of discomfort. Extracting a burnt stone, he deftly chiseled a sharp edge. Picking up a massive staff that had been lying nearby, the giant then began to carve symbols onto it using the sharpened stone, every stroke revealing a piece of a story yet untold. The staff that the giant worked on was tough and unyielding, displaying a resilience that stood in stark contrast to the stones he used as carving tools. These stones, having been honed to sharp points, were delicate and easily fractured. Consequently, the giant's endeavor to carve was a laborious one. More often than not, multiple attempts were necessary just to etch a faint scratch on the sturdy surface of the staff. And with the frequency of stone breakage, the giant often had to pause his work to craft a new sharpened edge. The staff's vast surface bore the testimony of his tireless efforts in the form of numerous markings. Vanna couldn't help but wonder, were all these intricate patterns and symbols created through this slow, meticulous method? Even from her short observation, the young woman recognized the immense dedication and unwavering patience the giant exhibited. Such an arduous and repetitive task seemed almost soul-crushing in its enormity. The sheer volume of engravings on the staff hinted at countless hours, perhaps years, of patient labor. The notion of undertaking such a monumental task seemed unfathomable to Vanna. It was as if even an eternity wouldn't suffice for her to replicate the giant's effort. Yet the giant continued his methodical process, employing the only available tools in this barren environment, stones forged and shaped by fire's touch. At length, Vanna's inquisitiveness got the better of her, compelling her to break the surrounding stillness. "What is the purpose of this?" The giant responded thoughtfully. "I am preserving memories, capturing my recollections, chronicling the significant events that unfolded in this world." He paused momentarily, positioning the staff to showcase a set of detailed symbols located near its base. "This," he said gently, a trace of nostalgia evident in his voice, "depicts the moment they mastered the power of fire." Vanna's eyes focused on the section the giant indicated. She discerned the detailed outlines, which depicted two humanoid figures standing in front of a stylized representation of a blaze. Their hands were uplifted, an expression that seemed to either revel in their discovery or offer reverence to the illuminating flames. A profound emotion welled up within Vanna as she continued her examination of the staff. She observed the symbol's evolution from elementary sketches to sophisticated and unfamiliar writings. Some of these scripts seemed to morph into known alphabets, while others maintained a more illustrative design. Ultimately, her attention settled on an untouched space at the pinnacle of the staff, adjacent to which the campfire flickered, casting playful shadows and reflections on the wood. Vanna's gaze traced the path from the stone tool along the arm wielding it, culminating on the giant's visage. His face, etched with the lines of age, beheld the fire with a tranquil yet intense focus, as though he, too, was as timeless and enduring as the stone he held. Chapter 593, The Gathering of Remnants. In a sunlit clearing within the dense forest, Nina and Morris came to a stop, both transfixed by a tall silhouette that appeared as if from nowhere. This mysterious figure displayed an unexpected look of surprise. After a few heartbeats, the figure finally revealed herself as a nimble elf maiden dressed in light hunting gear, holding a peculiar weapon with an elongated axe staff. She spoke with a voice reminiscent of a pristine spring bubbling its way through the woods, asking, "Didn't the two of you get the command to fall back? Why are you lingering beyond the boundaries of the silent wall?" Without uttering a word, Nina and Morris exchanged an understanding glance before silently communicating their predicament. "Uncle Duncan," Nina relayed through her thoughts, "we've run into a third Shireen. She's mentioned the silent wall, too." Shaking off his initial shock, Morris greeted the elf maiden with respect, who had so mysteriously appeared at the edge of the sunlit clearing. With a composed voice, he replied, "We weren't informed of any such command. Can you enlighten us about the current situation?" A look of surprise momentarily flashed across the elf maiden's face, realizing Morris's genuine unawareness. However, she swiftly regained her composure and said, "Things have taken a turn for the worse. A dark corruption is expanding beyond the silent wall. At the moment, the only refuge lies within the wall's confines due to the Creator's absence." The Creator's absence. Grasping the weight of her words, Morris managed to maintain a stoic front, solemnly inquiring, "Would you lead us to this silent wall?" The elf maiden promptly answered, her gaze reflecting both a sense of duty and worry. "You're fortunate to have come across a ranger like me. I may be one of the last of my kind still patrolling these parts. Follow my lead before the ominous corruption reaches this place." She began to make her way deeper into the forest, but after a few strides she halted, casting a fleeting glance back at the duo. "Just so you know, my name is Shireen. It's a name you'd do well to remember." Both Morris and Nina acknowledged with a shared nod, watching as the elf maiden named Shireen resumed her path, guiding them further into the depths of the forest in the direction of the much-discussed silent wall. After what seemed like an endless journey through the dense woods, Shirley began to question something she had always taken for granted. Was the so-called silent wall just a myth, or did it genuinely exist? He had been walking for such a long time that she had lost count of the hours or days. The sprawling forest, with its towering trees and thick foliage, had a disorienting effect on Shirley. No matter where she turned her eyes, the view was virtually identical, an endless stretch of trees. The occasional sight of a fallen tree or obstacles like hefty boulders and rivulets offered a brief, albeit limited, variation from the repetitive landscape. Navigating through the forest was no easy feat. The ground, littered with rotting leaves, presented an unpredictable terrain replete with concealed pits and treacherous spots. Obstacles like intertwined vines, sharp thorns, and protruding tree roots often lay in their path. Recalling her days in the city, Shirley had once believed that navigating the narrow, cluttered alleyways, crisscrossed by pipes and conduits, was the most daunting terrain she had faced. However, this wild, untamed expanse of nature made even the most neglected urban landscapes look easily navigable. She remembered an old saying of the captain. Wasn't it something about the civilizing influence of human development? As these thoughts flitted through her mind, memories from her distant past seemed to play in her mind's eye. Pulling herself back to the present, she looked up to find the elf leading her. Shireen, the elf, maneuvered through the forest with an ease and grace that left Shirley in awe. She glided through the thickets and around the trees with the ease of wind weaving its way through a wide plaza. Eventually, Shirley's exhaustion got the best of her, and she stopped in her tracks. Almost immediately, Shireen too stopped, even without turning around. It was as if she had sensed Shirley's need to pause. "When will we reach the silent wall?" Shirley asked, seizing the chance before Shireen could question her sudden halt. "We have a long way to go," answered Shireen, her face etched with concern. Her reply seemed both ambiguous and specific at the same time. "We must keep moving. We need to be back in Atlantis before the encroaching vision engulfs us." Letter 211. This term, impending vision, had been on Shirley's mind for a while. After some contemplation, she decided to ask, "What do you mean by encroaching vision?" He had been reluctant to raise this inquiry before. She feared her lack of understanding might offend or upset Shireen. Miss Lucretia had explained that Shireen was a native soul existing within the dream. Shirley wasn't completely sure about the nuances of a native, but she understood it to be a fragile consciousness. Introducing unfamiliar ideas or asking too many questions could potentially unsettle its delicate balance. Shirley was familiar with the phenomena called blackouts or sudden lapses in consciousness. She had personally experienced these during her tutoring sessions with Alice, especially when they delved into concepts far beyond Shirley's understanding. These episodes usually manifested as brief interruptions in her chain of thought. These mental disruptions made her reflect on the teachings she had received from Lucretia. Shirley had a theory. If she ventured into certain taboo topics, Shireen, the elven girl guiding her, might undergo similar mental disturbances. As a result, she was initially very cautious about discussing specific subjects in Shireen's presence. However, the more time she spent with the elven maiden, the more Shirley came to understand that Shireen wasn't as susceptible to these disruptions as she had originally thought. In fact, Shireen was remarkably resilient. Even when Shirley asked her questions that were out of the ordinary, Shireen often chose to sidestep them. It appeared that aside from guiding Shirley to the silent wall, nothing else could truly perturb or distract the elf. Over time, Shirley's confidence grew, and she began to probe Shireen with a barrage of questions. While the majority were met with ambiguous responses, occasionally a casual query would extract a profound revelation from the elf. "The decay started after the creator disappeared," Shireen remarked, veering away from her usual dismissive tendencies. She continued with a somber tone, "Its true nature remains a mystery to us, but it consumes and distorts everything it touches in the forest, morphing them into grotesque shapes. It poses a significant threat." Hearing about the missing creator, Shirley's interest was piqued. Although she didn't always actively participate in the lessons, she never missed a gossip or tale shared among the crew. She was well versed with elven folklore. "Wait, are you talking about the legendary creator Saslaka?" A moment of panic hit Shirley after she spoke the name. She worried that invoking such a sacred figure might upset or even anger Shireen. However, she soon realized she might be overanalyzing the situation. Shireen appeared unbothered by Shirley's candid reference to the creator. Instead, a profound sadness seemed to cloud her eyes as she softly responded. "The creator will return. He's simply surveying the boundaries. He just ventured a little farther than usual this time. Until he returns, Atlantis will employ the silent wall to protect the elven kind. Atlantis will patiently await his comeback." Shireen's concluding statement resonated with a tone of self-consolation, which didn't go unnoticed by Shirley. Before Shirley could delve deeper into the topic, she observed a striking change in Shireen's demeanor. The elf, who seemed deep in sorrow just moments ago, now radiated alertness. Gripping her battle spear-axe tightly, Shireen's eyes bore into the forest's dense foliage as if anticipating an impending threat. A sudden unease gripped Shirley, and she blurted out, "What's going on?" "Quiet," Shireen whispered with an intensity that made Shirley's heart skip a beat. "A corrupted presence has infiltrated our sanctuary." Corrupted, what did she mean? As she ruminated on the word, Shirley began to discern faint disturbances emanating from various parts of the forest. The underbrush, the ground, the shadowed hollows of the trees, and even the ambient air seemed tainted. A looming sense of danger pervaded the atmosphere. It felt as though malevolent beings lurking unseen were slowly closing in on them. An oppressive weight of evil, coupled with an uncanny feeling of being under surveillance, choked the dense woods. Through a deep empathic link with her canine companion dog, Shirley sensed the malefic entities that were seeping, like liquid darkness, into their realm. From every corner, tendrils of pure obsidian darkness began to stretch out and intertwine, forming an ominous web. The followers of the Black Sun, or could it be the cult of annihilation? This revelation stunned Shirley momentarily. She vividly recalled that as they entered the forest, Dog had detected the faint aura of the Annihilators. Then why were they now being ambushed by these horrors, the vassals of the Black Sun? Shaking off her momentary paralysis, Shirley's instincts screamed for action. Readying herself, she watched the encroaching shadow tendrils with intense scrutiny. She whispered urgently to Shireen, "Brace yourself. These monsters lurk and move within shadows, making them exceptionally challenging adversaries. They're incredibly resilient." As she communicated this, she noticed a rippling motion beneath the shadow cast by a nearby tree. The tendrils, hiding within, were rapidly coalescing into tall, slender, humanoid apparitions, materializing with unnerving speed. But Shirley was prepared. She had been anticipating this very transformation. In an instant, chains clinking and air slicing around her, she lunged at the closest shadowy figure. Summoning Dog with a ferocity she had seldom displayed, she hurled her partner as if it were a giant flail. Dog, reminiscent of a meteor hammer, charged headlong into the initial Black Sun offspring. A sickening crunch, echoing the squelching of a rotting fruit, followed. The shadowy humanoid was annihilated before it could even fully comprehend its environment, bursting into a splatter of putrid ichor. Simultaneously, throughout the forest, where the dense canopy and foliage played games with the light, countless shadowy figures began to materialize at an alarming rate. Chapter 594, Battle and Death. Mid the thick, dense atmosphere, dark figures began to manifest one after the other. These figures, tall and willowy, appeared like ominous shadows slowly emerging from the surroundings. An eerie noise, the sound of their wriggling limbs sinking into the soft mud, reverberated, sending an icy chill down anyone's spine. Dubbed as the Sun offspring, these sinister beings slowly advanced, gradually coming out of the shadows and revealing their ghastly and nightmarish faces. Their apparent goal was to slowly deteriorate the forest within this surreal dream. In the middle of this chaos, chains resonated, slicing the air and leaving behind a powerful sound reminiscent of air being forcibly compressed and torn apart. Shirley, agile and determined, navigated through the clearings of the forest. She rapidly confronted every Sun offspring that materialized into this dream world, especially those still trying to find their bearings. As she moved, she used her weapon with ferocious might. This incredible strength she showcased was not only hers, but also originated from a bond she had formed with her shadow demon. As she brandished her weapon, she was in fact wielding both her power and the demon itself. Time after time, she successfully defeated these monstrous humanoid entities, aiming to expel them from this dreamland. But the challenge persisted. The quantity of these invading Sun offsprings continued to multiply. Even when Shirley managed to overcome them, they had the eerie ability to rise again, emerging from the ever-present shadows. The forest, a canvas where light and darkness intertwined seamlessly, provided an impeccable environment for these Sun offsprings. It allowed them to navigate with ease and rejuvenate rapidly. Whenever Shirley decimated one of them, their mutilated flesh would disintegrate into the surrounding shadows, only to rematerialize. These sinister silhouettes kept resurrecting, and whenever Shirley showed even a minor sign of weariness, they seized the opportunity to strike ruthlessly. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed, followed by the emergence of a spike-like limb that shot out of the ether, aimed directly at Shirley's neck. A chill ran down her spine, and just as she prepared to evade the assault, it seemed she was moments too late. However, instead of experiencing the anticipated agony of being pierced, she was met with a muted thump. Bracing herself, Shirley spun around, only to find a glowing battle axe that had intercepted the attack. This axe radiated a soft blue luminescence and effortlessly sliced through a couple more of the assaulting appendages. An invisible, blazing aura surrounded the blade, causing the nearby atmosphere to ripple and warp. Holding this unique, extended weapon was Shireen, an elf-like maiden. She stood firm, warding off the adversaries and safeguarding Shirley. Staring intensely at the encroaching dark figures, she finally questioned, What are these creatures?" "They're certainly not from this forest," Shirley responded, energetically swinging her chain to repel a looming shadow. These pests are infuriating." Shireen brandished her axe, skillfully deflecting another impending strike. But hearing Shirley's exclamation, she paused and expressed her disapproval. "Such words, they're rather unrefined." "If I bottle up those curse words, they'd simmer inside me, eventually poisoning my mood," Shirley commented with a rebellious grin stretching across her face. She took a deliberate step, squishing a lump of quivering flesh beneath her boot, halting its attempt to reform. Her chains, now emanating a sinister black smoke, danced in her grasp, and the mischief in her eyes was undeniable. "I always maintain a clear conscience, so I never let a day end with curses stewing inside me." Shireen, clearly bemused by this unorthodox reasoning, cycled through various expressions of confusion and disbelief. She strained her mind, attempting to understand the twisted logic behind Shirley's words, but ultimately shook her head in baffled surrender. However, she remained vigilant, her gaze darting around to keep track of the looming threats. "You're spouting nonsense," she mumbled, her voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Without warning, a sinewy tentacle, decorated with protruding eyes and menacing teeth, swiftly coiled around Shirley's forearm. A frigid sensation surged through her, making her hair stand on end. Using her remarkable strength, she wrestled free from the tentacle's grasp, fiercely repelling its shadowy origin. As she reeled from the sudden assault, her eyes instinctively sought out Shireen. A surge of perplexity washed over her. Was it her imagination, or had she indeed noticed a shift in Shireen's demeanor? Was this aloof elf now exhibiting deeper, more human-like emotions? Was this change triggered by the unexpected ambush? Or perhaps it was the camaraderie birthed from battling a common enemy? Shirley's mind wandered to their initial meetings. Back then, Shireen's emotional display had been markedly different. She exhibited the standard range of emotions like happiness, anger, sadness, and joy, but they always felt somewhat mechanical, almost rehearsed. The elf's primary focus was their shared objective of reaching the silent wall, rarely offering more than a nod or shrug in response to Shirley's chatter. But now Shireen was showcasing genuine reactions like surprise, puzzlement, and even retort. Though Shirley wasn't schooled in the intricacies of human behavior or psychology, her varied life experiences had endowed her with a sharp intuition for gauging emotional shifts. She could unmistakably sense the metamorphosis in Shireen, but was at a loss to explain its cause. But then her musings were abruptly interrupted. The Sun offsprings, who initially seemed disjointed and scattered, had now regrouped, their menace amplifying. From her peripheral view, a swift shadow darted menacingly. Shirley instinctively yanked her chain back, narrowly evading its lunge. But in the split second that followed, another razor-sharp spike emerged from the encroaching shadows, stabbing her human arm. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, followed by an involuntary swear. Loyal to her side, Dog sprang into action, gnashing its teeth and severing the intrusive appendage. Shirley hastily retreated to a safer distance, but before she could regroup, the unmistakable rustling of another adversary sounded from behind. With a swift pivot on her heel, Shirley faced an impending threat, a towering, spindly shadow that seemed to rise and form right out of the very ground beneath her. Before she could react, a multitude of tentacles, looking eerily like extensions of the shadow's flowing coat, shot out, coiling tightly around her wrists and throat. The tentacles exerted a tremendous force, dragging her aggressively toward the center of the shadowy figure. She barely managed to draw a breath, her face getting pulled dangerously close to the sinister visage lurking in its cloak's depths. Slowly, the looming figure tilted its head, revealing what lay beneath its dark collar. A grotesque blob of pulsating flesh began to emerge, swelling and expanding in a disturbingly organic manner. It unfurled right before Shirley's horrified eyes, transforming into a twisted semblance of a blossoming bud. This bud consisted of a myriad of eyes that stared back at her with malevolence, countless needle-like teeth that gnashed in anticipation, and writhing appendages that eerily mirrored serpentine tongues. For a brief, intense moment, Shirley felt as if she was being overwhelmed by a deluge of voices. It felt like an assault on her senses, a symphony of roars, whispers, and murmurs flooding her consciousness. The voices seemed desperate to convey something, but as she strained to understand, their essence eluded her, evaporating like morning mist. From this unsettling encounter, a single fragmented phrase managed to linger in her thoughts. "Seek their son." It felt as if she was free-falling into an abyss of the infinite void, surrounded by oppressive darkness and bombarded by an onslaught of noise. Yet as she began to sink deeper, her gaze gradually refocused onto the undulating mass of flesh and eyes before her. A feeling of resignation started to creep into her heart, and the once audible growls of Dog receded into a faint echo. But in a heartbeat, everything shifted. A resonating explosion of sound reverberated within her very core. Cutting through the omnipresent obscurity, she glimpsed a flicker of a pale green flame. This luminous flame seemed to touch her very soul, causing a searing jolt of pain to snap her back into reality. Confronted once again with the tall shadowy being before her, its monstrous blossom of flesh shivered uncontrollably. The Sun offspring, taken aback, let out a chorus of agonized screeches and growls. It appeared dumbfounded, as though it couldn't fathom the failure of its insidious attempt to breach and corrupt Shirley's mind. But its confusion was short-lived. Suddenly, spectral green flames manifested upon the myriad of eyes embedded within the monstrous bud. Within moments, what began as ethereal reflections metamorphosed into raging fires. These spiritual flames surged forth from the creature's grotesque crown, devouring and incinerating the intruder from its core, leaving it to be consumed by its own malevolence. With a ferocious bellow, the monstrous creature writhed in agony. As the ethereal flames consumed its essence, its form contorted, shriveling into a horrific blackened figure. What began as a localized inferno within the beast soon expanded outward, seeking its kin with a predatory hunger. These spiritual flames, driven by some supernatural gust, leaped from one sun offspring to the next. Within seconds, the landscape was transformed. The sun offsprings became pillars of fire, turning the dream realm into a surreal inferno. For a moment, Shirley stood frozen, her eyes wide in awe at the mesmerizing, yet horrifying, spectacle before her. The disturbing sensation of her mind being on the brink of corruption had faded, replaced by a shivering sense of relief and gratitude. Yet, as the flames expanded, consuming the creatures, her sense of vulnerability was rapidly replaced by triumph. A peal of laughter erupted from her lips, echoing through the dream forest. Brandishing her heavy chain with gusto, she taunted the burning creatures. "Did you pitiful beings truly believe you could infiltrate my psyche? Don't you know? I'm shielded by the captain's might." Predictably, the sun offspring remained silent, their cries drowned out by the roaring flames. One by one, they succumbed, crumbling into piles of ash that were gently whisked away by the dream forest's winds. While Shirley's laughter and taunts resonated through the forest, a deep sense of relief only truly settled in her chest when the final fiery figure was extinguished. She then shifted her focus to Shireen, eager to ensure her comrade's safety. But it was Shireen's weakened voice that reached her first. "Shirley, something's wrong with me." A rush of alarm surged through Shirley, making her heart skip a beat. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards Shireen, her dread mounting as she took in the alarming transformation unfolding before her. Unbeknownst to Shirley during the skirmish, Shireen's feet had begun to merge with the ground as if being swallowed by the land itself. Dark tendrils, eerily resembling ancient tree roots, spiraled out from her legs, digging deep and anchoring her firmly to the spot. Shireen, with evident struggle, attempted to raise her gaze towards Shirley. Her limbs were slowly but surely encased in a wooden, bark-like substance, stripping them of their flexibility and locking them into place. Chapter 595, Unexpected Convergence. Shirley stood in shock, observing the bewildering scene that was playing out in front of her. It felt surreal, almost like she was in the middle of a strange, terrifying dream. She was momentarily paralyzed, caught in the throes of disbelief and uncertainty. As this unfolded, Shireen extended her right hand in a deliberate, slow motion towards Shirley. Almost magnetically drawn to Shireen, Shirley began to move closer, her fingers reaching out to reciprocate the gesture. Just as their fingers were about to touch, a mysterious force enveloped Shireen's arm, making it appear as if it were wrapped in tree bark. Instead of the expected soft touch of Shireen's fingers, Shirley felt the coarse and rough texture of a solid branch. What was even more shocking was that this branch began to grow at an astonishing rate, spiraling upward towards the sky. As the growth continued, the branches thickened, obscuring Shireen's face behind a curtain of green leaves. Right before her complete transformation, a look of realization flashed across Shireen's eyes. It was as if she wanted to convey a dire message to Shirley. However, before any message could be passed, her face became petrified, and she fully morphed into the form of a tree, leaving a young sapling in her place. Overwhelmed by the bizarre transformation of her friend, Shirley tried to process the sight of Shireen turning into a tree and the urgency in Shireen's final gaze. She remained rooted to the spot, grappling with a torrent of emotions and questions. One burning question echoed in her mind. How could someone, especially an elf, transform into a tree? Amidst her confusion, a sinister wind whispered past her, bringing with it a palpable sense of danger. She snapped out of her reverie and sharply turned towards the origin of this foreboding feeling. In the twilight of the forest, she discerned a faint dark red glow and smoky shadowy figures that disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Her faithful companion dog sensed a familiar and hateful energy, the unmistakable aura of a dark demon. It growled, "The Annihilators! They've been lurking in the shadows of the Suntists." Everything fell into place for Shirley. The Annihilators had orchestrated this trap, using the Suntists as bait to draw them out. Whether the two groups were allies or the Annihilators were simply manipulating the Suntists, their goal was clear, to take out both Shirley and Shireen. Yet their plan went awry when the captain's flame sensed a threat from a sun offspring and decimated the would-be attackers. The overpowering energy from the Suntists had camouflaged the Annihilators' presence, but with their cover now exposed, they retreated hastily. With her eyes fixed on the shadowy forest, Shirley contemplated giving chase but paused. She surveyed the clearing, taking note of the remnants of the suntists, all reduced to ashen piles by a spectral fire. Flickers of ghostly green flames danced amongst the ash, slowly fading away. Mysterious power, known as the Captain's Flame, had disappeared as abruptly as it had appeared. Shirley was painfully aware that this powerful force was not something she could command or control. She realized that her recent escape from danger had more to do with the intervention of the flame than her own capabilities. There was no guarantee that this formidable force would intervene again on her behalf. She couldn't help but wonder if the Captain's protective mark was just a one-time gesture. To recklessly pursue into the unknown without the guaranteed protection of the flame seemed like a rash decision. If she ended up in a confrontation and found herself outmatched without the flame's support, she would be in a perilous position. But her momentary indecision was brief. Before the lingering remnants of dust and the haze of the forest could completely evade Dog's keen senses, she braced herself, set her jaw, spat to the side in sheer determination, and plunged deeper into the forest's obscurity. As she dashed past the sapling that was once shireen, the tree's tender branches tenderly brushed against her, creating a gentle rustling that resonated in the silence of the forest. After a seemingly endless sprint through the thick underbrush, both Shirley and Dog began to show signs of fatigue. "Their scent is becoming fainter," Dog commented, raising its massive head to scan the surroundings, its eyes glowing with a deep red intensity. "One among them is skilled in masking their presence. A death crow, perhaps. We need to tread carefully." A look of vexation crossed Shirley's face as she whispered, "We were so close. I truly believed we might apprehend at least one of them." Dog, seemingly deep in thought, didn't voice its concerns. Instead, it focused on pinpointing the elusive trail. Suddenly, the quiet of the forest was punctuated by approaching footsteps. Shirley swiftly prepared herself, holding her chained weapon at the ready, every muscle coiled in anticipation. Emerging from the dense foliage, however, was not the cultist she had been expecting. A young elf maiden, attired in lightweight hunting gear and brandishing a uniquely crafted long-handled battle-axe, stepped into the clearing. As Shirley's gaze locked onto the elf, a feeling of recognition combined with incredulity overwhelmed her. While she understood that she was ensnared in some fantastical dream, the elf's familiar visage stirred deep emotions within her. To Shirley's surprise, the elf girl, with a touch of astonishment, spoke up. "Weren't you notified of the evacuation? Why are you still wandering outside the silent wall?" Caught off guard, Shirley struggled to find her voice. When she finally tried to speak, the words were elusive. She gazed in bewilderment at the figure before her. This elf, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Shireen, seemed to not recognize her. Shirley realized with a sinking feeling that this wasn't the same Shireen she had known. This was someone else entirely. Still reeling from the unexpected appearance of the elf maiden that bore a striking resemblance to Shireen, Shirley's senses were further strained as another set of footsteps echoed from behind the elf. Whirling around, her gaze settled upon a sight that was both familiar and comforting. A graceful young woman adorned in a flowing black dress, cradling an oversized plush rabbit toy in her embrace. "Lucretia, Miss Witch," the name slipped from Shirley's lips, her surprise evident. "Shirley," as Lucretia emerged from the canopy of trees and glimpsed Shirley standing at the forest crossroads, the mystique surrounding the famed Sea Witch momentarily dissolved, revealing genuine astonishment. "I never imagined." The unexpected reunion momentarily rendered both of them speechless. As Shirley, with Dog by her side, oscillated her attention between the suddenly present Miss Witch and the elf maiden, her instinctual caution kicked in. "Perhaps for the sake of safety." Interrupting her, Lucretia quickly suggested, "We should confirm we're really who we claim." Without wasting a beat, Shirley inquired, "Where did you place Alice's head at noon yesterday?" "Inside the pot," came Lucretia's swift response. She then presented her own question, "What's the latest hobby my father has taken a liking to?" "Fishing, strolling with the dog, and feeding pigeons," Shirley responded confidently. "You've passed the test." Lucretia's expression softened with relief. "As have you," she remarked, relaxing her grip on the command rod she had been clutching. She carefully set the rabbit toy on the verdant forest floor. "This dream dimension certainly has its quirks. Caution is of the essence." Prescription. Their shared understanding elicited a nod of agreement from Shirley. Breaking the momentary silence, the elf, whom Shirley had mentally dubbed Shireen, voiced her curiosity. "You two are acquainted." Lucretia responded with an air of nonchalance. "Yes, we're comrades." Still disconcerted by the elf's uncanny resemblance to her friend, Shirley shot her a puzzled look. Redirecting her attention to Lucretia, she inquired urgently, "Did you cross paths with any of the Annihilators on your journey here?" Annihilators? Lucretia's brow furrowed in thought. I didn't come across any. Why do you ask? I not only ran into the Annihilators, but also clashed with some Suntist culprits, Shirley divulged with a tinge of frustration. To my irritation, those cultists escaped my capture. She proceeded to recount her recent escapades to Lucretia, detailing her close call with a Suntist and the miraculous intervention of the captain's flame. However, she tactfully omitted the part about Shirene's startling transformation into a tree. After all, the elf named Shirene stood right next to them, absorbing every word of their conversation with rapt attention. Before they could delve deeper into the mystery of these Shirene doppelgangers, it was crucial to ensure that nothing unpredictable or untoward occurred involving them. Having recapped her recent encounters, Shirley lamented, Dog and I tracked them with unwavering persistence, and yet when victory seemed within grasp, they managed to slip away. She took a deep breath, a look of vexation evident on her face. One of them, the Death Crow, possesses the uncanny ability to mask auras and distort reality. Such an opponent is quite challenging, even for someone as perceptive as Dog. Lucretia, with a contemplative expression, surveyed the encompassing woods. The trees and foliage appeared indistinguishable, regardless of the direction one looked. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, You noted earlier that the Annihilators took to their heels only after witnessing the ghost flame obliterate the Suntists. Shirley nodded, confirming, Indeed. They bolted without a second's hesitation, completely disregarding the fate of their so-called comrades. Lucretia, attempting to piece together the puzzle, probed, So, it's possible that the sight of my father's ethereal flame unnerved them, sending them into a panic-stricken retreat. Shirley responded, That seems to be the case, but her voice carried undertones of doubt. She quizzically tilted her head. Is there something about that scenario you find perplexing? Lucretia, choosing to sidestep Shirley's question, looked down at the plush rabbit toy resting beside her. She seemed to be communicating non-verbally with it. Rabbi, I sense you're in tune with our conversation. Reacting to Lucretia's acknowledgement, the toy bunny shifted slightly and let out a grumpy mutter. Rabbi abhors these cultists. Their minds are foul, tainted with malevolent thoughts. Lucretia, with an air of expectancy, lifted her command rod as a silent directive. Without further delay, the rabbit, in an almost childlike manner, exclaimed, Fine, fine. Rabbi gets it. Rabbi will seek them out. Just ensure you don't forget to bring Rabbi back to this realm. She urged it further, proceed swiftly, while their recent scare is still fresh. With a nonchalant nod, the toy rabbit seemed to implode in a spectacle of white, sketch-like tendrils of smoke that billowed outward, temporarily masking its whimsical yet slightly unsettling shape. As the smoke cleared, the toy's form had vanished, leaving Shirley momentarily astounded. Chapter 596, 596, The Family's Inherited Fishing Talent. Shirley found herself on a journey once more, heading towards the mythical place known as the Silent Wall. This time, she was not alone. She was accompanied by Lucretia, and they were both being led by an elf girl known as Shirene to them. The trio navigated their way through an enchanting forest, where dappled sunlight played hide-and-seek with the shadows on the ground. They treaded on pathways covered with a carpet of dried leaves and broken twigs, occasionally bypassing dense thickets and underbrush. From the forest's depth, mysterious sounds of unknown animals and birds occasionally rang out, reinforcing the eerie feeling of isolation and the chill in the air. As Shirley walked behind Shirene, she was gripped by a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if she was reliving a moment from the past, trekking once more through the forest following the same elf guide as she had done previously. Everything around her felt eerily familiar. The ageless appearance of the forest, the consistent ambient sounds, and even the elf, Shirene, who looked exactly as she did the last time, all seemed unchanged. Yet there was one distinct difference this time around. Every so often, the witch accompanying them would momentarily morph into fragments of colorful paper, a stark reminder to Shirley that circumstances had indeed shifted. When Shirene wasn't looking, Shirley confided in Lucretia, recounting past events and her previous interactions with everyone else ensnared in this shared dream using the bonding fire Duncan had prepared ahead of time. Upon hearing the tale about another version of Shirene, Lucretia's eyes, when looking at the elf guide, seemed to reflect a gamut of emotions. Shirley remembered that during their previous journey, Shirene had transformed into a tree, and just before that transformation was complete, the elf seemed desperate to relay some vital information to Shirley. Would the current Shirene guiding them also undergo a similar metamorphosis? Moreover, two other individuals, Nina and Morris, had also mentioned meeting a guide named Shirene. Would their guide face a similar fate? The core question was, who or what exactly were these beings known as Shireen that kept manifesting in the dream of the Nameless One? Lucretia had initially theorized that Shireen was just a figment of the dream, a projection of the chaotic intermingling of the dream's foundational consciousness. Yet, emerging evidence suggested that there was something far more profound about the elf's existence. Shireen, along with the forest and the entire dream of the Nameless One, seemed to be entwined in a complex web of relationships that went beyond the usual interactions of dreams and their inhabitants. The key to unraveling this mystery might lie in understanding the process of Shireen's transformation into a tree. Suddenly, the elf guiding them decelerated, turning around with a mix of concern and impatience. "Quick, we must hurry," she called out. "The forest grows more dangerous by the moment. We can take a breather once we reach the silent wall." Heeding her warning, Lucretia, with Shirley and her canine companion, Dog, hastened their steps. Shirley, slightly out of breath from their brisk pace, whispered her doubts. "Do you really believe that Big Rabbit can find those crafty cultists? I'm somewhat skeptical about its efficiency." Lucretia responded gently. "Rabbi might be playfully unpredictable at times, but I assure you, once she's set on a task through my orders, Rabbi doesn't disappoint. She's exceptionally skilled at hunting within dreams, and she can even extend her search into our reality. Through her, we'll pin down the cultist's hideout." Dog, the faithful canine companion, sounded both curious and puzzled as he mused aloud. "What's the origin of that massive rabbit? When I was near it, I distinctly detected a human aroma. It doesn't come across as a mere magical entity, nor does it resemble any spirit or demon I've known. And Rabbi isn't alone. Numerous items on your ship radiate a similar aura. They're all unsettling in a way." Lucretia chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with amusement. "Human scent, you say? Such a keen sense of smell you have, Dog. Indeed, what you picked up is a fragment of my own essence, my soul." Dog's eyes widened, clearly shocked by this revelation. "Wait, what do you mean?" Lucretia responded with a nonchalant shrug. "It's simple. When Rabbi and I first crossed paths, she managed to consume a part of my soul. Little did she realize that this act would forever bind her to me. Many items aboard the Bright Star are just like Rabbi. They originated from either the liminal spaces or the spirit realm. These entities, once considering themselves predators, perceived me as a mere target. Their underestimation has always worked in my favor." She continued to explain, her voice calm yet assertive. "I strategically use fragments of my soul as lures, attracting potential servants from these realms. My soul, tainted by subspace, serves as a potent trap and anchor. Those who naively think of themselves as predators become ensnared by my essence. Be it infused in cloth, contained within vials, or sculpted in wood, they are integrated into the very structure of the Bright Star. I rely on such entities for my expeditions into the borderlands, as human companions often face grave risks and have high mortality rates." Pausing for emphasis, Lucretia leaned down to meet Dog's gaze. "Your senses are sharp. Every nook and cranny of that ship is imbued with tiny shards of human scent. There's no reason for you to feel so alarmed." Shirley and Dog exchanged wide-eyed glances, both rendered speechless by Lucretia's candid revelations. Observing their astounded expressions, Lucretia's smile grew wider, seemingly delighting in their stunned reaction. She then shifted her focus back to trailing Shireen. After ensuring the Sea Witch was at a safe distance from herself, Shirley, clutching her chain, communicated telepathically with Dog, her voice barely audible even in the spiritual link. "Dog, is this the vision the captain mentioned? What did he call it? Baiting. Could Lucretia be baiting within herself?" Dog murmured, using their special telepathic bond. "That does ring a bell. The captain had mentioned something similar while instructing me about the nuances of fishing." Shirley's eyes sparkled with realization. "Well, considering your learning from the captain, it makes sense. And given that I'm his daughter, it's not surprising that there's a shared affinity for fishing in our blood." Dog pondered for a moment before replying. "Yet, I've heard Tyrion isn't quite skilled in the same department, is he?" Shirley chuckled. "Oh, Tyrion? Remember those stories about him retrieving numerous submarines from the ocean depths some years ago? While he may not have literally fished them out, he played a significant role in the operation." Letter 211. Dog smirked. "That's a stretch, don't you think, labeling that as fishing?" With a playful smirk, Shirley retorted, "Well, it was still a catch from the ocean, wasn't it?" Dog just responded with an amused, wordless mental sigh. With a flick of his wrist, Duncan discreetly deactivated the listening feature that was attuned to Shirley and Lucretia's conversations. He settled into a peculiar chair, an amalgamation of chaotic strokes and a mishmash of colors. His thoughts buzzed around the terms baiting and fishing. After deep contemplation, he shifted his attention to an abstractly designed mirror nearby. Within its distorted frame, he caught a glimpse of Agatha. Sighing, he mused aloud. If only Shirley would channel even a fraction of the dedication she shows in her extracurricular pursuits into her academics. She wouldn't constantly find herself vying with Alice, of all people, for higher grades. After a brief pause, Agatha finally responded. On a side note, I've come to realize that Miss Lucretia possesses quite the flair for fishing herself. Duncan, however, was quick to dismiss her observation. That might be true, but our immediate concern isn't about their skills or safety. Having Shirley and Lucretia together indeed provides a sense of security. Perhaps this creature, Rabbi, does possess the ability to track down those crafty cultists. But right now, our primary focus should be understanding this ship. He rose from his surreal chair, surveying the room immersed in a whirlwind of colors and overlapping lines. Once he had adjusted to this disorienting environment, he recognized a myriad of familiar items. Fundamental elements like beds, chairs, and tables mirrored their placements in the real world. Still, the specifics, such as the items atop a table or intricate designs on a wall, manifested as mere indecipherable color smudges. Duncan deduced that the goat head in the real world had only caught transitory glimpses of the captain's quarters whenever the door was unintentionally left open. Those fleeting observations resulted in the room's scrambled visual representation here. Contrastingly, the rest of the ship was almost flawlessly replicated, owing to the fact that the goat head was intimately familiar with all other sections of the genuine Vanished, barring the captain's chamber. The uncanny representation of the Vanished was a distorted shadow, an offshoot of the real ship's silhouette. This transformation was intricately rooted in the goat head's unique perception and recollections. Duncan discerned the bitter truth. This ship was birthed from the subconscious of his first mate, Goathead, who remained oblivious to the dream he was engendering. Furthermore, this ethereal realm seemed to possess a conduit leading to Atlantis's dreamscape, suggesting an elusive bridge, connecting this dimension to the dream world of Atlantis. To test the boundaries of this environment, Duncan summoned a tiny flame with a mere gesture. The flame expanded like a ripple across a pond, but its spread was abruptly halted at the edges of this chaotic chamber, reflecting inwards like a wave recoiling upon meeting a barrier. Over his duration within this mysterious dimension, Duncan had rigorously experimented, seeking to decipher the rules governing this world. Within this secret chamber, unbeknownst to the dream-rendering Goathead, Duncan discovered he had the freedom to manifest his ethereal flames without risking any disturbances to Atlantis. Recalling his previous attempt that had inadvertently startled Atlantis, he realized that beyond this room's confines, he could only wield the fire that he had previously mapped out on the ship. Introducing any new elements could potentially rouse Atlantis from her slumber and prematurely terminate the dream of the Nameless One. This predicament left Duncan grappling with a dilemma. How could he assert his dominion over the ship and reinforce his bond with Atlantis, all the while ensuring he wouldn't spook her again or provoke any defensive counteractions on her part? Deep in contemplation, Duncan instinctively turned his attention to the room's threshold. Could the solution be simpler than he was making it out to be? After a moment's reflection, he advised Agatha to remain sheltered within this protected zone. Taking a determined stride, he ventured out. The entranced Goathead continued to linger by the navigational table, seemingly lost in its own reverie and oblivious to Duncan's movements. Duncan quietly navigated past it, venturing further from the map room, and subsequently departed the captain's private chamber. Guided by his ingrained recollection, he ascended the staircase situated directly behind the captain's living space, leading him up to the aft deck. Emerging from the encompassing obscurity and amidst wafting veils of mist, a distinct silhouette gradually materialized before Duncan as if it had been patiently anticipating his arrival, perhaps for an eternity. Dominating his view was the ship's iconic helm, the steering wheel of the Vanished. A sense of resolve swelled within Duncan as he murmured to himself, "The time has come to reclaim command." Chapter 597, Flow of Light. Ever since Duncan stumbled upon another Vanished drifting through the seemingly never-ending abyss of blackness and fog, he had been wary about approaching its helm, much less taking control. This caution came from his unfamiliarity with the ship and fear of how it might respond to his intervention. Yet, as Duncan delved deeper, he discerned that this ship wasn't the authentic Vanished he knew, but rather an echo or a shadow version. This doppelganger ship's state had come about because of a trance or dream-induced state brought on by an entity referred to as the Goat Head. Realizing this, Duncan's apprehensions began to ebb away. The time had come for Duncan to assert his authority over this dream-born ship. Methodically, Duncan approached the ship's captain's deck located at the stern. Each step he took echoed as it hit the iron fastenings and coiled ropes that bordered the steering area. Those ropes, cloaked in the inky darkness, lay dormant as if waiting for something. The helm, painted a deep hue, wobbled ever so slightly in the center of the deck, hinting that the goat head might still be at the helm. Upon reaching the ship's wheel, Duncan paused, drawing in a deep breath. Memories of when he first commanded the helm, of the sensations he felt when he touched it, washed over him. But he wasn't one to be lost in nostalgia. He brushed those thoughts aside and gently placed his hand on the wooden spokes of the wheel. It was cool to the touch and offered a slight pushback. Duncan was prepared for this dreamy resistance. He summoned the safety flames he had brought with him aboard the ship, directing them towards the wheel with a forceful grip. Almost immediately, ethereal tendrils of fire manifested from the void, illuminating the surroundings. These otherworldly flames quickly blazed over the captain's deck, transforming Duncan into a ghostly apparition. The flames spared nothing, wrapping themselves around the wheel and the entire steering area. Feeling the ship shift under his grasp, Duncan could now perceive every facet of it in his mind, just as vividly as he would the real vanished in the waking world. He felt the texture of the deck, the towering masts, every sail, all the ropes, and even the hidden cabins below. The ship seemed to come alive, making its presence known with a symphony of creaks and moans. It was as if this vessel, crafted from dreams and shadows, had a sudden realization of its rightful captain. Objects that were inert, like ropes and barrels, started to move in the dim light. With its ghostly sails catching wind, Duncan sensed the ship's momentum increase. It seemed to have found a purpose, steering itself towards an undisclosed path in the engulfing darkness. Duncan reeled in surprise at the ship's sudden and unexplained burst of speed through the unfathomable darkness. As he was trying to grasp the unfolding situation, an eerie voice, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously, resonated within his mind. "Who's there?" It was a gentle voice, reminiscent of a young girl, tinged with confusion and the haziness of someone torn between sleep and wakefulness. The sound seemed to echo endlessly in the boundless void around Duncan. As he processed this, a soft luminance began to form in the distance, revealing an enormous entity that seemed to be on a direct collision course with the vanished. To Duncan's amazement, the entity appeared to be a vast vortex, with innumerable vine-like and branch-like tendrils extending from its core. These tendrils reached out with astounding speed, winding around and filling nearly every crevice outside the ship. In Duncan's line of sight, this colossal vegetative maze completely dominated, moving and adjusting as the ship moved forward. It was as though the vanished had been swallowed by an organic tunnel. The walls and ceiling of this cavernous space were crafted from intertwining vines and branches, creating a sensation of both wonder and unease. From these living walls emerged a multitude of soft lights that flowed and rippled like streams. Gradually, these orbs of light journeyed towards the vanished, making their way to the stern deck where Duncan was standing. Within this radiant shimmer, something seemed to be forming, but its shape remained indistinct. They kept advancing, seemingly on a quest for something or someone. With the unfolding scene enveloping him and the lights growing ever closer, Duncan's resolve hardened. He held onto the ship's wheel with a firm grip, prepared to face whatever would come next. He observed the thick, dark tendrils moving just outside the ship and felt the vanished losing speed as if another force was impeding its advance. The lights eventually formed a swirling halo around him, and that familiar, hauntingly tender voice echoed once more. "Who is it? Who's there?" Duncan's eyes were locked onto the mesmerizing dance of lights around him as they continued to circle the ship's helm. The voice, tinged with innocence and longing, persisted in his thoughts. "Is it you, Saslaka? Have you finally come back? It's been such a long time. Where are you? I cannot see you. Can I open my eyes now? Has everything passed?" I can't seem to open my eyes, Saslaka. The darkness is unsettling. I sense something. Someone is near. I've done my best. I've built barriers to protect them. Once you're here, you can see what I've done, but where are you? Can't you come closer?" The radiant glow persisted in its haunting dance, circling the helm and occasionally gathering into a concentrated ball of light, only to then scatter back into a chaotic shimmer. This ethereal glow neared the ship's wheel several times, even grazing the edges of Duncan's attire, touching the ends of his sleeves and the hem of his coat. However, she appeared entirely unaware of Duncan's existence. It was as if she was visually impaired, or that Duncan, and the voice belonged to distinct realms, coexisting yet separated by layers of reality or perhaps dimensions. As Duncan observed the unpredictable dance of the light, he was constantly drawn to the voice, which seemed to resonate from within his very thoughts. When the luminosity came close, he could distinctly sense a gentle warmth from it. The recurring words of the voice hinted at some deeper, unspoken significance. Taking a deep breath and overcoming his initial reluctance, Duncan chose to engage. He maintained his grip on the ship's wheel with one hand and reached out towards the shimmering trail of light with the other. The moment the light met his outstretched palm, Duncan felt an otherworldly warmth. It swiftly moved through his hand, leaving as suddenly as it came, giving the sensation of having crossed into another plane of existence. Yet in that fleeting interaction, an understanding washed over Duncan. He didn't just recognize but knew the identity of this glowing entity and the voice. She was Atlantis, the mythical world tree revered by the elves. This revelation seemed to etch itself onto Duncan's consciousness, underscoring the transformative nature of profound knowledge. Duncan, momentarily shaken by the realization, was swiftly pulled back to the present by a jarring sensation. Almost immediately, the ship quaked. The vanished, while sailing through the shadowy mist, began to convulse. The surrounding darkness rapidly absorbed the ghostly sails, fissures formed across the deck, and the entirety of the ship seemed to blur, disintegrating at the edges. In addition, the very wheel Duncan held onto began to lose its form, dissolving between his fingers. This left Duncan with a scenario in which he pieced together. The dream's structural integrity was collapsing. The cusp of awakening was imminent. However, he had been cautious not to stir Atlantis with the flames, and during their brief interaction, he didn't detect any indication of Atlantis stirring from her slumber. So, why was the fabric of the dream deteriorating so quickly? Vanna's introspection was abruptly shattered by sudden gusts of wind in the barren desert. Springing to her feet from her concealed spot behind a cluster of rocks, her gaze immediately pinpointed the origin of the sandy onslaught. From afar, sand was rising like monolithic titans, and visibility rapidly diminished as it mingled with the desert haze. Recovering from her initial shock, a message from her ship's captain echoed in Vanna's mind. The dream of the Nameless was faltering. The dream voyage was nearing its conclusion. The surging sandstorm and the distortion on the horizon were telltale signs of the imminent boundary between dream and reality. Pivoting on her heel, Vanna's gaze landed on the campfire, its once vigorous flames now dwindling to mere embers. Across from her, the archaic giant slowly lifted his gaze. Within his expansive, hollow eye sockets, tranquil flames danced. "Traveler, our brief encounter is drawing to its close," his deep voice rumbled. Catching her off guard, Vanna inquired, "How did you discern that?" He responded with a contemplative tone, "While I might not grasp the specifics, I can perceive the fleeting conclusion of a journey. You're departing this place, aren't you?" Gently, he added as he stood up, towering over the landscape. "Your essence is different, bearing a vitality that this broken realm has not beheld in eons." Stammering, Vanna searched for words. As the dream's dissolution neared, it seemed she had but a fleeting moment for farewells. The giant emitted a soft, melodic chuckle, bending over to retrieve his ornate staff. Vanna's eyes widened as she observed fresh inscriptions adorning the staff, which was taller even than its immense owner. They looked like glyphs or symbols, radiating an uncanny familiarity. For an instant, she felt on the cusp of deciphering them, but their essence eluded her just as quickly. They were a script unknown to her. "With hope our destinies will intertwine once more," the giant's sonorous voice broke through her reverie, "and perhaps sooner than you anticipate." Bewildered, Vanna sought clarification. "What makes you say that?" With a twinkle in his eyes, the giant gestured at his staff. "For there's a tale on this staff that remains unfinished." Before Vanna could probe further, the enveloping sandstorm swiftly surged forth, obliterating her view as the dream realm quaked and began to disintegrate. Moments later, the fragmented dream world seamlessly transitioned into her familiar domestic setting, her cozy living room, her customary dining table, and the recognizable ceiling. Faces she knew well also materialized in front of her. Chapter 598, Layered Spacetime. In the heart of the immense, uncharted expanse of the ocean, far away from the bustling maritime lanes, a thick fog enveloped Wind Harbor, shrouding it in a veil of mystery. Amid this enigmatic fog, the Vanished, a ship of legend, could be seen gliding slowly, its formidable silhouette barely visible as it patrolled the waters at a leisurely pace. Out of nowhere, the calm sea began to stir, creating a mesmerizing display of ripples that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Along with these ripples, a ghostly image of a phantom ship appeared on the water's surface, its reflection almost seeming to break through into our world. For a fleeting moment, it appeared as though the apparition was about to fully materialize from the watery depths. Yet, as quickly as it appeared, the vision dissolved, and the sea returned to its previous state of calm. Inside the cozy captain's quarters, near the edge of a well-used navigation table, rested a finely crafted wooden goat head. At a casual glance, it might be mistaken for a mere piece of elaborate decor. But then, with a quiet groan from its base, Goathead began to move, its eyes scanning the room. Taking a moment to collect its thoughts, it spoke up, its voice tinged with a note of confusion. Something felt odd just now. From the corner of the room, where an antique, oval-shaped mirror hung, thick streams of dark mist began to emerge. Standing within this mist was Agatha, her eyes intently fixed on the wooden sculpture on the table. Sensing the intensity of her gaze, Goathead quickly turned its attention towards the mirror. Upon recognizing Agatha, it exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, you gave me quite the scare. Why are you watching me so intently this early in the day?" Regaining its composure, Goathead inquired, "Miss Agatha, where were you last night? I noticed you weren't on board. Don't you usually keep watch from within the mirror during the evenings?" Agatha, choosing her words carefully and not answering right away, continued to study the first mate, her eyes meticulously observing its every detail. After a significant pause, she decided to address the question, "Did you not notice anything unusual last night? When I left, did you not sense any disturbances?" "No, I can't say that I did," responded Goathead, now realizing the gravity of Agatha's inquiry. "What are you suggesting? Did something happen last night?" "Yes, you should expect a visit from the captain soon," Agatha stated, her expression growing serious. Seeking further clarification, she added, "Earlier you mentioned feeling something unusual. Could you describe that feeling more precisely?" After a moment of reflection, Goathead explained, "It's difficult to put into words. It was like a sudden disruption, as if I was deeply immersed in thought, and then suddenly snapped back to reality after being tapped on the shoulder." With a touch of amusement, Agatha asked, "You have shoulders?" "That's just a way of expressing it. It felt as if someone tapped me on the shoulder," Goathead responded, slightly irritated. "Maybe I got distracted while navigating. Could the cause have been a sudden change in the sea's conditions?" "No, the sea has been calm. The only disturbances came from the realm of dreams," Agatha corrected, her look one of mild disbelief. "You were lost in a dream." Taken aback, and after a short pause, Goathead could only utter a confused, "Wah." Positioned by a window that offered a sweeping view of the awakening city, Duncan was absorbed in observation. The emerging light of dawn cast a soft glow on the streets below, painting the scene in tranquil colors. His focus seemed miles away, his expression one of deep reflection, with a furrow running between his brows, signaling intense concentration. Just behind him, two figures, human in appearance, named Alice and Looney, stood in quiet anticipation, their presence marked by patience. The silence that had enveloped the room was gently broken by Duncan, his voice carrying a note of contemplation. "It's strange. Regardless of how long one spends on the other side, or the outcome of what we call the dream of the nameless one, every return feels like waking up to a new morning in this very reality." Alice, puzzled by Duncan's words, glanced back and forth between Looney and Duncan, her curiosity piqued. She asked, trying to understand, "Did you spend a longer period on the other side this time?" With a thoughtful nod, Duncan confirmed, "Yes. This time it felt like I was enveloped in that dim, fog-laden world for almost twice as long as my previous journey. The dream ended quite suddenly, yet when I came back, it seemed as though time here had paused, with the dawn just breaking. It's a reminder of how unpredictable the nature of dreams can be." He paused, gathering his thoughts before adding, "The flow of time in dreams is erratic. What feels like an eternity or a fleeting moment in a dream might translate to just a blink of an eye in our world. Upon awakening, our perception of time resets." Alice, still trying to wrap her mind around this complex concept, eventually confessed, "I'm finding this hard to follow." Duncan offered a light-hearted chuckle, dispelling the heaviness of their discussion. He affectionately tousled Alice's hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry about it. We've gained invaluable insights from these experiences." As they returned to their home base at the Witch's Mansion, on 99 Crown Street, they discovered Duncan's team already assembled in the mansion's spacious living room, engaged in animated discussions about their recent adventures in the dream realm. Upon Duncan's entrance, the conversation momentarily paused as members like Vanna and Morris stood up, showing respect for their leader. Nina, with eyes sparkling with excitement, hurried over to Duncan, greeting him with an enthusiastic Uncle Duncan. After sharing a warm hug with Nina, Duncan's gaze swept over the room, eventually landing on Lucretia. She sat gracefully on a luxurious couch, a coffee table positioned before her. With a playful twinkle in his eye, Duncan joked, "Care for a hug as well?" Lucretia took a moment to consider before responding with a light-hearted smirk, "I'll pass." Duncan's laughter briefly filled the room, but as he took his seat, his demeanor shifted to one of focused seriousness. "Let's get to the point. We'll skip the usual recap. There are two significant developments we need to discuss." With the room attentively listening, Duncan leaned forward, his fingers thoughtfully pressed against the table. "First off," he stated, his tone clear and direct, "we encountered a new entity named Shireen, who revealed herself to Shirley, Morris, and Nina." He paused, letting the information sink in before continuing. "And then there's the Giant, a massive being who introduced himself to Vanna as some sort of deity." Duncan allowed a brief pause for the significance of his words to be fully appreciated by those present before he turned his sharp gaze towards Morris. "Morris, with your extensive knowledge in these areas, could you give us your perspective on what's been happening?" Morris shifted slightly in his seat, taking a moment to carefully consider his response. He took off his elegantly made monocle, polishing it with a soft cloth as he collected his thoughts. "The frequent appearance of this Shireen figure in our collective dream experiences suggests she holds a greater importance than we initially thought," he started. "We once theorized that Shireen was nothing more than a psychic manifestation within the dream of the Nameless One, essentially an embodiment of the dream's consciousness. However, our recent encounters suggest she may play a crucial role." He allowed his statement to resonate with the group before continuing. "In our explorations of the dreamscape, Shireen consistently appears, guiding us towards a place she refers to as the Silent Wall. This pattern of guidance seems too deliberate to be mere coincidence, indicating that she may be an integral element of the dream of the Nameless One's structure." Morris took a moment to breathe deeply, then elaborated. "My theory is that Shireen is not a being with her own will and desires, but more of a programmed function within the dream itself. Her presence and actions may be triggered by certain conditions within the dream's environment." His gaze then subtly moved towards Shirley, hinting at the moment when Shireen transformed into a tree-like entity in her presence. To fully understand the triggers for her appearance or transformations, we might need to undertake numerous additional ventures into the dream. Or, considering the dream's inherently unpredictable nature, we might never fully unravel this mystery, he concluded, placing his monocle back over his eye. Yet, it's evident that Shireen shows a kind disposition towards explorers like us, while exhibiting hostility towards what she perceives as the dream's contaminants. This distinction seems to reflect the dream of the Nameless One's own judgment system. To us, it represents a glimmer of hope. After digesting Morris's thorough analysis, Duncan nodded slowly in agreement, his curiosity piqued. He then directed his attention to Vanna. "Vanna, regarding your interaction with the Giant, do you have any insights to share?" Vanna paused for a moment, her expression one of deep contemplation. She finally said, "To be honest, I'm at a loss. I've delved into our world's myths, legends, and historical records, yet I've found no mention that matches the descriptions or the stories shared by this Giant. Not even the ancient elven libraries, which have preserved much of their knowledge, contain any records of such a being or the city of forest hills and plains he mentioned." Gathered around the grand wooden table, Lucretia settled into her chair, her fingers drumming thoughtfully as she lost herself in reflection. "The archives at our disposal, including those hailed as the Elven Legacy, represent mere snippets of a much larger historical narrative. Should this Giant trace his origins back to an era before the Great Annihilation, it stands to reason that our present-day records would fall short in shedding light on his existence," she pondered, her features mirroring a mix of skepticism and fascination. She slightly turned her head towards Vanna, her silver strands shimmering in the subdued light of the room. "Vanna, in your travels across the expansive desert, did you encounter any evidence of a forest, or perhaps glean any insights from your conversations with the Giant that could suggest a link to the elven history?" Locking eyes with Lucretia, Vanna replied with a clear conviction, "No, there was nothing of the sort." Lucretia's expression turned contemplative. "That's intriguing. Our elven acquaintance known to us as Shireen seemed completely unaware of any desert. The only, albeit slender, connection she has to the Giant is through her mentions of the creator god, Saslaka. She portrayed him as a deity of many forms, ranging from a deer and a goat to even a giant. Yet drawing any concrete connections from this is speculative at best," she analyzed aloud. These pieces of information suggest that while Vanna and the rest of our group are part of the same grand narrative, our adventures have spanned distinct realities. The interconnectedness of these realities, though, is unmistakable. Morris, nodding in assent, readjusted his monocle, sharpening his focus on the discussion. Absolutely, these realities are both unmistakably emanations of the dream of the Nameless One, he concurred. A thoughtful silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered his words, the depth of his experience reflected in the creases of his face. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, "Considering this puzzle, our main objective now should be to unravel the nature of the divergence between these realities. Are we talking about spatial differences within the dream world, or perhaps, more intriguingly, are these variations across different timelines?" Chapter 599, The Mechanism of Awakening. Upon reflection, the intellectual depth and nuances of a seasoned scholar like Morris were markedly different than those of the average individual. During his thoughtful moment, Morris posed a question that provided immediate insight to many around him. "As we try to piece the puzzle, we must consider an important hypothesis," Morris started, comfortably settling into his couch. "Vanna experienced a desert, while others describe a forest. We assume both these landscapes are from the same dream of the Nameless One. From this perspective, there are two potential interpretations," he continued, elucidating his thoughts. "It's either that the desert and forest are occurring simultaneously but in different places, or they are the same place just depicted at different times. But one thing is clear, they aren't two wholly independent settings. Either space and time intersect in one way or the other." As she tried to grasp Morris's deep train of thought, Nina asked, puzzled, "Why couldn't these places represent different moments and locations simultaneously?" Morris patiently responded, "Because they both belong to a single dream. A singular dream can't encompass multiple separate timelines or spatial entities. If it did, then we would be discussing two distinct dreams based on the understanding I currently have." Nina nodded, her expression a blend of enlightenment and lingering questions. Deeply absorbed in thought, Duncan considered the two interpretations Morris had offered. Reflecting on their earlier findings, he finally voiced out, "We must remember that beyond the desert and forest, there's this unique place that seems to blur the lines of reality. It doesn't lie within the dream, but it's undeniably a segment of the dream of the Nameless One." Recognizing Duncan's reference, Morris swiftly added, with a sense of gravity, "You're talking about that nebulous realm with the other, vanished, where the vessel sails amidst the mist, aren't you? What does that mysterious, mist-covered territory signify within the context of the dream of the Nameless One?" Duncan offered his perspective. "To me, it feels like a transitional space, perhaps marking the boundary between waking and deep slumber. On the ship, the Vanished, one can feel the remnants of Atlantis, yet there's no direct glimpse into the dream itself. This hints at the features of a dream's periphery. It's fascinating to think that this boundary within the dream of the Nameless One is so expansive that it can accommodate a ship wandering freely within." Duncan's thoughts were consumed by the vibrant, shimmering rays of light he had experienced aboard the ship. These beams were not just dazzling sights. They resonated with the haunting voice of Atlantis, filling him with a sense of wonder and contemplation. The shadow was more than just a ship. It was a manifestation born from the dream of Goatheads. It sailed the ethereal waters that bordered the dream world of Atlantis. Within this dream world, the majestic city of Atlantis seemed perpetually in a state of expectation, waiting for Saslaka. Yet the Goathead in the dream had disclosed a profound secret to Duncan. Saslaka had not just passed away, but had been gone for eons. Engrossed in these reflections, Duncan abruptly roused himself, shaking his head as if to dispel the weight of the revelation. As he looked around the room, he sensed an anomaly. His eyes locked onto Lucretia, and he inquired, "Where is Rabbi?" Lucretia smirked slightly. "Took you a while to notice. Rabbi hasn't come back. She's ventured into another dream, likely hunting down those she perceives as prey." Duncan, momentarily startled, soon pieced together the implications of Lucretia's statement. Could it be that the eerie rabbit doll, Rabbi, had indeed pursued those mysterious cult members? Lucretia continued, "When Rabbi emerges, she will have journeyed through the cultists' darkest nightmares. She's been instructed to spare some of them and will leave behind clues in the tangible world, guiding you to their location. Trust me, Rabbi is proficient in such endeavors." Acknowledging her words, Duncan gave a slight nod. Suddenly, an intuitive sensation made him glance at the coffee table next to him. As he delicately traced his fingers over its surface, a phantasmal green flame danced to life, outlining a space that began reflecting like a mirror. Within this newfound portal, the figure of Agatha gradually formed. Agatha, Duncan addressed the woman taking shape within the reflection. "Has something transpired on the ship?" Agatha responded promptly, her voice filled with urgency. "I believe I've unearthed the catalyst for the recent awakening in the dream of the Nameless One. It appears to be tied to the ship's first mate. I urge you to come back to the ship if you can." Midst the brackish waters of Wind Harbor, the vessel known as the Vanished coursed its way, enshrouded by a dense, mystifying fog. Without warning, a fiery portal ignited on its deck, casting an otherworldly light. From this luminous gateway, two figures stepped forth, Duncan and Alice. As the light from the portal dimmed, Duncan, feeling the gentle sway of the ship beneath his feet, turned to see Alice by his side. The decision for Alice to return with him had been a swift one, marked by her unwavering loyalty. Spotting Duncan's questioning gaze, Alice responded with her characteristic silly grin, exclaiming playfully, "Looks like you've got my company again." Sighing with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Duncan motioned to the doll. "Since you're here, I need you to inspect the food storage area. Check on those barrels we suspected of being tainted." Eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, Alice saluted and chirped, "On it, Captain." Her steps, light and animated, took her away, leaving Duncan to watch her momentarily before he redirected his path to the captain's chambers. Upon pushing open the chamber doors, he was met with an unexpected sight. The goat head, an unsettling yet familiar presence aboard the Vanished, was already there, its dark, glassy eyes staring intently at him. Positioned a few feet away, an ornate oval mirror displayed the reflection of Agatha. The usually stoic gatekeeper now looked visibly drained, her features etched with fatigue and concern. Before Duncan could voice his surprise at Agatha's appearance, the goat head, with an almost frenzied urgency, began to chatter incessantly. Captain, I've been waiting endlessly. Is it true, what Agatha mentioned, that the dream of the Nameless One manifested again? Did you encounter another entity resembling me? Agatha told me that the mysterious Vanished originated from my dream, but I wasn't even aware I could dream. She spoke of an involuntary jolt from me that stirred the dream of the Nameless One, disrupting your plans. But I assure you I remember nothing of such events. I never intended to keep any secrets from you." Duncan felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, the frantic pitch of the goat head's voice feeling like sharp needles in his ears. A maddening resonance filled the room, echoing around him, until finally, with a firm gesture and a raised voice, he exclaimed, "Silence!" The goat head ceased its verbal onslaught abruptly. From its base, a chilling, cracking sound echoed, reminiscent of strained wood or bone, suggesting that even the sudden halt had physical repercussions. As Duncan stepped into the room, the unmistakable echo of Agatha's sigh filled the air. The sound emanated from the ornate mirror nearby, reminiscent of a prisoner breathing a sigh of relief upon being set free. At last, the ordeal ends. Duncan's eyes narrowed as he threw a quizzical look at the mirror, where Agatha's image was etched. "Per your instructions, I kept no secrets from the first mate about last night's happenings," Agatha explained, the weariness evident in her voice and posture. "Then this ensued. Before you came in, it wouldn't stop its relentless prattle. Regardless of where I retreated on the ship, its voice persisted. I've faced vengeful spirits in the crypts of Frost who, even after suffering betrayal, losing loved ones, meeting their deaths, and resurrecting due to unyielding bitterness, weren't nearly as chatty. The sheer volume of its talk exceeds that of a gathering of old women, bemoaning the rising cost of bread at a marketplace." With growing frustration, she lamented, "I've tried, but I can't silence it. It seems only you have the power to command it into submission." Realization dawned on Duncan as he fathomed the magnitude of Agatha's recent trials. Suppressing a chuckle, he empathetically remarked, "It seems you've endured quite a challenge." Wearily, Agatha heaved another sigh, and her image in the mirror momentarily shattered, indicating her unwillingness to engage further. Shaking his head in bemusement, Duncan wondered if introducing his crew to such intricate notions had been a mistake, given their sometimes bewildering interpretations. Returning his focus to the looming presence of the goat head, he locked eyes with the carved figure. The inanimate object, though wooden, looked oddly distorted, possibly burdened by its tumultuous emotions. Initiating the conversation, Duncan instructed, "First and foremost, control your incessant chatter." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "And yes, Agatha's account is accurate." The goat head seemed to process this, its carved mouth opening and closing multiple times, eventually uttering, "So, it was genuinely a reflection of my dream that gave form to the Vanished you encountered in that shadowy realm." Drawing a measured breath, Duncan responded, "Another possibility is that, as night cloaks Wind Harbor, your dreams sail on the fringes of the dream of the Nameless One." The wooden figure rocked slightly, emitting subtle creaking noises, appearing genuinely perplexed. But I was certain my conscious navigation matched the sea chart's record of the vanished's course, consistent with my recollections. Agatha, who had been silent till then, interjected sharply. Then how would you rationalize your abrupt unease as dawn approached? The room was filled with a palpable silence, only punctuated by the heavy weight of the goat head's absence of words. Duncan then shifted his gaze to the antique mirror. Agatha, fragmented just moments ago, now looked entirely whole and alert, watching the unfolding drama with rapt attention. After my abrupt departure from the dream of the Nameless One, I hastened back to this location, Agatha commenced, her voice firm and laced with intent. Upon my return, I observed the first mate transitioning from what appeared to be a deep, trance-induced state back to normalcy. While it feigned having been lost in simple daydreams, I couldn't help but note the uncanny synchronicity. The reflection of the vanished seemed to regain its form the very instant the first mate awakened. My intuition leads me to posit that this simultaneous event might be the catalyst that abruptly terminated the dream of the Nameless One. Hence, I'm led to believe, Agatha continued with a thoughtful pause, that the fate of the dream of the Nameless One is intimately linked to its dreamers. Be it the mystical realm of Atlantis or our first mate, the moment one of them regains consciousness, the dream reaches its conclusion. Chapter 600, Traces of a Woken Dream. Agatha's extraordinary talent allowed her to move through shadows and reflective surfaces like mirrors instantly. As such, once the dream orchestrated by the mysterious, Nameless One ended, she immediately transitioned back to the ship in the tangible world. She would then observe any alterations that occurred within the mirrored realm. With a thoughtful look and slight creases appearing on his forehead, Duncan reflected on Agatha's recent theory. So, if either entity Atlantis or Goathead awakens, it would mark the end of the Nameless One's dream. This seems to imply that both Atlantis and Goathead are jointly maintaining this dream. Speaking with gravity, Agatha responded, it's possible that this dream is a collective one between them. It might also shed light on why the shadow vanished sails at the boundaries of the dream world of Atlantis. Duncan took a moment, processing her words before inquiring further. So, if my understanding is correct, the abrupt end to the Nameless One's dream was because my first mate was roused from sleep. What could have possibly triggered this awakening? Pondering Duncan's question, Agatha responded with a hint of uncertainty. It might have something to do with the direction you took towards the end. Direction? Duncan's expression showed a hint of confusion. You were notably careful, Agatha elaborated. You kept a tight rein on your inner flame and even embedded it within the reflection of the vanished, to make sure a small spark remained on the dream ship. While this tactic ensured you didn't alarm Atlantis, you were seen as an outsider in the eyes of the ship within the dream. Do you remember when you made a move in that eerie, foggy space by physically touching a vine at Wind Harbor in our world? It felt as if you were breaking in from the O. Duncan absorbed every word Agatha said. The entity known as Goathead, which had a direct stake in the matter, was initially puzzled. But as Agatha elaborated, realization washed over it. Turning its gaze to Duncan, it quickly assured, Captain, never doubt my loyalty. You're the rightful commander of the vanished. Even in my dreams, I would. Duncan cut off Goathead. It's not about mistrusting you. It's about the inherent nature of the dream. It has a defense mechanism against outsiders. He then elaborated, from what I gather, unless someone is actively drawn into the dream, like Vanna and a few others, and truly becomes immersed in the dream world of the Nameless One, any external attempts to engage with the dream result in this rejection. Such intrusions could potentially awaken either Atlantis or you. Goathead, its wooden face betraying an oddly human look of worry, voiced its concern. Then what's our next step? Captain, often I'm unaware when I'm in a dream state and I cannot control it. With a contemplative tone, Duncan replied, we might not have direct control, but I believe we can find a way around this. I think I have a potential solution, and we can test it tonight. What? Lucretia watched with a mix of frustration and curiosity as Taran L. moved frantically amid a disorderly mound of gadgets, tools, and paperwork in his laboratory. Her brow was deeply furrowed, a sign of her growing impatience. She had been summoned here by Taran's apprentice early in the morning, and now she found herself waiting, almost feeling as though her time was being wasted. Breaking the silence, Lucretia voiced her annoyance. Why, Taran? Why drag me here at the crack of dawn just to witness the chaos of your workspace? You've been diving into this jumbled mass of tech and scribbles for what feels like forever. Haven't I mentioned how swamped I am? From deep within his pile of machinery, Taranel's voice emerged, sounding slightly muffled. Almost there, just a moment longer. As he finally emerged, his appearance was disheveled. His hair stood on end, marked by random streaks of grime. "I've been adjusting and refining these devices to enhance their user-friendliness. And finally, I've managed to open this stubborn box. It contains the last component I need." Holding an assortment of printouts, perforated paper tapes, and translucent films, Taranel continued without taking a breath. "I'm well aware of your commitments, Lucretia. The ominous anomaly hovering over Wind Harbor has taken much of your attention. Your father and you have poured so much into understanding and combating it. But we, the residents of this city, can't just stand by idly. We have a role to play in this fight against the dream, even if we haven't pinpointed an effective strategy yet." Seeing the dedication in the elven scholar's eyes, Lucretia's irritation began to wane. Pushing her initial irritation to the back of her mind, she stepped closer to the table to get a clearer view of Taranel's findings. "So, this is your research related to the dream?" Taranel nodded, organizing the scattered pile of records before answering. "It's a collective effort. We have contributions from various departments, esteemed colleagues, and renowned institutions in the city, including the Truth Guardians and the city's marshals. We might not possess the prowess of someone like your father, but sometimes, even basic techniques can yield results. Here, let me show you my part." With a sense of pride, he selected a long strip of paper and spread it out in front of Lucretia. "This, my dear, is a record of my physiological responses and sleep activity from last night." Lucretia carefully picked up the strip, her face reflecting her concentration. She examined the inconsistent lines and the data points made by a punch card machine. Amid the dense information, she noticed a peculiar and unmistakable gap. "In fact, I spent the entire night right here in this laboratory," Taranel stated, gesturing towards a simple cot tucked away in one corner. Adjacent to the cot, a collection of odd-looking instruments caught the eye, appearing as though they'd been hastily arranged there. The wires and tubes connecting these devices were snarled in a jumble, reminiscent of a nest of serpents. "I originally constructed these tools with a particular aim, to optimize the quality of my sleep," he continued, adjusting his glasses. "Imagine achieving a full night's rest in merely a few hours. These electrodes," he indicated, touching a small, wiry object, "are specifically engineered to observe my neural functions while asleep, with the data being transcribed onto this paper strip. The punched-out symbols, round for exhaling and square for inhaling, depict my respiratory rhythms." Interrupting him, Lucretia keenly pointed at a section of the strip. "There appear to be two significant disruptions evident here. If I'm interpreting these time indicators correctly, one happened at 9 last night and the other early this morning. This would imply that the time frame corresponds precisely with the onset and cessation of the nameless dream." Taranel completed her statement, taking the paper from her hands. Holding it under the light, he traced the two discernible breaks. "During these moments, my neural activity exhibited an unexplained cessation, yet the interval sandwiched between these disruptions is of true pertinence." Holding the strip up to eye level, he presented the flurry of erratic neural activity sandwiched between the two disruptions. "This segment still holds records," he commented. "Do you perceive the anomaly, Miss Lucretia?" "I believe there's more to this story," Lucretia asserted, her tone carrying a hint of eagerness. "Show me the remainder." Without making her wait any longer, Taranel fetched a bundle of grayscale photographs laid on an adjacent table. As Lucretia surveyed them, she discerned they were snapshots of the laboratory's sleeping corner. In the initial shots, Taranel could be seen resting, even jovially signaling to the camera in a few. But the pictures that followed portrayed an unoccupied cot with the once-attached electrodes now abandoned on the bedding. "I had arranged 3 cameras equipped with automatic timers and extended film cartridges around my sleeping zone," Taranel elucidated. "Every quarter hour, they would capture the scene from varying viewpoints. As you've observed, my presence is conspicuously absent after 9 o'clock. It was during this window that the nameless dream commenced, and my persona was seemingly transported to this alternate dimension." With heightened drama, the illustrious scholar flourished the strip, focusing Lucretia's attention on its intricate middle segment. The atmosphere grew palpably intense as Taranel presented his enigma. "So, it begs the question, Miss Lucretia, during that span from 9 in the evening to the early hours at 5, when I was nowhere to be found in this plane of existence, whom exactly did this apparatus detect and record?" Lucretia inhaled deeply, processing the gravity of the information. She stared at the final image she held with captivated eyes. The snapshot revealed an empty cot in the quiet corner of the lab. The electrodes, designed to track neural signals, were abandoned and lay eerily on the cushion. Under the lens's scrutiny, their metallic ends shimmered, almost as if whispering secrets to an unseen presence, all while the city outside was draped in the serene shroud of the nocturnal hours. However, Taranel's voice cut through her thoughts, adding another layer to the mystery. But this puzzle is merely one among a multitude. The phenomenon of the nameless dream has given rise to countless enigmas, and these inconsistent readings represent but a fraction. He made his way to his workstation and settled into his chair with a sense of gravity. A more pressing dilemma is this: where do our essences travel during the dream's embrace? She looked puzzled. What do you imply? You've shared your experiences. During the occurrence of the nameless dream, both you and the followers of your father are transported to a distinctive dreamscape. This dream territory, dominated by expansive woodlands, is an uncanny reflection of the one I found myself in during my past confinement. However, I retain no memory of revisiting such a location last night. Leaned forward, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Since my prior entanglement in that woodland realm and your subsequent intervention to liberate me, I've never ventured back into those woods during my dreams. And my experience isn't unique. Every time the nameless dream looms, the entirety of this city's inhabitants disappears into the void of sleep. Unlike you, however, we don't consciously experience this dream dimension or traverse its enigmatic woods. For us, the process feels instantaneous. We drift into sleep, and moments later, dawn arrives. Were it not for the warnings from you and your father, we'd remain oblivious to the events of the preceding night. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. So, during this nocturnal enigma, where do the souls of our city's denizens journey? Although Lucretia lacked a definitive answer, Taranel wasn't truly seeking one. He was merely voicing his musings, shaping the trajectory of his investigations. As rays of sunlight pierced the canopy of clouds, they were filtered by a majestic tree situated outside the lab. Its intricate web of branches and foliage produced a mosaic of light and shadow, a dance of illumination on the scholar's desk, emphasizing the readings from his automated tools. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon Lucretia. She looked up abruptly, her gaze locking onto the tree outside. Master Taranel. He looked up. Yes, Miss Lucretia. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Has there always been such a prominent tree outside your laboratory?